Blue Planet, the Great Xia Kingdom, 5th floor of Yangshi Building. At this moment, the final rehearsal for tonight's Golden Shadow television drama gala is underway. Qin Tian is bustling about backstage. He is an inconspicuous actor from Starlight Entertainment. Due to a shortage of staff at Yangshi, he has been dispatched by the female boss to assist with menial tasks. Indeed, this is the female boss way of making things difficult for him. Ever since he declined a female investor's request for companionship, he has been sidelined by the company. Tonight, the backstage area is ablaze with stars, and the presence of beautiful women is overwhelming. Particularly the four renowned figures known as the Four Flowers, Yang Mi, Tang Yin, Shi, and Liu Yifei, who are the undeniable focal points of all attention. However, among the male actors, aside from a few seasoned veterans who can be deemed stars, the rest, in Qin Tian's eyes, are merely a collection of fleeting internet celebrities. Some are even newcomers to the scene, with stand-up comedians and singing influencers trying to carve out their share of the spotlight. Actors like him, who hail from reputable film institutions, find themselves relegated to the role of mere embellishment. Regrettably, he too is considered a heartthrob among his peers. He possesses both looks and talent, yet lacks the connections and resources to advance. Otherwise, it could very well be him standing on that stage today. As he observes the chaotic spectacle unfolding before him, he can only shake his head and lament. Suddenly, a sultry voice pierces through the air from behind. "Hey you, could you fetch me a cup of coffee?" He turns to see one of tonight's leading ladies, Demimi, one of the Four Flowers. She is adorned in a striking crimson evening gown with golden trim, her face impeccably made up, exuding an aura of stunning allure. At that moment, she gazes at him with an air of haughty superiority, embodying the essence of a queen. After much effort, he finally brewed a cup of coffee. As he made his way backstage, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, his ex-girlfriend, Wang Xiaorong. With her head held high in a display of pride, she pretended not to see him and continued, with the assistance of her aide, to glide into the dressing room in her elegant white evening gown. It was rumored that she had been nominated for Best Newcomer. Since parting ways with Qin Tian, she had attached herself to a third-rate action director. Her iconic words still echoed in Qin Tian's mind. "If you wish to marry me, you must present a bride price of 800,000 and also purchase a house for my brother." After the rehearsal concluded, Qin Tian returned to the Regal International Community, a prestigious residential area, notably the closest to Yangshi, and consequently, a favorite among celebrities. He had been renting an apartment there for a year. One day, he was taken aback to discover that his neighbor was none other than Yang Mi. However, she did not reside there often, and even if he were to cross paths with her, he would hardly register in her eyes. Weary, Qin Tian trudged into the corridor, where opulent marble and golden accents adorned the surroundings. Even the elevator buttons gleamed in gold, exuding an air of extravagance. Upon returning home, he filled his refrigerator with groceries he had just procured from the supermarket. He then retrieved a dozen beers and made his way to the balcony to indulge in a drink. At this juncture, he yearned only to await the expiration of his contract and escape this place of heartache, returning to the countryside to find a modest job. He was fatigued by everything around him. Time slipped away, and before he knew it, he was jolted awake from his slumber, suddenly aware of a piercing green light illuminating the horizon. Qin Tian's mind still felt somewhat hazy as he curiously gazed towards the source of the green light. A small point of brightness swiftly darted towards his eyes from within the green glow. The light intensified, becoming increasingly brilliant and blinding. Buzz! In a moment of dizziness, Qin Tian lost consciousness. When he awoke again, it was to a series of strange and terrifying cries. Struggling to rise from the ground, he looked out the window, only to find the world below shrouded in a thick, gray mist enveloping the entire neighborhood. Opposite him, through the floor-to-ceiling windows, several people appeared to be gazing down in sheer terror, bewildered by the events unfolding beneath them. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Binding of the Apocalypse Cohabitation System in progress. Ding! The system will periodically issue tasks upon completion. Rewards can be claimed. As long as the host cohabits with women, consuming resources will yield a 10,000-fold return. Additionally, a comprehensive evaluation will determine whether the return conditions are met. Current number of women. 1 name. Wang Xiaorong. Age. 20 beauty score, 90 chastity level, 90 as the host has only one past experience. Overall score, 90 conditions for triggering a 100-fold return met. Minimum system requirements, satisfied current return multiplier. 100 the apocalypse system? Qin Tian was somewhat bewildered. Could his ex-girlfriend truly be considered his woman? Yet, such thoughts seem trivial now. With the apocalypse upon them, his primary concern should be survival. Fortunately, he awakened the system. Thus, he tentatively inquired, emulating the descriptions found in novels. System, is there a beginner's gift package? Ding, beginner's gift package is being distributed. Ding, congratulations, host, you have successfully received the beginner's gift package. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a portable space. Infinite size, time stands still. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 100 strength fruits. These can enhance the host's strength. Consuming more will elevate strength levels. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100 consciousness fruits. These can enhance the host's perception of surrounding matters. Consuming more will elevate consciousness levels. All acquired resources have been stored in your portable space. The strength fruits appeared white, resembling strawberries in size. In contrast, the consciousness fruits were red, akin to candies in size. With a slight smile, Qin Tian extended his hand and retrieved a strength fruit from his space, consuming it. The strength fruit was sweet and fragrant, releasing a rich aroma. Ah, quite delicious. After consuming 10 in succession, Qin Tian suddenly felt a surge of immense power flowing from his dantian to every limb. At that moment, he sensed that all his joints crackled, and he felt capable of defeating 10 opponents effortlessly. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your strength level has risen to 1 star. Subsequently, he consumed over 10 consciousness fruits, gradually feeling his mind become invigorated and his vision clearer. Particularly, the perception of the surrounding environment gradually became more tangible, with even the shadows of people passing by in the corridor outside becoming discernible. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your consciousness level has broken through to 1 star, and your sensing range is now a radius of 5 meters. Just as he relished this achievement, a cacophony of sounds erupted within the 5-meter vicinity. It seemed that a multitude of individuals were rushing upstairs. Qin Tian first headed to the bathroom to wash away the black goo that had adhered to him during the enhancement of his physique. He then comfortably settled onto his sofa and unlocked his phone. Ding! Wang Xiaorong has eaten an apple. Reward, 100 apples. Instantly, 100 apples materialized in his personal space, forming a delightful pile. Feeling a bit hungry, Qin Tian took 1 apple and began to eat. Ding! Wang Xiaorong has eaten a hot dog. Reward, 100 hot dogs. Immediately, another heap of hot dogs appeared within his space. As he munched on his food, he perused various online updates on his phone. Among the trending topics, one headline stood out: the Ministry of Security of the Great Xia Kingdom. The fog disaster has swept across the globe within a single day, with visibility reduced to less than 3 meters. It appears that there are foreign entities involved, and there have already been tens of thousands of casualties. We urge everyone to remain indoors and await official rescue operations. It is imperative to stress that the outside is exceedingly perilous. Subsequently, a plethora of chaotic videos surfaced on Douyin, predominantly featuring citizens scrambling for supplies in supermarkets, with a close second being footage of various individuals encountering misfortune while exploring the fog. Among the most viewed segments, there is a scene of an individual driving through an expanse of blinding whiteness, rendering the road nearly invisible. Suddenly, an overwhelming force lifts the vehicle into the air, only to bring it crashing down violently to the ground. Amidst this chaos, the sounds of various adventure videos are punctuated by piercing screams. What on earth is that? Mom, help me. Help! I think I see a green eye staring at me. My goodness, a passenger plane just fell from the sky. This fog seems toxic, I can hardly breathe. Qin Tian is certain that the world has indeed descended into madness. At that moment, a woman's shrill scream pierces the air from the neighboring balcony. Chapter 2. The Terrifying Apocalypse, the Arrogant Yangmi. Upon hearing the woman's piercing scream, Qin Tian instantly rose from the sofa and rushed to the balcony. There, he beheld a colossal bird, as large as an automobile, circling in the sky, its talons grasping a bloodied man. Help! A chilling cry echoed. followed by the sudden ripping of the man's clothing, sending him plummeting from the sky. A dull thud resonated beneath the mist. Witnessing such a tragic scene left Qin Tian profoundly shocked. After all, it was a living human being. On the adjacent balcony stood a slender figure, elegantly adorned in a red gown with golden trim, her hair meticulously styled. Her lovely visage had turned pale with terror. Yang Mi glanced back at the tall and handsome Qin Tian, and a flicker of reassurance ignited within her. Yet, she merely cast a fleeting glance before arrogantly turning away. At that moment, a familiar voice from the system echoed in Qin Tian's mind. Name: Yang Mi. Age: 24. Attractiveness: 95. Virtue: 100. Overall score: 95. Triggering return requirements met. Task: cohabit with Yang Mi to acquire a small supermarket. Instantaneous fruit: 100 pieces. The system task had finally arrived. Cohabitation with Yang Mi not only promised rewards from the system, but also a 100-fold return of resources. What a delightful prospect. Under ordinary circumstances, such thoughts would have been unthinkable to him. However, in this apocalyptic world, those who possessed resources reigned supreme. Yang Mi had originally returned to Kyoto solely to attend the awards ceremony, and thus had not prepared any provisions. Moreover, the outside world was rife with various unknown dangers, and the food available to everyone was scarce. Even if she were to call acquaintances, none would bring her sustenance. After 2 days, she found herself in a state of extreme hunger, having consumed the last remaining piece of bread. At that moment, a friend request appeared on her phone. Upon opening WeChat, she discovered the profile picture belonged to a handsome gentleman. After accepting the request, he sent her a picture of a table laden with hot dogs, bread, and an array of fruits. The allure of this image was overwhelming, causing her to salivate after 3 days of fasting. Accompanying the photo was a simple message: "Do you want to eat?" Yang Mi's beautiful eyes fixated on the spread before her, sparkling with desire. "I want to eat," she murmured involuntarily. Shortly thereafter, the gentleman sent another photo, this time of himself indulging in food. He was reclining comfortably, enjoying a hot dog while sipping beer. It took her a moment to realize that the man in the picture was none other than her neighbor. In a hurry, she replied, "Can I purchase your food?" Qin Tian had not stepped outside in days, nor did he need to. The supplies returned by his ex-girlfriend, Wang Xiaorong, were more than sufficient to sustain him for quite some time. Of course, he had not forgotten about the system's tasks. Upon receiving the message from Yang Mi, a playful smile involuntarily graced her lips. At this juncture, do you think money is more valuable than food? If you're hungry, you can come over and stay with me. I find myself rather lonely. Faced with such unabashed teasing, Yang Mi felt a surge of indignation. How could this person suggest that she move in with him just for a morsel to eat? Yet, her hunger was becoming unbearable. Internally, she was torn. Although Qin Tian was undeniably handsome, she had previously never regarded him with any interest as an obscure artist. The thought of her, an aspiring A-list actress on the verge of winning a Golden Shadow Award, compromising her dignity for a mere meal, was simply untenable. She opened a bottle of mineral water, took a sip, and reassured herself that help would surely arrive. Qin Tian, noticing her lack of response, felt no urgency. After all, she was a goddess to millions, deserving of time to lower her guard. Soon, he dismissed her from his mind, as a more entertaining spectacle unfolded in the chat group of Lijiang International. 1 to 2,503 Hua. Does anyone have extra food? I'm willing to trade my signed album for it. 1 to 1,502 Lin Xiao. Seriously, even now you're still posturing? Who cares about your worthless album? Whoever has food, I'll trade my gold watch. 1 to 2,901 Guijianglong. Isn't it just a Rolex? I have several. Anyone who wants can come and trade. They subsequently showcased photos of their watches. Although Qin Tian moved in late, he was aware that Lin Xiao was the son of the wealthy Lin Dalong, and that this rising figure was likely a prominent individual who had risen to prominence through live streaming. Nevertheless, these few watches did not pique his interest in the slightest. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, what utility did such items hold? Yet, there were always those who, blinded by greed, would covet them, harboring a faint hope that the government would send someone to rescue them. Aqiang, I have 2 packs of instant noodles to trade. Xinguang Shaoli, I can offer a few sausages and marinated eggs. Of course, there were those who poured cold water on the situation. Xiaomei, don't think that just because you have a bit of money, you can arbitrarily inflate prices. Little fox me, I am Mimi. Is there anyone willing to sell me some food? I haven't eaten in 2 days. Angel Baby Ying, I am Yang Ying, seeking food. I am open to any negotiations as long as you have something to eat. Aunt Chun from the neighborhood committee. During these extraordinary times, if anyone has surplus supplies, I hope you will hand them over to me for centralized distribution by our committee. Aunt Chun from the neighborhood committee. Everyone, please remain calm. Trust in our Gua family. I believe this calamity will soon pass. Manager Xiao Kai from Datong Property. Aunt Chun is correct. Everyone, please be patient. If you trust me, you may also bring any excess food to our property for centralized allocation to those in need. At this moment, Aunt Chin's condition was hardly any better. She lay on her bed at home, weak from hunger, having already given her last saved bun to her grandson, Xiaoming. She had called the local street office, the police, and emergency services, but all she encountered were busy signals or unanswered calls. In truth, she sought to exploit her position as a community committee elder in hopes of acquiring food. Similarly, the celebrity Yang Mi had posted this message to test whether anyone would dare to bring her sustenance. However, out of concern for their privacy, they typically refrained from disclosing their specific floor numbers. Qin Tian, observing the discussions in the group, merely sought amusement and showed little concern for the lives of others. Yet, he did take note of the beautiful starlets, who naturally became his next targets for pursuit. Hours passed after the message was sent, and Yang Mi still received no indication that anyone was willing to take the risk of delivering her food. The flicker of hope she had ignited was once again extinguished. Reduced to drinking cold water to stave off hunger, she found her dignity utterly diminished in such dire circumstances. In her helplessness, she sent another message to Qin Tian. Little fox me, will I truly have something to eat if I move over? However, after sending her message, she received no response. Left intentionally ignored by Qin Tian as he aimed to further temper her pride. Chapter 3. Wang Xiaorong's scheme. Yang Mi takes the initiative. 3 days later. The supplies at Wang Xiaorong's boyfriend Cheng Hu's home were quickly running low. At first, Cheng Hu, under the persuasion of his girlfriend, intended to venture into the community supermarket to gather supplies. However, as he descended the stairs and stepped into the mist, he was startled by an eerie sound and hastily retreated. Despite being an action star with some martial skills, the unknown horrors concealed within the fog were undeniably terrifying. You useless deadbeat! Wang Xiaorong exclaimed angrily upon seeing him return empty-handed. She had chosen Cheng Hu over Qin Tian because of his resources and abilities in the industry, believing that she would ascend to great heights. Yet, in this apocalyptic scenario, she found her boyfriend to be of little worth. Ultimately, she decided to rekindle her interest in Qin Tian and send him a voice message via WeChat. Qin Tian, are you all right? It's terrifying out here. I just want to know if you're still alive. When Qin Tian received her message, he felt no sense of emotion, for he had seen through Wang Xiaorong's true nature. During their time together, he had devoted the money he earned from acting and endorsements to her, only for her to use it to support her brother, becoming a veritable brother-supporting demon. When discussions of marriage arose, her family demanded a dowry of 800,000, treating him as nothing more than an ATM. When Qin Tian confronted her about this, she retorted that he was not ambitious and that their future together seemed bleak. Initially, he had no desire to respond, but after a moment's reflection, he replied, I'm doing well. Upon seeing his message, Wang Xiaorong's eyes lit up, and she quickly responded with heartfelt sincerity, as long as you are well, I feel reassured. Subsequently, she pitifully implored, Heaven, do you have any food at home? I haven't eaten for 2 days. Could you send me something? Qin Tian inwardly scoffed, for she had indeed been consuming instant noodles just the day before, with the system even reimbursing him for dozens of packets. However, he refrained from exposing her deceit immediately and instead feigned agreement. I am quite well, lacking neither food nor clothing. As he spoke, he deliberately sent her a photograph of a table laden with delectable dishes. How is it possible? How could he have so much food at home? Wang Xiaorong gazed in astonishment at the spread before her, recognizing it to be comprised of her favorite delicacies. Her pupils widening in disbelief, her mouth agape. Striving to regain her composure, she burst into joyous laughter, declaring, This is wonderful. He still loves me, otherwise. How could he have bought so much of what I enjoy? As long as I express a desire to eat, he will surely bring it to me at once. She confidently conveyed this to her new boyfriend, Cheng Hu. With that, she sent a message to Qin Tian, exclaiming, Wonderful. Heaven, please send me half of that food. I am currently at 1201. Upon receiving her message, Qin Tian couldn't help but chuckle derisively. Very well, let us play this game, he thought, promptly replying, Of course. I will send it right away, just wait. After sending the voice message, he swiftly blocked Wang Xiaorong. In the past, when they had just broken up, he hesitated to remove her from his WeChat contacts. However, times had changed, and blocking her now seemed almost effortless. After Wang Xiaorong sent a message to Qin Tian, she eagerly anticipated his arrival with her favorite hot dogs and chocolate. The mere thought made her mouth water uncontrollably. However, she soon dozed off on the sofa, sleeping soundly until hunger awakened her. Wiping away the drool, she groggily recalled a dream in which a table laden with delectable dishes appeared before her, all delivered by her devoted admirer, Qin Tian. Yet, upon opening her eyes, she was met with emptiness, devoid of any food or company. Cheng Hu approached her, questioning, "Where is your Tian Gu? Did you not claim he adored you? Why has he not brought you anything to eat?" Wang Xiaorong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. It was inconceivable. Perhaps he had mistaken the floor. With that thought, she pulled out her phone to send him a voice message demanding answers. To her dismay, the moment she hit send, she realized he had blocked her. She could scarcely believe her eyes. Undeterred, she attempted to send 2 more voice messages, only to encounter repeated failures. It was impossible. Qin Tian had indeed blocked her. Refusing to give up, she began dialing his number, but all she received was the notification that the line was busy. After a dozen attempts, she finally accepted the grim reality. He had blocked her. Fueled by frustration, she felt an urge to smash her phone in anger. Meanwhile, in room 1 to 3005, a day later, Yang Mi occasionally received a few private messages from individuals, but they appeared untrustworthy, and she was unwilling to take such risks. Overwhelmed by hunger, her thoughts inevitably turned back to Qin Tian. She stepped onto the balcony and glanced over at the neighboring one, where she found Qin Tian lounging leisurely, sipping red wine and enjoying a bowl of braised beef noodles. How infuriating it was that he could live with such refinement. Yang Mi's eyes sparkled, and she could hardly suppress her saliva. After these past few days, her resolve had waned considerably. At that moment, she heard a rustling sound against the window glass, which instinctively filled her with dread. Mechanically, she turned her head and was met with the sight of a white belly pressed against her window. 2 bulbous eyes were fixed on her, and she watched in horror as a long black tongue flicked across the glass. It turned out to be a massive lizard, its size rivaling that of a crocodile. Yang Mi could not help but scream again, and after a brief moment of shock, she hurried into the inner room and locked the door behind her. Her heart raced violently, as if it were about to leap into her throat. Her legs turned to jelly, and she collapsed onto the sofa, desperate to escape the scene. Frantically, she pulled out her phone and sent a message to Qin Tian. "Can I come over now? I'm so scared." Qin Tian replied, "Have you made up your mind?" Yang Mi responded, Yes. Please come out to get me. I'll agree to anything." Qin Tian replied, "All right, come over," as if she had received an imperial decree. Yang Mi hurriedly opened the door and dashed out. Just as she closed the door, she heard a thud against the window. Terrified, she rushed to Qin Tian's door and knocked urgently. Qin Tian deliberately delayed before finally opening the door. As the door swung open, Yang Mi was utterly taken aback, her strength dissipating as she nearly faltered, only to be steadied by Qin Tian, gazing at her delicate visage up close. One could hardly believe she had not eaten for days. Despite her pallid complexion, she remained strikingly beautiful. Qin Tian procured food and water for her. Initially, she felt a touch of embarrassment, but upon inhaling the enticing aroma of the sustenance, she couldn't resist devouring it voraciously. To Qin Tian's eyes, the sight of her indulging in the meal was still captivating. Once she had satisfied her hunger and thirst, her complexion gradually improved. Truly, she was one of the 4 dazzling flowers of the entertainment industry, radiating brilliance in stark contrast to lesser-known artists like Wang Xiaorong. Having filled her belly, it was time to fulfill a promise. Qin Tian approached her, commanding, "Raise your hands." He began to search her, for in this apocalyptic world, vigilance was paramount. He commenced his examination from her hair and proceeded down her body. "Open your mouth," Qin Tian instructed with a stoic expression. Reluctantly, Yang Mi complied, allowing him to inspect for concealed blades or other weapons. "Is it really necessary to search everywhere?" Yang Mi finally protested, her regal demeanor resurfacing. In her past, she had never endured such humiliation. Qin Tian was merely a minor actor, one who had never even garnered the opportunity to play a supporting role beside her. Yet now, she felt as though she had become a mere plaything before him. You possess quite the stubborn spirit. I admire that," Qin Tian remarked with an amused glint in his eyes, continuing his search unabated. Yang Mi contemplated resistance, but was met with Qin Tian's formidable energy, rendering her utterly powerless to oppose him. As per protocol, I must conduct a thorough examination first. However, I do not appreciate your lethargic demeanor. Ensuring your sustenance is merely to facilitate the fulfillment of our mutual agreement. After your examination, you may take a refreshing shower. There is hot water available in the bathroom. Once Yang Mi has finished her bath, Qin Tian insists she dons the evening gown she wore on the night of the award ceremony. Subsequently, she obediently strides into the bedroom. Chapter 4. Completing System Tasks, Achieving Greatness. As a woman who has navigated the treacherous waters of the entertainment industry for decades, what spectacle has Yang Mi not witnessed? Yet she remains untainted by the muck, earning Qin Tian's admiration. In the dimly lit bedroom, the goddess clad in her evening gown is simply exquisite beyond compare. However, her unyielding and tenacious spirit nearly led to his downfall. Once all is said and done, Yang Mi accepts the milk Qin Tian offers her, drinking heartily. With the decision irrevocably made, she has no choice but to acquiesce. Ding! Yang Mi has consumed a bottle of milk, returning 200 bottles of milk. This time the multiplier has increased by 100, and will continue to rise subsequently. Who would have thought this multiplier could stack? Qin Tian gazes at the shelves in his spatial realm brimming with milk, feeling a surge of satisfaction. To further test, he hands her a banana, saying, "Eat this." At that moment, Yang Mi, having regained her composure, looks at him with reddened eyes, snatches the banana from his hand, and takes a fierce bite. Ding! Yang Mi has consumed a banana, returning 200 bananas, now stored in your spatial realm. Now, eat this piece of chocolate as well. A piece of Dove chocolate once again appeared in Qin Tian's hand. Yang Mi swiftly snatched it away and consumed it. Ding! Yang Mi has eaten a piece of Dove chocolate, returning 200 pieces of chocolate. She exclaimed, "And this apple, I want to eat it too," Qin Tian declared excitedly. Producing another apple, Yang Mi rolled her eyes and, in her sweet, childlike voice, protested, "I don't want it. Do you think I'm a pig? No. You must replenish your energy." Qin Tian replied calmly, "Absolutely not." The astute Yang Mi immediately grasped the situation and gasped in surprise. However, she soon found herself suspended in midair, gazing at Qin Tian's handsome face. She ceased her resistance. This night was destined to be extraordinary. Ultimately, Yang Mi claimed the proud crown of the queen. "Qin Tian, are you a cow?" She chided, her almond-shaped eyes wide with mock indignation. Simultaneously, a mechanical prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward: a small supermarket and 100 pieces of teleportation fruit. Wow, this reward is truly remarkable. In Qin Tian's personal space, a small supermarket, reminiscent of those commonly found in a small county, materialized instantly. This two-story establishment was brightly lit. Upon entering, the first floor was stocked with various beverages, rice, and other daily necessities. The upper level boasted a variety of snacks, fruits, and vegetables, along with a fresh produce section featuring live fish, pork, chicken, and lamb. Due to the stasis within his space, the items would never spoil. Furthermore, he discovered that consuming a piece of teleportation fruit would grant him the ability to appear at a designated location. This object is remarkable, akin to a portal. Qin Tian marveled inwardly. He then wrapped his arm around Yang Mishue's snow-white shoulder, and suddenly 2 white power fruits appeared in his palm. "Consume this," he said with calm assurance. "What is this?" Yang Mi inquired, gazing at him with curiosity. "These are power fruits that enhance physical strength." As he spoke, he consumed 1 fruit himself, then offered the remaining 1 to Yang Mi. She felt a refreshing surge, her previously languid limbs now brimming with vitality. "How extraordinary! Such wonderful things truly exist in this world," Yang Mi exclaimed with delight. Ding! Yang Mi has consumed a power fruit, returning 200 power fruits. This is incredible. One can infinitely accumulate resources. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaorong, realizing she had been deceived, found her new boyfriend, Cheng Hu, unable to contain his frustration. He bellowed, "Did you not say that fellow would shamelessly deliver resources to you? I had no idea. He has never stood me up before. No matter my requests, he always endeavored to fulfill them," she awkwardly explained. Cheng Hu's expression darkened. "It seems you still harbor feelings for him. No wonder you have yet to fully commit to me." "Brother Hu, you misunderstand. I no longer hold any feelings for him. I promised that on the day I stand upon the winner's podium, I would wholly belong to you," Wang Xiaorong clarified, firmly asserting her stance. Her hesitation in yielding to him stemmed from a fear that he might play with her affections and fail to uphold his promises. She intended to leverage his connections to secure the newcomer award. As long as the accolade was not truly in her possession, she would withhold her support from him. Cheng Hu, feeling a surge of indignation, remarked, "Very well, you should go find him now and demand his provisions." "All right, I shall go at once." Wang Xiaoyong acquiesced. However, just as she turned to open the door, Cheng Hu called out to her, "Wait, I shall accompany you." With that, he grabbed a fruit knife and followed her out. His desires extended beyond mere sustenance. He yearned to seize Qin Tian's residence as well. Before long, the two arrived at the threshold of Qin Tian's chamber. At that moment, Qin Tian and Yang Mi had just awakened from their afternoon slumber. Upon hearing the incessant ringing of the doorbell, Qin Tian approached the door and peered through the peephole, only to discover it was the woman, Wang Xiaoyong. "Qin Tian, could you please open the door? I am here to collect the food," Wang Xiaoyong implored, continuing. "I am aware you cannot ignore me. Regarding the matter of my brother's bride price, I acknowledge my mistake and am here to express my remorse. Surely, you would not wish to witness my demise from hunger?" Her tone was soft and persuasive, imbued with a hint of sophistication. Qin Tian immediately summoned his awareness and soon detected Cheng Hu lurking around the corner with a knife in hand. However, there was no need for alarm. He merely felt it was time to teach these two curs a lesson. Qin Tian recognized Cheng Hu from a previous film in which they had crossed paths. He was the formidable antagonist and the action director of that production. In the past, he might have doubted his ability to contend with him, but now he regarded him with indifference. Qin Tian opened the door, yet refrained from allowing them entry immediately. "Please, let me in quickly," Wang Xiaorong implored, her face etched with urgency. At that moment, she longed for the food within the house, her anticipation palpable. Behind her, Cheng Hu could no longer restrain himself. He feared that Qin Tian might seize Wang Xiaorong and shut the door, leaving him in a perilous predicament. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flashed as he charged forth. Yet, just as he was about to strike Qin Tian, the latter's figure vanished before his eyes. A gust of wind rushed past him, and he was hurled backward by an immense force. Upon crashing into the wall opposite, he felt his body weaken and begin to collapse. Cheng Hu was rendered utterly defeated, as Qin Tian grasped his throat and lifted him effortlessly into the air. Wang Xiaorong, witnessing this scene, could scarcely believe her eyes. The frail-looking Qin Tian appeared astonishingly powerful, while the usually vigorous Cheng Hu, who boasted of his prowess, proved utterly ineffectual. Unbeknownst to her, Cheng Hu's meager skills were insignificant in the face of Qin Tian's overwhelming strength. "Spare me. Please don't kill me," Cheng Hu pleaded, his body devoid of strength. Enveloped in sheer terror, "Qin Tian, I beg you, let him go." Wang Xiaorong, now pale with fright, trembled as she implored him. "Get lost," Qin Tian retorted, forcefully kicking her through the door. "He didn't consider sparing me when he brandished that knife." Qin Tian spat furiously. Wang Xiaorong lay on the ground in anguish, too pained to utter another word, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Chapter 5. The Punishment of Wang Xiaorong, the Green Tea. Upon witnessing the terror in Wang Xiaorong's eyes, an inexplicable joy welled up within Qin Tian. Meanwhile, the commotion roused Yang Mi from her slumber in the bedroom. As she emerged, rubbing her drowsy head, she beheld Qin Tian effortlessly lifting the robust Cheng Hu as if he were a mere chick. Cheng Hu's face was smeared with blood, his clothes tattered beyond recognition, rendering him almost unrecognizable. Yang Mi stood in astonishment, unable to close her mouth for what felt like an eternity. She felt a surge of relief for having complied with Qin Tian's demands during their earlier transaction, trying every pose he suggested. This man had intended to conspire with that woman to ambush me. Fortunate was I for my cunning, or else our home would have been plundered, Qin Tian stated calmly. Upon hearing his words, an unnamed fury ignited within Yang Mi. In this apocalyptic world, food was more precious than one's very life. How could this woman be so wicked? In a fit of rage, she mounted the sobbing Wang Xiaorong, yanking her hair and striking her across the face. The thought of them successfully robbing her home filled her with dread, as she could hardly bear to imagine enduring hunger once more. The struggle at the brink of life and death was an experience she wished to evade forever. Qin Tian had already brought the battered Cheng Hu to the window. "No, please, spare me," Cheng Hu begged in fear. However, Qin Tian paid no heed to his pleas for mercy. He swiftly bound the man's feet with a rope and, opening the window, suspended him outside. Before long, a massive gecko approached, extending its long tongue to lick the man's face. Surprisingly, the gecko did not seem eager to devour him. Instead, its tongue, adorned with tiny barbs, stripped away layers of skin with each lick. Outside, piercing screams echoed. Hearing her boyfriend Cheng Hu's agonizing cries, Wang Xiaorong felt faint with fear. In that moment, her pride had vanished. All she desired was to implore Qin Tian for a chance at survival. Qin Tian, I beg you, spare me. I am willing to do anything. She fell to her knees, disheveled, bowing her head before him. Very well, then you shall be my servant. Qin Tian remarked with a mischievous glint in his eye. A servant? She was momentarily taken aback. What? Are you unwilling? No, I am willing. As long as you provide me with some food, I would labor like a beast. Wang Xiaorong hastily crawled to his feet, pleading for mercy. Then from this day forth, you shall be responsible for washing clothes, cooking, and cleaning. Following this, Qin Tian instructed Yang Mi, Mimi, please search her, and then take her to bathe. His decision to keep her around stemmed from her utility, beyond her domestic duties. He intended to continue extracting resources from her. Of course, he would treat her harshly as he saw fit. He held no interest in her body and merely intended to use her as a tool. After the harrowing experience she had just endured, Wang Xiaorong had come to terms with the grim reality. After she finished her bath, Qin Tian took out a pack of Oreo cookies and a bottle of mineral water. Thank you, Tian. Wang Xiaorong quickly moved to receive them. However, Qin Tian withdrew his hand, coldly responding, from now on, do not call me Tian. Upon hearing his words, Wang Xiaorong felt a moment of daze, a hint of reluctance swelling within her heart. Why? Haven't I always called you that before? She questioned, her voice laced with defiance. It seems you no longer wish to eat. Qin Tian retorted, abruptly turning and tossing the cookies out of the window, where the anguished cries of a tiger echoed outside. No, I was wrong. She lamented, her gaze fixated on the discarded food. As punishment, you shall have nothing to eat today. From now on, you will follow orders. Speak out of turn, and I shall ensure you remain hungry. Qin Tian declared coldly. In response, she hastily nodded in submission, I understand. From now on, you are my master. Could you spare me a bit more to eat, master? She pleaded, crawling to Qin Tian's feet, her expression desperate. That depends on your performance. Qin Tian replied icily. I will clean up right away, she exclaimed, rushing into Qin Tian's room to begin tidying up. At that moment, she was so hungry that her stomach pressed against her back, yet she persisted on her knees, gathering the scattered clothes. As she cleaned, Qin Tian lounged on the sofa, engrossed in a video game. Taking advantage of the remaining electricity, he aimed to play a few more rounds. Suddenly, a cacophony of flapping wings echoed from outside, akin to the sound of a helicopter. It was the mutated bird that had discovered the tiger hanging outside. At this moment, he was already on the brink of death when the monstrous bird suddenly swooped down before him. The immense strength of the creature severed the ropes binding him, its colossal claws resembling a shovel as they seized him. A final, anguished cry escaped Qing Hu's lips before he met his demise. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Wang Xiaorong trembled in fear. She was well acquainted with this room, having lived here with Qin Tian for 2 years. Back then, she had little regard for cleanliness, relying on her beauty while Qin Tian and their other roommates took on the chores. Now, on her hands and knees, she desperately scrubbed every inch of the floor, wishing to cleanse every corner. Tears welled in her eyes as she lamented her past decision to forsake her bond with Qin Tian for material gain. Had she remained, she would still be the mistress of this abode. Exhausted after she had finally tidied up every spot, she collapsed onto the floor. Indeed, it is quite clean, Qin Tian remarked, conjuring up a bag of bread and an apple, tossing them to her. Wang Xiaorong excitedly scrambled to her feet to receive the bread, exclaiming, Thank you, master. As she devoured the bread and quenched her thirst with water, an electronic mechanical voice resonated in Qin Tian's mind. Ding! Wang Xiaorong consumed a whole wheat bread, returning 100 whole wheat breads. Ding! Wang Xiaorong took a sip of water, returning 100 bottles of Spring of Life mineral water. Qin Tian was astonished. It turned out that one need not consume everything entirely, as merely taking a sip could instantly trigger the return of a whole bottle. This was rather delightful. After she finished her meal, it was already time for dinner, prompting Qin Tian to command her to prepare the food. All right, I shall do so immediately. Wang Xiaorong, not daring to delay, seized the opportunity to gather her energy and went to the refrigerator in search of ingredients. Just as she entered the kitchen with the ingredients in hand, Qin Tian appeared behind her. Wait, I suddenly crave for sauerkraut fish. As he spoke, A lively black fish and a packet of sauerkraut fish seasoning materialized in his hands as if by magic. Wang Xiaorong was utterly astonished by his seemingly magical performance. In truth, Qin Tian had retrieved these items from the supermarket within his spatial realm. As Qin Tian grew increasingly enigmatic in Wang Xiaorong's eyes, any lingering dissatisfaction she had previously harbored dissipated like mist. Meanwhile, Yang Mi, still uneasy, made her way to the kitchen to keep a watchful eye on her. Soon, she had prepared a delectable array of dishes, including sauerkraut fish, stir-fried pork slices, hot and sour cabbage, sauteed green pepper and potato strips, and braised tofu. Just as she was about to set the table, Qin Tian yanked her down and coldly declared, "You are unworthy to dine with us, for you are but a slave." He then tossed her 2 steamed buns, and she hurried to the balcony to eat them. Ding! Wang Xiaorong consumed 2 steamed buns, returning 200 steamed buns. In Qin Tian's eyes, there was no immediate need to dispose of a woman who still held some value. Chapter 6. Aunt Chin's Calculation. Qin Tian's majestic retort as Yang Mi and Qin Tian savored a sumptuous feast laid before them. Their gazes drifted toward the figure on the balcony, diligently gnawing on a steamed bun. A wave of relief washed over them, reflecting on her earlier arrogance towards him that night at the sheep viewing event. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of apprehension. "Why aren't you eating? Is the food unappetizing?" Qin Tian inquired, noticing her momentary daze. "Oh, no. The dishes are quite delightful," Yang Mi quickly praised, fearing that Qin Tian might retaliate against Wang Xiaorong out of displeasure. With that, she took a piece of meat and popped it into her mouth, followed by a delectable morsel of pickled fish. In the past, she had abstained from meat in her quest for weight loss, subsisting solely on fruits and vegetables. However, now she prioritized satisfying her hunger above all else. Ding! Yang Mi sampled the stir-fried meat slices, receiving a return of 200 plates of stir-fried meat slices. Ding! Yang Mi tasted the pickled fish, receiving a return of 200 bowls of pickled fish. Ding! Yang Mi savored the shredded potatoes with green peppers, receiving a return of 200 plates of shredded potatoes with green peppers. Yang Mi consumed a bowl of rice, receiving a return of 200 bowls of rice. To her astonishment, each bite yielded an entire platter in return. Concurrently, Qin Tian's space brimmed with hundreds of steaming dishes and bowls of rice. Time stood still within that realm, preserving the food's pristine condition, ready to be enjoyed hot. Qin Tian, accustomed to indulging in his meal while perusing videos on his phone, opened the device to find an influx of notifications. Among them were safety alerts from government agencies and power-saving reminders from the electricity department. It seemed that, in this apocalyptic world, the stability of electricity would not endure much longer. Fortunately, the convenience store within his vicinity is stocked with an abundance of candles, which should suffice for a prolonged evening without electricity. At this moment, the WeChat group of the Lijiang International Community is inundated with requests for food supplies. The first message that catches the eye is from Hua Chenyu, flooding the chat with urgency. "Hasn't the government promised to provide assistance? Why hasn't anyone arrived yet? I can hardly hold on any longer." Lin Xiao interjects, "Stop bombarding the group with messages all day. Instead, let's think of ways to venture out and procure food." A member named Xiaomei suggests, "Shall we organize ourselves to send someone out to search for food? There is a supermarket right behind our community." General Manager Li from Xinguang concurs, "I am in favor. We can share the provisions when we find them." Manager Xiao Kai from Datong Property adds, "That sounds good. Just remember to bring some food to the property office when you find it, as we are running low here too." Long Zong retorts, "What else can your property management do besides eating? Shouldn't you be the ones organizing this?" Chen from Xinguang chimes in, "Indeed. We've paid so much in property fees. What purpose does it serve?" Tang Tang states, "I believe the property management should take the lead in this search for supplies." Angel Babying adds, "I find this proposition viable. Property management, please respond." And the conversation continues. In room 3005 of Building 1, Tang Yin lay on the living room sofa, fixated on her phone screen as she scrolled through messages. Upon reading the proposals from her group, the flicker of hope reignited her previously disheartened spirit. "Oh, could it be that I might also receive a share of supplies like everyone else?" she exclaimed, raising her arm in enthusiasm. Grabbing the last apple from the refrigerator, she took a bite to replenish her energy. In that moment, she thought of her dear friend Yang Mi and promptly sent her a message to check in. However, her message went unanswered, as did the communications from the property management group. In room 2905 of Building 1, Community Committee member Granny Chun had just lulled her grandson to sleep. Now, holding her phone, She was engrossed in the discussions from earlier. The more she read, the brighter her eyes sparkled. What a splendid idea! If we could organize a supply search team for our building and then distribute the resources evenly. My grandson and I might just have a chance. With this thought, excitement surged within her. In apartment 2906, Aunt Chun from the community committee chimed in. This is Aunt Chun from the community committee. I just received a call from above instructing us to organize ourselves for self-rescue and to form a supply search team. She continued, we must heed the government's directives and ensure we do not add to their burdens. Her rallying cry was met with an enthusiastic response from many. Everyone agreed that a supply search team should have been established long ago, expressing their frustration with the ineffectiveness of the property management. Witnessing this lively exchange, Granny Chun could hardly contain her joy, her laughter bending her over in delight. She directly voiced her hope. I wish the male owners in our building would eagerly sign up. The moment her words escaped, silence enveloped the group once more. Aunt Chun furrowed her brow, adopting an authoritative tone as she continued. If no one speaks up, I shall commence calling names. With that, she began tagging the previously vocal A Chong and Xiao Li, saying, you two young men should set an example. As a member of the neighborhood committee, she often visited the owners for registrations and was well aware that both were young tenants. Subsequently, she specifically tagged the submerged Qin Tian, declaring, and you. I've seen your moments on social media and know you are home. The three of you should team up and gather supplies from the supermarket in the community. Her tone remained unassailable. Upon realizing that the old woman had tagged him, a smirk of disdain crept onto Qin Tian's lips. He recognized that Aunt Chun was deliberately targeting him, as her grandson had previously stolen his takeaway. When he confronted her with the property management, she stubbornly denied it. Even after he reported to the police and presented the surveillance footage, she continued to argue, claiming her grandson was merely a child who understood nothing. This left him utterly speechless, yet ultimately, her son compensated him. Following that incident, he had undoubtedly offended her. He refused to indulge her further and retorted, if this is truly for everyone's benefit, then you members of the neighborhood committee should set an example first. Moreover, if I recall correctly, the individuals you have gathered are all tenants from this place, are they not? Whenever there are favorable circumstances, you neglect us, the tenants. Yet when it comes to arduous tasks, you readily assign them to us. Upon sending out Qin Tian's voice message, the tenants were instantly incensed. They felt that Qin Tian's words resonated profoundly with their sentiments. Consequently, they began to express their support through messages. So it was indeed directed towards us tenants. That was excellently articulated. I support the search for supplies, yet I do not condone any form of discrimination. Support one, support one. Aunt Chun was taken aback by how incisively Qin Tian had exposed her malicious intent. In a fit of anger, she retorted, do not spread alarmist rhetoric here. I chose randomly. Moreover, the youth are quick-witted and strong. Most of us homeowners are out working and not present. Surely, you wouldn't expect us, the vulnerable, to venture out in search of supplies. After speaking, she believed her justification to be flawless. However, Qin Tian's subsequent remarks shattered her defenses completely. Then why not let the homeowners who were just in the group go instead? Seeing that they are wealthy heirs and influential figures, you dare not approach them? So you choose to bully us instead? Qin Tian's words seemed to pierce directly at her, akin to an accusation. Indeed, Aunt Chun was known to be someone who preyed on the weak while fearing the strong. Her son was the owner of an e-commerce company, and she had been brought from the countryside to look after her grandchildren, relying on connections to secure a position in the community committee. As a result, she took trivial matters as significant, often meddling in affairs that did not concern her. Now, Qin Tian's words left her speechless, infuriating her to the point of rage. After regaining her composure, she unleashed her fury through a voice message, claiming, you are slandering me, a public servant of the neighborhood committee. I merely proposed this suggestion based on directives from above. By heaven's conscience, I am not targeting anyone. I have always been fair. Individuals like you are undermining our spirit of unity, and I shall report this to the organization. Just wait for this crisis to resolve before you are apprehended. Madam Chen's series of voice messages exuded an imposing air, likely intimidating the faint-hearted. However, today she encountered Qin Tian, who dismissed her entirely. In this apocalyptic setting, it was absurd for this elderly woman to attempt to use official authority against him, a notion that would surely amuse Qin Tian. Chapter 7. Qin Tian's bragging. Lin Xiao's shock. In response to Madam Chen's evasive arguments, Qin Tian retorted sharply, is that so? You claim to be fair. Yet why do you not confront Lin Xiao and Guo Jianglong instead? This statement effectively cornered Madame Chun. She loathed him to the core, indeed preferring to bully the weak rather than confront the strong. Yet, at this juncture, she found herself in a predicament and had no choice but to tag Lin Xiao and Guo Jianglong. Annie Chen from the neighborhood committee messaged, in times of crisis, "We should unite and work together. I appreciate your efforts, and I encourage you both to join them. After all, strength lies in numbers, and it is wise to have support." She concluded with a note of respect by adding the word efforts. However, her goodwill did not garner their approval, as Guo Jianglong swiftly retaliated. "Old fool, stop your incessant chatter. Can't you see the dense fog outside? Who knows what lurks within? If you seek death, go ahead. If you dare to mention my name again, be wary, for I shall unleash someone to tear your mouth apart." Aunt Chun, filled with trepidation after hearing his voice message, promptly fell silent. Meanwhile, the wealthy scion, Lin Xiao, responded with a flurry of question marks, punctuated by a bloodied knife emoji, implying she should grasp the gravity of the situation herself. Aunt Chun had indeed encountered a formidable obstacle. After a while, her obstinacy resurfaced. She once again tagged Qin Tian and the other two, proclaiming, "Today, let it be just the three of you. Once supplies are secured, I am certain the others will be eager to join." However, her words fell on deaf ears, akin to utter nonsense, as no one was inclined to heed her anymore. "This is infuriating, all thanks to that accursed Qin Tian." She seethed with rage, contemplating confronting Qin Tian, only to realize he had not accepted her friend request. "Fine. You wretched scoundrel. From now on, you shall reap none of the community's benefits." No, this was a breach of public order. "The local police chief had a good rapport with my son. I shall report him and have the police apprehend him." With this resolve, she dialed 110, but the line remained busy. Ultimately, she could only envision that when the fog dissipated, she would have the police detain Qin Tian for a chat. At that moment, images flooded her mind of herself accompanied by several officers, arriving to arrest Qin Tian, who would plead for mercy. The mere thought of it brought an involuntary smile to her lips. At that moment, Qin Tian shared a photograph in the community group. Others initially assumed it was a threat to Aunt Chun, only to discover that the image was accompanied by a message. "Ah, how delightful. After dinner, I had Jean Ying help me with a shoulder massage." The photo depicted a table laden with delicacies, with the stunning beauty, Yang Mi, behind him, attending to his needs. The group erupted in astonishment. What does this imply? With such a bounty of food, why not share it with everyone? Goodness, he is indulging in such an extravagant dinner. Isn't that woman Yang Mi? How could she possibly be in his home? What on earth is happening, especially with her giving him a massage? Bro, could we have a word? I would gladly trade my sports car for your bowl of sauerkraut fish. Handsome, may I visit your home? I wish to serve you for a lifetime. Qin Tian observed the screen filled with envy and veiled threats directed at him, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. He then noticed a surge of friend requests on his WeChat from notable individuals, including Lin Xiao and Guo Jianglong. A playful smile graced Qin Tian's lips as he casually accepted the requests. Soon after, he received 2 voice messages from Guo Jianglong. The first, "Bro, I've got a jar of 1980 Mount I here. Which floor are you on? I'm coming over to join you." After a brief silence from Qin Tian, the second message followed. "Kid, I know which floor you're on. If you're wise, you'll obediently send some food over to me." Qin Tian was aware that this individual, known as Overpass Dragon, was somewhat of a figure in the entertainment industry. He had previously been the lead singer of a band and had released a widely acclaimed song titled Good Brothers. Qin Tian had listened to this song in his childhood, which truly resonated with the sentiment of brotherhood. Following that, he had made a name for himself on the streets, establishing his own entertainment company and venturing into real estate. Last year, Qin Tian had encountered him on the set of a television drama, where he arrogantly whisked away a female actress from the crew. However, Qin Tian was unperturbed and retorted, "What do you think you are? Just a societal misfit, aren't you? Who are you trying to intimidate? I've seen plenty of worthless individuals like you, all bark and no bite. If you have the guts, come and face me one-on-one." After delivering this scathing remark, Qin Tian promptly deleted him from his contacts. This was merely for a bit of amusement after dinner, and he had not noted the floor number. Even if someone were to discover his precise location, he felt no trepidation given his current capabilities. When Lin Xiao saw the photo Qin Tian had posted, he immediately felt that the woman in his arms had lost her allure. It was known that she was one of the 4 golden flowers of the entertainment circle. He had once pursued Yang Mi, but she had never shown any interest in him. The fact that his goddess was obediently massaging someone else was unfathomable. Was this really the same Yang Mi he had seen confidently commanding the stage like a queen that night? Impossible. I must be delirious from hunger, he murmured to himself. Thus, he added Qin Tian on WeChat, eager to verify the truth. Bro, I want to know, is my goddess really at your place? After reading his message, a sly smile crept onto Qin Tian's lips. He directly commanded Yang Mi before him, come into my arms. Yang Mi immediately complied, curling up against him like a docile kitten. In that moment, Qin Tian triumphantly pressed the shutter. To his astonishment, he realized there was someone even more adept at charming women than himself. As he beheld Yang Mi's flushed cheeks and her dazed gaze nestled in Qin Tian's embrace, Lin Xiao was once again taken aback. He never expected that the queen in his heart had become someone else's plaything. Chapter 8. The Mutated Big Cat. The next target, Tang Yen. While Lin Xiao envied Qin Tian, he was also astounded by the delicious spread on his table. In recent days, he had barely scraped by, relying on a few greedy neighbors who sold him meager meals. However, the simple bread and instant noodles he had been consuming paled in comparison to Qin Tian's feast. Those ordinary home-cooked dishes, which usually failed to catch Lin Xiao's eye, now appeared to him as exquisite delicacies. Thus, he hurriedly sent another message, offering to trade one of his luxury cars for a bowl of sauerkraut fish. To his dismay, he discovered that he had been blocked by Qin Tian. Enraged upon realizing he had been tricked, he fumed in frustration. Meanwhile, Qin Tian lay back on Yang Mi's snow-white legs, requesting her to continue his massage. Wang Xiaorong promptly emerged to tidy up the surroundings. Qin Tian retrieved the fruit of strength and the fruit of divine consciousness from his space as snacks. He continued to scroll through the quick search and Douyin videos on his phone, eager to explore how the outside world had transformed. Unsurprisingly, he primarily watched adventure videos, which showcased an increasing array of bizarre creatures. Suddenly, he spotted a corpse in one of the videos that seemed to twitch. Hiss, did I just imagine that? Subsequently, he did not encounter any other videos featuring moving corpses, leading him to conclude that perhaps he had merely imagined it. Unbeknownst to him, he had consumed nearly 100 strength fruits and 50 consciousness fruits. At that moment, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Would the host like to open the attributes panel? Qin Tian turned over and responded mentally, let it be opened. Soon, a transparent interface materialized before his eyes. Host, Qin Tian, strength level. For stars, value, 60, normal person. 10, consciousness level. 3 stars, capable of perceiving objects within a radius of 15 meters. To his astonishment, both his strength and consciousness levels had risen. Qin Tian felt an overwhelming surge of vitality. At this moment, his strength was 6 times that of an ordinary person. What terrifying power that was. He then attempted to concentrate his thoughts, and swiftly, his consciousness transformed into an invisible eye, allowing him to traverse through each floor of the building. Given that each floor averaged 3 meters in height, he could explore the distance of a total of 5 floors above and below him. Even more astonishingly, his consciousness could now discern the specific outlines of objects. It could even differentiate the thermal imaging of living beings. As he peered into the surroundings, he caught sight of Aunt Chen's room directly beneath him. He could see 2 bodies, one large and one small, curled up together on a bed. This was likely the grandmother and her grandchild. Qin Tian surmised that they must be out of food. At that moment, they huddled together, trembling with cold. Suddenly, a chilling scream echoed from downstairs, causing Yang Mi to tremble in fear. Qin Tian's consciousness immediately followed the sound, revealing a dramatic scene unfolding in the corridor of the 27th floor. A creature, resembling a gigantic cat, was dragging a woman across the ground in its jaws. It seemed that even the hallway had become an unsafe haven, and one could only lament the old woman's decision to send someone out for supplies. It seemed that any venture outside would likely end in calamity. However, with Qin Tian's current strength and agile reflexes, even such a genetically mutated monster would struggle to withstand a few blows from him. Moreover, with the abundance of resources he possessed, there was no pressing need to venture outdoors. His only potential interest now lay in the female celebrities residing in the community. At that moment, a familiar voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! System task activated. Cohabit with Tang Yen. Reward: 2 golden eagles, 1,000 rounds of ammunition. Innate immunity to all toxins. Name: Tang Yen. Age: 27. Attractiveness: 95. Chastity: 100 untouched. Overall score: 95. Requirement for triggering a 100-fold return met. Oh, such rewards are indeed tempting. Although Qin Tian possessed the powers of the fruit of strength and the fruit of consciousness, one must ask, which man would refuse the allure of golden eagles? Furthermore, the innate immunity to all toxins would be tantamount to possessing a life-saving talisman. Qin Tian was thoroughly satisfied with the task assigned by the system. Tang Yin is indeed one of the 4 exquisite blossoms. He vividly recalls that enchanting moment when he first beheld her in the backstage that fateful night. Adorned in a Tiffany blue gown, her perfect 9-head proportions, coupled with her delicate features, radiated an ethereal beauty that was utterly captivating. At that moment, Yang Mi's phone, charging on the table, suddenly chimed. Go answer it. Qin Tian observed Yang Mi's beseeching gaze directed away from him, prompting him to nod in acquiescence. Upon answering the call, Yang Mi realized it was her dear friend Tang Yin on the line. Tang, are you all right? She inquired anxiously, noting the faintness of the voice on the other end. Meanwhile, Qin Tian lounged comfortably on the sofa, resting his feet on the back of Wang Xiaorong, who was kneeling and scrubbing the floor. Upon surmising that it was Tang Yin calling, he inwardly mused about the serendipity of his situation. He then feigned nonchalance and asked, Is it your friend? Yang Mi could only nod and reply, Yes, it's my good friend Tang Yin. What did she say? Qin inquired further. She mentioned she wants to come over as well, Yang Mi replied cautiously. After hearing her words, Qin Tian did not respond immediately, but continued to savor the grapes that Wang Xiaorong had offered him. Noticing his silence, Yang Mi grew anxious and quickly added, If you don't like it, I can decline her invitation. It turned out that Tang Yin had also seen the photo of Qin Tian in the group chat. And upon realizing it was Yang Mi, she was taken aback, viewing her dear friend as a lifeline. Just as Yang Mi felt a mix of embarrassment and fear. A faint smile graced Qin Tian's lips as he said, Let her come, but you must inform her of the rules and conditions here. Yang Mi's cheeks flushed as she instantly comprehended Qin Tian's implication, and she obediently nodded. Subsequently, she conveyed the specific details to Tang Yin over the phone. Upon learning of Qin Tian's conditions, Tang Yin, who was already drained of energy from hunger, widened her eyes in astonishment. Yet, as she contemplated her current predicament alongside the sumptuous feast awaiting at Qin Tian's home, she hesitated only for a moment before consenting. Even if she were to embody a foolish innocence, she understood that in this apocalyptic world, satiating one's hunger would always take precedence over dignity. Yang Mi relayed Tang Yan's response to Qin Tian, who calmly nodded and declared, Then let her come. However, recalling the perilous giant cat lurking outside, he waved his hand and added, Never mind, it's too dangerous out there. I shall go find her myself. Are you truly going to pick her up? Yang Mi was taken aback by Qin Tian's sudden decision to personally retrieve her friend, especially after witnessing his earlier brutality. Seeing the earnest expression on Qin Tian's face left her no choice but to inform Tang Yin to wait for him at her home. Qin Tian then added Tang Yin on WeChat. Suddenly, a mischievous grin appeared as he turned to Yang Mi and Wang Xiaorong, saying, I must impose upon you too. With that, he locked each of them in separate rooms. In this desolate world, he trusted no one but himself. Chapter 9. Defeating the Great Cat and rescuing Tang Yin. 3 days have elapsed since the onset of the apocalypse, during which Qin Tian has remained within the confines of his home, venturing outside not once. While others endure the pangs of hunger and the throes of fear, Qin Tian enjoys a life of comfort, replete with sustenance and the attentive service of a goddess. His days are remarkably carefree. This outing is motivated by the completion of a system task. After all, seizing the affections of a beauty while reaping rewards is undeniably a delightful prospect. Tang Yin resides on the 28th floor, just 2 stories below him. As Qin Tian traverses the dimly lit corridor, he observes a flickering yellow light at the end, casting an eerie ambience. Under ordinary circumstances, the residents would have lodged complaints by now. However, Qin Tian remains unfazed, approaching the elevator door, poised to press the button when a woman's piercing scream echoes from below. A sense of foreboding washes over him, prompting the immediate activation of his spiritual awareness. In an instant, he perceives through his heightened senses that at the corner of the 28th floor lies the mutated Great Cat, poised in confrontation with a woman who has just stepped outside. Alas, were you not instructed to remain indoors? A brief moment of surprise flits across Qin Tian's features before he swiftly consumes a teleportation fruit. In the blink of an eye, he vanishes from the elevator entrance. It turns out that Tang Yin, who has been anxiously awaiting Qin Tian, is growing increasingly impatient. Her yearning for food is insatiable. and she is unwilling to linger in this cold, empty abode for even a moment longer. The moment she steps out, she hears the unmistakable purring of a cat resonating from around the staircase corner. As she pondered the origins of the feline before her, her gaze was drawn to a blue cat whose size resembled that of a leopard. The fur of this creature was matted, evidently stained by some unknown substance. Even more alarming was the large swelling atop its head, with a gaping wound on its cheek oozing green pus. Upon witnessing this grotesque sight, Tang Yan's complexion turned pale with fear. As the beast slowly advanced towards her, she instinctively shrieked, "You monster, do not come any closer." Strangely, upon uttering those words, the monstrous cat indeed halted in its tracks. It fixated on Tang Yan with blood-red eyes, its mouth dripping with viscous saliva. Could it be that it intends to devour me? Help! Someone, please save me. At that moment, Tang Yan was paralyzed by terror, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, the monstrous cat arched its back, emitting a low growl. It was evident that the creature was preparing to attack her. Faced with such a colossal beast, escape seemed utterly hopeless. Resigned, she closed her eyes, bracing herself for the inevitable assault. Yet, to her astonishment, the creature did not pounce upon her. Instead, something intervened, shielding her from its onslaught. With a resounding thud, a cry of anguish echoed through the air. When she opened her eyes, a towering figure stood before her, while the mutated cat lay on the ground, howling in pain. To her shock, she noticed that one side of its head had caved in, rendering its appearance even more repulsive. Suddenly, the mutated giant cat flipped over and lunged towards Qin Tian. To an average person, its speed would seem astonishingly swift. However, to Qin Tian, it appeared rather mundane. With his heightened perception and reflexes, he effortlessly evaded the attack and retaliated with a punch that possessed several times the strength of an ordinary individual, sending the creature sprawling far away. The mutated feline, at last, seemed intimidated by Qin Tian's prowess. As he raised his fist again to advance, it emitted 2 low growls before turning tail and fleeing. Qin Tian, however, had no intention of pursuing it further. His sole mission was to escort the woman before him to safety. He then embraced the pale-faced Tang Yan and took the elevator back to the 30th floor. Upon returning to his home, Tang Yan nestled against Qin Tian like a frightened kitten. "You are safe now," Qin Tian reassured her calmly. At that moment, she regained her composure, feeling a subtle masculine fragrance enveloping her. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she quickly detached herself from his embrace. "Thank you for saving me," Tang Yan said, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the tall and handsome Qin Tian, expressing her gratitude profusely. "You need not thank me, simply remember our agreement." Qin Tian replied with poise. Before him stood Tang Yan, her features radiant, her height exceeding 1.7 meters, complemented by her fair skin, making her exceptionally alluring. Dressed in a casual yoga outfit, she accentuated her striking figure even more. Qin Tian couldn't help but steal a few glances, the term goddess flashing through his mind. Meanwhile, trapped in the room, Yang Mi paced anxiously, fretting over whether Qin Tian might have encountered some trouble and would not return. However, upon further reflection, she realized that Qin Tian had consumed an abundance of extraordinary fruit, significantly enhancing his physical prowess beyond that of an ordinary person. Just then, Qin Tian opened the door to her room, allowing her to step out. The moment Yang Mi caught sight of him, her eyes brimmed with tears. "You have no idea how worried I was about you," she exclaimed, embracing Qin Tian tightly. Yet, he gently pushed her away, saying, "Aren't you going to check on your dear friend?" Yang Mi was genuinely concerned for him, but upon seeing Qin Tian's composed demeanor, she quickly nodded. Yes. I will go see her. Wait a moment, come back." Suddenly, Qin Tian grasped her arm and revealed a consciousness fruit in his hand, stating, "This is a consciousness fruit. You must consume it." Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Mi accepted it and promptly ate the fruit. Ding! Yang Mi has consumed a consciousness fruit, returning 200 consciousness fruits. "Aren't you curious about its effects?" Qin Tian casually inquired. Yang Mi smiled. "There is no need to ask. I know you would never harm me. Indeed, upon consumption, your consciousness will become more acute than others. While I am away, you will be able to monitor any dangers surrounding this house." Qin Tian explained, nodding. Yang Mi felt a jolt of energy surge through her, instantly perceiving everything within a 5-meter radius with newfound clarity. "Thank you," she exclaimed, brimming with excitement. It seemed she had truly allied herself with the right person. In this apocalyptic world, she felt increasingly dependent on Qin Tian. Chapter 10. The Leading Lady's Best Friend. Yang Mi entered the living room, and, upon spotting her dear friend, rushed forward to embrace her tightly. "You silly Tang Tang, you haven't been in touch. Leaving me in such worry," she exclaimed, a hint of reproach in her voice. Tang Yan, with tears still glistening in her eyes, replied, "Yes, yes. From now on, we shall never part again." Observing the heartfelt exchange between these two prominent actresses, Qin Tian couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. He reminisced about the days when he, as a junior, envied their esteemed positions within the entertainment industry. As per their usual routine, Qin Tian began to search Tang Yan for any concealed items. This time, she offered no resistance, feeling nothing but gratitude towards the handsome Qin Tian. Once the search concluded, he presented her with an array of delectable food. Having been famished for so long, Tang Yan, upon seeing the feast before her, disregarded any semblance of decorum. "Thank you, Brother Tian," she expressed with genuine appreciation. After devouring the food with great enthusiasm, she contentedly patted her belly and sighed, "Ah, it has been ages since I've enjoyed a meal this gratifying." Qin Tian mused silently, realizing that Tang Yan truly embodied the straightforwardness of her reputation. Yet, he maintained an outwardly composed demeanor. Meanwhile, Yang Mi looked on in astonishment before teasingly remarking, "You look like a starving ghost reborn." Tang Yan, feeling slightly embarrassed, cast a sidelong glance at Qin Tian, then pouted and feigned annoyance as she poked Yang Mi in the ribs, exclaiming, "This is what you get for calling me a starving ghost. Hee. You're tickling me to death. Oh dear sister, spare me." Yang Mi giggled while playfully evading Tang Yan's incessant poking. As Qin Tian observed the scene of the two beautiful women playfully tussling on the sofa, he momentarily believed that it was not the end of the world, but rather a gathering following the conclusion of the Golden Shadow Award ceremony. Had it not been for the apocalyptic circumstances, tonight would have marked the official award presentation of the Golden Shadow. The event would have been broadcast live on Yangshi, and before him stood Yang Mi and Tang Yan, two of the most formidable contenders for the title of Best Actress. Furthermore, rumors had circulated that their rivalry had caused a rift between them. Upon noticing Qin Tian's gaze fixed upon them, Yang Mi ceased her playful antics and gently nudged Tang Yan, whispering, "You should go take a shower." "Ah, all right." Tang Yan, perceiving a hint of concern in Yang Mi's eyes, promptly stood up and made her way to the bathroom. Meanwhile, Yang Mi cautiously remarked, "I'll go back home and fetch her a change of clothes." Just then, Qin Tian grasped her arm as she was about to open the door, saying, "It's not safe outside. Please wait for me." In that moment, a red teleportation fruit appeared in his hand. After consuming the fruit, he vanished instantly from the spot. "Ah, Brother Tian." Yang Mi was left utterly astonished as she witnessed Qin Tian disappearing before her eyes. Was it magic? Or perhaps a supernatural ability? Her mind raced back to the power fruit Qin Tian had previously given her. Shortly thereafter, he returned home, carrying a large bundle of clothes. Qin Tian realized that as long as he could sense a location, he could teleport directly to it. He had now mastered the use of this extraordinary ability. Qin Tian arrived at Tang Yan's residence through a swift teleportation, bearing a large bag of fresh clothes for her. Upon his return, he found that Tang Yan had already completed her grooming. Initially, she had assumed that Qin Tian's demeanor would be that of a typical male, yet to her surprise, she discovered he possessed quite an exquisite taste. The garments he selected were all styles she cherished. "Thank you, Brother Tian." She expressed her gratitude earnestly. "Here, take these clothes and choose one to wear," Qin Tian instructed as he handed her the bag. Thus, she entered the room he had indicated for her. Tang Yan, being a natural model, showcased her enviable figure and flawless skin. Any outfit she donned appeared stunning. When Qin Tian entered and beheld her, he was momentarily taken aback. Although Yang Mi possessed her own distinctive charm, she was undeniably shorter than her best friend. Whenever Tang Yan was present, Yang Mi preferred to avoid standing beside her for photographs. Today, despite her outward enthusiasm at Tang Yan's arrival, a sense of wariness lingered within her. Nevertheless, she hesitated to question Qin Tian's decisions, for in this apocalyptic world, their best option was undoubtedly a capable man like him. Tang Yan's gratitude towards Qin Tian quickly translated into action. As night deepened, the community returned to a haunting silence. The following morning, Yang Mi released Wang Shiring from confinement to prepare breakfast, whatever she desired. Qin Tian had already procured an array of ingredients from the supermarket within his portable space and stocked them in the refrigerator. After breakfast was prepared, Yang Mi finally arrived at the door of Qin Tian's room and knocked. Qin Tian gazed at the exquisite profile of the sleeping woman, feeling a pang of reluctance to wake her. He donned his clothes and stepped out of the room, addressing Yangmi. Let her sleep a little longer. She didn't rest well last night. Indeed, how could one expect a good night's sleep after staying up so late? Yangmi mused inwardly, a wave of jealousy unexpectedly surging within her. When Tang Yin awoke, she felt a pervasive fatigue coursing through her body. Though she had wished to sleep a bit longer, an overwhelming hunger compelled her to rise. Observing her friend's weary demeanor, Yangmi couldn't help but smile knowingly. She immediately supported Tang Yin, saying, "You'll get used to it in time." Upon hearing these words, Tang Yin shyly lowered her head. Chapter 11. A Heist. Wu Tian's Arrogance. At the dining table, when Tang Yin beheld a steaming plate of pan-seared steak before her, her appetite surged. Despite the pain she felt, she was immensely grateful for the delectable meal. At that moment in Longhua, countless individuals were perishing from starvation. Ding! Tang Yin consumed a piece of Wellington steak, receiving 300 pieces of steak in return. A familiar mechanical voice echoed in Qin Tian's mind, and his personal space was once again filled with 300 pieces of premium Wellington steak. Additionally, he had finally acquired the rewards of 2 golden eagles, 1,000 rounds of ammunition, and an innate immunity to all poisons last night. At this moment, having finished his breakfast, he sat on the sofa, engaging in an online game. Seizing the opportunity while the internet connection remained stable, he decided to play a few more matches. However, his teammates were not as fortunate. At times, individuals may faint from hunger while engrossed in gameplay, and others may find themselves assailed by mysterious creatures. Just as Qin Tian was leisurely immersed in his game, a group led by the notorious Wu Tian arrived at the home of Aunt Chun in room 2906 on the 29th floor. "Dear Aunt Chun, we are the rescue team here to deliver supplies." A stout man with a simple demeanor and a broad smile knocked on her door. Weak and weary, Aunt Chun emerged from her bedroom, initially thinking she had misheard. Upon realizing that the visitors were there to deliver provisions, tears of joy streamed down her face. "How wonderful! It seems the organization still remembers me, a dedicated member of the community committee." Peering through the peephole, she spotted the amiable figure of the portly man and, lowering her guard, opened the door. "Hello, Aunt Chun." Suddenly, a large foot wedged itself in the doorway, preventing her from closing it. It was only when she saw Wu Tian, with a shiny bald head, small eyes, and scarred face, that she comprehended the deception. "Why, you're not a rescue team at all," she stammered, attempting to shut the door, but it was too late. "Of course we're not a rescue team. We ourselves are out of supplies." Wu Tian sneered maliciously. Realizing their true intentions, she could only plead with a sorrowful expression, "What do you want? My home is already devoid of food." Yet, at that moment, they showed no intention of allowing her to close the door. With a sudden rush, they barged into her home and began to ransack it without mercy. In the refrigerator, aside from 2 hard, nibbled buns, there was truly nothing else to eat. Alas, what a stroke of misfortune! The first venture has met with such adversity. Wu Tian spat vehemently. "Old lady, accompany us," he commanded his comrades. At that moment, Aunt Chin's grandson, Xiao Chang, rushed over, weeping as he clung to his grandmother. "Please don't take my grandma away." As he cried, he bit Wu Tian's hand. "You little brat, are you courting death?" Wu Tian swiftly withdrew his pained hand and delivered a kick to the boy's abdomen. Bang! The child was sent flying, ultimately crashing against the bedroom door. Upon seeing her grandson wailing on the ground, Aunt Chin knelt before Wu Tian, heartbroken, and pleaded, "I will go with you. I beg you. Please don't hurt my precious grandson any further." "Well, that's more like it," Wu Tian nodded. Subsequently, they indeed took Aunt Chin away. "Boss, why are we bringing along this old woman?" A blonde youth, holding a cigarette, questioned Wu Tian, puzzled. "What do you know? I have my reasons for bringing her along," Wu Tian retorted, slapping the back of the youth's neck. In truth, he had chosen to take Aunt Chin precisely because of her status as a neighborhood committee elder. Upon arriving at the next house, he instructed Aunt Chun to knock on the door first. "Xiao Wang, it's your Aunt Chin. Please open the door." Her words immediately put the people inside at ease, prompting them to unlock the door. After the homeowner opened the door, the ensuing events were left to Wu Tian and his associates. The male head of the household, Lu Sheng, a vice president at an internet company, immediately sensed trouble upon seeing the group enter. His wife, Wu Huiru, a full-time homemaker, had a penchant for stockpiling supplies, ensuring that their family's provisions were relatively ample. When one of the henchmen opened their double-door refrigerator and discovered a substantial amount of food within, his eyes gleamed with greed. Pack everything inside and take it away. Wu Tian commanded. What are you doing? This is robbery. Lu Xing shouted, his face a mask of indignation. Quit your whining. A henchman retorted, slapping Lu Sheng across the face. The blow sent him staggering, leaving several crimson fingerprints on his cheek. How dare you strike me? I will call the police. As a vice president accustomed to authority, he found it intolerable to be treated in such a manner. Oh, you think you can call the police? Wu Tian swiftly knocked the phone from his hand. Subsequently, the other henchmen surged forward, pummeling him with fists and kicks. Please, have mercy. Don't take everything. Leave us some food. Our child is still young. At that moment, his wife rushed out from the back room, pleading desperately. Wu Huifan, in her 30s, was strikingly beautiful with fair skin and an alluring appearance. Wu Tian, with a sly grin, lifted her chin with his finger and chuckled, for the sake of such beauty. Let us spare them a couple of boxes of milk. Witnessing this scene, Aunt Chen trembled in fear, her gaze cast downward, unable to meet the eyes of the couple. In truth, these two were acquainted with her son, and she often exchanged greetings with them in the neighborhood. Now, having brought the thief who had robbed them of their provisions, she felt utterly ashamed to face them. After plundering their household, Wu Tian and his companions did not linger, but swiftly proceeded to the next target. Once they had knocked on every door on this floor, they discovered their haul was not substantial. This was primarily because some residents were not home, while others refused to open their doors. Even those who did were often devoid of supplies. Wu Tian, gazing into the bag filled with food, fell into contemplation. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed fiercely as he directed his question at Aunt Chen. Do you know which floor that kid, who flaunted his food on WeChat, lives on? Oh, you mean that scoundrel who refuses to go scavenging for supplies? She replied, her excitement palpable. I know where he lives. Good, then please lead us there directly. Wu Tian nodded in response. In the elevator, Wu Tian clenched his fists, thinking to himself, this brat was quite arrogant before. Soon he will learn the extent of my capabilities. As he pondered, the group of 6 arrived at Qin Tian's doorstep. Following the same routine, Aunt Chen stepped forward to knock on the door. Who is it? At that moment, Qin Tian was engrossed in a game, fully immersed in the action. Yangmi had already returned to catch up on sleep, having spent the previous night listening to the walls and barely getting any rest. Tang Yin approached the door to assess the situation. Young lady, I am from the neighborhood committee distributing supplies. Please open the door. Aunt Chen immediately exclaimed. Tang Yin peered through the peephole and confirmed that it was a beaming elderly woman, holding supplies in her hands. Without a moment's hesitation, she opened the door. Hey, isn't this the Tang Yin from the 4 Golden Flowers? The blonde leader rushed in, his eyes immediately landing on Tang Yin. Following closely behind was Wu Tian, striding in with an air of arrogance. Where's that kid who insulted me? Didn't he want to challenge me to a duel? Wu Tian swaggered in, hands on his hips, exuding confidence. What's wrong with cursing you? I'm right here. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed. Chapter 12. Those who dare to provocation shall perish. Wu Tian had long coveted the supplies in Qin Tian's possession, as well as the superstar Yangmi. This time, he had summoned 5 subordinates to rob the supplies, with Qin Tian's residence being his primary target. The moment Tang Yin was deceived into opening the door, Wu Tian felt emboldened. Where's that kid who insulted me? Didn't he want to challenge me to a duel? He aimed to vent his frustrations from being scolded by Qin Tian on WeChat. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Qin Tian emerge, engrossed in a game on his phone. What's wrong with cursing you? I'm right here. His voice was frigid, not even sparing Wu Tian a glance. Ha! Stubborn even in the face of death. Wu Tian initially hesitated, then broke into laughter. However, his expression quickly darkened as he exchanged a knowing glance with the blonde. Kid, you're courting death. The blonde immediately understood, drawing a dagger from his pocket and charging forward. Tang Yin, witnessing this, screamed in fright, Tian Gu, be careful. She shut her eyes in fear, regretting her earlier carelessness that had unwittingly granted the robber an opportunity. In stark contrast, Yangmi, who had just exited the room, appeared remarkably relaxed, casually retrieving a bunch of grapes from the refrigerator, munching on them while enjoying the unfolding drama. This will teach you to be arrogant. Wu Tian felt confident in his ability to subdue Qin Tian, as he held a firm belief in the prowess of the yellow-haired thug. Despite his youth, the yellow-haired one had been trained in a martial arts academy and had previously worked as a bouncer in Wu Tian's company. However, in the blink of an eye, as the dagger was about to pierce Qin Tian, he vanished before the yellow-haired thug's eyes. Hiss! Qin Tian's speed was nothing short of ghostly. In the next moment, he reappeared behind the yellow-haired thug, lifting a foot to send him flying across the room. Damn it. Can't you see I'm in the middle of a ranked match? Qin Tian remarked, diverting his gaze from his phone to the groaning yellow-haired thug sprawled on the ground. And you, having lost my ranked match, how will you compensate me? His expression was one of icy indifference as he regarded Wu Tian. Feeling a chill run down his spine under Qin Tian's piercing gaze, Wu Tian scoffed. What does your gaming loss have to do with me? He then shoved one of his lackeys forward, commanding, you three, attack together. Soon enough, Qin Tian found himself encircled by the trio. Kid, do the sensible thing and surrender all your supplies. Wu Tian proclaimed with a smug grin. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, Qin Tian unleashed a spinning kick, sending all three of Wu Tian's henchmen hurtling through the air like cannonballs, crashing violently against the wall. After a series of resounding cracks, the individuals lay incapacitated. Wu Tian, witnessing this scene, stood in utter disbelief. Qin Tian's speed was simply astonishing. However, being a seasoned veteran, he swiftly drew a replica handgun from his person. This firearm, albeit crudely constructed, had been procured through a friend from northern Myanmar and was sufficient to instill fear. He aimed the ominous barrel at Qin Tian and proclaimed, I did not expect you to be a skilled fighter, but can you outpace my gun? With that, he prepared to pull the trigger. Bang! The sound of gunfire reverberated through the corridor. Wu Tian's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed to the ground, unable to fathom that a golden desert eagle had appeared in Qin Tian's hands. In a deft maneuver, Qin Tian evaded the bullet while simultaneously striking Wu Tian's heart, resulting in a swift demise. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, particularly the yellow-haired man who had just been felled by him. He crawled and begged pitifully at Qin Tian's feet. Brother, I was blind to your prowess. I implore you, spare me. Meanwhile, Aunt Chun, upon witnessing the lifeless body, was so terrified that her legs turned to jelly, and she scrambled to flee. In her haste, she tumbled down the staircase, sustaining a broken leg. Qin Tian glanced at the yellow-haired man on the ground and raised his weapon, firing once more. Bang, bang, bang. A few more shots followed, each finding their mark on the three individuals who lay sprawled on the floor. Those who dare to provoke me shall meet their end, he declared, before nonchalantly discarding their bodies from the building. Their former arrogance was now met with a fate as tragic as it was swift. Qin Tian once again settled onto the sofa, engrossed in a game of honor of kings, as if nothing had transpired. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Tang Yan, wiping her tears, pleaded with Qin Tian, her expression one of utter vulnerability. Do you realize your mistake? Qin Tian replied without lifting his gaze, continuing to play. Yes, I should not have let them in without asking you first. She nodded in agreement. Well, since you feel so guilty, I suppose a punishment is in order, Qin Tian said, looking up with a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Huh. Tang Yan, dabbing her tears, stood frozen in shock. Just remember, the punishment will come later this evening, Qin Tian remarked. Meanwhile, Aunt Chen, dragging her broken leg, crawled back to her home. Upon her arrival, she discovered her beloved grandson lying motionless. Panic surged through her as she hurried to his side, feeling his body was already cold to the touch. Dabao, what happened to you? Please don't scare Grandma, she cried out in fear. Help! Is there anyone who can assist us? She shouted, but her pleas fell upon deaf ears, and despair enveloped her as she knelt on the ground. Outside, freezing rain began to fall, worsening the already dire situation for the residents of the community. In stark contrast, within Qin Tian's home, the atmosphere was entirely different. He reclined on a lounge chair on the balcony, playing games and savoring fruit, while two leading actresses attended to him, massaging his shoulders and legs. Shortly thereafter, Wang Shirong appeared before Qin Tian, presenting a bowl of chicken soup with an eager expression. Here, this is your favorite, chicken stewed with mushrooms. Do take a moment to taste it. Upon witnessing her expression, Yang Mi darkened her face and remarked, let it be for now. Do you wish to scald Brother Tian? Oh, very well, Brother Tian, do remember to drink. Wang Xiaorong set down the soup bowl and turned to leave. Tang Yan, intrigued, inquired, Mimi, who is she? Why do you treat her so? Because she is Brother Tian's slave. Yang Mi disdainfully replied, casting a glance at the figure outside the door. Ah, a slave? Tang Yan's eyes widened in astonishment once more. Chapter 13, The Extraordinary, the Rock Man. Tang Yan was taken aback by Yang Mi's poor treatment of Wang Xiaorong. Given her naive nature, she could not discern the underlying implications, Yet when she heard the word slave from Yang Mi, her shock deepened. Persistently, she asked, "Is this Brother Tian's test for her?" "Indeed, it is Brother Tian's punishment," Yang Mi answered with a calm demeanor. "All the dirty and laborious tasks fall upon her, and she receives no respite throughout the year. So remember, you need not concern yourself with such matters from now on." After hearing Yang Mi's words, Tang Yin remained somewhat bewildered but eventually nodded in understanding. Okay, I comprehend. Noticing her lingering confusion, Yang Mi recounted the previous incident where Wang Xiaorong conspired with Chang Hu to ambush Qin Tian for the purpose of seizing his residence and resources. Upon concluding her narrative, Tang Yin immediately nodded, indignantly declaring she truly deserves it. Merely being made to serve Brother Tian is already a boon for her. Before long, Wang Xiaorong had prepared an exquisite array of dishes, including stir-fried eggs with loofah, braised pork, hand-torn cabbage, and chicken stewed with mushrooms. Upon glancing at the spread, Qin Tian furrowed his brow and remarked, "We're still missing a fish." As he spoke, a steaming bowl of sauerkraut fish materialized in his hands. The spectacle left the three women present utterly astonished, elevating Qin Tian in their eyes to a near-divine status, deepening their reverence for him. The trio continued dining at the table, while Wang Xiaorong, in her role as a servant, retreated to the balcony to eat. During the meal, Yang Mi and Tang Yin returned steaming dishes to Qin Tian's personal space, savoring the flavors as they did so. After a hearty dinner, Tang Yin was escorted into the bedroom by Yang Mi. Upon entering, Yang Mi presented her with a new qipao to wear. Tang Yin discovered that it was from a renowned ethnic brand, with meticulous tailoring and fabric fitting her remarkably well. As the head of the household, Qin Tian sternly criticized her earlier reckless decision to open the door for a stranger. At that moment, outside the door on the 29th floor, a figure appeared. Carrying a bag, sporting sunglasses and clad in a loose t-shirt, his well-defined muscles were still evident. He raised a hand and knocked on the door, standing upright as he awaited entry. His physique suggested he had recently completed military service. When the door swung open, a striking young woman emerged. "Wu Jie, you've arrived," she exclaimed, effortlessly accepting the heavy bag from his hands. "Yes, sister-in-law. Where is my elder brother?" Upon entering the room, he removed his black-rimmed glasses, revealing a pair of piercing eyes that swiftly surveyed the surroundings. Wu Jie, the younger brother of Wu Tian, was a retired special forces soldier. He subsequently established a security company, amassing his initial fortune. The woman, in her 30s, possessed a statuesque figure with fiery red lips and striking features. However, her gaze was sharp, exuding an aura reminiscent of a formidable female executive, instilling a sense of trepidation in ordinary men who beheld her. "Your elder brother and the others have gone to another house to scavenge for supplies," she stated calmly. "Absurd. Did I not tell him to refrain from engaging in such unlawful activities?" He retorted, visibly angered. "Little brother, you must also understand your brother's predicament. After all, he has so many comrades to support," she gently explained, gazing into his eyes with tenderness. This was not her usual manner of speaking. She was a decisive and assertive woman, only displaying such warmth and courtesy towards her brother-in-law. Specifically, she was merely Wu Tian's fiancée and a business partner. "Here, this is the bounty I have gathered. I shall share half with you," he said, nodding as he placed a large bag brimming with items onto the table. "Well, where did you procure all this food?" The woman's eyes sparkled with excitement. Inside the bag were numerous instant noodles, bread, biscuits, and other sustenance, all clearly taken from the shelves of a supermarket. "Little brother, did you venture to the supermarket?" she inquired, astonished. Wu Jie nodded and replied calmly, "Yes. I went to a nearby small supermarket and nearly didn't make it back." Upon hearing his words, the woman once again regarded him with profound respect. She extracted a can of beverage, popped the tab, and after taking a sip, she sensuously licked her crimson lips. This gesture was exceedingly alluring. However, Wu Jie remained unaffected, his thoughts consumed with concern for his elder brother's safety. "Are you not acquainted with your brother's character? Worry not, he shall be fine. Indeed, I shall await his return. I have matters to discuss with him," Wu Jie replied with a nod. "That sounds splendid, but alas, we have few ingredients at present. Otherwise, I would delight in preparing dinner for you," the woman remarked with a gentle smile as she settled beside Wu Jie. He was outwardly aloof yet inwardly warm. Lacking in verbal expression, they remained in silence for a while, neither daring to break the quietude, until Wu Jie suggested he venture forth to locate Wu Tian and his companions. Upon exiting, he let out a sigh of relief, for the woman within was both captivating in appearance and presence. He commenced his search from the lower floors. Upon reaching the 25th floor, the elevator doors opened to a wave of overpowering metallic scent. It seems the collapse of order has arrived swiftly, he murmured to himself, initially believing a brawl had ensued. He, as a seasoned veteran, felt no fear. Elder brother, it's a Jia, is that you? Stepping out of the elevator, he discerned commotion around the staircase corner. Cautiously, he approached and beheld a massive figure hunched over, feasting upon something. Another mutated creature? He pondered momentarily, preparing to retreat silently. However, it was too late. A series of heavy, guttural breaths drew ever closer to him. He turned to behold a creature whose features were now unrecognizable. Its skull was partially caved in. One leg was limping, and its entire visage oozed with a putrid green fluid. This was none other than the mutated large cat previously injured by Qin Tian. Its grotesque appearance was a direct consequence of Qin Tian's actions. Wu Jie gazed into its yellow eyes, an involuntary shiver racing down his spine. With a piercing shriek, the creature lunged at him. In an instant, Wu Jie found himself locked in a fierce struggle, grappling with the massive cat on the ground, desperately shielding his face from its gaping maw. Drops of the vile green fluid splattered onto his clothes, hissing as they made contact. Aware of the creature's overwhelming lethality, he realized that even this noxious fluid could fill a jug. In this dire moment, Wu Jie let out a furious roar, his body swelling to twice its size. Simultaneously, his muscles began to harden inch by inch, transforming into a substance as unyielding as marble. The contours of stone began to emerge upon his face. Before long, he had metamorphosed into a being of stone. The mutated giant cat sank its teeth into his hand, only to have a significant portion of its teeth shatter upon impact. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Jie retaliated with a powerful punch to the creature's body, causing it to stagger back. As it writhed in pain, its claws slowly released their grip on him. Rising to his feet, Wu Jie delivered a swift kick to its abdomen, eliciting a pained howl from the giant cat. It abruptly rose to its full height, brandishing its claws at Wu Jie. The sharp talons tore through his clothing, yet they were unable to penetrate his stony form. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Jie relentlessly unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the monstrous creature before him. It is uncertain how long he fought, but only when he was utterly exhausted did the creature finally lie still upon the ground. Just a day prior, he had discovered his newfound abilities. Whenever he was emotionally stirred, his skin would transform to resemble that of rock. As he gazed at the lifeless, mutated beast beneath him, he let out a long, relieved sigh. Chapter 14, The Bullfrog and the Lobster. Wu Jie had only just begun to master his extraordinary powers, and the battle with the mutated feline had drained him of considerable energy. Upon returning to the Wu family residence, his clothing was nearly in tatters. The woman, upon seeing his disheveled state, was taken aback. "Jia, what has happened to you?" she inquired, her voice trembling slightly. "Oh, I almost met my demise just now. I encountered a mutated cat on the way, as large as a tiger," Wu Jie recounted, still shaken by the experience. The woman, upon hearing his harrowing tale, was filled with trepidation, hastily shutting the door and retrieving a medical kit to tend to his scratches. Meanwhile, Qin Tian consumed nearly 100 consciousness fruits, resulting in a sudden elevation of his consciousness level by 2 ranks. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your consciousness has ascended to 5 stars, expanding your perception range to 100 meters. Additionally, you will receive a warning for any dangers within 10 meters. Remarkably, he could now sense threats from such a distance, and within a 10-meter radius. His consciousness would provide an alert for impending dangers. 100 meters was sufficient to extend his awareness to encompass an entire building, even reaching beyond the 1st floor. The dense fog had ascended to the 10th floor and was nearing the 11th, rising each day at a rate of 1 centimeter. Utilizing his spiritual awareness, Qin Tian discerned that many rooms below the 10th floor had been abandoned, with some containing the remains of those who had perished from starvation. Towering shrubs had even forced their way through the cracks of the doors, thriving against the walls. The pace of this transformation surpassed the wildest imaginations, and it was no wonder that so many creatures had mutated. Subsequently, Qin Tian's consciousness soared beyond the corridor and into the outside world, thanks to his spiritual vision. The limited visibility of 3 to 5 meters did not hinder his ability to perceive the forms of living beings. To his astonishment, he found that viable pathways were nearly non-existent. The trees along the roadside had breached the boundaries of the fog. Occasionally, small creatures resembling mice, yet the size of cats, scurried across the concrete surface. In flower beds and on the grass, he encountered the bodies of unfortunate souls, some in a state of disrepair, evidently gnawed upon by unknown beasts. Qin Tian could not help but reflect on how beautiful this community had once been, now transformed into a desolate apocalyptic scene. After spending so many days indoors and encountering various troubles, he had finally felt a desire to venture outside. Yet, upon witnessing the current state of the world, his curiosity was swiftly extinguished. Just as he was about to retract his awareness, he was startled by the resounding croaks of giant bullfrogs. This sound was all too familiar. His childhood home had been nestled amidst fields, with several bullfrog ponds directly across from it. As night descends, the bullfrogs in the ponds commence their raucous croaking. With his consciousness extending further, he beheld a colossal creature, akin to a small automobile. The mutated bullfrog crouched amidst a patch of grass, facing a large lobster brandishing its claws. The two adversaries stood resolutely opposed, neither willing to yield. The bullfrog inflated its vocal sacs and began to croak vehemently at the lobster. Suddenly, the lobster lunged forward, its sharp pincers slicing through the surrounding grass. Just as it seemed poised to strike the bullfrog, the amphibian sprang lightly into the air. In an instant, it found itself behind the lobster, which swung its massive claws back, nearly grazing the bullfrog's head. With a decisive motion, the bullfrog lowered itself and its belly began to swell, forming two prominent bulges on either side of its head. Then, with a forceful expulsion, it released a viscous substance. Moments later, the lobster, coated in the slime, collapsed to the ground. It seemed the bullfrog had unleashed a venom that rendered part of the lobster's body paralyzed. Subsequently, the bullfrog's tongue flicked out, ensnaring the lobster's body. With another series of croaks, the bullfrog opened its mouth wide, slowly engulfing the lobster. This scene unfolded like a night vision spectacle of a real-life animal kingdom, profoundly exhilarating. After finishing the giant lobster, it leaped to another location, where various mutated creatures kept their distance from it. In Qin Tian's eyes, the presence of this bullfrog was exceedingly perilous, and he resolved to avoid it whenever he had to venture outside in the future. On the 29th floor, the woman and Wu Jie anxiously awaited the return of Wu Tian and the others. Upon hearing the terrifying croaks of the giant bullfrog, a wave of fear washed over the woman. What is that creature making those sounds? I am so frightened. There's no need to be afraid. The door below is locked. It cannot enter. Wu Jie reassured her. What worries me more is my brother. His phone has gone unanswered. I can't shake this uneasy feeling. She responded, Do not fret. There are many of them, and they all possess some skills. They should be fine. The woman insisted. I feel I must go out and search. This situation cannot be so simple. I sense something is amiss. Wu Jie said stubbornly. But I am afraid to go alone. The woman grasped his arm, unwilling to let him leave. Then you shall accompany me. After some contemplation, Wu Jie replied. They then had a light meal to replenish their strength and set out together. Chapter 15. Lin Xiao's proposal to exchange his girlfriend for supplies. The shock of Li Meiyun and Wu Jie. The other residents of the community also heard the bullfrog's thunderous calls. Most of them had seen numerous videos of mutated creatures attacking humans on short video platforms. And now they realized that such danger was alarmingly close to them. It is likely that numerous mutated creatures have emerged within the community, instilling a sense of trepidation among the residents. People, gripped by fear, have retreated into their rooms, unwilling to step outside. At this moment, Lin Xiao stands on the balcony, anxiously conversing on the phone while gazing into the mist below. Father, I am the sole heir of the Lin family. If you do not send someone to rescue me soon, I will truly perish here, he implores, tears streaming down his face. Please, father, I beg you to come and save me. I am still young. I have not yet had my fill of life. I do not wish to die. On the other end of the line, Lin Dalong feels a profound anxiety, yet he feigns composure, saying, Son, do not be afraid. I have established connections with the military, and their aircraft will arrive shortly to bring you back. Just hold on a little longer. After much reassurance from Lin Dalong, Lin Xiao finally manages to regain his composure. However, upon returning to his room and finding the refrigerator bare, a wave of anxiety washes over him once more. In that moment, he sends a message in a group chat. Is there anyone willing to provide me with supplies? In exchange, I will offer my girlfriend for a couple of days. Interested parties may contact me privately. He then shares a photo of his girlfriend in the group. Instantaneously, the previously stagnant chat begins to stir with sporadic responses. So there are still people in this group. Is everyone still alive? Wow, Lin Xiao is impressive, but unfortunately, I have no provisions left myself. Are you even a man? How could you betray your girlfriend like this? I truly pity her. Sisters must truly sharpen their discernment when seeking a partner. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though we had returned to the eve of the apocalypse, as everyone momentarily cast aside their hunger and fear. Upon receiving this message from Lin Xiao, Qin Tian was taken aback. This fellow was indeed audacious, willing to engage in any escapade. However, he couldn't help but notice that Lin's girlfriend was quite striking. Meanwhile, Wu Jie, accompanied by a woman, ascended to the 29th floor in search of supplies. They stumbled upon the open door of Aunt Chin's apartment and ventured inside. As they progressed further, they discovered an array of disarray scattered across the floor. Wu Jie immediately recalled the scene of his brother and a group of individuals rummaging for food. My brother must have been here, he exclaimed with excitement. Upon entering a room in the back, they soon encountered Aunt Chun and her grandson. However, she appeared to be in a state of madness. Clutching the lifeless body of her child, she caressed his hair while softly singing a lullaby. This woman is deranged, the woman remarked, disappointment evident in her tone. Nevertheless, Wu Jie was not deterred. He approached Aunt Chun and retrieved a loaf of bread from his pocket, placing it before her. Auntie, if you can tell me where Wu Tian has gone, I will give this to you, he declared, tearing open the packaging in her presence. Instantly, the enticing aroma of the bread wafted through the air, momentarily restoring some clarity to the deranged Aunt Chin. She tousled her disheveled hair and reached out to snatch the bread from Wu Jie's hand. Wait a moment. You must tell me about Wu Tian before I can give you any. Wu Jie immediately withdrew his hand and replied. Wu Tian. Aunt Chin suddenly displayed a look of terror, flailing her arms as she exclaimed, Don't come looking for me. It was that Qin Tian who killed you, not me. What Qin Tian? Wu Jie felt a jolt of apprehension, as if his suspicions had been confirmed. Has my elder brother truly perished? He pressed the deranged woman once more. Are you speaking the truth? The woman questioned, covering her nose. Who else could it be besides my elder brother? Aren't they all part of the same gang? How could he be dead? Wu Jie coaxed gently. Aunt Chin seized the bread, taking a large bite and swallowing it without even chewing. Water. I need water. Aunt Chin choked from eating too hastily. Once she had gulped down the offered water, she steadied her breath and recounted the tale of Wu Tian and his companions attempting to rob someone, only to be ambushed and killed by Qin Tian. When Aunt Chin revealed the door number 3005, the woman's eyes widened in shock. She nearly cried out, Goodness. Are you saying that it was Qin Tian who killed Wu Tian? Do you know that Qin Tian? Wu Jie inquired. Not only do I know him, but he is also an artist under my management. The woman was none other than Li Meiyun, Qin Tian's direct superior, who had suppressed him and relegated him to menial tasks. At that moment, both were astounded. Li Meiyun was shocked at the extraordinary prowess of Qin Tian. To Wu Jie's astonishment, upon mentioning Qin Tian, Aunt Chin appeared as terrified as if she had encountered a ghost. Moreover, based on her description, it seemed that no one else could possibly rival Qin Tian. He began to harbor doubts in his mind, contemplating whether Qin Tian, like himself, might possess extraordinary abilities. If he were indeed an extraordinary being, Wu Jie felt an instinctive hesitation to act recklessly. I refuse to believe it. How could that brat Qin Tian have killed your brother, let alone so many others? He concluded that the old woman must have lost her wits, uttering nonsense. Li Meiyun remained unconvinced by Aunt Zhang's assertions. She simply could not reconcile the image of Qin Tian with that of a ruthless killer. Wu Jie chose silence, instead calmly stating, Let us depart. Upon noticing their intention to leave, Aunt Chin immediately scrambled to her feet, grasping Wu Jie's trouser leg, pleading, Please do not go. Could you spare me some food? I am willing to do anything you ask. Leave. Wu Jie suddenly darkened his expression, his face reflecting disgust as he barked. Aunt Chun was taken aback, but persisted, clinging to his leg and swearing, I swear to heaven that my words are true. If I utter a single falsehood, may I be struck by lightning and devoured by monsters. Wu Jie rubbed his nose and nodded. I believe what you say. You may leave now. With that, he delivered a swift kick, sending Aunt Chin flying away. Chapter 16. Qin Tian. Such a request is unprecedented. Throughout their journey, Wu Jie and Li Meiyun remained silent. Let us report this to the authorities, she suggested after a moment of contemplation. Determined to take action, she promptly retrieved her phone and began dialing 110. However, the line was perpetually busy, rendering her efforts futile. Faced with this predicament, she sought refuge in her work group, locating Qin Tian's WeChat contact. She initiated a message, Qin, are you there? Upon recognizing the message from his boss, Qin Tian instinctively prepared to respond. Yet, a moment's reflection led him to reconsider. Times had changed, and he had no desire to engage with this vampiric employer. Ironically, the more he ignored her, the more messages she sent. I know you have supplies at home. Could you spare some for me? Once this crisis passes, I might be willing to reconsider the breach of contract clauses for you. Li Meiyan believed she could still manipulate Qin Tian, attempting to entice him by suggesting leniency on his contract. Upon reading her message, Qin Tian couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Now that she was in need, she feigned a moral awakening? Was she not the one who had once sought to bury his career and demanded a compensation of 2 million? Seeing Qin Tian's response, Li Meiyan was instantly incensed, her hands trembling with rage. It was evident that he no longer felt obliged to show her any courtesy. Suppressing her emotions, she replied, Xiao Tian, regardless of the circumstances, I have always looked out for you. If it weren't for me giving you this opportunity, you'd still be running minor roles in Hengdian. She then sent Qin Tian several photographs of the substantial bag of supplies that Wu Jie had just brought back. In truth, I'm not truly in need of your food. How about we exchange some supplies? Let me know if I have anything you need, Li Meiyan suggested, feigning a tone of negotiation. Upon hearing her words, Qin Tian was naturally skeptical. However, after a moment of reflection, he decided to engage in a playful manner and replied, Now that's more like it, sisterly. Li Meiyan felt a surge of hope upon hearing his response. Could you show me what supplies you have at home, Xiaotian? She inquired eagerly. Of course, Qin Tian replied casually. He then deliberately took pictures of all the provisions in his refrigerator and storage room and sent them to her. Wow! Li Meiyan exclaimed upon seeing the well-stocked double-door refrigerator filled with a variety of food items and the shelves brimming with an abundance of supplies. She could hardly contain her astonishment. It was far beyond her expectations. Even more astonishing was the sight of a row of top-tier Wellington steaks and premium Italian butter in Qin Tian's refrigerator. These two delicacies were her favorites, and she had believed that in this post-apocalyptic world, she might never taste them again. She nearly salivated at the thought and excitedly asked, Xiaotian, could I trade you for 2 pieces of Wellington steak and a can of butter? Qin Tian promptly responded, absolutely. Thus, the two arranged a time for their barter, ultimately deciding to meet at Qin Tian's residence. After all, Li Meiyan wished to keep the fact that she was at Wu Tian's house a secret, especially since he, as an employee of the company, was unaware that they were already engaged. Subsequently, she confided in Wu Jie about her intention to procure supplies from Qin Tian's residence. This may not be prudent. We are still unaware of his true nature. Such a rash undertaking could be perilous, Wu Jie cautioned, relying on his professional instincts. Do you truly believe that madwoman's words? She retorted, feigning a pitiful demeanor. My visit is not solely for myself. I aim to gather information regarding your brother, she continued. Moreover, with a special forces elite like you by my side, I shall be protected. Should he make any untoward moves, we can simply eliminate him and seize his property. Wu Jie, incensed by her remarks, slammed his palm onto the table, exclaiming, Indeed, I must avenge my brother and ensure that Qin Tian meets a fate most dire. With that, a leg of the table splintered beneath his force. He contemplated that with his special forces experience and his extraordinary resilience, he was confident in his ability to vanquish the adversary. After preparing themselves, the two made their way to Qin Tian's doorstep. Upon their arrival, Qin Feng had already discerned their presence through his psychic abilities. When he opened the door, he found Li Meiyan entering with a bag of supplies in hand. A surge of uncontainable fury welled within Qin Tian upon seeing Li Meiyan, yet he maintained his composure and inquired, Who is he? Oh, he is my brother. I brought him along for reassurance, Li Meiyan replied with a subtle smile. However, Wu Jie interjected, nodding, I am Wu Jie, the brother of Wu Tian. Li Meiyan was taken aback when Wu Jie boldly confessed to being Wu Tian's younger brother. She thought to herself, how could this fool be so impatient? However, upon noticing a trace of blood lingering on the wall, Wu Jie could no longer contain himself. Did you kill my brother? He exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury. Qin Tian's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he replied, Indeed, I killed Wu Tian. What are you going to do about it? Wu Jie's anger surged to its peak. Suddenly, his face and body began to swell, transforming him into a rockman. My goodness. Xiao Jie, how did you become like this? Li Meiyan gasped in shock at the sight of the rockman before her. What on earth is this? The Fantastic Four? Qin Tian couldn't help but jest. With a roar, Wu Jie raised his fist and charged at Qin Tian. As his colossal fist, akin to a mountain, hurtled towards Qin Tian, Li Meiyan clenched her fists, contemplating how everything here would soon belong to her. Yet, Yang Mi and Tang Yin remained unfazed, and even Wang Xiaorong, who was mopping the floor nearby, continued her task, indifferent to the unfolding battle. Clearly, they had grown accustomed to such scenes. In the next moment, Qin Tian vanished from Wu Jie's sight. Ah, too slow. I expected you to be much stronger after your transformation. You've truly disappointed me, came Qin Tian's voice from behind, accompanied by a sigh. As Wu Jie swung his fist through empty air, a shock coursed through him. The question that had long lingered in his mind was finally answered. Come again. Qin Tian gently patted his shoulder, causing Wu Jie to stagger slightly, instantly feeling an overwhelming force akin to 1,000 pounds crashing upon him. This fellow is truly a formidable creature. Wu Jie was profoundly shaken. He had initially presumed that Qin Tian's extraordinary abilities would resemble teleportation. However, he was taken aback by the sheer strength displayed. Without the luxury of contemplation, he swiftly turned and unleashed a powerful punch. A rocky arm propelled by a gust of wind aimed at Qin Tian. Yet, Qin Tian remained unperturbed, effortlessly drifting back 2 fist lengths, narrowly evading the blow. The two maintained this peculiar dynamic, with Wu Jie pursuing Qin Tian, always appearing a fraction too slow. To Qin Tian, Wu Jie was merely a pitiful cockroach, easily crushed at his leisure. What skill is there in perpetual evasion? Let us face each other head-on. Wu Jie bellowed, breathless with fury. Very well. I shall take this seriously. Qin Tian replied calmly, halting his evasive maneuvers. What do you mean by that? Wu Jie found himself truly rattled, his composure slipping away. A glance at Li Meiyun, standing nearby, revealed her gaze fixated entirely on Qin Tian, igniting a surge of jealousy within him. Enraged, he shouted at Qin Tian, Fine. This time I will let you strike first. Hiss, such a request is unprecedented. A mischievous smile crept across Qin Tian's lips. He then clenched his fist, striking with the swiftness of lightning. Boom. A tremendous sound reverberated throughout the entire building. Chapter 17. Effortlessly defeating Wu Jie, Li Meiyun remains unscathed. In his lifetime, Qin Tian had never encountered such an absurd demand. Someone actually wanted him to strike back. Without hesitation, he obliged. With a surge of strength, he unleashed a punch that collided with Wu Jie's fist. A resounding thud echoed, and Wu Jie was sent staggering several meters backward. How could this be? Gritting his teeth against the pain, one of his arms hung limply at his side. Wu Jie, consumed by rage, raised his other hand and charged forward with all his might, intent on catching Qin Tian off guard. Yet, he had overestimated his own capabilities. No matter how fervently he pursued, Qin Tian deftly evaded each of his attacks. After toying with him for a while, Qin Tian casually flicked his hand, sending Wu Jie reeling. Indeed, even the rock-skinned man was powerless against absolute strength and instantaneous movement. While the rock-skinned man appeared invulnerable, his endurance was his Achilles heel. After enduring the relentless exchanges, he found himself breathless and fatigued. Qin Tian smirked derisively. What's the matter? Can you still run? Roaring in frustration, Wu Jie unleashed his latent potential, assuming a combat stance. Enough talk. If you have the guts, stop dodging and face me head-on. Very well. I shall grant you that wish. After steadying himself, Qin Tian quietly withdrew a Golden Hawk firearm. Wu Jie was taken aback upon seeing the ominous muzzle of the gun. This was utterly dishonorable. Bang! The gun fired. Wu Jie raised his hand to intercept the first bullet. Bang! He managed to catch the second bullet as well. Then came the third, followed by the fourth. The rapid succession of shots left him utterly overwhelmed. Suddenly, a shadow darted before him, and he instinctively retaliated. Only a finger of his other hand was seized by Qin Tian, a tremendous force coursing through him, fracturing his finger. As pain surged, he cried out, his mouth agape in astonishment. Just then, an acrid scent filled the air, and he felt a searing object thrust into his mouth. It was none other than Qin Tian shoving the barrel of a handgun into him. Wu Jie's spirit plummeted, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. So, what now? Are you convinced? Qin Tian smirked wickedly. MMM. Still not convinced, are you? Speak up. He taunted. MMM. On the sidelines, Yang Mi and Tang Yin watched with expressions of disbelief. How could he speak with a gun lodged in his mouth? Li Meiyun felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, perceiving Qin Tian as a stranger, a veritable embodiment of malevolence. Realizing Wu Jie's fate was sealed, she yearned to flee, yet her legs betrayed her, immobilized by fear. For heaven's sake, say something. Qin Tian sneered, his lips curling in disdain. Then, a gunshot rang out, and Wu Jie collapsed. As the rock-like facade of his exterior dissolved, His true human skin was revealed. Everything transpired with such swiftness that, aside from Qin Tian, no one else present could comprehend the events unfolding. Qin Tian nonchalantly discarded Wu Jie's lifeless body out the window and, brushing off his hands, remarked with a hint of disappointment, "That was hardly entertaining. He fell too easily." Li Meiyun stood in shock, hastily distancing herself from Wu Jie, insisting, "I barely knew him. He approached me on his own accord. I had no idea he held any grievances against you. Otherwise, I would never have allowed him to come near." As she spoke, she picked up an item from the table, preparing to make her escape. Qin Tian swiftly seized her arm and coldly remarked, "Aren't you going to exchange supplies?" I almost forgot. Let's just exchange a little this time." She chuckled. "Haha, Xiao Tian, I never expected you to have become so formidable, truly befitting of a boss." Maintaining your composure at such a moment. Instantly, the atmosphere in the room seemed to thicken. "Oh, by the way, I also brought your contract." She promptly retrieved Qin Tian's company contract from her trench coat. "I will nullify those terms for you right away. I assure the company that I will make you the star of the firm in the days to come," she declared confidently, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes fixated on Qin Tian, sparkling with intent. With a playful smile, Qin Tian calmly sat beside her and inquired, "When do you think this apocalyptic scene outside will come to an end?" As he spoke, he picked up the contract from the table, flipped through a few pages, and then crumpled one of the documents into shreds, tossing it into the trash bin. "Xiao Tian is right. I was indeed thoughtless." Li Meiyun's cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly added, Qin Tian regarded her with a knowing gaze. Their roles seemed to have reversed. It must be said, this woman possessed an impressive allure. Her figure and beauty were beyond reproach, particularly accentuated by a unique charisma. At that moment, the sound of the system echoed in Qin Tian's mind. Name, Li Meiyun. Age, 32. Beauty, 90. Virtue, 100. Impeccable. Meeting the requirements for 100-fold return. Task, cohabit with Li Meiyun. Reward loyalty display panel. Barrett sniper rifle and 300 rounds of magnum ammunition. What a remarkable situation it seems he is to take in this female CEO. Considering such extraordinary rewards, Qin Tian found it hard to refuse her. Thus, he inquired of the system, "What is the loyalty display panel?" The system promptly replied, "It is a panel that allows one to see the loyalty level of the other party at any time, reducing potential risks." Indeed, this function is akin to having a cheat code. It is truly remarkable. Moreover, Qin Tian was astonished to discover that this woman was indeed still a paragon of virtue. He was genuinely curious how someone like her, who navigated through the company of men daily, managed to remain untouched. Her social skills and strategies were exceptionally formidable. It turned out that her engagement to Wu Tian was a means to rescue the company from financial distress, which prompted her to accept his courtship. Both she and Wu Tian had entered the entertainment industry around the same time, during which Wu Tian had been pursuing her. Thus, her condition for agreeing to him was that he must invest in the company and refrain from any intimate contact until their wedding was completed. Wu Tian, genuinely enamored with her, thought he could endure until then, but unexpectedly fell into Qin Tian's hands. "Then, I shall take my leave." Li Meiyun, sensing the intensity of Qin Tian's gaze, stood up in a flustered manner. As a result of sitting for an extended period, her legs grew numb, and she stumbled, falling directly into Qin Tian's embrace. Chapter 18. A special contract. Li Meiyun, having sat too long and feeling tense, stood up only to find her legs weak. She nearly lost her balance, but fortunately, Qin Tian reacted swiftly to support her. Up close, she observed him clad in a crisp white shirt, tall and upright, with a robust physique. She couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Was this truly the same frail, scholarly young man she had known at 20? For a fleeting moment, she fancied him as her gallant prince, arriving to rescue her from an impending doom. However, she quickly feigned indifference, hastily extricating herself from his hold. "Excuse me, I must take my leave," she declared, hastening toward the door. Qin Tian seized her arm, preventing her escape, his voice cold as ice. "You think it would be so easy to leave? Stay here, and you can enjoy the same benefits as they do, food and lodging provided." His tone carried a hint of amusement. He had no genuine affection for her. Rather, he harbored an ulterior motive. He intended to bring this once unjust boss of his to her knees, completely subservient to him. Yet, Li Meiyun remained blissfully unaware of his intentions. Had she known, she would have fled even faster. In that moment, she did not turn around but paused slightly, taken aback. Suppressing her rising panic, she stammered, "You You don't intend to exert control over me, do you? With that, she quickened her pace. Qin Tian maintained his stoic expression, recognizing that this might be the last vestige of her defiance. Li Meiyun continued to walk outside, with Qin Tian showing no intention of keeping her. However, as she stepped into the dimly lit corridor, an odd sound reached her ears, reminiscent of the squeaking of a mouse. Suddenly, a rodent, the size of a dog, scurried past her, sending a jolt of terror through her, prompting a series of high-pitched screams. Mice were her greatest fear, and she had never encountered such a large specimen, leaving her utterly unnerved. After hastily closing the door, she retreated into the living room, where she finally halted. "What's wrong, sister?" Tang Yin kindly inquired, supporting the shaken Li Meiyun. "There's a mouse out there. It was as big as a dog," Li Meiyun exclaimed, still visibly shaken. "Don't be afraid, sister. We are in the apocalypse now. It's not unusual for anything to appear outside," Tang Yin reassured her. "In fact, this entire complex is safest at Brother Tian's place." She took Li Meiyun's hand and guided her to sit on the sofa. At that moment, Yang Mi joined them, sitting beside Li Meiyun, saying, "Indeed. You might as well stay here for now. We're quite worried about you venturing out alone as a girl." Both Yang Mi and Tang Yin had interacted with Li Meiyun on several occasions and were eager to establish a closer acquaintance, drawn by her extraordinary aura. The three of them, all navigating the entertainment industry, found common ground to converse. Qin Tian sat opposite them, calmly scrolling through his phone, and remarked, "If you wish to stay, that's acceptable, but I have my own rules." Suddenly, Tang Yin leaned in and whispered a few words into Li Meiyun's ear, instantly causing her face to flush a deep crimson. Li Meiyun cast a furtive glance at Qin Tian, becoming ensnared in profound turmoil. In truth, she did not feel an overwhelming sorrow over Wu Tian's demise. After all, her acceptance of his proposal had been born more of circumstance than genuine affection. Her feelings for Qin Tian, however, were far more intricate. As a businessman, she understood that it was only natural for him to seek to maximize the value of his artists. Yet, the current Qin Tian was markedly different from the past. Not only was he strikingly handsome, but he also possessed extraordinary abilities. Such attributes rendered him irresistibly attractive to any woman, as Tang Yin and Yang Mi had remarked. In this apocalyptic world, finding a reliable man for protection was of paramount importance for women like them. Ironically, she found herself embroiled in significant conflicts of interest with Qin Tian, driven by money and the present circumstances. Reflecting on her previously aggressive demeanor, she realized that remorse had come too late. "Sister, there is no need to hesitate. Brother Tian treats us well and is truly considerate." Yang Mi, sensing her inner conflict, leaned in to whisper. After absorbing Yang Mi's words, Li Meiyun found clarity. Finally, she nodded earnestly and addressed Qin Tian. "Tian, I accept your terms. Does this mean I can remain here now?" Qin Tian set aside his phone but did not immediately respond to her inquiry. Instead, he strode into his room, where he activated his computer and printer. Moments later, he emerged holding a sheet of paper. "Sign this contract." Qin Tian placed the document squarely before Li Meiyun. Li Meiyun was momentarily taken aback, while Yang Mi and Tang Yin widened their eyes in astonishment at the words inscribed on the paper. It read, "Today, I agree to cohabit with Qin Tian until the year 2050. Should I retract my consent during this period, I shall be subject to a penalty for breach of contract, amounting to 1 XXXXXXX. Good gracious, the penalty was followed by 8 zeros. The three were left speechless, particularly Li Meiyun, who was utterly bewildered. Is this what they mean by an eye for an eye? Subsequently, Yang Mi burst into laughter, exclaiming, "With so many zeros, who would dare to breach the contract?" After reading it, Tang Yin was also left astounded. "Refuse? Then you may return. Rest assured, I won't take any action against you," Qin Tian remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing his words, Li Meiyun stood up, yet Yang Mi grasped her hand, her eyes glistening with anticipation as she implored, "Sister, please reconsider." Ultimately, she seated herself once more, gritting her teeth as she affixed her signature to the peculiar contract. Upon signing, she was granted a room of her own and, as she had longed for, savored the exquisite Wellington steak and rich Italian butter. From that moment on, another woman graced Qin Tian's dining table, adding another mouth to feed. However, for Qin Tian, this was of little consequence, as he possessed an entire small supermarket and the capability to replenish resources consumed by these women. As long as they consumed daily provisions, he would be able to procure an endless supply of goods. After a hearty meal, it was time to fulfill the terms of the contract. She entered the bedroom and, finding it unoccupied, climbed into bed and fell asleep before she even realized it. Exhausted beyond measure, in a state of confusion, she was awakened by a pair of warm hands. In a moment of panic and fear, she sat up and instinctively delivered a slap. However, her hand was effortlessly captured by Qin Tian. "Are you still trying to strike me? Do not forget. We are bound by a contract," he said with a charming smile. Her eyes widened in surprise, leaving her momentarily speechless. As his former superior, the roles between them seemed to have entirely reversed. Qin Tian now held the upper hand. After all she had experienced, she came to the realization that she was no longer the proud CEO. She was now merely a delicate woman in need of a man's support. The night was deep, yet sleep eluded them. Time passed, and suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Qin Tian turned in bed and stealthily got up. Chapter 19, Loyalty Panel. Qin Tian's supply video exposed. In the dead of night, Qin Tian initially suspected a thief had entered their room. As he descended from the bed, he activated his divine sense to assess the situation outside. In the darkness, he recognized the figure to be Tang Yen. It turned out she had emerged in search of something to quench her thirst. Only Qin Tian could observe Tang Yen's every movement from a godlike perspective. About half an hour later, his divine sense confirmed that Tang Yen had satisfied her hunger and left. Simultaneously, his system task was successfully completed. A formidable Barrett sniper rifle was stored in his personal space, and a loyalty panel appeared before him. Name: Li Meiyan. Age: 32. Hostility: none. Loyalty: 8. 5. Quite satisfactory, yet it seems she requires further refinement. Although her loyalty does not reach a perfect score of 10, this level is still deemed acceptable. Qin Tian felt that he had ample time to nurture her gradually, thus he closed the panel. Subsequently, he leisurely turned on the lights, donned his battle attire, and opened the door. However, the corridor was already devoid of any presence, while the lights in Tang Yan's room remained aglow. Intrigued by the system reward he had just received, Qin Tian promptly accessed Tang Yan's loyalty panel. Name: Tang Yan. Age: 29. Hostility: none. Loyalty: 10. Truly deserving of the life he had saved, Tang Yan's loyalty was maximized. He found this feature rather gratifying. Henceforth, whenever he harbored doubts about someone, he could simply activate their loyalty panel. It resembled a cheat code, an indispensable skill for self-defense in this apocalyptic world. Currently, the order within the community had long since collapsed. Individuals had begun to band together for warmth, particularly in this neighborhood, where numerous social elites resided. Many were already acquainted with one another. Take, for instance, Shen Yuzhu, the co-founder of Dahu Law Firm on the 25th floor. In his 40s, he graduated from the law department of Stanford University in the United States, having previously worked in the renowned legal department of P.G. Morgan, and later served as an analyst at the prestigious PwC. Eventually, he returned to his homeland to establish his own law firm, catering to the nation's top 100 enterprises and individuals. Shen Yuzhu, as a result, has formed connections with numerous industry leaders. However, he now finds himself trapped within his residential community, and his food supplies were already scant. After several days, his refrigerator is nearly empty. Yesterday, he received a video showcasing Qin Tian's fridge and storage room brimming with provisions, along with information regarding the floor location. Instantly, an idea sparked in his mind. He began to add his peers and some clients into a group he had created. Soon, over a dozen individuals began to respond. Consequently, Shen Yuzhu shared a video in the group. Immediately, the atmosphere among the members became charged with excitement. In the group, Shen Yuzhu assured everyone, "I can guarantee that this video is absolutely authentic. It was filmed at the home of the owner who previously shared dinner photos in the larger group. I suspect that Qin Tian has long prepared an abundance of supplies, both food and essentials. Thus his current living conditions must feel like paradise compared to ours." He continued to provoke the group, aiming to unify this gathering of individuals. Did he foresee this day coming? Someone began to question. If he had foreseen such a situation, why didn't he inform us, the residents of this building? This Qin Tian is truly outrageous. We are all neighbors, yet he acts so selfishly. That scoundrel Qin Tian, not only did he withhold information from us, but he also indulges himself without sharing a morsel. In a fleeting moment, those who once considered themselves superior, indulging in the finest delicacies, began to envy and even resent Qin Tian. Indeed, jealousy can drastically alter one's appearance, prompting these individuals to unleash the most venomous of words. Observing the rising tide of animosity, Shen Yuzhu interjected into the group, stating, "Now that everyone is aware of this individual's selfishness, should we not take action? Absolutely. We must act. Why should he enjoy such prosperity? Yes, with all those resources at his disposal, a portion must be allocated to us. If we are to suffer, then he shall not thrive either." The collective fury was palpable, especially among the wealthier members of the group, predominantly individuals over 40, who could not abide anyone living better than themselves. "Old Shen, what shall we do?" they urged. "Yes, we shall heed your counsel. I propose we storm his residence and divide the resources among ourselves." As the chatter intensified, a satisfied smile crept across Shen Yuzhu's lips. However, he quickly urged calm. "Let us not forget, we are civilized individuals. Such actions are beneath us. Instead, I will first approach Qin Tian to discuss the possibility of him sharing his resources with us." His suggestion stemmed from a desire to avoid extreme measures. After all, should the crisis pass and Qin Tian choose to involve the authorities, their reputations, especially as individuals of standing, would be irrevocably tarnished. Thus, he sent a friend request to Qin Tian. Chapter 20. Shen Yuzhu's Plot and the Extraordinary Abilities of Reba. Shen Yuzhu, initially brimming with confidence, sent a friend request to Qin Tian, yet received no response. Undeterred, he followed up with a message, "Qin Tian, I have a video of you." This piqued Qin Tian's curiosity, for he was accustomed to receiving numerous friend requests daily, particularly from women eager to barter their assets for his attention, sometimes even sending him intimate photographs. However, this was the first instance someone claimed to possess a video of him. Could it be that the footage of him and Yang Mi during their private moments had been leaked? Qin Tian mused to himself with a smirk. He decided to accept the WeChat request from this individual named Shen Yuzhu. "Hello, let me introduce myself. I am Shen Yuzhu, a co-founder of the largest law firm in Kyoto, Dahua Law Firm." This fellow certainly took the time to establish his credentials. "Oh, and then?" Qin Tian inquired, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Such a background might have been beneficial for him to familiarize himself with before the impending apocalypse, as individuals like these often wield significant resources across various industries, including the entertainment sector. However, the situation had shifted. Qin Tian himself had become a figure of authority, holding sway over two major stars and the female president of an entertainment company. Shen Yuzhu was somewhat taken aback by Qin Tian's indifferent demeanor. Consequently, he unveiled his trump card, sending the video to Qin Tian. "Mr. Qin, as depicted in the video, you possess quite an abundance of resources at your disposal. Would you not consider sharing some?" Upon viewing the video, Qin Tian was momentarily stunned. "Isn't this the very video I initially sent to Li Meiyan?" Nevertheless, he responded with remarkable composure. "What of it? This is my video." Shen Yuzhu, with a subtle smile, remarked, "Mr. Qin, I hope you can prioritize the greater good and consider allocating a portion of your resources for everyone." With that, he added Qin Tian to the group he had established. "Greetings, everyone. I have brought Mr. Qin into our fold. I believe he will share his resources with us." His strategic maneuver, akin to offering flowers to Buddha, was aimed at the dozen or so individuals who were significant partners to him. By presenting himself as a champion for collective welfare, he stirred emotions within the group. This sentiment, of course, was predicated on his belief that the dense fog would eventually clear and that the nation would come to their aid. Instantly, the chat erupted with lively exchanges. Naturally, Shen Yuzhu had retracted previous discussions that bore no relevance. "Indeed, Mr. Qin is quite the benevolent soul. Surely, you wouldn't wish to see everyone perish from hunger, would you? I believe a gentleman ought to reserve a few days' worth for himself. The rest can be shared with us." "Yes, indeed. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek assistance from me, Wang Shi." Goodness, this troupe began their performance, employing both temptations and moral coercion. After observing the spectacle, Qin Tian retorted vehemently, "Have you no self-awareness? What makes you think you deserve my resources?" Following his outburst, he promptly exited the group chat and blocked Shen Yuzhu. In an instant, the members were left in stunned silence, and once they comprehended their rebuke, they were filled with indignation. These wealthy individuals are truly miserly, seeking to exploit others while resorting to moral coercion. How could someone like Qin Tian, who despises any delay in retribution, possibly indulge them? His actions have even caused Shen Yuzhu to lose his composure, prompting him to unleash a torrent of invective. "Oh, this audacious Qin Tian has truly courted his own demise." Consequently, he began to strategize with the members of their group. Ultimately, they resolved to launch an assault on Qin Tian's residence that very night. Everyone, heed my command when the time comes. Bring all the tools you can to breach the door, and assemble at my house promptly at 8 p.m. Shin Yuzhu instructed via voice chat on WeChat. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, a young girl listened intently, her eyes wide with astonishment, absorbing every word he uttered. Ever since the apocalypse, she had discovered her hearing had become extraordinarily acute, enabling her to eavesdrop on conversations occurring over 100 meters away. This was the manifestation of her awakened powers. Each morning, she could hear the cries of children from the building across the street, the quarrels of couples below, and the whispered exchanges of young lovers nestled in bed. Naturally, as time went on, many households faced food shortages, leading to an increase in grievances and lamentations. When will this dreadful weather ever improve? What are those terrifying sounds outside? It feels like the end of the world. I'm so hungry. Is there a kind soul who could bring me something to eat? What are you doing? You scoundrel, are you plotting against me? Do not blame me for my harshness. I am truly on the brink of starvation. The incessant cacophony surrounding her each day has become a source of considerable distress. However, tonight's murmurings piqued her curiosity and offered a hint of novelty. The name Qin Tian was not unfamiliar to her. Mere days ago, she overheard fervent discussions about him, which even escalated into physical confrontations. This time, the situation was even more alarming. Her neighbors were conspiring to raid Qin Tian's residence and seize his provisions. After absorbing this scheme and realizing her own supplies were dwindling, she found herself in a moral quandary. Should she join them and partake in this audacious venture? This thought lingered in her mind. Yet she quickly remembered the stable career she had painstakingly established since graduating from film school. She had no desire to jeopardize her future. Gazing at the posters of Yang Mi and Tang Yin adorning her room, her expression softened with clarity. As a junior, she had always regarded them as her role models. Moreover, she had seen a photograph of Qin Tian shared in their group. Her idols were indeed related to him, making it inconceivable for her to assist others while neglecting her own idols. Having resolved this internal conflict, she firmly decided to relay this critical information to Qin Tian. Thus, she searched for his WeChat contact in the group and sent him a friend request. Qin Tian, reclining on the sofa while waiting for dinner and engrossed in his phone, was suddenly drawn to a notification of a new friend request. Hello, my name is Reba, and I have something of great importance to share with you. Upon reading the content of this message, Qin Tian smiled faintly. Another woman had approached him. How unoriginal. Throughout the day, he had lost count of the number of friend requests from girls like her. However, after playing games for a while, he sensed something amiss. Wait a moment. Why does the name Reba sound so familiar? He paused his game and summoned the other person's profile picture. The girl possessed an exotic beauty, with fair skin, deep-set eyes, and a prominent nose. It suddenly dawned on him. She was one of the renowned beauties from the later installment of the Xian Jin series, Reba. Goodness. She was incredibly youthful at this time. Her ethereal allure elicited a sense of wonder, leaving one to marvel at the existence of such exquisite beauty. In an instant, the system was triggered, automatically displaying a prompt. Name, Reba, age, 19, attractiveness, 95, purity, 100, overall, 95, system rating requirements met. Thus, he decisively accepted her friend request. Chapter 21. Qin Tian's moment of pursuit. When Reba saw that Qin Tian had accepted her friend request, she was filled with excitement. She eagerly exclaimed, Hello, senior. I am your junior, Reba. I have something to tell you. Her voice was soft and melodious. As it happened, the original Qin Tian had spent a year as a graduate student at the academy, thus establishing a true alumni connection between them. Qin Tian calmly replied, Yes, go ahead. Thus, Reba divulged her neighbor's conspiracy to Qin Tian. Upon receiving this information, Qin Tian immediately connected it to the previous incident involving Shen Yuzhu. Oh, so rather than sharing resources, they have resorted to theft. However, at that moment, he felt no astonishment. Instead, his heart remained as tranquil as a still pond. After all, in this apocalyptic era, such events were bound to unfold sooner or later. Nevertheless, he sincerely expressed his gratitude for Reba's goodwill. Thank you for providing this intelligence. Please ensure your own safety and stay in touch. Inform me as soon as they make a move, Qin Tian declared. Upon hearing his words, Reba felt a surge of excitement. Yes, don't worry, senior. I will inform you of any actions they take in advance. This young lady was indeed endearing, and Qin Tian began to contemplate taking her under his wing, though he felt no urgency to act just yet. He first needed to address the matters at hand. Soon, the appointed time for the meeting with Shen Yuzhu arrived. and the number of people outside steadily increased, all gathering in the room where he resided. "Welcome, everyone." Shin Yuzhu began by taking a head count. "Yes, we all heed Brother Shin's call. That Qin Tian is utterly ungrateful. This time, we shall teach him a proper lesson." Shin Yuzhu counted a total of 22 individuals present. Looking at the room full of people, most armed with weapons, he nodded in satisfaction. "Everyone, please remain calm." He then proceeded to outline his offensive strategy. It was merely a matter of utilizing heavy weaponry as a battering ram to assault the gates of the Qin family. Once the gates were breached, they would surge forth to subdue Qin Tian. The collective attitude was one of earnestness, with all eyes fixed upon Shin Yuzhu. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd, exclaiming, "Hey, down with Qin Tian, and all the food and drink shall be mine." His words resonated deeply within the hearts of those present, prompting them to voice their innermost thoughts. Alarmed by their fervent shouts, Hiba hastily propped a chair against the door, as though this throng could burst into her home at any moment. She quickly sent a message to Qin Tian, "Senior, you should flee at once. They are numerous." She meticulously detailed the potential armaments and tactics the assailants might employ. Do they truly believe such feeble means can threaten me? A hint of disdain curled at the corners of his lips. Shin Yuzhu, leading a formidable procession, set off with great fanfare. At that moment, Yang Mi nestled anxiously in Qin Tian's embrace, expressing her concerns. "My psychic senses have detected a large group approaching us. Do you think they are coming for us?" Qin Tian's hand caressed her soft flesh reassuringly. "Fear not. Even if they are indeed targeting us, it matters not. For I am here." With that, he patted Yang Mi's shoulder and handed her a fruit of strength. "Consume this, and whatever noise you hear, do not open the door." Yang Mi's eyes brightened at the sight of the fruit in Qin Tian's hand. She recognized the value of the offering and swiftly consumed the fruit. Just as she intended to express her gratitude, she realized that Qin Tian had vanished from her sight. Soon, she felt a subtle tremor beneath her feet. Indeed, a multitude of individuals had arrived, and among those at the forefront was a man wielding a robust beam. Reportedly a relic from an ancient temple collected by a certain affluent patron. No matter the cost paid for it, it was now repurposed for use. They quickly approached Qin Tian's residence. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, stepped forward and boisterously shouted into the house, "Qin Tian, will you open the door yourself, or shall we force our way in? If we breach the door, your fate will be sealed." Another voice chimed in, "Indeed. It would be wise for you to surrender now. This way, we can ensure you remain intact." The crowd outside began to chant aggressively at the door. However, silence echoed from within. Old Li, cease the idle chatter and let us break down the door. With that, he led the charge, hurling the wooden beam against Qin Tian's entrance. At that moment, the sharp crack of a gunshot rang out, and the vocal instigator collapsed to the ground. Following that, several more shots were fired, causing others carrying the beam to fall as well. The beam clattered to the ground. Each of these individuals had been struck in the head. A viscous, warm spray of brain matter erupted, splattering into the crowd. One man, brushing his face, detected the metallic scent of blood and screamed in horror. Instantly, chaos erupted among the throng. A gunshot shattered the overhead light bulb, sending shards of glass cascading to the floor. Qin Tian, crouching at the emergency exit at the end of the corridor, brandished his Barrett rifle, indiscriminately aiming at the crowd and opening fire. "Run! He has a gun!" someone shouted, prompting a frantic rush. Those who were slower discarded their shoes, their bare feet painfully treading upon shards of glass, causing them to cry out. "Everyone, remain calm. Stay composed." At that moment, Shin Yuzhu, hiding among the crowd, urgently intervened. However, endowed with extraordinary perception, Qin Tian could hit his targets with unwavering precision, even in the darkness. He was akin to a hunter, wielding a firearm with night vision, shooting mice that scurried out of a barn. The gunshots echoed, some fell with injuries to their legs, while others were struck in their torsos. It marked the onset of Qin Tian's hunting spree. Initially, the crowd surged towards the emergency exit, only to discover that the more they ran, the more bodies lay fallen ahead. As the gunfire drew closer, they began to retreat, ultimately converging at the elevator. Shin Yuzhu was the first to slip inside, hastily pressing the button to close the doors before the others could enter. Even within the descending elevator, he remained in a state of terror. Qin Tian is truly a demon, he pondered, questioning his own sanity for having provoked him. Now, only 7 or 8 individuals remained in the elevator, and apart from him, all bore injuries. The air was rife with cries of anguish, and the cabin was drenched in blood. Witnessing such a gruesome scene, he felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach. as if the world was spinning around him. Chapter 22. The Concern of Junior Sister Reba. In the corridor of Qin Tian's residence, corpses lay strewn about, while some individuals had merely been shot or trampled by the panicked crowd. In the darkness, those who remained alive were engulfed in profound despair. They cried out in anguish, rolling and crawling, ultimately managing to escape this harrowing scene. After Qin Tian stowed away his sniper rifle into his spatial pocket, he consumed a teleportation fruit and returned home. At that moment, Yang Mi and Tang Yan, along with several other women, anxiously awaited his arrival. "Brother Tian, you have finally returned. We were so worried." Upon seeing Qin Tian, they all rushed toward him. "The situation has been resolved. You need not fret." Qin Tian replied calmly, having heard the screams and chaos outside. They were taken aback by his unperturbed demeanor, his attire devoid of any bloodstains. It was as if nothing had transpired, rendering their concern seemingly unnecessary. "By the way, I am feeling quite hungry. Please prepare dinner." He also delegated a task to Wang Shirong, who was dutifully kneeling and cleaning the table. Upon receiving his words, Wang Shirong immediately stood up, respectfully nodding, "Yes, I shall do it right away." Meanwhile, Qin Tian nonchalantly recounted the earlier events to the women. On the other side, however, Shen Yuzhu was plunged into deep despair. The horrifying scene that had unfolded before his eyes continued to haunt him, causing him to tremble in fear. Having watched American dramas, he was acutely aware that Qin Tian had wielded a large-caliber sniper rifle. The sight of his companions' heads exploding before him was truly terrifying. "Hey, why would I provoke the formidable killer, Qin Tian? He is terrified, screaming in panic, his mind in a state of heightened anxiety. What should I do if he does not relent?" The more he contemplates, the more fear envelopes him, leading to tears streaming down his face. Unbeknownst to him, upon his return, his neighbor, Ria, begins to take notice of the commotion. The harrowing gunfight she overheard at Qin Tian's doorstep has left her deeply concerned for his well-being. Thus, when Shen Yuzhu returns, she too is filled with apprehension. She sends a message to Qin Tian, inquiring about his condition, but he takes an eternity to respond. This delay heightens Ria's worry, prompting her to employ her keen ability to eavesdrop on the happenings within Qin Tian's home. Soon, she hears the sounds of someone preparing dinner. As she investigates other rooms, she catches snippets of laughter and conversation between Qin Tian and his companions. Initially, she perceives nothing amiss, merely mundane chatter, interspersed with playful banter. "Humph, how foolish of me to worry. It seems he is faring quite well." Naturally curious, Ria finds it difficult to divert her attention from Qin Tian's abode. After some time, she finally manages to pull her focus away. In truth, she has learned to master her abilities if she does not wish to listen. She simply will not. What on earth am I thinking? She vigorously shakes her head, murmuring to herself. She intends to banish all thoughts of Qin Tian from her mind. Unbeknownst to her, she has been reclining on the sofa for quite some time. She did not refrain from rising. Rather, she sought to conserve her energy by remaining still. Yet, at that moment, her stomach began to rumble. Upon discovering that only the final cup of yogurt remained in the refrigerator, her brow furrowed in dismay. Alas, if this continues, she would indeed face hunger. And what was to be done? Worrying, she bit her lip. Just then, a handsome visage appeared before her. It was Qin Tian. Memories of the delectable dishes from his household flooded her mind, leaving her salivating at the thought. How she wished that her senior would invite her over at this very moment. As she sipped her yogurt, she indulged in daydreams of an array of culinary delights. And before long, she drifted into slumber. An hour later, Qin Tian, along with Yang Mi, Tang Yin, and Li Meiyun, gathered for dinner. The menu featured braised pig's trotters with yellow beans, kidney and pork rib soup, stir-fried shrimp with chicken breast, broccoli sautéed with wood ear mushrooms, and scrambled eggs with green peppers. It appeared that Wang Xiaorong's culinary skills had indeed improved. Ever since she was assigned the role of a servant by Qin Tian, she had diligently endeavored to earn her master's trust, undertaking her duties with great care. Not only did she maintain a spotless home, but she also devoted herself to learning the art of cooking through tutorial videos on her phone. To ensure precise measurements of seasonings, she even etched scales onto her containers. Consequently, her dishes had become increasingly delectable, rivaling the flavors found in local eateries. However, her efforts went unacknowledged by Qin Tian, and the prospect of receiving praise from others seemed utterly unattainable. However, she did not voice any complaints, believing that this was what she truly deserved. No one could have anticipated that the once proud Wang Xiaorong would now be reduced to such humility. After finishing their meal, Qin Tian reclined on the lounge chair. seizing the opportunity to indulge in a game while his phone still had a connection. It was then that he noticed a message from Reba. "Senior, how are you? They haven't mistreated you, have they? I'm quite worried about you. Why haven't you replied to my messages?" From Reba's words, Chin Tian sensed her genuine concern for him, which warmed his heart. He promptly responded, "I'm doing well. Thank you for your concern." After sending his reply, he resumed his gaming. Suddenly, he realized that the number of real players available for matching was dwindling. In the past, he would encounter unexpected situations where mysterious mutated creatures would devour him mid-game. Now, the situation was even more absurd. Upon finally matching with a real player, the other party mentioned that he hadn't eaten for days and simply wanted to finish this round before leaving. Each time, Chin Tian would reassure him that his household was well stocked with food and that he needn't worry about starvation. The other player would share a knowing smile, laughing off Chin Tian's boast. Chin Tian was indifferent to whether others believed him. He merely wished to enjoy a few more games before losing his connection entirely. Chapter 23, Sniper Headshot, Avenge for his woman. Ding dong. The text message alert startled Reba from her slumber. In the dimly lit room, the screen of her phone illuminated with a brilliant glow. Rubbing her eyes, she was jolted awake upon seeing a message from Chin Tian. The senior had replied to her. Elated, she grasped her phone. Though it was merely a word of thanks, to her, it signified Chin Tian's acknowledgement of her efforts. With a beaming heart, she responded, "Yes. Yes, it is only what I ought to do. As long as you are safe, senior, I shall have peace of mind." After sending the message, she proceeded to illuminate every light in her room, for she harbored a fear of darkness. Outside, the sky had turned to night, and the streetlights were engulfed by a thick fog. As she gazed at the desolate scene, Hoppa felt the once-cherished dream of a splendid future dim to an insipid gray. Suddenly, a piercing scream of a woman shattered the silence. "Help! Help me!" She turned to see a woman in pajamas desperately calling for aid from the 25th floor of the opposite building through the glass window. "Who are you? I don't know you. There has been a murder." With her cries, a man wielding a fruit knife appeared behind her. He was diminutive in stature, his greedy triangular eyes fixated on the beautiful woman before him. "Shout all you want. No one will come to your rescue." The man, whose appearance reeked of lewdness yet was clad in designer attire, swiftly struck the woman across the face, declaring, "As long as you amuse me, I shall let you go." Many witnessed this dreadful scene, particularly the men, who were incensed and began to vocally condemn the lecherous man. "What the hell are you yelling about? Be careful, or I'll come over and gouge your eyes out." Upon hearing his threats, many timid souls hastily fell silent. After all, in this apocalyptic world, even securing one's own sustenance is a challenge, leaving little room for concern about others' affairs. Furthermore, the audacity of this thief was truly brazen. Chin Tian, having finished his meal, reclined on a lounge chair engrossed in a game, indifferent to the turmoil outside. It was not that he lacked the desire to intervene, but rather the impossibility of managing every situation. It seemed likely that such scenes would become a daily occurrence, and eventually, people would grow accustomed to them. However, Tang Yin and Yang Mi, witnessing this scene, clenched their fists in fury. "You scoundrel, let her go!" Tang Yin couldn't help but shout at the man across from her. Yang Mi, with a high-pitched voice, echoed, "Indeed, what kind of man bullies women?" Her expression, fierce yet adorable, was precisely what Chin Tian cherished most about her. At last, Yang Mi's outburst piqued Chin Tian's interest, prompting him to set his phone aside. Just then, the lecherous man across from them cast a wicked glance in their direction. Upon spotting the two stunning beauties, he became even more agitated. His beady eyes darted around, and he taunted, "Oh, little beauties, I shall come for you shortly. Just wait and see how formidable I am." His voice, gravelly and grating, resembled the croak of a duck. "Scoundrel, you wretched scum, may you meet an untimely end," Tang Yin exclaimed, her face flushed with anger as she hurled curses at him. In a moment of reckless bravado, he taunted the women, relishing their disdain. His name was Pansy. Once a petty thug in the village, he had descended further into a life of crime, resorting to lockpicking and thievery. Over the years, he amassed wealth through property management, initially recruiting a handful of unemployed individuals as security and eventually expanding into a dozen subsidiaries. His fortune burgeoned, transforming him into a veritable nouveau riche. Yet, despite his newfound status, the vestiges of his former misdeeds lingered. Adorned in luxury brands, his thoughts remained sordid, occasionally indulging in petty thefts. When his supplies ran low, he reverted to his old ways, stepping out to reclaim his criminal craft. On this occasion, Having just breached the door of a residence, he stumbled upon a woman of striking beauty. Unable to suppress the lustful impulses that had been brewing within him, he found himself in the very moment that had been described. Just as Pansy's lecherous intentions began to manifest, a sudden commotion interrupted him. With a loud bang, the curtain across the room fluttered, and a gunshot reverberated through the air of the community. Qin Tian had finally intervened. Any pretense that the earlier incident was unrelated to him was now rendered moot. The villain across the way could hardly fathom how he had crossed paths with such a formidable force of retribution. A chilling sensation enveloped him as a stream of blood erupted from his lower body. Writhing in agony on the ground, he let out cries of despair. What kind of marksman could strike with such precision, targeting the very instrument of his impending crime? The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. The men lingering by the window felt a shiver run down their spines as they instinctively glanced at their own groins. Only when they saw their little comrades unharmed did they release a sigh of relief. Then, another shot rang out, striking the man sprawled on the ground, who was howling in agony, right in the mouth. Blood erupted, and teeth flew. His mouth could no longer emit cries. The scene was utterly gruesome. At last, the young woman was completely liberated from the clutches of this demon. Only Yang Mi and Tang Yin simultaneously turned to glance at the other window. Indeed, Qin Tian stood there, flashing a peace sign at them. How about that? Doesn't it feel like you've vented some anger? He said with a mischievous grin. Yes, it's truly satisfying. I adore you, Brother Tian. Yang Mi cheered, throwing her arms around Qin Tian and planting kisses on her face. Fantastic. This scoundrel has finally faced the justice he deserves. Tang Yin, though a bit slow to react, quickly joined in, embracing him as well. Witnessing Qin Tian avenging them warmed both their hearts. Meanwhile, Riba, observing the lecherous man now rendered lifeless by the sniper's shot, felt a surge of exhilaration. She recognized that gunshot well. To confirm her suspicions, she activated her powers and, upon overhearing Qin Tian's dialogue, validated her assumptions. Hooray! Senior is so cool. She couldn't help but clench her little fists and cheer for him. From that moment on, Qin Tian loomed even larger in her esteem. Chapter 24. The power outage begins in the dim underground parking lot. The events of the day left Riba already feeling helpless, gripped by an even greater sense of dread. If someone as nefarious as that lecherous man were to emerge among the inhabitants of their building, could she be the next victim? This thought lingered in her mind like a devilish specter, refusing to be quelled. The sole beacon of light in her heart at that moment was Senior Qin Tian. In this apocalyptic world, only formidable individuals like Qin Tian could offer protection to beautiful women. Otherwise, they would inevitably become prey for others. This understanding was shared by women such as Yang Mi, Tang Yin, and Li Meiyun. Even Wang Xiaorong, who initially harbored resentment towards Qin Tian when he took her as a slave, later found solace in her circumstance. As the dire situation of the apocalypse worsened and government aid remained a distant hope, she came to appreciate her status as Qin Tian's slave. At least her safety was assured, and she had food to fill her belly. Her desires had diminished to the point where serving her master, Qin Tian, became her most cherished aspiration. After dinner in the evening, they enjoyed the freedom to move about the house and gaze out the window at the scenery beyond. Surrounding their apartment complex were towering skyscrapers, within which people were ensnared by the thick fog. As night fell, the lights in the occupied windows flickered to life, transforming into a splendid nocturnal display. Heba sat by the window, counting the grids of the tallest skyscraper. Suddenly, the lights of that building extinguished entirely, followed by the lights of the surrounding commercial district. A cascade of darkness enveloped the area, creating an overwhelming sense of desolation. What is happening? Is a power outage beginning? Ria's mind was engulfed in a haze. Was it soon their neighborhood's turn? At that moment, a message arrived on her phone, conveying the government's decision to commence power cuts for certain industrial and commercial sectors. There was no alternative. Power companies nationwide had suffered varying degrees of damage. Many establishments were also facing staff shortages, and numerous supplies had encountered issues. As Ria observed the lights of the surrounding skyscrapers gradually dimming, her anxiety heightened. Qin Tian had long anticipated this day, yet the reality was somewhat more manageable than he had envisioned. Noticing the anxious expressions on the faces of the women before him, he calmly remarked, "Do not panic. In the absence of electricity, we can still rely on candles." With that, he retrieved several candles from his spatial supermarket and placed them on the table. When they witnessed Qin Tian conjuring candles onto the table, as if performing magic, they erupted in excitement. "This is wonderful. If I had to navigate in darkness every night, I would surely go mad, exclaimed Tang Yin. Yang Mi chimed in. I feel the same. I used to sleep with the lights on at home. Is that so? It seems women have a profound fear of darkness. Qin Tian remarked with composure. However, Li Meiyan interjected with a smile. I am quite different. As a child, I bravely traversed the mountain paths alone at night. Now that was darkness, truly a hand before one's face could not be seen. Later, when I started school, I had to leave home at 4 in the morning while it was still dark. As she reminisced about her childhood, a sparkle seemed to illuminate her eyes. Observing her expression, Tang Yin affectionately grasped her hand and exclaimed, why not share some amusing tales from the mountains with us? Indeed, do tell. I've yet to venture into the great mountains. The air there must be splendid, chimed in Yang Mi, eager to join the conversation. Li Meiyan felt a wave of exasperation, sensing that these two were flaunting their urban superiority in her presence. At that moment, the lights in the house unexpectedly extinguished. In the darkness. The frightened women huddled together, shrieking in alarm. Wait. Qin Tian suddenly interjected in a hushed tone. Look, the lights in the building across the street are still on. He pointed towards the illuminated edifice. Upon hearing his words, the two women recognized that something was amiss. Qin Tian then retrieved his phone to check the group chat and found no complaints regarding a power outage. Could it be that someone had flipped the circuit breaker? It then occurred to him that their electrical meter was located in a designated area within the underground parking garage. This was rather awkward to unravel the mystery. He would need to investigate further. After a moment of contemplation, he announced, You all light the candles. I shall descend to take a look. With that, he consumed a teleportation fruit and promptly vanished from their sight, while their concerned voices echoed behind him. Tian, finish quickly and return. Be careful, Brother Tian. Watch your safety. Soon, he arrived at the damp and dimly lit underground parking lot. The area was overgrown with various vines, their thick stems and leaves reminiscent of a primordial rainforest. Among these plants, large centipedes, as thick as an arm, scuttled about, causing a shiver down his spine. Qin Tian cautiously located the electric meter for his floor's apartment, only to find it obscured by a creeping vine. Just as he intended to pry apart the vine-nest tendrils, he suddenly noticed that it appeared to be moving. Upon retracting his hand, it too withdrew. What extraordinary energy could possibly render such flora aggressive? He tentatively reached out again, provoking the vine to swiftly turn and respond with hostility. Astonished, Qin Tian extracted his golden double-eagle pistol and fired twice. Upon impact, a burst of vibrant green liquid erupted, and the vines hastily retreated into the obscurity. With a sense of accomplishment, Qin Tian then flipped the main switch and retrieved a roll of tape from the spatial supermarket, sealing the electric box securely. Once he completed his tasks, he dusted off his hands and prepared to leave. However, his senses detected several small green lights in the surrounding darkness, fixated upon him. 2 of the largest rodents, accompanied by 10 smaller ones, circled him restlessly. Hiss! It seemed he had encountered the Jerry family. Squeak, squeak. With a flurry of squeaks, a large rat darted towards his neck. Bang! With a single shot, Qin Tian sent one flying, followed by another shot that dispatched a second assailant. He then activated his dual fire mode, engaging in close-range target practice. The thunderous gunfire mingled with the anguished cries of the mice, echoing throughout the underground garage, leaving a scattering of shells and carcasses in its wake. Initially, he could have concluded his task with the electrical box and returned home immediately. However, he chose instead to utilize this opportunity to refine his marksmanship. The lights in the room flickered back to life, instantly illuminating the once dim space, akin to a small sun, rekindling warmth among the occupants. Several women cheered in jubilant welcome as Qin Tian returned. Upon arriving home, he made his way to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. At that moment, his mind busied itself with plans for life after power outages. He recalled a hardware store in the East City that sold large generators. Chapter 25. The first outing. Qin Tian resolved to procure a small generator for backup before the impending blackout, while also seeking to gather supplies. He felt that the variety of goods in his space could be further diversified. Remembering that the bustling commercial street nearby housed numerous international brands with branches in the vicinity, he realized he had been cooped up at home for too long and decided to embark on an exploration. His decision garnered both agreement and dissent. Tang Yin expressed her curiosity, saying, Brother Tian, I support your venture to explore the outside world. May I accompany you? Yes, yes. I also wish to see what the outside is like. Her close friend, Yang Mi, chimed in enthusiastically. Upon seeing the unwavering support from both of them, Qin Tian calmly stated, No, you must stay at home and safeguard it. If anyone attempts to enter, absolutely do not open the door. Being inexperienced and unfamiliar with the outside world on his first venture, Qin Tian was certainly not inclined to bring along these two burdens. Conversely, Li Meiyun, with a look of concern, remarked, Tian, I believe it is unnecessary for you to take such a risk now. We can afford to wait and observe the situation. The dense fog obscures everything, and there are various terrifying mutated creatures inside. We are not lacking in supplies, and venturing outside is far too perilous. As she spoke, worry etched across her face. Deeply touched by her concern, Qin Tian maintained a calm facade and replied, No need to say more. I have made my decision. While you are at home, do keep a vigilant eye on the situation outside. With that, Qin Tian produced a consciousness fruit and handed it to Li Meiyun, saying, Please consume this consciousness fruit. Li Meiyun took the fruit from his hand, scrutinized it for a moment without suspicion, and swallowed it whole. Ding! Li Meiyun has consumed a consciousness fruit, returning 300 points. Instantly, she felt her senses sharpen, particularly her awareness becoming remarkably acute. She suddenly realized she could now perceive the surroundings several meters outside the house, exclaiming, Tian, this fruit possesses such extraordinary effects. It's simply miraculous. Indeed, both you and Mimi have consumed this fruit, so remember to observe your surroundings closely. Should you detect anything unusual or hazardous, do not hesitate to call me. After giving instructions to the two, he turned to the displeased Tang Yin and cautioned, Remember to heed their words. For now, I shall refrain from granting you the divine fruit. Tang Yin pouted, clearly reluctant, and replied, All right, I understand. Subsequently, Qin Tian consumed a teleportation fruit and vanished into thin air. He first arrived at the commercial street, recalling it was adorned with numerous luxury brands, including Chanel, Burberry, and Tiffany, all lined up in their boutiques. At that moment, the street was eerily silent, with various plants wildly thriving, and the ground was covered in thick moss. Enveloped in dense fog, the scene resembled the apocalyptic Earth depicted in films. The shops on either side were locked, their glass windows shattered long ago, allowing Qin Tian to enter freely. He explored the boutiques, collecting designer clothing, handbags, shoes, lipsticks, perfumes, and other treasures into his personal space. As he exited the commercial street, he was startled by strange noises from nearby animals, sending chills down his spine. Once more, Qin Tian consumed a teleportation fruit. His mind focused on the location of the hardware store in the Eastern District. In an instant, he found himself within a grand building, a comprehensive marketplace that offered not only hardware components, but also furniture. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices reached his ears, revealing that he was surrounded by people, all of whom gazed at him with curiosity. Someone approached and inquired, Who are you? How did you arrive here? Are you a representative of the government? Come to rescue us? It turns out that most of the individuals here are merchants who have become trapped within these walls since the onset of the apocalypse. They subsist on the supermarket and food establishments within the mall. Indifferent to their plight, Qin Tian made his way directly to the section selling small generators. He selected the two most expensive Sanlin generators and stored them in his spatial realm. Subsequently, he visited a furniture workshop, where he found exquisite pieces he had previously deemed too extravagant to purchase. After browsing, his attention was drawn to a waterbed. This innovative waterbed, enhanced with cutting-edge nanotechnology, promised unparalleled comfort. Furthermore, its ample size could accommodate 3 individuals. Such a splendid item was certainly worthy of being taken home. A sly smile crept across Qin Tian's lips as he thought this. After storing the waterbed in his spatial realm, he continued to peruse the offerings, ultimately acquiring several other high-ticket items, including bed linens, blankets, and sofas. Upon exiting the mall, he noted that there was still ample time left in the day, so he teleported to a nearby large supermarket. He had hoped to find a greater abundance of food there. However, upon arrival, he was met with chaos. The floor was littered with various unidentified liquids, and the air was thick with the stench of decaying flesh. The odor was overwhelmingly pungent, and he spotted carcasses of animals that had been devoured, teeming with maggots and swarming with large green flies. A mere glance was enough to prompt him to teleport to another section. Fortunately, there was a door that had been locked from the outside, and upon entering, he discovered it resembled a storage room. Within the confines of the storage facility lay numerous crates, seemingly unopened. Qin Tian approached several boxes and was immediately captivated. A row of crates contained exquisite French wine, Adjacent to them were Italian delicacies, including ham, olive oil, and butter. Ah, these are truly splendid treasures. Qin Tian marveled. He then inspected the neighboring boxes, which housed Japanese caviar and sashimi. Without hesitation, he collected these delectable items into his personal space. Venturing further, he discovered a large cold storage unit, still operational. As he stepped inside, a bone-chilling cold enveloped him. Within this frigid chamber, he found an abundance of fresh produce, crates filled with Australian lobsters, an array of seafood from the Pacific, and fresh rabbit and lamb meat. Recognizing the value of these goods, Qin Tian diligently stored them away. Upon exiting the cold storage, he glanced at the time and realized it was getting late, prompting him to head home. Although there were other resource points in the vicinity, he prioritized returning, aware that his family would surely worry if he lingered too long. Once Qin Tian departed, the atmosphere returned to an eerie silence. Suddenly, a slender figure appeared within the marketplace. Dressed in a fitted uniform with her hair tied back in a ponytail, she exuded an air of professionalism. My senses clearly detected someone here moments ago. How could they vanish so swiftly? She remarked, her brow furrowing in disappointment. Chapter 26. A Gift. Helicopter Rescue. By the time Qin Tian returned home with the supplies, night had already fallen. At this moment, the dining table at home was laden with an array of dishes. The women in the household would not touch their chopsticks until he returned. When they saw Qin Tian's figure appear, they rushed towards him, each face etched with concern. Tian, why are you back so late? Brother Tian, I was so worried. Why didn't you answer my calls? In an instant, a chorus of complaints erupted. It seemed their reliance on him had deepened considerably. Oh, I was busy searching for supplies and didn't pay attention to the time. Qin Tian replied with a calm demeanor. Ah, wait a minute. Suddenly, Tang Yin let out a sharp exclamation, drawing everyone's gaze towards her. Embarrassed, she asked, Brother Tian, didn't you say you were going to gather supplies? Why have you returned empty-handed? It was then that the realization dawned upon everyone. With a slight smile, Qin Tian remarked, after all this time, do you still not know that your brother Tian is capable of magic? As he spoke, 3 brand new, limited edition bags from the Donkey brand materialized in his hands. These 3 bags are for you, he said, placing them on the sofa. Wow, these are the latest models, complete with anti-counterfeiting packaging. Thank you, Brother Tian. You're so thoughtful. You always think of us. The 3 women eagerly selected their favorite colors, their eyes sparkling with excitement. What could be more effective than bestowing gifts upon women? Qin Tian, maintaining his composure, added, this is merely the beginning. There is more to come. Thus, Qin Tian conjured designer garments, Chanel perfumes, and an array of lipsticks, as if performing magic. These were all the latest seasonal novelties, and the 3 of them joyfully divided the treasures among themselves. Upon seeing the few home-cooked dishes on the table, Qin Tian smiled slightly and said, please wait a moment. He then proceeded to the kitchen, retrieving the caviar and fresh sashimi he had previously stored away. After a brief mixing with some seasonings, he transformed them into a delightful Japanese dish. He presented this exquisite creation to them, accompanied by a bottle of fine French red wine, proclaiming, today, let us indulge in a change of flavors. The sight of the dish astonished them. They could hardly believe that amidst the apocalypse, they could savor such exquisite Japanese cuisine and enjoy French wine. This surreal experience made them feel as though they were living in a dream. Suddenly, as they were relishing their feast, the resonant roar of a helicopter pierced the air. The appearance of the helicopter quickly drew many residents from the surrounding buildings to their balconies to witness the spectacle. Oh, we are saved. This must be the government sending a rescue helicopter, they exclaimed. Hey, lower the ladder. We are here. Wait, don't fly past us. Where are you going? The helicopter passed between their 2 buildings, showing no sign of stopping. At that moment, on the 15th floor, Lin Xiao was excitedly racing up to the rooftop. It turned out that his father had used his connections to arrange for a military helicopter to rescue him. Upon reaching the balcony, Lin Xiao fervently waved his arms and shouted, I am here. Come and rescue me. The personnel aboard the helicopter leaned out, gestured an okay, and maneuvered the aircraft directly overhead. A tempestuous gust of wind enveloped Lin Xiao as the helicopter's rotor blades whirled above, rendering it difficult for him to open his eyes. The helicopter hovered above him, and soon, a fully armed soldier was lowered down. Fastened to a rope, the soldier descended swiftly to the ground, approaching Lin Xiao to confirm. Are you Lin Xiaohua? Without hesitation, Lin Xiao nodded affirmatively. Yes, that's me. Did my father send you to rescue me? Indeed. Now, I shall take you away. After signaling, the soldier proceeded to secure Lin Xiao with a safety harness. At that moment, individuals began to emerge onto the rooftop, one after another, resembling a horde of zombies. They cried out, "Save us!" One quick-witted person grabbed Lin Xiao's garment, pleading, "Young Master Lin, take me with you. I will pay any amount." With a fierce glare, Lin Xiao retorted vehemently, "Get lost." After delivering a punch that sent the man sprawling, he urged the soldier, "Let us depart swiftly." However, in the aftermath of the man's fall, the crowd surged forward with even greater frenzy, clinging to their legs and begging pitifully. Despite Lin Xiao's desperate kicks and punches, those relentless individuals continued to impede their escape. As the helicopter above began to sway, a soldier brandished his weapon and unleashed a volley of bullets upon the crowd below. In an instant, those struck by the gunfire collapsed, while the remaining individuals, who had been pushing forward, turned and fled in panic. Lin Xiao and the soldier secured their ascent via the rope. As the helicopter began to rise, shouts erupted from below, with some even hurling stones at the aircraft. Suddenly, the fallen began to cease their moans and rose once more. It turned out that the soldier had been using rubber bullets. While they were relieved to be alive, they lamented their missed opportunity to board the helicopter. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, now safely aboard, reveled in arrogance, gesturing a middle finger at the crowd below. "A bunch of country bumpkins. I shall take my leave first." His excitement and joy were palpable. It seemed his father truly valued his only son. Indeed, being born in Rome set him apart. The helicopter ascended higher, nearing the towering buildings below. Abruptly, a gust of wind rocked the aircraft. "What in the world is that?" Lin Xiao exclaimed, as a colossal creature materialized before them. Its wingspan stretched 2 meters, resembling a pterosaur from a Jurassic film. The beast flapped its wings menacingly. Perceiving them as intruders in its territory, Lin Xiao's eyes widened in terror. "Turn back quickly, that monster is charging towards us," he shouted in fear. "Hold on tight." The driver, however, remained remarkably composed in contrast to his earlier panic, calmly addressing the situation. He subsequently pressed a button, unleashing an infrared-guided missile that sped toward the enormous bird at subsonic velocity. The avian creature, caught off guard mid-flight, had no opportunity to evade the incoming projectile, which struck it directly. With a resounding explosion, the monstrous bird was obliterated. "What a powerful missile!" exclaimed Lin Xiao, regaining his audacious demeanor upon witnessing the scene. However, fragments of the bird's remains struck the helicopter's rotor blades, causing the aircraft to plummet rapidly. Stalin illuminated a warning light on the instrument panel, while the loudspeakers incessantly declared the aircraft stall in English. Lin Xiao's mind was overwhelmed with expletives, feeling beset by calamities. Yet, the pilot, a seasoned special operations aviator, maintained his composure and began to elevate the control stick, striving to regain altitude. Meanwhile, Qin Tian and the others observed this unfolding drama from the balcony. To their astonishment, a helicopter was indeed descending, its massive rotor blades creating a thunderous resonance against the building's glass. The spectacle was nothing short of exhilarating. Just as it appeared that disaster was imminent, the pilot expertly regained control, stabilizing the aircraft and initiating a climb. Witnessing this, the crowd, which had initially been raucous, fell into awe, praising the pilot's exceptional skill. Lin Xiao, having experienced this roller coaster of events, once again donned his brazen expression. "Haha, neighbors, I shall take my leave first," he proclaimed, waving triumphantly at everyone. When his gaze met that of Qin Tian and Yang Mi, an unspoken understanding passed between them. Lin Xiao remarked with a tone of sarcasm, "What a pity, Demimi, you should have been with me back then, otherwise the woman sitting beside me now would have been you." Just as he reveled in his triumph, he suddenly noticed Qin Tian casting him a mischievous grin, gesturing with his finger as if aiming at him. Chapter 27. Upgrading Divine Consciousness to 5 stars. Green Energy Body. Bang! A sudden noise erupted from beneath the helicopter. The aircraft, which had been ascending steadily, was abruptly jolted. Lin Xiao, seated in the back, felt the tremor as well. "This is bad. Could that brat be up to something?" Lin Xiao's first instinct was to recall the gesture Qin Tian had just made. However, upon glancing over, he saw that Qin Tian was not wielding any weaponry. Surely he wouldn't be attempting something as absurd as shooting from a distance. Lin Xiao was utterly perplexed, while the pilot intensified the force on the control stick. Yet, no matter how hard he pulled, he sensed an unseen force contesting his efforts. The helicopter continued to sway violently from side to side, with the rotor blades nearly crashing into the windows of a nearby building. Could it be that they were under attack from some bizarre creature again? The soldier in the co-pilot seat quickly deduced. However, he scanned his surroundings and found no signs of any colossal monsters within his line of sight. Below them lay only a thick fog, obscuring any visibility. In truth, their mission had already been fraught with challenges, having encountered various avian and terrestrial attacks along the way. They had even expended a short-range missile. Indeed, he has accurately discerned the truth. It is the colossal mutated bullfrog that has long been stationed in this community that has launched an attack against them. They are in grave peril. As Lin Xiao arrogantly declared his intention to depart first, Qin Tian quietly conveyed this revelation to Yang Mi and the others beside him. "Brother Tian, how did you know they would be attacked again?" Yang Mi inquired, her curiosity piqued. Qin Tian replied with calm assurance. "Because my spiritual awareness has just detected that the bullfrog, which often howls in the dead of night, is making its way toward us." "What? How could I not sense that?" she asked, astonished by Qin Tian's words. Cough, cough. "With your limited spiritual awareness, you can only perceive the happenings around you. How could you possibly grasp the situation below?" Qin Tian said with a slight smile. "Ah, so that is how it is." Yang Mi's face flushed slightly, as realization dawned upon her. Simultaneously, her gaze toward Qin Tian brimmed with admiration. Glancing outside, it was indeed evident that a long bullfrog tongue was affixed to the underside of the helicopter. The bullfrog, perched atop a large tree, fixated its gaze intently on the helicopter above, mistaking it for a large dragonfly and locking onto it as a potential meal. As the two remained in a stalemate, a sudden, thunderous sound emanated from the helicopter's keel. The pilot, upon hearing the noise, was drenched in cold sweat. "It's over. The aircraft is about to disintegrate." Despair clouded his eyes as he uttered these words. "Oh my goodness, I don't want to die yet." Lin Xiao's complexion turned pale, feeling as if his soul was already escaping his body. Indeed, just as I could barely endure for a few seconds, a thunderous roar resonated. The entire aircraft executed a complete 180-degree flip in midair, followed by a catastrophic explosion. The individuals aboard were violently scattered by the force of the blast, with none surviving the ordeal. A fireball engulfed the wreckage of the helicopter as it plummeted into the shrouded mist below. Bang! With a cry, a mutated bullfrog leapt from the treetops, vanishing into the fog. The aftermath of the rescue helicopter's crash stirred a complex array of emotions within many. They yearned for government intervention to rescue them, yet simultaneously resented the notion of Lin Xiao departing alone. This predicament indeed transformed into a stark reality. The perils lurking within the fog once again instilled a profound sense of dread among the people. Following this impromptu spectacle of the crash, tranquility returned to the community. Only Qin Tian remained vigilant, fixated on the whereabouts of the mutated bullfrog. "Hiss, this creature is remarkably swift. If I were to confront it head-on, could I truly contend with its prowess?" Qin Tian found himself unsure of its combat capabilities. Thus, in pursuit of tracing its movements, he consumed an increasing number of consciousness fruits. Upon consuming his 150th fruit, a familiar mechanical voice echoed within his mind. "Ding! Congratulations. Host consciousness level has risen to 5 stars, triggering the first level of the Heavenly Eye function." Upon hearing the system's notification, Qin Tian was exhilarated. He had indeed leveled up once more. He immediately activated his spiritual awareness, and indeed, the surrounding scenery became vividly perceptible. Moreover, he could now discern objects within a radius of 300 meters in the community. Soon, he spotted the mutated bullfrog in the artificial pond of the neighborhood. This time, he could clearly behold its true form, and to Qin Tian's astonishment, the bullfrog was entirely crimson. Each time it croaked, 2 vibrant bubbles would suddenly swell at the sides of its throat. It was evident that these colorful bubbles were highly toxic, indicating that he should steer clear of it in the future. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a patch on the mutated bullfrog that emitted a green glow. More specifically, there was an energy entity the size of an egg located at its dantian, radiating waves of green luminescence. Hiss! Could it be that those endowed with extraordinary abilities are capable of perceiving this energy entity? Qin Tian realized this with a sudden clarity. Thus, he withdrew his spiritual awareness to observe Yang Mi beside him. Indeed, he saw a small energy entity, about the size of a bean, emanating a faint green light from Yang Mi. Clearly, compared to the mutated bullfrog, the energy entity on her was significantly weaker. Then he turned his gaze to himself and discovered that his energy entity was considerably larger than Yang Mi's, roughly the size of a pebble. And its green radiance enveloped him completely. Could this green energy entity be related to the green light I witnessed that night? Qin Tian immediately recalled the mysterious green light he had seen on that fateful evening. He boldly speculated that it was possibly the mysterious green light that bestowed upon them this extraordinary energy. Chapter 28. Transforming the gym into a home. When the residents witnessed the son of the richest man, Lin Xiao, meet his demise before their eyes, their composure began to unravel. In the face of this apocalyptic world, wealth and power had lost their efficacy, leaving the affluent homeowners enveloped in despair. For Qin Tian, however, it was merely the death of an inconsequential dandy. In this desolate reality, he continued to enjoy ample sustenance and warmth, accompanied by a beauty at his side, living a life akin to that of a celestial being. The temperature outside grew increasingly frigid, and the first snow of winter began to fall. Qin Tian reclined in his lounge chair, quietly admiring the flurries of snowflakes dancing outside. Inside, however, it was as warm as spring. The inhabitants needed only a light garment to move about freely. Today, Qin Tian donned a new set of LV pajamas, which, on a figure like his, exuded a distinct allure. Every time he laid down or moved, his well-defined chest muscles would subtly reveal themselves. At this moment, Li Meiyan approached him with a cup of freshly ground coffee in hand. Her gaze fixated on the handsome man lounging in the chair, her heartbeat quickening involuntarily. Tian Ge, this is the coffee I ground for you, she said with a smile, sitting gracefully before him and gently wafting the cup near his nose. Instantly, the rich aroma of coffee enveloped him. Yet, Qin Tian merely glanced at her and replied nonchalantly, just set it down. Can't you see I'm playing a game? Li Meiyan devoted 1 or 2 hours to preparing this cup of coffee, only to find that Qin Tian did not even spare it a glance. A wave of discontent surged within her, compelling her to place the coffee on the small side table. Yet, she did not leave. Instead, she positioned herself between his legs, her delicate hands slipping beneath Qin Tian's nightwear. How did you develop such muscles? I absolutely adore it, she whispered softly in his ear as she leaned closer. However, she mismanaged her balance and ended up leaning fully against him. All right, I understand, but please do not disturb me while I play. Qin Tian remained fixated on his phone, showing little regard for her presence. He expressed that the only impact a woman could have on him was to slow his gaming pace. Then I shall take my leave. Do remember to enjoy the coffee I made with my own hands, she insisted stubbornly once more. In recent days, she had invested considerable effort to capture Qin Tian's attention. She scoured the internet for various tea arts and diligently practiced them. She was determined not to let her strong learning ability as a capable woman fall short of competing with the other 2 girls. Ever since being taken in by Qin Tian, a sense of rivalry had ignited within her. Qin Tian noticed her transformation but feigned composure, intending to stir competition among them, knowing he would ultimately be the beneficiary. At that moment, Yang Mi plopped down beside him and silently began to massage his legs. Brother Tian, would you like me to apply a bit more pressure? Yang Mi's sultry voice stirred a flutter of excitement in Qin Tian. You may exert more force. I can handle it, he replied, lifting his gaze. All right, Brother Tian. Yang Mi nodded happily and said, as she enjoyed a massage service while sipping her coffee after finishing a game. Once she had completed the full-body massage for Qin Tian, she playfully leaned into his embrace and said, Brother Tian, could you possibly give me another strength fruit? I need a little boost in power. It would help me provide you with even better massages, Yang Mi added with a wink, after savoring the last sip of his coffee. Qin Tian smiled at her and replied, strength must be cultivated through personal effort, not merely obtained by consuming extraordinary fruits. This approach will benefit your body as well. But we don't have any equipment at home to train with, Yang Mi pouted. Just wait a moment. I can get you whatever you desire. Qin Tian thought of the fitness club located within their community, where he had previously purchased a yearly membership. After consuming a teleportation fruit, he vanished into thin air. Upon arriving at the club, he gathered all the equipment and transported it back home. However, upon retrieving some of the items, he realized that placing all this equipment in the house would occupy far too much space. Brother Tian, where did you get all this? Yang Mi and her friends exclaimed, their eyes widening at the sight of the barbells, stationary bike, and treadmill in the living room. Wow, this needs a dedicated space. Qin Tian pondered, slightly troubled. At that moment, his gaze drifted towards the wall adjacent to Yang Mi's home, and an idea struck him. The 3 women looked on with curiosity as he suddenly approached the wall, their eyes widening in anticipation. In the next instant, Qin Tian raised his fist and struck the wall with force. With a resounding crash, the paint on the wall shattered. He then struck the wall again with greater force, effortlessly creating a large hole. This terrifying strength truly made him a master of demolition. Brother Tian, are you intending to demolish my home? Yang Mi was the first to react, hastily rushing to Qin Tian's side to inquire. At that moment, a semicircular arch began to take shape on the wall. Wait a moment, let me adjust the exposed rebar, Qin Tian calmly remarked as he bent the protruding steel inward. Soon, he had completed the frame, creating ample space for an adult to pass through. Upon entering Yang Mi's home, a delightful fragrance enveloped them. Since Yang Mi had come to be by Qin Tian's side, she had not returned home, and now she headed to her room, intending to organize some clothes. Meanwhile, Qin Tian began to arrange the fitness equipment he had collected in his space, transforming Yang Mi's home into a gym, allowing them to exercise there whenever they wished. What do you think? In the future, you can come here to work out whenever you have free time, Qin Tian said, pulling Yang Mi out of the room. The two soon approached a treadmill and began to run. Before long, Yang Mi was glistening with perspiration, a fragrant breeze wafting through the air. Previously, when Qin Tian frequented the gym, he had encountered Yang Mi, but at that time, she had never noticed his presence, as he was merely a shadow among many. Moreover, she was always surrounded by a throng of admirers, leaving him with little opportunity to draw near. However, the circumstances have changed. Yang Mi, exhausted from running, now finds solace in seeking his support. Even more, Qin Tian is able to share a treadmill with her, providing strength from behind. When she feels weary, she can lean into his embrace, allowing him to carry her for a while. In the midst of their rigorous exercise, the lights at home suddenly flicker. Soon, lights in the neighboring building begin to extinguish one by one, plunging them into darkness. In that moment, they can hear each other's rapid breaths. Indeed, a power outage has occurred, a foreboding Qin Tian had sensed since the advent of this calamity. The government, striving to maintain control, seeks to buy time to comprehend the pervasive fog and devise a solution. It seems this extensive blackout is a desperate measure. Soon, an announcement from the Power Bureau confirms the government's decision to implement electricity rationing due to a shortage of personnel. Given the situation, even if there is backup power, it is only a matter of time before it is depleted. Tiangu, I am afraid of the dark. At that moment, Yang Mi clings to him even tighter. Chapter 29, A Total Power Outage. Hoppa calls for help. As the saying goes, teamwork between men and women makes the task less burdensome. Qin Tian and Yang Mi exhibit remarkable synergy on the treadmill. The temporary darkness does not hinder their progress. Rather, it adds a touch of intrigue. Yet, this darkness instills profound fear among the other residents of the community. Instantly, the community chat erupts with anxious messages. Didn't we agree that our residential power would remain uninterrupted? Indeed, now our entire community is plunged into darkness, isn't it? That's right. Can the government provide an explanation? Where is Granny Chen? Did she not claim that the government would arrive for our rescue imminently? Now, we find ourselves without water or electricity. Granny Chen, please come forth and speak. It seems that this Granny Chen is feeling guilty and dares not show her face. In that moment, discussions erupted among the crowd, as fear of the encroaching darkness and the unknown consumed them. Meanwhile, Granny Chen had become a woman unburdened by attachments, for her little grandson had already perished. She barely survived on the provisions pilfered by Wu Tian and his gang, which she had fortuitously salvaged. Observing the discourse within the group, she began to feign authority, proclaiming, "Listen to me, everyone. This hardship is but temporary. I firmly believe the government will not forsake us. Now, we must unite, pooling our resources for equitable distribution while we await the government's aid." Her words were delivered with fervor and grandeur, a rallying cry that might have swayed those unaware of her true character. Yet, the remaining members of the group were not so easily deceived. "You deceitful old hag, still spouting nonsense to mislead us. If I had not trusted you and opened my door, my supplies would not have been seized by that Wu Tian and his gang. Do you dare to open your door now? I am right at your doorstep, and I shall tear your lying mouth apart." At that moment, Granny Chen heard the sound of pounding at her door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of the door being pounded resonated as if striking at her very heart, sending shivers down her spine with each thud. Aunt Chen peered through the peephole, only to find a disheveled figure standing at her doorstep. It seemed this was none other than her neighbor, whom she had once wronged. She never anticipated that this neighbor was still alive. The sight nearly caused Aunt Chen to lose her composure. She hastily barricaded the door with every piece of furniture available in her home. Meanwhile, after Qin Tian and Yang Mi finished their workout, they glanced at the heated exchanges unfolding in their group chat. Initially, the daily squabbles were merely a source of amusement for him. However, upon witnessing the collective dread of the darkness, a wry smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Subsequently, he made his way to the room housing the generator. This was a state-of-the-art generator, utilizing energy conversion technology, with just a spoonful of gasoline. It could provide power for an entire day. After meticulously studying the instruction manual, he was astonished by the generator's advanced capabilities. It was simply a matter of disconnecting the main switch and linking the main cable to the conversion port. With his keen reflexes and agility, Qin Tian swiftly set to work. As he activated the generator, the lights within the house flickered to life, illuminating the previously darkened space. The women, witnessing the sudden brightness, erupted in joyous cheers, their spirits lifting like children in delight. Yet, on another floor, Heba was consumed with anxiety. She, who had always harbored a profound fear of darkness, now found herself engulfed in an overwhelming void, feeling utterly powerless. Gazing at her phone, she succumbed to an internal struggle. At last, she mustered the courage to initiate a voice request to Qin Tian. At that moment, Qin Tian was engrossed in a game while charging his phone. The sudden voice request interrupted his gaming experience. However, upon noticing that the sender was the contact named Reba, his initial fury dissipated by half. Once the call connected, Reba's sweet yet anxious voice filled his ears. "Senior, has your home lost power as well?" she tentatively inquired. "Yes, the power's out everywhere," Qin Tian replied calmly. "Oh, are you scared?" she asked, her tone slightly awkward. Qin Tian instantly grasped her implication and, maintaining his composure, asked, "Are you alone and afraid?" Yes, I'm afraid of the dark, and I'm so hungry." Reba nodded vigorously on the other end of the line. "I haven't eaten anything for days. Can I come over to your place?" With Qin Tian's inquiry, she finally expressed her innermost thoughts. At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in Qin Tian's mind. Ding. System task activated. Cohabitate with Reba. Reward, 5-star telekinesis. The system prompt arrived just in time. Qin Tian had been hesitating about whether to invite her over. Now, the choice was clear. He would undoubtedly opt to complete the task. Thus, he feigned a nonchalant demeanor and asked, "Well, that's fine, but if you come over, what can you offer me?" Upon hearing Qin Tian's inquiry, the other party fell silent once more. Over the years, Reba had navigated the entertainment industry for quite some time, and she had come to understand Qin Tian's intentions. After a moment of contemplation, she timidly replied, "As long as you are willing to take me in and provide me with something to eat, Senior, I will do whatever you ask." Although she mustered the courage to say this, her face flushed with shyness as she uttered the word can. She thought to herself, given Qin Tian's striking appearance, if he desired her to engage in intimate acts, she would acquiesce. As long as she could find a sense of security in this apocalyptic world, she would inevitably yield herself as a woman. It would be better to offer herself to Senior Qin Tian. Upon hearing her response, Qin Tian expressed his satisfaction. He then said to her, "Wait for me. I will come to get you." With that, his figure vanished from the room. Chapter 30. Bringing Reba home. Delectable sauerkraut fish. Reba stared blankly at her phone screen, momentarily lost in thought. She had intended to ask Qin Tian how he would get to her home, and she had not even revealed her exact location. As she sat in her darkened room, preparing to call Qin Tian, she suddenly heard a gust of wind outside. Soon after, a shadow appeared in the living room. Who are you?" Reba instinctively cried out. After speaking, she quickly covered her mouth, and before long, the sound approached her room. Terrified, she hurriedly dialed Qin Tian. Soon, the sound of a WeChat voice call echoed from outside. "Senior, is that you?" Reba whispered softly, suddenly startled as a shadow rushed to her side. The figure approached silently, intent on seizing her, causing her to feel an overwhelming urge to flee. Yet she felt utterly powerless. In her desperation, she closed her eyes and cried out, "Senior Qin, please come save me." However, the senior she awaited did not appear. Just as despair began to envelop her, the figure gently tapped her on the face and then chuckled softly. "Junior, open your eyes and see who I am." That voice was unmistakably Senior Qin's, the very voice she heard every day. Slowly, she opened her eyes, and indeed, her eyes, now adjusted to the darkness, recognized the familiar figure before her, her beloved senior. Overcome with emotion, she lightly pounded his chest with her small fists and sobbed softly. Woo-woo. You scared me to death, Senior. You finally came. Yes. Hold me tight. I will take you away now, Qin Tian replied calmly. Then, Reba felt a gentle breeze brush against her ear, and in an instant, a blinding white light filled her vision. Having grown accustomed to the darkness, the brightness was almost unbearable. Welcome to my stronghold. Qin Tian beamed at her with a charming smile. In that moment, he realized that Reba was even more beautiful than he remembered, particularly her exquisite, radiant features characteristic of her ethnic heritage. Upon hearing his words, Reba's face flushed, and she quickly struggled free from his embrace, standing on her own. Wow, Senior, how does your home even have electricity? She gasped in surprise and curiously inquired. Because we have our own generator at home, little sister. At that moment, Yang Mi stepped forward and said, Sister Mi, I finally get to meet you. Hot Ba was a bit overwhelmed to see her idol, Sister Mi, and she eagerly approached to grasp her hand. Just then, Tang Yin also emerged, remarking, This sister seems familiar, as if I've seen her somewhere before. Upon seeing Tang Yin, Hot Ba was even more taken aback, realizing that both this year's Best Actress and last year's Best Actress were present. As a devoted fan of Tang Yin, who had won the Golden Shadow Award, her admiration surpassed even that for Yang Mi. Hello, Senior. I am Hot Ba. We met on a variety show featuring actors. Hot Ba quickly responded. Then, feeling a bit awkward, she added, Perhaps you don't remember me since I was eliminated in the first round. Oh, is that so? Tang Yin smiled lightly, then took her hand and declared, I like this sister. Subsequently, she cast a casual glance at Yang Mi beside her. And in that fleeting moment their eyes met before they both turned away. Just then, a melodic laughter rang out nearby. Ah, so it's little sister Hot Ba? You must remember your elder sister, right? Her voice, reminiscent of silver bells, was enchanting. As she stepped forward, it revealed Li Meiyun. Sisterly, what a surprise to see you here. Hot Ba exclaimed, astonished to encounter Li Meiyun. She is a renowned female executive in the entertainment industry. Initially, she nearly selected Li Meiyun to join her company as an interviewer. Unfortunately, due to her own circumstances, Reba did not enter her company. She truly appreciates a talent like Reba. Sister, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? She immediately inquired, taking Reba's hand. No. I just suddenly felt a bit excited to see you. Reba quickly clarified. At that moment, her stomach began to emit a series of growls. Embarrassed, she apologized. I'm sorry, it's just that I'm hungry. Perfect. We still have some leftover dinner in the microwave that we can heat up. You want tea mind? Will you? Yang Mi promptly responded. She then glanced at Qin Tian, seeking his approval, to which he nodded. Upon hearing that there were leftovers, Reba felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, nearly moved to tears. Subsequently, Tang Yin took her hand and led her to the kitchen. Upon opening the cupboard, they discovered a plate of half a pot of pickled fish. The nostalgic aroma of the pickled fish wafting from the microwave made her mouth water. Without hesitation, she scooped a bowl of soup for herself and began to drink directly from it. As the fragrant, sweet and sour pickled fish soup slid down her throat, she couldn't resist having another bowl. Then, she picked up a piece of pickled vegetable and chewed it, the tangy flavor filling her with immense emotion. It is utterly delightful. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said, Don't just indulge in the soup. Have some rice as well. At that moment, Yang Mi had already served her a bowl of white rice, placing it before her. Thank you, Sister Mi. Reba expressed her gratitude repeatedly. Yang Mi smiled gently and replied, No need to thank me. Later, be sure to thank Brother Tian after you finish. The rice in the bowl shimmered with a translucent brilliance, each grain distinct and clear. It was indeed top-quality fragrant rice. In this apocalyptic world, it was astonishing that the Qin family still possessed such exquisite rice. She had only ever tasted such rice once in a five-star hotel. Leaning down, she was instantly enveloped by the pure, enticing aroma of the rice. Reba couldn't contain her eagerness and promptly shoved the rice into her mouth. She thought that even without any side dishes, this fragrant rice could easily tempt her to consume several bowls. After finishing one bowl, she eagerly served herself another heaping portion. Only after devouring 2 bowls did she feel that her previously empty stomach was now moderately satisfied. Subsequently, she began to meticulously fish through the remaining pickled fish soup with her spoon. Suddenly, she spotted 2 pieces of fish meat surfacing, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The tender and flavorful pickled fish was simply exquisite, a true delicacy in her current circumstances. Thus, she finished off half a bowl of the pickled fish, soup and all. Once she had eaten her fill, she contentedly patted her swollen belly, feeling as though, at this moment, she could leave the world without any regrets. Just then, Qin Tian approached her with a gentle smile and asked, "Junior, are you full?" "Yes, I'm quite satisfied. Thank you, Senior," she replied. She stood up joyfully and expressed her gratitude. Qin Tian nodded calmly and remarked, "Do you remember the promise you made to me over the phone?" After uttering these words, he turned and made his way to their private gym, accompanied by several goddesses to engage in physical training. Chapter 31, Eavesdropping. Recollection of her previous words made Reba feel a twinge of embarrassment. Although she had entered the entertainment industry, often referred to as a den of vice, she had managed to remain untainted, preserving her integrity. However, when she discovered that her abilities allowed her to hear the sounds emanating from Qin Tian's bedroom every night, it felt as though she had suddenly matured. Without much hesitation, she resolutely walked into the adjacent bathroom. During her time at home, plagued by hunger and fear, she had gone several days without a shower. Now that she had the opportunity to indulge in a hot bath, she intended to savor every moment. More than an hour later, Reba turned off the shower head, and as she was about to get dressed, she realized she had forgotten to bring a towel. Feeling somewhat awkward, she approached the door and softly called out, "Is anyone there? Could someone please hand me a towel?" Unfortunately, the others were engrossed in their workout at Yang Mi's residence, leaving no one to hear her. The only one present was Wang Xiaorong, who was tidying up their room as a servant. Although she heard the call, she hesitated, uncertain whether she should assist. At that moment, Qin Tian happened to pass by the door. He casually grabbed a towel hanging on the balcony and approached the bathroom door, placing the towel on the doorknob. "I've hung the towel on the doorknob. Please take it yourself," he called to Reba inside. He then turned and returned to the gym for his workout, a prelude to their brief exchange. Hot Ba was somewhat taken aback by his gentlemanly demeanor, not taking the opportunity to intrude upon the bathroom. She had been contemplating what to do if Qin Tian were to suddenly barge in, especially since she would eventually need to enter that room herself. However, she found herself blushing and at a loss for words. In a hurry, she reached for the towel hanging outside, secured the door, and swiftly dried herself before wrapping it around her. After drying her hair, she emerged slowly from the confines of the bathroom. Entering the central bedroom felt like revisiting a familiar place. The only difference was that she had previously acquainted herself with the layout through sound, while this time, she was absorbing it visually. The arrangement of the room finally unfolded before her eyes. Particularly the large bed in the center beckoned to her. She had not enjoyed a proper night's sleep in days. After dressing, she unceremoniously collapsed onto the bed. The surroundings enveloped her in a profound sense of security, allowing her to drift off to sleep immediately. Even when Qin Tian entered, her slumber remained undisturbed. Upon witnessing her porcelain-like beauty and the way she curled up like a baby in her sleep, Qin Tian felt a pang of reluctance to awaken her. Yet, he instinctively reached out to caress her delicate face. Meanwhile, Yang Mi and Tang Yin had been exercising together for a while. Noticing Qin Tian's absence, they quickly deduced what had transpired. At that moment, Yang Mi suddenly inquired, "Sisters, what do you think of Hot Ba's appearance?" "Oh, she is undoubtedly quite lovely," Tang Yin interjected immediately. Moreover, she possessed a visage reminiscent of the people from the western regions. Surely, Brother Tian must have a preference for girls like her. Upon hearing this, Li Meiyin immediately expressed her displeasure, stating, "In my opinion, Brother Tian favors more mature women like myself. No, I believe he is more inclined towards types like me and Sister Ria." Tang Yin retorted, her spirit undeterred. "Giggle. You two need not quarrel. If we wish to ascertain this matter, we should simply inquire with Brother Tian." Yang Mi chimed in, her laughter brightening the atmosphere. Both Li Meiyin and Tang Yin expressed their curiosity regarding her suggestion. Yet, is this truly advisable? After all, Brother Tian is currently with Sister Ria. Tang Yin, recalling Qin Tian's assertiveness, grew concerned that they might be overstepping their bounds. However, Yang Mi appeared quite exhilarated, exclaiming, "Then, let us stealthily eavesdrop on their conversation." "Ah, are you suggesting we spy on them?" Tang Yin gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment. "Shall we raise our hands to vote on whether to proceed?" Li Meiyin proposed. Stepping forward, without hesitation, she was the first to raise her hand, declaring, "I support Mimi's suggestion." Yang Mi promptly winked at her and lifted her hand as well, affirming, "All right, I support it too." Seeing both of them raise their hands, Tang Yin reluctantly nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, count me in." With that, the three of them approached the main bedroom door, pressing their ears against it to listen intently to the sounds within. In that moment, Qin Tian silently sat by the bed, observing the peacefully slumbering Reba. After a while, she finally stirred awake. "Senior, I'm so sorry. I fell asleep." Upon noticing Qin Tian before her, she swiftly sat up. Qin Tian replied nonchalantly, "It's all right. You looked so serene in your slumber that I refrained from waking you." At that moment, Qin Tian's consciousness suddenly detected a lychee-sized green energy entity pulsating with light upon her. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Do you possess extraordinary abilities?" Reba was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated Qin Tian would uncover her latent powers. "Yes, I can hear sounds from afar," she affirmed with a nod. "Ah, is this not akin to the listening ear mentioned in the divine rankings?" Qin Tian remarked with a slight smile. I'm uncertain about the utility of this ability." Reba continued her previous task. "It allows for eavesdropping. In ancient times, that was quite advantageous, particularly for gathering military intelligence. However, in modern times, this ability seems somewhat superfluous." Suddenly, Qin Tian grasped her delicate arm, pulling her into his embrace. Of course, if used to eavesdrop on conversations, one could overhear whispers exchanged within a room. "Did you perchance overhear secrets from my household that prompted you to seek me out?" Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, Reba felt as though he had unveiled her secretive actions, causing her to blush with embarrassment. She gazed at him with a somewhat foolish expression and inquired, "Senior, how did you know?" At this point, she fell silent. "What were you and I doing? Speak." Qin Tian leaned down and softly inquired in her ear. After pondering for a moment, Reba whispered the sounds she had heard that night into his ear. Embarrassed, she couldn't help but giggle, playfully gesturing with her fingers on Qin Tian's face, exclaiming, "Senior, you did it on purpose. Knowing all this, yet you still ask me." With a mischievous grin, Qin Tian retorted, "Oh, you little eavesdropper, teasing me like that. Let's see how I shall teach you a lesson." In a flurry, Reba hastily covered herself with the blanket, declaring, "If you bully me again, I will tell the older sisters." Chapter 32, The Potent Mental Power. Click. The flame of the lighter danced upon Qin Tian's handsome profile. It is said that nothing compares to a cigarette after a moment of passion. At that moment, he sat at the head of the bed, embracing the warmth of Reba's exquisite figure. Suddenly, a familiar mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, 5-star mental power." To his astonishment, he truly possessed mental power. This was a capability he had only ever witnessed in superhero films. Now, he found himself endowed with such a gift. Soon, an influx of knowledge regarding the manipulation and practical application of mental power surged through his mind. Moreover, by merely concentrating his focus on an object, he could effortlessly maneuver it in any direction, even causing it to soar into the air. Additionally, Qin Tian discovered that this newfound ability did not commence at a 1-star level, but began directly at a 5-star tier, granting him a telekinetic range of up to 300 meters. The power of telekinesis had reached an astonishing magnitude of 500 pounds. Upon realizing this extraordinary ability, he immediately commenced experimenting with it. He first directed his gaze towards a solid wooden chair, attempting to concentrate his psychic energy upon it. To his astonishment, as soon as he endeavored to manipulate the chair with his mind, it was effortlessly lifted into the air. This was remarkably simple. Encouraged by this success, he then focused his mental energy on the computer desk situated across from him. In no time, the desk was gracefully suspended and moved aside with ease. Qin Tian momentarily reveled in the exhilarating sensation, likening the experience to playing a game. He then proceeded to shift a flower pot from the windowsill to the exterior of the ledge, only to return it shortly thereafter. After indulging in this playful activity, Qin Tian found himself yearning for more. He subsequently extended his consciousness into the living room, adeptly discerning the positions of various objects in the darkness. With his psychic energy at its pinnacle, he animated the furniture, trash can, and television in the living room. The commotion roused Wang Xiaorong, who had been dozing on the balcony. Just as she had drifted into slumber, she awoke to witness this bizarre spectacle unfolding in the living room. "A ghost," she gasped, stumbling backward in fright, her face ashen, convinced that their home was haunted. Observing her terror, Qin Tian did not cease his telekinetic experiments. Instead, he found immense amusement in the situation and resolved to continue using his psychic powers to playfully torment her. In that moment, the furniture in the living room had returned to its original position. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Xiaorong felt a slight easing of the anxiety that had gripped her heart. It was already past midnight, and as a mere servant, she dared not disturb the others. She could only huddle beneath the covers, trembling with fear. Gradually, she noticed that the living room had fallen silent, and only then did she feel brave enough to close her eyes and attempt to sleep. However, just as she shut her eyes, she sensed her blanket slowly slipping downward, as if someone was stealthily tugging at the end of her bed. Initially, she attributed this to a fleeting illusion brought on by her drowsiness. Yet, upon regaining some clarity, she realized that indeed, her blanket had been pulled down halfway. Panic seized her, rendering her limbs icy and immobile. Fear coursed through her veins, and she could hardly summon the courage to open her eyes. She recalled having heard about paranormal occurrences involving the movement of objects in living rooms during various programs. At that time, she had scoffed at such tales, never anticipating that she would find herself in a similar predicament. In a moment of desperation, she invoked a method, silently reciting the 6-syllable mantra of Buddhism. Thus, she began to chant Namo Amichuofo repeatedly in her mind. After reciting it dozens of times, she finally opened her eyes again and was relieved to find that the blanket had indeed ceased its descent. A sigh of relief escaped her. She had nearly been driven to the brink of neurosis. However, fatigue from the day's labor soon took its toll, and she found herself growing drowsy once more, on the verge of drifting into slumber. Yet this time, she felt an unsettling change, as if a hand had intruded beneath her clothing. "Ah, please stop. I'm terrified." She trembled with fear, feeling as though she might lose control. A sudden emptiness gripped her chest, and she realized her undergarments had mysteriously fallen to the floor. "Oh, help." Gripping the blanket tightly, she dashed around the balcony in a frenzy. Enveloped in the covers, she was oblivious to her surroundings and kept colliding with nearby objects. Observing this scene, Qin Tian couldn't help but smirk mischievously. After a while, he withdrew his mental energy, realizing that his initial attempts at wielding it were not yet fully mastered, leading to a sense of fatigue. "Brother Tian, you're awake." Turning around, he discovered that Reba had awakened beside him, her bright, dark eyes gazing at him, still bearing the drowsiness of her recent slumber. "Yes, I've been awake all along." Qin Tian replied calmly. "Oh, my apologies. I must have dozed off from exhaustion." Reba expressed her embarrassment for falling asleep again. Qin Tian admired her lustrous black hair and her exquisite figure, marveling at her status as a rising star in the entertainment industry. "Brother Tian, I'm so thirsty. I really want some orange juice." She turned to him, her face radiating delight as she playfully pleaded. "Just a moment. I'll fetch it for you." Qin Tian gently pinched her rosy cheek with his fingers. As he spoke, he remained seated, employing his mental powers to open the refrigerator door in the kitchen and effortlessly retrieving a chilled can of orange juice. When she observed the can of orange juice gliding through the gap of the open door, Reba rubbed her eyes vigorously, scarcely able to believe that a can of orange juice had flown in on its own. "Am I dreaming?" Unable to contain her disbelief, she pinched her own thigh, only to realize that this must be Qin Tian's extraordinary ability. "Brother Tian, is your power the ability to retrieve objects from a distance?" she inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Close enough, but not entirely accurate. It is more accurately described as my mental force." Qin Tian explained calmly as he handed her the orange juice. Ding! Reba took a sip of the orange juice, and 500 bottles of orange juice were returned. Suddenly, Qin Tian's space was filled with an additional 500 bottles of orange juice. "Is there really such a power?" she exclaimed in astonishment. She felt that Qin Tian's ability far surpassed her own so-called wind-sensing ears. "Do you not believe me?" Qin Tian asked, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "Allow me to demonstrate once more the might of my abilities." With that, he used his mental force to lift her from the bed. Reba felt herself floating, ascending until she found herself hovering above Qin Tian's head. "Ah, I believe now, please put me down," she exclaimed softly. Witnessing Reba's graceful movements was utterly enchanting, reminiscent of the celestial dancers depicted in the murals of the Mogeo caves. At that moment, the three women lurking outside, eavesdropping, were left wide-eyed in astonishment. Chapter 33. Women are all troublemakers. In truth, when Yang Mi and her companions approached the door with intentions of playing a prank, they had already been detected by Qin Tian's keen awareness. An idea began to take shape in his mind. At that moment, his mental prowess was honed to perfection. Qin Tian employed his skills once more, levitating a vase from the living room with his thoughts. While the three were ensconced in their scheming, they suddenly felt an inexplicable tap on their backs. Was that you who just tapped me? Tang Yin whispered to Yang Mi beside her. Yang Mi, equally perplexed, inquired, no? Wasn't it you who tapped me? Consequently, both turned their gazes towards Li Meiyun. Yet, Li Meiyun furrowed her brow and said, don't look at me. I was tapped as well. The trio turned to inspect behind them, but found nothing amiss. Even Wang Xiaorong, who was napping on the balcony, was far removed from them. If she intended to prank them, there was no way she could have hidden so swiftly. Perhaps it was just an illusion, Yang Mi concluded, waving her hand dismissively. With that, the three resumed their previous demeanor. However, just as they were engrossed in their conversation, another mysterious tap, this time on their shoulders, startled them. Almost in unison, they turned around. At that moment, Tang Yin noticed something peculiar and, with a hint of anxiety, remarked, wasn't that vase on the table just now? How did it end up underneath the table? Indeed, she exclaimed, could it be that the vase has sprouted legs and wandered off? In that instant, an unsettling chill crept down their spines as the situation grew increasingly eerie. No, I cannot. I'm frightened. I shall return to sleep. Tang Yin, her scalp prickling with unease, hastily departed. The other two, witnessing her swift exit, had no choice but to retreat to their room as well. The following day, as the sun reached its zenith, Reba finally awoke. She had not anticipated sleeping so soundly until now. As she beheld the sunlight streaming through the curtains, she rose and stretched luxuriously. This sensation was remarkably familiar, reminiscent of the days before the apocalypse. The sheer bliss of waking naturally, without a care in the world, was simply exquisite. Since the onset of the cataclysm, she had not experienced such restful slumber. She had previously spent countless nights tossing and turning, rising with the dawn. The recollection of those restless nights, fraught with anxiety, still sent shivers down her spine. In this moment, she felt a deep gratitude towards Qin Tian, for he had provided her with a tranquil sanctuary. Now, she was undeniably part of Qin Tian's world, hoping to seamlessly integrate into this newfound family. Even before rising, the delectable aroma of steak wafted through the air. It appeared that lunch would consist of steak, and her stomach began to rumble in anticipation. Thus, after donning her attire, she eagerly made her way to the bathroom to freshen up. With newfound hope for a future, she could no longer afford to languish as she had in her former life. Upon completing her grooming, she emerged still as the radiant young beauty. Here, she was the youngest among them. As she stepped out of the restroom, Yang Mi approached her with a warm smile. Are you all right, little sister? She inquired, gently supporting Reba. She then surveyed Reba with a look of astonishment. Good morning, Mijia. I'm perfectly fine. Reba gazed at her with curiosity. Yang Mi tentatively inquired, oh, it's truly good to hear that. Upon witnessing Reba's refreshing demeanor, her heart brimmed with intrigue. She recalled that during her previous 2 mornings with her close friend Tang Yin, they had both awoken somewhat listless. Could it be that Tian Gu was merely showing tenderness towards this junior and had bestowed upon her some extraordinary fruit? That does not seem to align with Tianji's character. Yang Mi pondered, perplexed. Are you truly not feeling drowsy? She blurted out. Not at all. I feel quite energetic. Reba replied with calm assurance. Did Tian Gu give you some extraordinary fruit? She asked. Well, that's just a type of fruit, Reba replied casually. Upon hearing her response, a wave of jealousy surged within Yang Mi. Observing her expression, Reba merely smiled in silence. When they reached the dining table, Reba refrained from divulging anything. Once seated, Reba's eyes gleamed at the sight of the black pepper steak before her. Unable to contain herself, she eagerly employed her fork and knife to cut a small piece and popped it into her mouth. As soon as she began to chew, her taste buds erupted with delight. The flavor of this exquisite steak was nothing short of a gastronomic feast. Although she had tasted black pepper steak before, none had been as delectably satisfying as this one. Wow, this steak is absolutely divine, Reba exclaimed, unable to resist glancing at Qin Tian. Ding! Reba has finished a piece of top-quality black pepper steak, receiving a return of 500 top-quality black pepper steak. Soon, a row of black pepper steaks appeared in Qin Tian's spatial realm. Certainly, this is the most exquisite Italian steak I discovered in the largest foreign shopping mall downtown, Qin Tian remarked calmly. No wonder I felt that the texture of this steak was unlike any I had tasted before. Brother Tian is truly impressive. Tang Yin responded with a look of enlightened realization. Upon hearing her praise, Yang Mi and Li Meiyun were equally eager to flatter Qin Tian. Yang Mi, after finishing her meal, persistently followed him, offering to massage his back in a bid to curry favor. Brother Tian, I too wish to taste that extraordinary fruit, Yang Mi inquired in a coy voice. Qin Tian smiled slightly and replied, "Did he mention it to you? Is it fun?" Yang Mi feigned curiosity and asked, "Little one, refrain from probing too much. Instead, why not spend more time at the gym to enhance your physique?" Qin Tian replied nonchalantly. Yang Mi pouted slightly. Yet Qin Tian ultimately did not indulge her request for the extraordinary fruit. He simply felt it unnecessary to overly appease their demands, for women can often be quite demanding. Chapter 34. Awakening the Sonic Wave Ability. Hua Qinyu organizes a supermarket search for supplies. Qin Tian had been cooped up at home for quite some time. With an abundance of provisions in his personal space that he could hardly exhaust, he could revel in his comfort daily, spending his leisure moments exercising with the goddesses. When tired, he would have them massage him, and when bored, he would indulge in gaming. Each day, he led a carefree and enviable life. Qin Tian was also astonished that the network still had signal at this time. It seemed the government had not chosen to abandon their efforts. They are at least still attempting to maintain a semblance of normalcy. Looking at the community group chat, the number of individuals resurfacing is dwindling. Qin Tian is acutely aware that many celebrities and entrepreneurs reside in this neighborhood. He initially anticipated some form of national rescue. However, none has materialized. And even if it did, it would likely resemble the harrowing scene of Lin Xiao, whose helicopter was utterly destroyed. To date, he has yet to witness any government assistance. As mentioned by Aunt Chen, at this moment, Hua Qinyu awaits rescue as well. He has not consumed anything substantial for several days. Starved and disoriented, he finds himself in a dire situation. Though his parents are affluent, they have been unreachable for days. Every phone call he has made has either been met with responses from others ensnared in similar predicaments or has been abruptly terminated. Hua Qinyu is nearly engulfed by despair. His second album was on the verge of release, and he was poised to evolve from a budding star into a master. Now, he feels as though his dreams are slipping further from his grasp. After enduring a tumultuous internal struggle, he finally steps outside his front door. He knocks on the door of a surviving neighbor. At this juncture, only a handful of households on this floor remain. Upon learning of Hua Qinyu's intention to venture out in search of supplies, they express their support. Among them, several men from Units 2501, 2505, and 2506 decide to form a search party with Hua Qinyu. Thus, the four of them, after a brief preparation and arming themselves with makeshift weapons, set forth. With the elevator out of service, they must ascend the stairs. As they approached the staircase, they found the corridor dimly lit, the floor filthy and foul-smelling, with tendrils creeping upwards. "There can't be any corpses here, can there?" the bespectacled man from room 2505 said, his voice tinged with anxiety. Just as he took a step forward, his foot landed on something soft, causing him to scream in alarm. "What on earth is that? I can't possibly have stepped on a corpse." Upon hearing his exclamation, Hua Qinyu scoffed. "Look at you, frightened out of your wits. A dead person is preferable to a living one." However, the next moment, a series of squeaks erupted, and a shadow lunged towards him. "Oh my gosh, a ghost!" Hua Qinyu yelped, startled. Just as the man turned to mock him for showing fear, he was knocked over by a wave of sound. Simultaneously, Hua Qinyu realized that the shadow that had pounced was merely a mouse, no larger than a kitten. To his astonishment, his scream had propelled the mouse straight out of the window. "Wow, my lung capacity is surprisingly impressive," he exclaimed, filled with excitement. Yet, he soon recognized something was amiss. Had he just awakened some sort of extraordinary ability? He recalled seeing individuals on social media with superpowers, capable of sending mutated beasts flying with a single punch. With that thought, he shouted once more. Buzz. Indeed, a sound wave shattered the remaining glass from the window. After this small test, he finally confirmed his newfound power. This was akin to the sound wave techniques depicted in films. One of the individuals swiftly reacted, exclaiming with excitement, "I never imagined that you, Hua Xiao, are a martial arts master." The group was astounded by Hua Qinyu's prowess. At that moment, several large rats charged towards them. They advanced with great urgency, yet were immediately repelled by Hua Qinyu's sonic wave technique. The rodents, upon crashing against the wall, met their demise in an explosive manner. Suddenly, they noticed that even the green vines beneath their feet began to retract downwards. Witnessing this extraordinary scene, a sense of dread washed over them. Had they not been vigilant, they could have easily become ensnared by those vines. But fortunately, Hua Qinyu's sonic abilities had spared them. Meanwhile, Qin Tian observed this spectacle with his spiritual perception. Realizing that someone had finally taken the initiative to venture forth in search of supplies, Hua Chunyu's unique sonic power left a profound impression on him. This guy is indeed remarkable. Even his abilities are quite peculiar. Qin Tian could not help but jest. Nevertheless, he perceived no threat from such powers, as he had grown weary of spending days cooped up at home playing video games. It was an opportune moment for him to utilize his spiritual awareness to explore beyond. Hua Chunyu and his companions, wary of their surroundings, dared not linger for long and cautiously made their way downstairs. This place was not only overrun with rampant vegetation, but also littered with corpses and mutated rats. A sudden gust of wind carried a nauseating stench that overwhelmed them, inducing feelings of revulsion. Despite the unknown horrors that lay ahead, they found no reason to retreat. Each of them gripped tightly onto their axes, wooden clubs, hammers, and other weapons, ready to face whatever challenges awaited. Compared to the weapons of others, Hua Chunyu's armament is particularly unique, as it is none other than an electric guitar strapped to his back. This audacious individual truly never forgets to maintain his flamboyance. In no time, the group descended the staircase successfully. The scene below was one of utter disarray, accompanied by the cacophony of various unknown birds and beasts. As they bravely opened the imposing door before them, a thick white mist enveloped them, overwhelming their senses. The sheer proximity to this fog left them utterly astonished. Let us proceed. Everyone, hold hands and venture forth. Hua Chunyu, mustering his courage, feigned calmness and was the first to step into the haze. Official reports indicated that visibility within this mist was a mere 2 to 3 meters. However, upon entering, they discovered that actual visibility extended to approximately 5 meters, especially in the presence of tall buildings or trees, allowing them to discern their surroundings with relative ease. The four of them cautiously made their way towards the small supermarket nestled between buildings 5 and 6 of the complex, walking with trepidation lest some lurking creature ambush them from the shadows. Fortunately, their journey remained relatively uneventful, save for a few enormous grasshoppers and centipedes that startled them momentarily. Soon enough, they arrived at the entrance of the supermarket. Wow, we actually made it to the supermarket. How splendid. Now we have provisions and won't have to endure the torment of hunger waking us in the middle of the night anymore. One exclaimed, I must grab a few packs of cigarettes. My craving is unbearable. The others joyfully celebrated, their spirits high, while Hua Chunyu silently berated their foolishness within. He first wiped the dust off the outer window with his sleeve, then gazed inside. After a preliminary assessment confirmed the absence of danger, he boldly pushed the door open and stepped inside. The counter was covered in dust, and from the outside, it was evident that many of the shelves had collapsed. Faintly, some items were seen scattered on the floor. Although the scene appeared chaotic, to them, it resembled a treasure trove of gold and jewels. At that moment, their eyes glimmered with greed, and they rushed inside in a frenzy. This instant noodle is mine, and this bread is also mine. And all these boxes of milk, I want them all. It's simply marvelous. There's even baby formula here, which I can take back to prepare milk for my little son. All these items on this shelf belong to me. No one shall snatch them away. Upon witnessing such an abundance of food, they began to quarrel amongst themselves. Chapter 35. The Flower Mage Battles the Mutant Dog. As Qin Tian and Yang Mi ventured into the supermarket, the sight of the plentiful supplies sent them into a frenzy of joy. However, disputes erupted over the distribution of resources, as each person held differing opinions on the allocation. Only Hua Chunyu moved aside and began to unwrap several loaves of bread, devouring them hungrily. After days without food, he consumed over a dozen small loaves in one sitting. Eating so hastily, he choked, quickly grabbing a nearby bottle of nutritional drink to gulp down. After finishing 2 bottles of the beverage, he finally paused and collapsed onto the ground. It has been ages since I felt this full. Hua Chunyu affectionately caressed his belly and spoke. There is no need for contention among you. The abundance here is remarkable. Let us first contemplate how to transport these treasures back. He then reminded his 3 companions. At that moment, they all felt immense relief for having mustered the courage to venture forth in search of supplies. The resources before them ignited a glimmer of hope for survival. I propose we each fill 2 large bags to take back, selecting the items we desire most. One suggested, 2 bags are hardly sufficient. I believe we should each pull a shopping cart, starting with the scattered items, and then taking entire boxes. Another countered, no. I maintain that we should procure a large cart outside, dismantle the tables and chairs within, and fill it to the brim with supplies. Ideally, even atop the cart. Yet another chimed in, after all, this outing is no small feat. A spirited discussion ensued among them. After a moment of contemplation, Hua Qinyu remarked, I find old Wang's suggestion plausible. Let us first utilize the shopping carts to transport our provisions back. Upon hearing this, the other three promptly nodded in agreement. Thus, they began to disperse and act independently. The sound of shopping carts being maneuvered echoed once more across the supermarket floor. Simultaneously, a low growl from a creature resonated from the far end of the aisles. As they anxiously peered into the encroaching darkness, a pair of green eyes fixated upon them. Ah, a monster! Run! Panic ensued, with some fleeing in haste while others trembled, momentarily paralyzed by fear. As the creature emerged from the shadows, they discerned that it was a dog of colossal proportions, rivaling that of a tiger. Due to the mutation, the once recognizable face of the large dog had transformed beyond recognition, though its outline still suggested it was a Doberman. It gazed at them with its mouth agape, drool dripping from the corners. Suddenly, its fur bristled, and after scraping its front paws against the ground, it charged towards Hua Qinyu. What the hell? Why is it coming for me? Hua Qinyu instinctively recoiled, his mouth filled with expletives. In that critical moment, he finally recalled his extraordinary ability, the sonic wave technique. As the air before him vibrated, a wave of sound surged towards the advancing mutated dog. In an instant, a deafening boom erupted, propelling the creature backward. However, the mutated dog quickly regained its footing, arching its back in preparation for another assault. With a howl, Hua Qinyu, renowned as the Flower Mage, began issuing commands to the beast, astonishingly able to manipulate the strength of his sonic waves. He unleashed a barrage of vocal attacks, forcing the creature to retreat step by step. As he became more adept, confidence swelled within him. As a seasoned mage, he was capable of composing a song solely through his high-pitched notes. The companions who had followed him out were awestruck by his prowess, quickly seeking refuge behind him. Even when faced with the mutated dog, his initial fear and tension gradually dissipated, leading him to pick up his beloved guitar and hum a tune from his recently penned song, The Mad Sage of Love. The preceding section is filled with an extensive rap, but only the climax resonates clearly with the repeated exclamations of I am the Mad Sage. The Sage. The Sage. Oh, the enchanting melody lingers in the air. His figure resembles that of the Eastern King, who wields a lute among the 4 demon generals at the southern heavenly gate in Journey to the West. With a remarkable display of skill, he sent the mutated large dog scampering away, whimpering with its tail tucked between its legs. It remains uncertain whether the dog fled in disgust at his bewitching vocal performance or was genuinely overwhelmed by the sonic waves of his voice. However, Hua Qinyu had long since succumbed to the moment, only ceasing his performance after finishing the chorus. At that instant, everyone regarded Hua Qinyu as their hero. Upon learning that Qin Tian was preparing to venture out in search of supplies, Yang Mi summoned her courage and implored to accompany him. Human desires are boundlessly insatiable. Once basic needs are met, dissatisfaction often arises. As an ambitious and yearning woman, she was eager to explore the vast world beyond, aware that other extraordinary beings might exist outside. Do you truly wish to venture out with me? Qin Tian once again sought her confirmation. Yes, I wish to accompany you. Yang Mi replied with a voice that sent shivers down one's spine. Very well, I shall take you with me. Qin Tian responded without hesitation, nodding in agreement. Soon after, 6 extraordinary fruits materialized in his hand, 3 fruits of strength and 3 fruits of consciousness. Upon seeing these familiar fruits, Yang Mi felt a surge of emotion. Thank you, Tian Ge, she exclaimed, planting a fervent kiss on his cheek as she accepted the extraordinary fruits. After consuming all the fruits in succession, she discovered a remarkable surge of energy within her. Yang Mi consumed 3 power fruits, yielding a return of 600. Yang Mi consumed 3 spiritual fruits, yielding a return of 600. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of strength coursing through her body, with the definition of her muscles becoming more pronounced. Simultaneously, her range of perception had significantly expanded. Upon activating her spiritual awareness, the area she could sense extended from a mere 3 to 5 meters to an impressive 10 meters. Let us proceed, she declared as Qin Tian took her hand and swiftly consumed a teleportation fruit himself. He hesitated to offer her such a fruit, as its energy demanded an exceptionally high physical constitution from the user. Soon, Yang Mi felt a haze envelop her vision, accompanied by the sound of rushing winds. When she reopened her eyes, she found herself engulfed in a dense expanse of white mist. Nearby, the air was filled with a cacophony of sounds, roaring winds, heart-wrenching screams, and an unpleasantly jarring melody. Chapter 36. The 4 Young Masters of the Capital, Wang Xiaoyu. Purple superpower fruit. The reason Qin Tian agreed to take Yang Mi on an expedition to gather resources stemmed from his confidence in his own abilities. However, after bringing her along, he realized that the speed of their teleportation seemed to have altered. To his surprise, they did not arrive at their intended destination on the first attempt. Instead, they found themselves still within the confines of the neighborhood, just as Qin Tian suspected a miscalculation. They unexpectedly encountered Hua Qinyu and his companions. The sounds that Yang Mi heard were indeed those emitted by Hua Qinyu and his companions. It turned out that half an hour prior, after driving away the mutated large dog, Hua Qinyu had taken his neighbors, each equipped with a shopping cart brimming with supplies, towards building number 1 where he resided. As they approached home, a wave of excitement surged within them. When I return home, my wife will surely be delighted to see such a bounty of delicious food. One of them thought, I was terrified just now. I nearly became a meal for that creature. Fortunately, we are almost home. This outing has truly been worthwhile. However, Hua Qinyu did not engage in their discussions. Instead, he remained vigilant, casting wary glances towards the grass nearby, which was nearly as tall as a person. He sensed an imminent danger lurking close by. Suddenly, rustling sounds emerged from the underbrush, reminiscent of a creature stirring. Everyone silence. Do not make a sound. Hua Qinyu swiftly gestured for quiet. Following the recent encounter with the mutated dog, the group had become more cautious, promptly lowering themselves behind the shopping carts, stifling their voices. Before long, they witnessed a scene that would be etched in their memories forever. A colossal rat suddenly leapt into the air, pursued closely by a massive python. The serpent soared like an arrow released from a bow, opening its gaping maw wide, and precisely seized the rat by its neck. The scales of the immense snake shimmered with a brownish hue before their eyes, and its triangular head, adorned with elongated eyes, evoked a chilling sense of dread. When the nearest old Wang caught sight of the enormous serpent, terror seized him, and he screamed, discarding the shopping cart in his hands before fleeing. The serpent had been preoccupied with its own territory, but his cry instantly drew its attention. In its eyes, anything moving rapidly was a potential prey. Moreover, having captured only a mouse that day, it was far from satiated. Swiftly, it struck, coiling its formidable body around old Wang. Help me! He cried desperately in his final moments. Yang Mi happened to hear his plea for help, and the despair in his voice sent chills down her spine. Hastily, she grasped Qin Tian's arm and urged, Brother Tian, we must leave now. Wait. Qin Tian replied calmly, for he had noticed the intense green luminescence emanating from the serpent, particularly the energy mass in its dantian, which was as large as a football. Before long, the serpent consumed the man it had ensnared, then proceeded to pursue the fleeing individuals. At that moment, Qin Tian was once again assaulted by the piercingly discordant sound. A wave of sonic energy intercepted the serpent's next assault. The serpent, flicking its long tongue, desperately rammed its head against the advancing sound waves. Hiss, the force is overwhelming. Hua Qinyu felt an unprecedented pressure. Despite his high lung capacity and relentless efforts to intensify his attack, he sensed that he could barely withstand the serpent's onslaught. As the serpent seemed poised to breach his sonic barrier, despair began to envelop him, as he exhausted the last vestiges of his lung capacity. On the brink of gasping for air, he seized a companion nearby and hurled him towards the colossal serpent. The neighbor, who had been safely concealed behind a shopping cart, was unwittingly sacrificed by Hua Qinyu, becoming a scapegoat in this dire moment. In his final moments, he could hardly fathom the betrayal he had suffered. A piercing scream echoed, and the serpent swiftly devoured the unfortunate soul. After a deep breath, Hua Qinyu resumed his sonic assaults. However, his energy was waning, rendering him unable to withstand the serpent's relentless onslaught. As despair enveloped him, he closed his eyes, resigned to the fate of being consumed. At that moment, a gunshot reverberated through the air, and the pressure before him suddenly dissipated. Hua Qinyu opened his eyes to witness the serpent's eyes erupting with crimson. Another gunshot rang out, a bullet striking the serpent's head and exploding upon impact. The serpent let out a pained hiss and retreated, halting its assault. Grateful to have escaped death, Hua Qinyu yearned to discover the identity of his savior. To his astonishment, a tall figure emerged from the mist. It was young Master Wang. He was taken aback to realize that the one who had saved his life was none other than Wang Xiaoyu, one of the renowned 4 young masters of the capital. Previously, he had followed Wang for a time, serving as his subordinate. Wang Xiaoyu's status among the 4 young masters was attributed to his formidable family background. Having grown up in a military compound, with a father who was a prominent figure in the army, Wang Xiaoyu's enterprises spanned real estate, the culinary industry, and entertainment. Xiaoyu, it has been a while. Wang Xiaoyu greeted him with his signature smile. Thank you for your life-saving grace, my dear brother. Hua Chenyu exclaimed with excitement. Indeed. It is a pleasure to say that I have been observing this great serpent for quite some time. I never anticipated that you all would intrude upon its territory. At that moment, Hua Chenyu noticed the sniper rifle slung across his back. Bang! Another shot rang out as Wang Xiaoyu executed a headshot on yet another of Hua Chenyu's neighbors. The remaining individual, utterly terrified, screamed as he dashed into the mist. Do not pursue him. He shall not survive. Seeing Hua Chenyu prepare to chase, he was stopped by Wang Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, Qin Tian was deeply intrigued by the green energy emanating from the serpent. Upon witnessing the creature's injury, he immediately set off with Yang Mi to track it. Soon, they arrived at an open space behind the residential complex, which had once been a construction site but had since turned into a derelict project. At that moment, the great serpent slithered into one of the unfinished buildings. Within that structure stood a towering tree, its massive trunk hollowed out on one side, where the serpent coiled itself within the gaping cavity. Brother Tian, let us depart. This great serpent appears quite fearsome. Upon witnessing the scene inside the hollow, Yang Mi felt a chill run down her spine. Wait, what is that? Qin Tian suddenly pointed towards the treetops. Yang Mi looked up and was astonished to see that the branches were laden with purple supernatural fruits. Chapter 37. Blood Value Surges. Battle the Serpent. Upon seeing the tree adorned with these supernatural fruits, Yang Mi was taken aback. She had encountered supernatural fruits before and was aware of the miraculous properties of these strawberry-sized wonders. However, this was her first encounter with the purple variants. Curiosity piqued. She inquired of Qin Tian, Brother Tian, are these truly the fruits of extraordinary abilities? Indeed, they should be, Qin Tian affirmed with a nod. In truth, he had previously encountered footage on various short video platforms, showcasing individuals who had discovered wild fruits of extraordinary powers. However, soon after these videos surfaced, they were swiftly taken down, suggesting that the government was indeed aware of the existence of such phenomena. One of his purposes for venturing out was, after all, to seek these wild fruits of extraordinary abilities. Upon witnessing the immense green energy within the serpent moments ago, he had a spontaneous idea to pursue it. To his delight, he stumbled upon this magnificent tree, laden with fruits of extraordinary capabilities. Yet, he remained cautious in the presence of the formidable serpent. His current dilemma was how to evade it and obtain the extraordinary fruits. He first consumed a teleportation fruit, swiftly ascending to the top of the tree. Upon reaching the summit, he beheld the lush canopy that seemed to envelop the sky, with clusters of purple fruits dangling amidst the branches. He plucked one and examined it closely. Despite lingering doubts, his robust constitution emboldened him, leading him to consume the purple fruit without further hesitation. Before he could savor its flavor, he had already finished one. He subsequently devoured several more, relishing the sweet and fragrant essence that filled his mouth. After indulging in a few extraordinary fruits, he felt invigorated. Aside from an enhancement in his mental acuity, he did not perceive any remarkable changes. Satisfied with the absence of adverse effects, Qin Tian descended to the ground and, this time, took Yang Mi back up to the tree with him. You must try this fruit. Qin Tian casually plucked a fruit and handed it to her. Yang Mi took the fruit and popped it into her mouth. After a few delightful bites, her pink cherry lips had devoured one entirely. She gazed around and noticed that the area was abundant with these purple fruits. So she gathered a handful and indulged once more. It felt akin to savoring fresh fruit, and she found herself becoming increasingly exhilarated. Gradually, she sensed a warm current coursing through her dantian, spreading throughout her entire being. What's wrong? Qin Tian observed her gaze fixated on him, a hint of confusion creeping into his voice. However, Yang Mi nearly stumbled. Tiangu, there is something off about this fruit, she exclaimed, her voice trembling. Qin Tian was taken aback. Why was it that he experienced no adverse effects? He surmised that these might not be extraordinary fruits, but rather hallucinogenic ones. At that moment, Yang Mi indeed began to experience visions, closing her eyes as she murmured, Tiangu, I feel so drowsy. The large serpent dwelling in the hollow of the tree was disturbed by their commotion, its tail thrashing and causing the trunk to tremble. Qin Tian had no choice but to hold Yang Mi securely to prevent her from falling, while simultaneously probing the serpent's movements with his spiritual sense. Meanwhile, he was intrigued as to why the fruit had no hallucinogenic effect on him. Thus, He plucked a few more fruits from the tree and consumed them. Suddenly, a chilling voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for consuming a sufficient quantity of vitality fruits. Vitality surge detected. Your vitality level has risen to 1 star. A surge of potent energy surged within Qin Tian, and in an instant, a cacophony of cracking bones erupted from various parts of his body. As Qin Tian's already imposing physique surged once more, he grew even more robust. The vital energy within him surged, urgently seeking an outlet. He struck a tree branch with a powerful fist, instantly shattering it into 2 pieces that fell to the ground. Finally, the massive serpent, unable to withstand the commotion outside, emerged its head from the hollow of the tree. Though its injuries had yet to heal, the sight of Qin Tian creating such a ruckus ignited its fury, causing its scales to tremble with agitation. The serpent, with its blood-red tongue flicking, began to ascend the tree's trunk. Be careful, Brother Tian, the serpent is coming. Yangmi, alarmed by the serpent's head looming behind Qin Tian, hurriedly shouted, pulling her clothes closer. Fear not, for I am here, Qin Tian replied calmly, continuing to embrace her while he nibbled affectionately. In truth, his awareness had long since detected the serpent's movements. He was not concerned about the creature's emergence. Once it showed itself, he had a plan to deal with it. Suddenly, the serpent lifted its entire front half, hissing aggressively as it flicked its tongue. Meanwhile, Qin Tian remained unfazed, his back turned to the serpent, as if 2 martial experts were circling each other, each waiting for the other to make a move. Ultimately, the serpent could no longer endure the tension. As it prepared to strike, Qin Tian even found the time to place the slumbering Yangmi in a cool, shaded spot. In an explosive burst of speed, the serpent lunged at Qin Tian. Yet, the moment it charged, both Qin Tian and Yangmi vanished from its sight. Shortly thereafter, Qin Tian reappeared silently behind the serpent, delivering a swift kick to its vital spot. Empowered by an overwhelming surge of vitality, a single strike from him sent the colossal serpent crashing to the ground, creating a significant crater upon impact. Before the serpent could catch its breath, he delivered a powerful punch to its head, causing its other eye to burst forth. The serpent, unable to even graze his form, was left gravely injured. In a final desperate attempt to retaliate, it was seized by Qin Tian, who grasped its tail and hurled it against a large tree. With a resounding thud, the tree trembled violently, its leaves rustling as purple fruits cascaded to the ground. With a mere flick of his left hand, Qin Tian collected all the fallen vitality fruits into his personal space. He then repeated the process, slamming the serpent's body against the trunk to harvest any remaining energy fruits. After several rounds, the serpent was left devoid of life. In its dying moments, it failed to inflict even a single scratch upon Qin Tian. As he gazed upon the serpent's lifeless form, Qin Tian noticed a green orb of light emerging from its mouth. Recognizing it as the serpent's green energy essence, he was intrigued, having never witnessed such a phenomenon before. Instinctively, he reached out to grasp the slowly ascending green light. Suddenly, an idea struck him. With a swift motion, he captured the green energy essence into his personal space. Although he was uncertain how to utilize this newfound energy, he remained hopeful that he would decipher its potential in due course. This excursion had proven to be remarkably fruitful for Qin Tian, yielding not only a plethora of vitality fruits, but also a mysterious green energy essence. Chapter 38. The Reckless Hua Qinyu, Qin Tian Strikes. In a remarkable surge of vitality, Qin Tian's health value skyrocketed from the normal range of 100 to an astonishing 5,000. During his confrontation with the mutated giant snake, he maximized his energy to its zenith. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, effortlessly tossing the enormous serpent around. As Yangmi observed his formidable strength, her admiration and reliance on him deepened. Gazing at the lifeless snake, Qin Tian watched as the green energy emanating from it gradually dimmed until it was extinguished completely. After dealing with the serpent, he collected the remaining purple energy fruits from the tree and stored them in his personal space. The two then consumed the teleportation fruit and returned to the luxurious international community. At that moment, the community appeared to have returned to its surface calm. The entire building enveloped in silence. Upon returning home, Qin Tian and Yangmi noticed something unusual. Tang Yan and Li Meiyun had moved a large wardrobe against the door. They seemed somewhat anxious, yet not overly frantic, bracing themselves against the door with their bodies. Upon seeing Qin Tian arrive, they visibly relaxed. "Brother Tian, you're finally back," they exclaimed in unison. Qin Tian immediately extended his spiritual sense to probe the corridor outside, and discovered a shadowy figure attacking the door. Understanding the situation, he stepped forward and applied a forceful push against the wardrobe. Instantly, a powerful force rebounded, causing the doorframe to tremble. A muffled grunt echoed from outside, followed by silence. Qin Tian furrowed his brow, relieved that he had returned just in time. He first sought to ascertain the safety of his family. He observed that the stone screen, positioned against the wall near Young Mi's house, had been moved. This was a deliberate act on his part, concealing the wall he had breached with the screen. Consequently, he refrained from immediately inquiring about the situation and instead employed his telekinetic abilities to shift the screen aside, hastening towards Yang Mi's room. Upon arrival, he found the bathroom door locked. However, upon activating his divine sense, he beheld the figures of Reba and Li Meiyun within. Once the door was opened, the two emerged cautiously. "Tiangu, you have finally returned," Reba exclaimed, leaping into his embrace. "Thank goodness for the presence of my two elder sisters," she added, transforming her worry into joy. Subsequently, the trio recounted the specifics of the incident to Qin Tian. It transpired that shortly after their departure, intruders had attempted to assail their home. The sound was jarring and unpleasant, reminiscent of a mournful wail following a death. As Li Meiyun narrated the events, her brow furrowed, as if the sound still echoed in her ears. Clearly, the noise had been the doing of Hua Qinyu, who was engaged in combat with the mutated serpent within the community. Fortunately, Qin Tian had previously provided them both with ample strength fruits, allowing them to brace against the initial wave of the assault using cabinets and their own powers. Being the youngest among them, Reba had retreated to the bathroom alone for safety. Upon hearing their tale, Qin Tian spoke calmly. "Do not worry, now that I have returned. I shall ensure he pays the price. Anyone who dares to threaten me, Qin Tian, shall undoubtedly face retribution 1,000-fold." Subsequently, he activated his spiritual awareness to locate Hua Qinyu within the building. Soon, he discerned his presence in room 2903. It appeared that this fellow was rather cunning, maintaining an additional residence apart from his original room 2503, conveniently located just one floor below Qin Tian's abode. At that moment, Hua Qinyu was pilfering supplies from the supermarket and neighboring households. Suddenly, he heard a woman's voice from next door, lashing out at him from outside his door. "How despicable! You even steal from a woman. What kind of man are you? Did you hear that, you cowardly turtle?" Hua Qinyu was rendered speechless, scratching his head in frustration before exclaiming, "Damn, that crazy woman has truly lost her mind." He flung open the door and, with a swift slap, shouted vehemently, "Silence!" The woman immediately crouched down, clutching her stinging face. "If you have the guts, go ahead and kill me. I no longer wish to live." She continued her tirade, for she had lost all her meager supplies to Hua Qinyu. Today, she had decided to go all out. However, Hua Qinyu swiftly rendered her unconscious with a chop of his hand and bound her. Indeed, this was all in accordance with the instructions given by Wang Xiaoyu, who had saved his life. He was tasked with robbing all the residents of the building and sharing a portion of the spoils with him. Thus, he had inadvertently stumbled upon Qin Tian's home, and just as he was about to unleash his sonic wave technique, he was confronted by Qin Tian. He was shaken by Qin Tian's overwhelming power and had no choice but to escape to another residence to hide. However, the very neighbor he had previously taken advantage of soon came knocking at his door. Yet, he couldn't deny that aside from her sharp tongue, her beauty was indeed striking. This neighbor was a live-streaming host, possessing both exceptional looks and figure. As he gazed at her flushed cheeks filled with indignation and her eyes brimming with tears, Hua Qinyu couldn't help but feel a stir of emotions. He approached her, lifting her chin with his finger to scrutinize her closely. His gaze then wandered down to her impressive assets. It had been a while since he had been with a woman, especially after using his girlfriend to barter for supplies. "Let me go?" the neighbor exclaimed, awakening to find herself bound in his room. Her resistance ignited. "You beast, what do you intend to do?" she shouted, her voice hoarse from exertion. As a female host accustomed to the camera's gaze, she maintained an air of defiance against his abduction, her cultivated persona of a cold queen momentarily faltering. "Huh, the more you shout, the more I revel in it. Keep shouting, even if you scream your throat raw. No one will come," Hua Qinyu remarked, a sinister smile creeping across his face, revealing his malevolent nature. Just then, a cold object pressed against the back of his head. Chapter 39. Is it your mouth that's fast, or my gun? Ah, is it quite thrilling to play? Qin Tian's voice, laced with playful sarcasm, resonated behind Hua Qinyu. "Brother, please, no jokes. Be careful not to fire accidentally." Hua Qinyu felt a cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He could already sense the acrid scent of gunpowder from the magnum bullet that had just exploded, reminiscent of the odor he had detected on Wang Xiaoyu earlier. Qin Tian maintained his composure, casually inquiring, "Now, tell me, are you feeling moved?" Hua Qinyu hastily raised his hand, meekly responding, "I dare not move. I dare not move." It was over. He knew he was in a dire predicament. The formidable adversary he had just encountered had now returned, and he regretted his earlier actions. However, there was no remedy for regret available now. He could only yield. Qin Tian remained silent, continuing to press his golden eagle against the back of Hua Qinyu's head. "In this apocalyptic world, you are the first and will be the last to dare to rob me, for I shall ensure you do not see the sun rise again," Qin Tian proclaimed with an air of authority. "Brother, spare me. I shall never dare again." Hua Qinyu was genuinely terrified. While he pleaded for mercy, he silently hoped that his newly acquainted ally, Wang Xiaoyu, would come to his rescue. He quickly continued to implore, "As long as you do not kill me, I will do anything you ask, even transfer all the money from my account to you." Upon hearing this, Qin Tian felt no inclination towards the offer. Wealth was merely worthless paper to him now. Nonetheless, he found amusement in the situation and patted Hua Qinyu on the shoulder, instructing, "Stand up and walk outside." "Very well. I shall comply with your request. Please, do not resort to violence." Hua Qinyu promptly replied, struggling to rise due to the numbness in his legs from squatting. As he made his way to the living room, he could gaze through the floor-to-ceiling glass at the entire second building across from him. Qin Tian deliberately positioned him near the balcony and coldly commanded, "Turn your head." Upon hearing these words, Hua Qinyu's heart stirred with anticipation. Realizing this was indeed an opportunity for him, in the fleeting moment he turned, he attempted to gather strength within himself. However, just as he was about to utter a spell, a peculiar taste akin to a mixture of molten iron and gunpowder invaded his mouth. Ugh! His eyes widened in shock, leaving him momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that Qin Tian would foresee his intentions, completely disregarding the expected course of action. "Oh, my apologies. I used to work in waste management, and it seems I might have accidentally misstepped." Qin Tian quipped immediately. Ugh! Faced with Qin Tian's merciless banter, Hua Qinyu could no longer maintain his composure. His face contorted with anger as he desperately attempted to convey his displeasure through exaggerated expressions. In response, Qin Tian intentionally withdrew the gun slightly to allow him to converse without suffocating. "What is so impressive about wielding a gun? If you have the courage, let us settle this mano a mano," Hua Qinyu retorted defiantly. "The last person to utter such words before me now has grass growing 2 meters high on their grave. Don't you possess the ability of sound waves? I am eager to see whether your speed surpasses that of my bullet." With that, he indeed withdrew the gun from Hua Qinyu's mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Hua Qinyu immediately unleashed his sound wave technique. With determination in his heart, he resolved to muster all his strength to confront Qin Tian, despite the rapid speed of his bullets. However, in a moment brimming with ambition, he soon realized his overestimation. Qin Tian raised his pistol and with a swift motion brought it down. Though the gun did not discharge, the sound of his front teeth shattering was unmistakable. In an unexpected turn, Qin Tian, invigorated by surging vitality, had shattered the sound barrier and struck Hua Qinyu hard on the mouth. The impact caused 2 of Hua Qinyu's front teeth to fall, leaving his mouth a gaping wound. Yet, fearing for his life, he dared not cease his incantations as a mage. However, the loss of his teeth severely diminished his sonic abilities. Qin Tian raised his pistol once more, delivering a heavy blow, and once again, 2 more teeth fell. At this moment, Hua Qinyu began to sputter blood from his mouth. Glancing down to see his clothes stained with crimson, which drained the color from his face in terror. In desperation, he knelt before Qin Tian, pleading for mercy. "Please, spare me, brother. I was left with no choice but to intrude upon your home." "What? Weren't you always so arrogant?" Qin Tian mused, observing Hua Qinyu crouched on the ground like a dog. Just as Qin Tian paused to further humiliate him, a bullet shattered the glass, hurtling towards Qin Tian. It was a golden magnum sniper bullet, swiftly penetrating the shattered window. In that critical moment, Qin Tian sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the bullet that grazed his face. That was close. Had it not been for his keen perception of danger, which alerted him in time, he would have been struck. He swiftly kicked the flower beneath his feet, rendering it unconscious, and then consumed a teleportation fruit, appearing in the room on the 30th floor of Building 2, from which the bullet had been fired. Upon his arrival, he discovered that the figure had vanished without a trace. Strangely, even with his divine sense, he could not detect the fleeing individual. It was later revealed to him that this person possessed a similar ability to become invisible. As Qin Tian carefully surveyed the room, he was taken aback by what he encountered. Before him lay a clear view of his own residence, with a recording telescope set up at the window. Instantly, he recalled the threatening video that Shen Yuzhu had sent him, showcasing the supplies in his home. He activated the device and examined the footage. Indeed, that very video was present. Upon further inspection, he discovered numerous other videos, primarily featuring the interiors of other homes, with only that single clip pertaining to his own. Initially, he had suspected that Wang Xiaorong might have leaked the information, but it appeared he had misjudged her intentions. Subsequently, he decided to stow this high-tech device within his own space. The only other clue he could find was an ashtray resting on the windowsill, containing a half-burned cigar. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the brand Mississippi, renowned for being an exquisite Italian cigar label. In truth, the finest cigars do not originate from Cuba, but rather from Italy, with some of these cigars reportedly costing several thousand each. This detail further illustrated that the individual in question not only led a life of affluence, but also possessed a refined taste. After a thorough search, Qin Tian, wary of the possibility of a ruse, swiftly teleported back home. Fortunately, everyone was safe and waiting for his return in the room. Upon sharing the unsettling circumstances he encountered, the girls were left in shock, realizing that someone had been secretly observing them. He then returned to Hua Qinyu's residence, intending to inquire about the mastermind behind the recent events. However, to his dismay, upon arrival, he discovered that Hua Qinyu had already met a tragic fate, having been eliminated by an unseen hand. Qin Tian was taken aback to learn that another individual with extraordinary abilities was lurking elsewhere, igniting his keen interest. He mused that this individual was rather intriguing and vowed to locate him swiftly, intending to overpower and subjugate him with his own strength. The emergence of this mysterious figure rendered Qin Tian increasingly cautious. For the sake of safety, he promptly relocated all the women to Li Meiyun's home. Chapter 40. The Svelte Beauty, Ni. Since the confrontation with the cunning Hua Qinyu, an inexplicable sense of urgency had taken root within Qin Tian. If he could not swiftly identify the person pulling the strings behind the scenes, the looming threat would persist. Thus, he moved in with Yang Mi and the other women to Li Meiyun's residence. Upon their arrival, everyone marveled at the unparalleled opulence of the decor within the room. Qin Tian had not anticipated that, even within the same building, a change in unit could yield such a stark contrast in both size and layout. He had previously believed that the room he rented represented the pinnacle of luxury apartments, yet he now realized that the true zenith of extravagance was indeed Li Meiyun's abode. The interior of this place was resplendent, featuring a spacious living room adorned with marble flooring and a ceiling embellished with intricate carvings. The walls were adorned with traditional Chinese paintings by renowned artists from the Summer Kingdom, alongside abstract oil paintings by eminent Western masters. In the center of the room stood a magnificent grand piano, and nearby, an elegant European-style fireplace added to the decor. It was a true fusion of Eastern and Western artistry. Even Yang Mi and Tang Yin could not hide their envy upon witnessing this splendid abode. Feel free to explore. Consider this your home, greeted Li Meiyun, the former owner of the residence. At that moment, the temperature outside had plummeted significantly, and if this continued, many would soon face the peril of freezing, even if hunger did not claim them first. With the power out, rendering the air conditioning unusable, she contemplated igniting the fireplace. Instantly, Wang Xiaorong took the initiative to start the fire, and afterward, she began tidying up the house. As the flames flickered to life in the fireplace, everyone gathered around to warm themselves. Before long, the entire room was enveloped in a cozy warmth akin to spring. As Qin Tian basked in the warmth, he pondered the next steps to take. Based on his analysis of the enigmatic individual, it was evident that this person wielded a firearm and exhibited fearlessness towards the mutated creatures. He must possess some form of extraordinary ability, though it was evident that this power did not allow him to breach others' homes at will. Otherwise, he would not have instructed Hua Qinyu to use sonic waves to break through the door. Regardless, the immediate priority was to fortify their own defenses. Thus, he retrieved a collection of strength fruits, consciousness fruits, and vitality fruits from his space, laying these 3 types of fruits before everyone. Upon witnessing the abundance of supernatural fruits, their eyes sparkled with desire, and drool threatened to escape their lips. I divided these extraordinary fruits into 3 portions. You may consume them to enhance your strength and spiritual awareness. As for this purple fruit, it is advisable to consume it gradually, partake of one, and after an hour. You may indulge in another, for it bears slight side effects. At the mention of side effects, a flush crept upon Yang Mi's delicate face, evoking memories of their escapade in the tree. The recollection of her unrestrained fervor at that moment filled her with a sense of embarrassment. Ding! Tang Yin has consumed 10 qi blood fruits, returning 3,000. Before Qin Tian could finish his sentence, Tang Yin, unable to contain her eagerness, devoured all 10 purple qi blood fruits from the table. Her motivation was simple. She adored the color purple. Soon, her complexion grew increasingly flushed, akin to one intoxicated. Simultaneously, a surge of energy coursed through her, leaving her gaze somewhat dazed. Alas, it seems I must first assist her in properly regulating her energy. Qin Tian sighed as he observed the endearingly naive Tang Yin. He then swept her into his arms in a princess carry and transported her to a room across the way, gently shutting the door behind them. That evening, several women gathered to celebrate their new abode with a lavish feast. Qin Tian had already resolved Tang Yin's energy disarray. Subsequently, he connected the generator from his original residence to the circuitry here. In the enveloping darkness of the night, the surroundings lay shrouded in obscurity, save for the radiant glow emanating from Li Meiyun's home. At this moment, after finishing his meal, Qin Tian reclined on the soft, comfortable sofa, indulging in the alternating massages from the women around him while examining the confiscated camera. He had merely glanced at it earlier, but now, upon closer inspection, he uncovered numerous intricate details. Goodness, this fellow is indeed a voyeur, Qin Tian exclaimed after conducting a thorough analysis. He discovered that the videos captured the everyday lives of others within their homes, spanning over a year. Among them were several clips of a young couple sharing intimate moments in their living room, which both Qin Tian and the women providing his massage watched with great interest. However, after studying all the videos for a while, Qin Tian finally stumbled upon a distinctive clip. More specifically, it featured a singular individual whose presence was evidently unlike the others. The camera's owner had captured her from various angles, showcasing her beauty from different perspectives. It was apparent to Qin Tian that the filming was imbued with personal sentiment. The girl in the footage was someone he recognized, Ni, a senior in his field. His first impression of Ni was that of a slender beauty, with strikingly large eyes and an innate allure. Such a woman naturally attracts the admiration of men. And she had a promising start in her career, debuting as the leading lady for a renowned director, garnering a measure of fame. Yet, in recent years, she had rarely graced the big screen, and he was surprised to discover that she resided here. Moreover, her location should be in building number 2, which implies that the individual capturing the clandestine footage was positioned in building number 1. This also indicates that this enigmatic figure possesses residences in both buildings. Thus, Qin Tian commenced a meticulous frame-by-frame examination of her video, ultimately discovering the presence of a tall man wearing glasses. Although his appearance was fleeting, Qin Tian recognized him immediately. Was this not Wang Xiaoyu, one of the 4 distinguished heirs of the capital? He was a quintessential second-generation wealthy individual, known for collaborating with prominent directors to establish a film company, often seen mingling within the entertainment industry. Observing the way he interacted with Ni, it appeared he was still pursuing her, as he presented her with various gifts. In truth, Xiaoyu was already married, and his wife happened to be the granddaughter of a prominent elite, belonging to the 3rd generation of influential families. TSK. This was indeed a case of a concealed affair, Qin Tian remarked with a hint of mockery as he watched the video. So, the mysterious individual was he. This revelation made perfect sense. In the past, Qin Tian would have undoubtedly refrained from provoking such a person. However, the present situation was different, regardless of who he was. Should he cross paths with Qin Tian, he would certainly face repercussions. Suddenly, a bold idea sparked within him. At that moment, a familiar system notification resonated in his mind. Ding! System activation successful. Name: Ni. Age: 23. Attractiveness: 96. Purity: 100. Overall: 96. Meets system requirements. Ding! System task: cohabitate with Ni. Reward: max level beast taming skill. Chapter 41. The Frenzied Building Number 2. A peculiar auction. When Qin Tian uncovered the clues regarding his adversaries, an exhilarating sense of anticipation surged within him. At that moment, a notion began to take root in his mind, further solidified by the system's prompt, compelling him to engage in a meaningful dialogue with Nini, this delicate canary. Thus, Qin Tian silently turned his attention to the circumstances surrounding building number 2. The layout of building number 2 mirrored that of building number 1, with Nini residing in a unit identical to that of Li Meiyun, representing the pinnacle of luxury living. By harnessing the powers of the divine awareness fruit, Qin Tian elevated his perception to the 6th star, allowing him to effortlessly investigate every room within building number 2. Soon, he discerned that the situation in building number 2 was far more tumultuous than in building number 1. 3 factions vied for dominance: the Tianlong Gang, led by the business magnate Li Songlong; the Grey Wolf Gang, comprised of elites under the leadership of financial tycoon Li Tian; and the Security Gang, spearheaded by the mercenary chief known as Half Fox, Hu Li. It took Qin Tian several days of meticulous observation through his heightened awareness to gradually unravel the complexities of this environment. On the very first day, he bore witness to a violent altercation among a dozen individuals, primarily instigated by the relentless struggle for resources. In this apocalyptic era, resources remained the most coveted assets, and the entirety of the building's supplies became the focal point of their contention. The Tianlong Gang had plundered the supplies recently amassed by the Grey Wolf Gang, igniting a large-scale bloodshed. The battleground, particularly the stairwell of the 20th floor, became drenched in blood, littered with corpses. This confrontation not only decimated the ranks of both factions, but also presented Hu Li's Security Gang with a ripe opportunity. They swiftly allied with the beleaguered Wolf Gang to ambush the Dragon Gang, traversing the entirety of the territory above the 25th floor, which belonged to the Black Dragon Gang. This battle was fought with great fervor, inflicting severe losses upon the Dragon Gang. They ascended to the 30th floor, delivering a crushing blow to the Dragon Gang's stronghold, ultimately incapacitating Li Songlong by shattering one of his legs and blinding him in one eye before ceasing their assault. Consequently, among his numerous subordinates, those who resisted were slain, while the surrendering ones were reduced to mere slaves. Additionally, some women affiliated with the Dragon Gang became their spoils of war. Upon witnessing these women, Hu Li found the division of spoils rather troublesome and thus proposed auctioning them instead. Ultimately, the auction was held in a room on the 10th floor of the Grey Wolf Gang's headquarters. This marked the first instance of women being auctioned in the aftermath of the chaotic order of the apocalypse. Furthermore, Hu Li and Li Tian reached a consensus regarding the enslaved individuals captured from the Dragon Gang. They would be sent forth as death warriors to scour for resources, with the promise that those who returned with provisions would be reintegrated as new members of the gang. Thus, these individuals were dispatched from building number 2. Some ventured into the dense fog in search of resources, only to meet their demise at the hands of various mutated monsters lurking within. Others fled directly into nearby residential buildings, which were ajar. Soon, the auction for women commenced in building number 2. Among the ranks of both gangs, those with some measure of power eagerly anticipated their turn. The first to be presented was a young girl, possessing an oval face, a petite stature, and skin that appeared remarkably supple. Standing on the stage, the bald host, with a mischievous glint in his eye, raised 3 instant noodles as the starting bid. An uproar erupted from the audience, as if a kettle had boiled over. Soon, someone shouted, "I bid 4 packs." Quickly, another voice chimed in. "I bid 4.5 packs." A diminutive man, with an air of scholarly demeanor, immediately raised the stakes, proclaiming, "I bid 5 packs of instant noodles." His declaration sparked a wave of excitement. In this apocalyptic world, a single pack of instant noodles held immense value, often representing several days' worth of sustenance for many. Moreover, with each additional mouth to feed at home, the necessity for nourishment multiplied, making the issue of 5 packs rather significant. While the needs of men are indeed important, survival circumstances cannot be overlooked. Thus, his audacious offer of 5 packs left the crowd in awe. As anticipated, no one else came forward to counter his bid. Going once for 5 packs, going twice for 5 packs. Sold. The young girl was finally claimed by him. He excitedly grasped the girl's hand, his body trembling with exhilaration. Next to appear was a young woman, of mediocre beauty but possessing a figure that still exuded charm. The host announced the starting price at 3 packs of instant noodles. The enthusiasm of the bidders seemed to dwindle significantly, with only a handful of individuals bidding 3 packs, and the highest bid reaching 3.5. After all, this woman, though not particularly striking, appeared to have a far greater appetite than the petite young girl. The attendees were also concerned with the value of their bids, resulting in the woman being taken away for 3.5 packs. Thus, this auction continued for nearly 2 hours before concluding. Throughout, Qin Tian observed intently with his consciousness, unexpectedly witnessing such a unique auction in this chaotic apocalypse. In comparison to the fates of these women, Ni is considerably more fortunate, for she is not presently lacking in resources. Wang Xiaoyu regularly delivers supplies to her. Ni graciously accepts these offerings, though she does not bestow upon him any particularly warm expressions. Her pride is ingrained within her very being, and each time, Wang Xiaoyu simply sits down for a brief conversation before taking his leave. Qin Tian observes that he seems quite fond of the way Ni interacts with him. This individual is not only a voyeur but also appears to be a sycophant at heart. Qin Tian remains uncertain about Wang Xiaoyu's extraordinary abilities. As his appearances are always rather abrupt, he is reluctant to act impulsively, for he cannot be certain that his presence would compel this proud woman, who suffers no lack of resources, to willingly submit to him. Until one fateful night, after concluding an intimate conversation with Reba, he sat on his bed smoking. By chance, Qin Tian extended his consciousness to observe the happenings at Ni's residence, curious to see if she was asleep. To his surprise, he spotted a shadowy figure lurking at her door. This diminutive man was stealthily crouched, wielding a piece of wire as he tampered with the lock. The scene bore a striking resemblance to a previous encounter. This marked the second intruder in the neighborhood, the first having met his demise at the end of Qin Tian's gun. Rather than acting immediately, Qin Tian chose to watch as the man successfully forced the door open. Upon realizing he had gained entry, the intruder's eyes sparkled with a fervent green light. He had initially believed that his skills would no longer serve him after surfacing from the depths. Yet today he found himself able to utilize this talent once more to pilfer supplies and enhance his existence. To his astonishment, he not only discovered supplies here, but also stumbled upon a beauty, sweetly sleeping like a kitten. Ni was abruptly awakened from her dreams by a lewd voice whispering nearby. Hee, little beauty, let me keep you company while you sleep. Chapter 42. Candlelit dinner in the snow. Ni's idyllic dream was shattered by the intrusive voice, and upon opening her eyes to the unfamiliar face before her, she was genuinely startled. Who are you? What do you want? She exclaimed, sitting up in fright, inadvertently revealing her snow-white shoulders, which left the man staring in disbelief. He quickly waved his hands and softly reassured her, Don't be afraid, beautiful. I know you're lonely, and I've come to keep you company. His cheeky demeanor filled Ni with revulsion. She promptly pulled the covers up to shield her body and, after attempting to compose herself, threatened him, Leave at once, or I shall call the police. All right, don't shout. The man replied, feigning caution. He then pretended to turn and leave. But as Ni's tension began to ease, he returned. Why are you back? She stammered, fear evident in her voice. I've made up my mind. Now that I'm here, I should keep you company properly. The man's eyes gleamed ominously as he brandished a dagger. You will serve me well, and I shall spare your life, otherwise. He raised the dagger threateningly towards Ni. Upon seeing the weapon in his hand, Ni trembled with fear, her mind in turmoil as she grappled with her predicament. Rather than enduring a life fraught with violation, she resolved that it would be better to meet her end by impaling herself upon his blade. With determination, she prepared to charge forward with her eyes shut. Just then, she was startled by the sound of a knife clattering to the ground, followed by the panicked voice of the lecherous man asking, Who are you? What do you want? Ni felt a peculiar sensation wash over her. When she opened her eyes, she beheld a tall figure lifting the diminutive man effortlessly. How should I deal with him? Qin Tian inquired with a hint of a smile, holding the man as one might a chick. Before she could respond, Qin Tian strode toward the window with the man in tow. Hey, what are you doing? Put me down. Please spare me. I promise I won't do it again. The thief, who had been defiant moments before, felt a surge of dread as he witnessed the executioner open the window. However, his pleas fell on deaf ears. Qin Tian unceremoniously dangled him out of the window, releasing his grip and sending him soaring into the air. The entire sequence transpired so smoothly that it scarcely took a minute. Ni stood in stunned silence. As she began to regain her composure, she dressed and lit the candle by her bedside, finally taking in Qin Tian's appearance. In the chill of the day, he wore nothing but a pair of shorts, exposing his formidable chest and six-pack abs. Even she, accustomed to handsome faces in her circle, couldn't help but steal a few extra glances at his striking figure. Did Wang Xiaoyu send you to protect me? She inquired, curiosity piqued. No, I don't know him, but I sensed you were in danger and rushed over. Qin Tian replied calmly. Observing his cool demeanor, Ni felt her admiration for him increase. Regardless of everything, thank you for saving me, she expressed, her eyes glistening with emotion as she glanced out at the falling snow and the fog below. She then picked up a blanket from the bed and approached Qin Tian, draping it over him. On such a cold day, it would be dreadful if you caught a cold. For the first time, Qin Tian noticed her covering her mouth with a smile, which made her even more enchanting. At that moment, he awkwardly realized that in his haste to rescue her, he had forgotten to dress properly. She gestured for him to sit on the sofa, then retrieved several packs of instant noodles, some bread, and a piece of chocolate from the storage room. These are all I can offer in return. Please take them. Qin Tian smiled gently and shook his head. I do not need these. And I was taken aback by his response. It was important to note that in this apocalyptic world, such supplies were more precious than anything else, and any single item could provoke fierce conflict among the factions outside. Yet Qin Tian remained unfazed. With a hint of arrogance, she declared, do not think that just because you saved me, I am obliged to comply with your every request. Qin Tian was surprised by her pride. However, gazing at her fiery red lips and ethereal grace, he recognized that she indeed possessed the attributes that warranted such confidence. For a man, nothing is more gratifying than conquering a woman of such stature. At that moment, he seemed to understand why Wang Xiaoyu was so devoted to her. Do not misunderstand. I truly have no interest in these provisions. With an air of calmness, Qin Tian spoke. He then retrieved from his spatial storage a bunch of grapes, a bottle of fine wine, and a perfectly medium-rare premium steak. The sight of the exquisite steak made her mouth water uncontrollably. Grapes, wine, and steak, what a divine combination. As a true gourmet, I had long grown weary of the dry instant noodles, bread, and snacks. What do you think? I have something far more delectable, Qin Tian declared, picking up a knife and fork to cut a small piece of steak, which he then savored. Do you have any wine glasses? Oh, yes, just a moment. I, nearly drooling from the side, hurried to the kitchen to fetch 2 clean red wine glasses and place them on the table. Qin Tian then took the renowned Lafite wine and, with a deft flick of his finger, effortlessly removed the cork. He proceeded to pour a glass for both Ni and himself. Noticing that Ni hesitated to drink, he took a generous sip and reassured her, rest assured. As you can see, this is freshly opened. It poses no concerns. Ah, that's not what I meant. Ni quickly waved her hands. Observing her cautiously bringing the glass to her lips, Qin Tian calmly explained, my apologies, I'm rather hungry. Would you mind if I borrowed your table for a late-night snack? Not at all. She continued to nibble her lips, fixated on the half-eaten steak before him. Qin Tian looked up into her clear, bright eyes and, feigning a smile, asked, are you also interested in this? Witnessing his natural demeanor, Ni felt that if he truly wished her harm, he would not come to her aid. At last, she lowered her guard against him, sincerely nodding her head. Wow, can you perform magic? She inquired, unable to contain her curiosity upon seeing the steaming steak placed before her. What if I told you I possess a spatial pocket that allows me to conjure various items? Would you believe me? Qin Tian jested. To his surprise, she nodded earnestly. Her gaze unwavering as she replied, I do believe. In truth, prior to losing her internet connection, she had encountered individuals with extraordinary abilities in those short videos. As she savored a piece of steak, the exquisite flavors tantalizing her taste buds, she nearly wept with joy. She dared to proclaim it was the most delectable food she had ever tasted in her life. Thus, the two shared a candlelit dinner amidst the snowy landscape of this apocalyptic world. Qin Tian indeed upheld his promise and did not impose upon her. Yet, after his departure, a sense of emptiness washed over Ni. To her astonishment, she discovered a lingering desire for him to stay, even harboring a hope that he might do something for her. Ah, Ni, what on earth are you thinking? She mused, gazing out at the pale sky, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. Chapter 43, The Fluttering Heart of Ni. After returning home, Qin Tian took a shower and fell into a deep slumber until dawn. Conversely, Ni struggled to find rest after the events of the previous day. She seemed to have realized, perhaps for the first time, the dangers lurking in this desolate world. Throughout the night, she tossed and turned in her bed, her mind consumed by the image of Qin Tian's tall and handsome figure. Particularly his athletic physique and charming smile stirred within her a sensation of heart-pounding excitement for the first time in the presence of a man. Today, after rising, N.I. made her way to the washroom to meticulously adorn herself. It had been quite some time since she had devoted such earnest attention to her makeup. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror repeatedly until she felt satisfied, and only then did she joyfully exit the washroom. Observing a bottle of red wine on the table, she poured herself a glass and approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. Instinctively, she raised her glass towards the empty air outside in a silent toast before consuming the contents in one swift motion. A drop of red wine trickled down her chin, bestowing an alluring charm upon her. At that moment, a familiar knock echoed from outside the door. "Coming, just a moment." N.I. calmly collected the wine and retreated to the kitchen before leisurely making her way to the door. The knock had followed a pattern of 3 short taps followed by one long, repeated twice, precisely the secret signal she had arranged with Wang Xiaoyu. Indeed, upon peering through the peephole, she confirmed it was Wang Xiaoyu waiting outside. Once she opened the door, he entered in a hurried manner and promptly secured the door behind him, carrying a substantial bag of provisions. "Xiao and I've brought you some food. Look, this time I even have military canned goods," Wang Xiaoyu exclaimed, extracting a can of ham from the bag and placing it on the table. "Oh, just set it down on the table," N.I. replied dismissively, not even glancing at it. After all, such items paled in comparison to the allure of steak and red wine. At that moment, Wang Xiaoyu also noticed that N.I. had transformed herself with exquisite makeup. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he instinctively reached for N.I.'s hand. However, she swiftly withdrew, returning to the sofa and rubbing her temples, stating, "Just put down your things and leave. I wish to be alone for a while." She maintained an air of aloofness, keeping him at a distance. Wang Xiaoyu, undeterred, expressed his concern. "All right, but I've heard there are conflicts brewing outside, making it somewhat unsafe. I intend to find you a different place. What do you think?" He gazed admiringly at the beauty before him, initially expecting her to agree without hesitation. To his surprise, N.I. declined, saying, "It doesn't matter to me what happens outside. Besides, everyone knows this is your house. I don't want to keep moving around." Though she voiced her sentiments, the unpredictability of the situation lingered in the air. Wang Xiaoyu continued to try to persuade her. N.I., showing signs of impatience, responded, "I have no special abilities. I don't want to go through this turmoil. Can your reputation really ensure my safety?" Upon hearing her words, Wang Xiaoyu perked up, confidently patting his chest. "My name certainly carries weight. Rest assured, I will issue them a warning." It was unexpected to see a man nearing 40 exhibit such youthful exuberance in front of N.I. "Very well, then you may leave. I didn't sleep well last night and wish to catch up on some rest," N.I. said, somewhat impatiently. Noticing the dark circles under her eyes that makeup could not conceal, Wang Xiaoyu nodded. "All right, I shall take my leave. Please take care of yourself, and I will visit you again tomorrow." As a devoted admirer, he was determined not to upset his goddess. After he departed, N.I. consumed a morsel before retreating to bed once more. In this apocalyptic world devoid of water, electricity, and connectivity, there remained little to occupy her time. Her days were spent in a stupor or in slumber. Yet, something had shifted. A glimmer of hope seemed to have penetrated her heart. Upon awakening in the afternoon, the first thing she did was to step out of her room and check the living room for any signs of life. As darkness began to envelop the sky, she still found herself waiting in vain for the person she longed to see. Lighting a candle, she uncorked a bottle of red wine and began to sip it in solitude, gazing vacantly at the setting sun in the distance. Suddenly, a tall and imposing figure materialized before her. The moment she beheld Qin Tian, the flicker of disappointment within N.I. was instantly replaced by a surge of exhilaration. Her captivating eyes sparkled, yet she maintained an air of composure and inquired, "What brings you here?" Qin Tian, with a subtle smile, settled beside her and replied, "What? Am I not welcome?" N.I., gently resting her chin on her hand, responded nonchalantly, "It's just a bit unexpected. Shall I take my leave then?" Qin Tian feigned a move to stand, noting her aloof demeanor. "Wait, please sit." N.I.'s delicate, fair hand grasped his arm, fearing he might truly depart. After all, should he wish to leave, a mere instant would render him a fleeting memory, and she would be left with regret. "Since you're here, let us share a drink. Just a moment." A hint of a smile graced her lips as she took the initiative to fetch a cup for him from the kitchen. Subsequently, the two raised their glasses in a toast. "Cheers to our reunion." Qin Tian lifted his cup, eager to clink it with hers. When the person she had longed for finally appeared before her, her heart raced like a startled deer, and she couldn't even muster the courage to meet his gaze. And I hastily tapped her glass against his before turning her attention to the starry sky outside the window. Qin Tian seemed to perceive her thoughts, and, with a mischievous smile, gently grasped her delicate hand, teasingly asking, "Are you missing me?" And I immediately withdrew her hand, crossing her arms defiantly as she replied, "I'm drinking with you out of gratitude for saving me. Don't get carried away." Qin Tian found her pouting expression even more enchanting, deepening his affection for her. He sensed that despite her words, there was a softness in her tone. "Come with me, and there will be plenty of delicious food," he continued calmly. And I was taken aback by Qin Tian's candidness, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, her mind was flooded with images of steaming dishes, twice-cooked pork, beef with green peppers, sauerkraut fish, chicken stew with mushrooms, and fragrant white rice. These were indeed substantial dishes, all stored in his personal space. Returned from the shared meals with Yang Mi and the others, the sight of such delectable food was overwhelming for her as a foodie. Compared to the canned goods brought by Wang Xiaoyu, this was a true feast, and I was genuinely captivated. Chapter 44. The Apocalypse Waltz. Indeed, the elegant women are full of surprises. Room 3002, Building 2. In the room, an enormous candle flickered, illuminating every shadowy corner of the living room. Qin Tian and I were raising their glasses in a toast, with a spread of delectable dishes on the table, including their favorites, sauerkraut fish, chicken stewed with mushrooms, and twice-cooked pork. And I had not savored such authentic sauerkraut fish and chicken soup in quite some time. This sauerkraut fish is truly remarkable. It rivals the flavors of my favorite restaurant, Hatong Matu, exclaimed I after savoring a sip of the spicy and tangy fish soup. Enjoy it while you can. Follow me, and you'll be able to indulge whenever you desire. Qin Tian replied nonchalantly, as if discussing an everyday matter. However, to Ni's ears, it sounded utterly fantastical. The world was devoid of water, electricity, and gas, not to mention there were no places to procure such ingredients. Noticing the look of confusion in Ni's eyes, Qin Tian offered a faint smile. With a graceful wave of his hand across the table, another identical dish of sauerkraut fish appeared. Though I had braced herself, she was once again astonished by Qin Tian's magic. He then used his mental prowess to toss the leftover half-bowl of fish soup out the window. Immediately, a bowl of fish soup plummeted to the ground, landing in the bushes below, its aroma swiftly attracting two mutated cats vying for a taste. Seeing Qin Tian's glass empty, I proactively poured him another drink, raising her glass to toast. "Thank you for this exquisite feast. I dedicate this cup to you." And I smiled, lifting her glass and drinking it all in one go. A stream of red liquid trickled from the corner of her mouth, cascading down her alabaster neck. "By the way, I still don't know how to address you," and I inquired with a smile after licking her lips. "You may call me Brother Tian," Qin Tian replied nonchalantly. "Brother Tian, you are also a part of our entertainment industry, aren't you?" she immediately asked with warmth. "Indeed, I was the leading male artist at Starlight Entertainment," he affirmed. "Ah, really? I nearly signed with that company myself. Otherwise, we would have been colleagues." "Is that so? Had you signed, perhaps my ex-girlfriend would not have received such preferential treatment." "Why is that?" "Because you possess a naturally cinematic visage." Upon hearing Qin Tian's compliment, I felt a rush of delight, for women often relish sweet words. Hee. "You're not the first to say such things, but I do enjoy your praise." And I giggled while covering her mouth. It was the first time Qin Tian had seen her smile so vibrantly. Her laughter revealed a delicate dimple, evoking an irresistible urge to cherish her. This sight stirred his heart with a sense of yearning. Thus, he raised his glass with a mischievous grin and proclaimed, "Here's to you soon becoming my woman." Receiving his toast, and I was not offended. Instead, she cheerfully nodded and clinked her glass with his. And so, the two transitioned from discussing films to delving into music. When the topic of music arose, they discovered their shared passion for classical compositions. They conversed about Beethoven, then Mozart, and from Mozart to Debussy. At that moment, Qin Tian suddenly suggested, "Shall we play some music?" "How wonderful! Yet regrettably, there is no electricity now, and the sound system I purchased is rendered useless," and I lamented. Qin Tian, unfazed, produced his mobile phone and remarked, "No worries, I have a plethora of music stored on my device." He then set the phone aside and began to play the melodies. Soon, The melodious strains gently filled the air, and coupled with the flickering candlelight, the previously desolate room transformed into a realm brimming with ambience. In that moment, the emotional connection between the two seemed to draw closer, enveloped by the enchanting atmosphere. Suddenly, Qin Tian rose, extending his hand, and said, with such exquisite music, "Shall we dance together?" Ni grasped his hand, eagerly accepting his invitation. Thus, Qin Tian guided her to the large window, one hand clasping hers while the other encircled her waist. He felt the soft warmth radiating from her waist, and as the music transitioned into a soothing slow waltz, he led Ni in a graceful dance. They appeared as ethereal beings of the night, reveling in their charm amidst the candlelight and music that formed their dance floor. Ni could scarcely believe that, in this apocalyptic world, she was waltzing with a tall, handsome god. As Qin Tian spun her around, she felt as if she were a bird soaring into the heavens. When the final notes of the waltz faded, Ni instinctively leaned into Qin Tian's embrace. He held her close, naturally bending down. This entire experience felt surreal to her. She had once believed that she would never find love again. In the past, Qin Tian believed that in the apocalypse, women should be regarded merely as tools. He thought that subjugating them directly would suffice, and that engaging in emotional connections was a waste of his precious time. However, as he embraced the tall, fragrant beauty before him, he experienced an unprecedented delight. This waltz felt as if it spanned a century, solidifying Ni's recognition of Qin Tian's place in her heart. What followed came naturally. The two continued to finish the remaining half-bottle of red wine. Ni, raising her glass, chose to sit beside Qin Tian. And after taking a sip, she leaned into his embrace. She wrapped her arms around his neck, surprising him with her unexpectedly passionate demeanor, a stark contrast to her usual composed and aloof persona. Ultimately, it was she who invited Qin Tian to explore her fragrant sanctuary. Within the stylish abode meticulously crafted by a renowned interior designer, their revelry continued into the evening. At that moment, Qin Tian felt that his plan had reached its halfway mark. Suddenly, a chilling mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Reward: maximum level beast control technique." Chapter 45, New Ability, Space Invisibility. Just as Qin Tian sat on the edge of the bed enjoying his post-encounter smoke, the system's cold voice resonated in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully cohabiting with Ni. Reward: maximum level beast control technique." Indeed, such a technique seemed like something only found in the web novels of his past life. Is the host currently merging? Without hesitation, Qin Tian commanded, "Merge." Soon, an immense surge of energy flowed ceaselessly into his body. Simultaneously, a wealth of knowledge and techniques regarding beast control flooded his mind. In that moment, he felt as though he had transformed into a seasoned hunter, with only the acquisition of a divine beast remaining. However, upon sensing the warmth emanating from Ni beside him, he promptly altered his desire. For now, the divine beast he yearned to command was the little wildcat before him. "Please, Brother Tian, spare me. I am truly exhausted," Ni pleaded, rubbing her sore waist as she faced Qin Tian's gaze. Nevertheless, Qin Tian had no intention of letting her off easily. He then retrieved 3 purple energy fruits from his spatial pocket. "Wake up. I have some extraordinary fruits here. I can offer you a few." A mischievous smile graced his lips. Upon seeing the delightful fruits in Qin Tian's hand, Ni's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Brother Tian, do these extraordinary fruits allow one to perform magic? I want to conjure my favorite delicacies just like you," she exclaimed, eagerly snatching the energy fruits from his grasp. Indeed, a woman in love seems to possess an intellect of 0, Qin Tian thought, bemused. He calmly replied, "You'll discover their wonders once you taste them." Ni scrutinized the purple fruit with her bright, sparkling eyes as a delicate fragrance wafted into her nose. Unable to ponder further, she promptly popped the delightful fruit into her mouth. Ding! Ni consumed 3 blood chi fruits, returning 600 points. After finishing the 3 fruits, she soon felt a warm current coursing through her body. Ni sensed her vitality surging within, and upon noticing Qin Tian calmly smoking nearby, she realized she had been deceived once again. "Heh, didn't you just say you didn't want any?" she thought. "What is happening now? Humph. It must be the fruit you gave me that's problematic." At that moment, Ni's face was flushed, her once porcelain skin now tinged with a rosy hue. Under Qin Tian's gaze, she envisioned her prince on a white steed approaching her. In that instant, her eyes softened as she looked at Qin Tian. Indeed, the blood qi fruit was the finest charm, enticing a woman to fall in love. As night deepened, heavy snowflakes continued to fall from the sky, accumulating into a thick layer of several dozen centimeters. This added to the survival challenges faced by those already living in a post-apocalyptic world. However, within Ni's chamber, the two young individuals remained oblivious to such concerns. Even the frigid climate could not extinguish the fervor burning within their hearts. As dawn broke, casting a rosy light across the horizon, many lives were lost to the cold that night. Wang Xiaoyu awoke in her villa, and upon seeing the snow that had fallen throughout the night, she couldn't help but furrow her brow. "Darling, what's wrong?" At that moment, a woman in her 40s, exuding an air of elegance and composure, entered the room. She was Yu Ting, the original wife of Wang Xiaoyu, who had grown up alongside him. Eventually, the two influential families forged a union. Subsequently, the Wang family shifted its primary focus towards commerce, embarking on a business venture. In truth, Wang Xiaoyu was merely the ostensible leader of his commercial empire. The true foundation of it all rested upon Yu Ting's capabilities and extensive connections. With the advent of the apocalypse, the company could no longer sustain its operations, and Yu Ting reverted to the role of a housewife. Their villa, situated within a military district, was unlikely to experience interruptions in electricity or water supply, as it remained a residence for the affluent, with the government ensuring that resources were meticulously allocated to them. That morning, Yu Ting had prepared century egg and lean pork congee for him. Although the ingredients were not as lavish as they once were, it still represented a standard level of sustenance. As he savored the breakfast made by his wife, his thoughts were consumed with concern for Ni's safety. Over the past few days, he had been contemplating how to persuade his wife to allow Ni to move in with them. Since their first encounter, he had pursued her with fervor, but alas, the apocalypse had soon descended. He believed that with a bit more coaxing, he might breach her emotional defenses. After finishing his meal, he eagerly retreated to his study. Yu Ting, noticing his tendency to isolate himself once again, chose not to intervene and instead busied herself with tidying up the basement. In that moment, Wang Xiaoyu could hardly contain his eagerness as he activated his supernatural ability, the power of spatial invisibility. By enveloping himself in a force field, he could render himself invisible to the gaze of others. Before long, the window of his study was flung open. A gust of wind swept through, leaving a trail of footprints in the snow across the way. Chapter 46. Beast Taming, Capturing the Golden Retriever. After a considerable journey, Wang Xiaoyu finally arrived at Building 2 of the Lijiang International Community. Along the way, he skillfully evaded a myriad of mutated creatures and plants using his spatial invisibility technique, navigating through a perilous environment. Yet, the moment he glimpsed Ni, he felt that every effort he had made was undeniably worthwhile. This time, he noticed that Ni appeared much more radiant than she had the previous day. Though she had yet to apply any makeup, her skin still exuded a remarkable freshness. "Your dark circles have improved significantly. It seems you had a restful night." Wang Xiaoyu initiated the conversation as usual. Ni remained languidly reclined on the sofa, exuding an air of haughtiness. "Well, I managed to sleep well enough after a hearty meal," she responded with an outward calmness. However, internally, she couldn't help but chide herself. Did she not realize how well she had slept last night? Having tossed and turned until dawn, she would have undoubtedly continued her slumber had she not heard Wang Xiaoyu's knocking at the door. Meanwhile, Qin Tian was still snoring away in the room. She pretended to stifle a yawn and remarked, "I'm quite tired. If you have no further business, I think I shall retire for the night. Cannot I have just a moment more to gaze upon you?" Wang Xiaoyu stroked his sparse chin thoughtfully. "Well, sit a while longer, then you may head back. Otherwise, your sister-in-law will come looking for you." Ni picked up a flower from the table, idly toying with it for a moment before speaking. Wang Xiaoyu was taken aback, not expecting Ni to say such a thing. He then smiled and replied, "I'm not a child. She won't keep tabs on me. Now that you've mentioned it, I really haven't had a good night's sleep. How about I take a short nap on your sofa while you go sleep in your room?" Wang Xiaoyu planned to retreat subtly to gain an advantage. "Feel free, but I prefer to lock the door while I sleep. I hope you don't mind." Ni nodded in agreement. With that, she walked into the bedroom and casually closed the door behind her. At that moment, the effects of the blood fruit she consumed last night had not yet fully dissipated, which is why she was so eager to return to Qin Tian's side. It wasn't until noon that Ni finally rose from her bed, her long legs feeling somewhat sore. When she opened the bedroom door again, Wang Xiaoyu had long since vacated the sofa. Shortly thereafter, Qin Tian also awoke. "Brother Tian, why don't you stay here for lunch?" And I cooed, wrapping her arms around his. Qin Tian responded with a hint of indifference. "Eat here?" And I glanced at the cans on the table, her cheeks warming slightly. "Perhaps we should go to my place instead. There's electricity, delicious food, and the girls from our circle to chat with you." Qin Tian smiled faintly, and I felt her heart flutter at his words. She had become inseparable from Qin Tian, and thus nodded. "All right, wherever you go, I shall follow." As for Wang Xiaoyu, he was merely a sycophant who had never held a place in her heart. Having finally encountered the man she truly adored in this apocalyptic world, she felt like the happiest woman alive. Regarding the other women around Qin Tian, she was not particularly concerned. Soon, she excitedly leaped into Qin Tian's embrace. At that moment, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from outside, followed by a frantic scratching at the door. The sound sent shivers down Ni's spine. After a brief interval, the scratching ceased, replaced by a series of loud barks. Woof, woof. The sound was deep and resonant, reminiscent of a wild beast from the grasslands. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian, who had intended to leave, suddenly instructed Ni, "Stay at home and wait for me. I will be back shortly." He then vanished from her sight. When Qin Tian emerged into the corridor, he was met with a scene of chaos. A brilliantly furred, mutated golden retriever was tugging at a person's leg. However, upon seeing Qin Tian, the person immediately cried out in a feeble voice, "Please, save me." The appearance of Qin Tian momentarily stunned the dog as well. It released its grip on the person's leg and lifted its head, revealing eyes filled with crimson veins, gazing intently at Qin Tian. To his astonishment, Qin Tian recognized this as a remarkably beautiful golden retriever, which, unlike other mutated cats and dogs, had not transformed into a grotesque creature. Although its demeanor was fierce, it was evident that its previous owner had cared for it well. Qin Tian locked eyes with the dog, perceiving both pain and ferocity within its gaze. The golden retriever emitted a low growl as a warning before baring its sharp teeth and claws, lunging toward him. Just in time, Qin Tian calmly sidestepped the assault of the golden retriever. As it swiftly turned to pounce again, he suddenly vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already behind the large golden retriever. With a resounding thud, he delivered a single kick that sent the dog flying a meter away. The golden retriever, undeterred, scrambled to its feet and charged at Qin Tian once more. Yet again, Qin Tian effortlessly evaded the attack, following up with another swift kick to its rear. The onlookers, lying on the ground, were momentarily astonished by Qin Tian's agile maneuvers, reminiscent of a child playing with a puppy. Although the golden retriever was fierce, its considerable size worked against it. Its originally slender form had expanded 3 to 4 times, causing its weight to increase dramatically, which in turn dulled its speed and reflexes. Despite this, it remained a nightmare for an ordinary person. However, to Qin Tian, it was hardly a challenge. After several rounds of engagement, the golden retriever began to pant heavily. At this juncture, Qin Tian knelt down and began stroking the golden fur of the dog, finally employing the beast control technique he had just acquired. His initial strategy of toying with the creature was not only to tire it out but also to ensure he could handle the newly learned skill safely. The golden retriever stared at Qin Tian with its large, round eyes, still emitting low growls of discontent. "Be good. I am your master," Qin Tian softly reassured it. Soon, the once fierce gaze of the golden retriever softened. "Lie down." Qin Tian's eyes seemed to possess a magical allure as he rhythmically groomed the dog's lustrous fur. Gradually, the golden retriever began to heed his commands and lay down, its fluffy tail wagging in delight. In its eyes, Qin Tian had truly become its master, and its mind began to accept the directives of its new owner. Subsequently, Qin Tian retrieved several large sausages from his personal space and tossed them to the dog. Instantly, the golden retriever let out a couple of soft barks in gratitude before eagerly devouring the treats. In truth, it was not inclined to eat humans. If offered food, it preferred sausages and chicken legs instead. Qin Tian, utilizing his wit and beast-taming skills, successfully subdued the enormous golden retriever. Meanwhile, the man lying on the ground, upon hearing Qin Tian declare himself as the master, felt a spark of hope ignite in his eyes. Seemingly on the brink of death, he immediately grasped Qin Tian's pant leg and exclaimed, "Don't leave. Since it's your dog, if it bites me, you must cover my medical expenses." After coughing a few times, he continued, I don't even want money. I just need you to take care of me and provide me with some food. His demeanor unmistakably suggested an attempt to extort Qin Tian. Qin Tian was struck by a mix of amusement and disbelief at the man's audacity. Are you really trying to extort me? You shouldn't phrase your words so harshly. What do you mean by saying I'm extorting you? He retorted with a pained expression. At that moment, while the man wore a self-satisfied grin, the previously docile golden retriever suddenly leapt up and clamped its jaws around his throat. Chapter 47. Nini joins the family. The infuriated Wang Xiaoyu. Oh, little golden retriever, you are quite fierce, Qin Tian exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration as he witnessed the dog promptly bite the insistent victim. In Qin Tian's eyes, such individuals truly deserve their fate. Had it not been for the golden retriever's assistance, he would have undoubtedly taken matters into his own hands. Nini anxiously awaited Qin Tian's return on the couch, her heart heavy with worry upon hearing noises from outside. Just as she began to pace nervously within her home, Qin Tian appeared, accompanied by an enormous golden retriever. Brother Tian, you finally returned. I was so worried, she exclaimed, throwing herself into his embrace. Qin Tian gently patted her head, reassuring her, don't worry. How could anything happen to me? This is my new furry friend. With that, he commanded the golden retriever, sit. Instantly, the large creature obediently settled onto the floor. Giggle. This big fellow is quite well behaved. She smiled, waving at the seated golden retriever. Initially intimidated by the tiger-sized dog, she was taken aback by how easily Qin Tian had tamed it. Unbeknownst to her, their bond transcended mere ownership. Through his beast control technique, Qin Tian could not only comprehend the dog's barks but also connect with its spirit. He could discreetly issue commands and even summon the golden retriever back to him when it was outside. Subsequently, Qin Tian employed his beast control technique to discreetly instruct the dog, shake hands with the young lady. The golden retriever perked its ears, then rose to its feet, extending its paw and tongue in a friendly gesture towards Nini. Realizing it bore no ill intent, she reached out and gently tapped its paw. How clever. What is its name? Nini inquired with keen interest. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Tian replied, you shall call him Stinky Treasure. Giggle. Is that really how you name him? Nini was instantly amused by his words. I believe it would be better if I named him. She pondered for a moment and declared, let us call him Golden Treasure. Very well, from now on, you shall be known as Golden Treasure. Qin Tian nodded in agreement. The golden retriever, lying on the ground, perked up at the sound of its new name, joyfully wagging its tail at the two of them. Thus, Qin Tian, along with Nini and Golden Treasure, returned to their new home in Building No. 1. Their arrival quickly stirred excitement among Yang Mi and the others. Brother Tian, where did you go last night? I couldn't sleep a wink. Yang Mi approached first, expressing her concern. Indeed, Brother Tian, we were worried all night and couldn't rest. Li Meiyan chimed in. She then took Nini's delicate hand and affectionately remarked, this younger sister seems so familiar to me. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian found it amusing. After all, there are only so many people in the entertainment industry. How could she not look familiar? However, he then took both of their hands and said, of course you find her familiar. She nearly became a part of your company and almost became my colleague. Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, Li Meiyan naturally recalled who this beauty before her was. I remember now. You were later sought after by director Xiao Gang for acting. She quickly grasped her hand and added, welcome to our big family. Yes, thank you, sister. I was somewhat taken aback. As for Jinbao, Qin Tian introduced him to the others as well. Everyone was astonished to learn that such a large dog had been so easily tamed by Qin Tian. However, after Jinbao greeted everyone, Qin Tian decided to let him stay in the corridor outside. After all, having such a big dog roaming around the house all day would not be ideal, and he also wanted Jinbao to keep watch for them outside. With this thought in mind, he took out a large bag of hot dogs from his space and warmed them up in the microwave for Jinbao to eat. That evening, Nini was quite surprised to find that the room still had a normal power supply. Consequently, Qin Tian took her to the room where the generator was located. Wow, how amazing! There is so much gasoline here. It must last a long time. Nini exclaimed excitedly. Indeed. Even if this fuel runs out, I can find more. Qin Tian replied confidently. With the generator, they would no longer have to dine by candlelight. After dinner, she discovered that she could also exercise in a private gym, and after working up a sweat, she could take a hot shower. In this cold apocalypse, they were living a life that others might envy, akin to that of celestial beings. Qin Tian had also had his fill of various activities these days, so he began to settle in at home to play video games. His phone had long since lost its internet connection, and now he could only play arcade games on the television using a game console. Fortunately, Li Meiyun's house was well equipped, and he chose to play two arcade classics from his childhood, King of Fighters 97 and Street Fighter 6. With just these two games, he could easily spend an entire day immersed in gameplay. At times, he would summon Yang Mi and her companions to join him, engaging in games together. Whenever they played, he would allow them to choose a character, often selecting the enchanting Shiranui for them, while he would incessantly use Kyokusanagi to playfully pat their heads. Thus, their days were filled with vivid experiences. Unbeknownst to them, it had already been 3 days since NI moved in. On this particular day, Wang Xiaoyu arrived at Building 2 with a large bag of supplies, standing before the door of Ni's room. However, as he ascended the stairs, he stumbled upon a corpse that had been ravaged by some unknown creature. Panic surged through him. Could something have happened to little Ni? He hastily began tapping on the door using their secret signal. After a prolonged period of knocking, there was still no response. At that moment, his heart sank, intensifying his anxiety. Yet, worrying proved futile. His supernatural abilities did not grant him the power to pass through walls. He once had Hua Qinyu, who could help him breach doors with sonic waves, but that option was rendered moot after Qin Tian incapacitated him, forcing him to deliver a swift end to the matter. In that instant, he felt a surge of resentment towards Qin Tian. However, he could not afford to dwell on that hatred. He needed to ascertain the circumstances within the room. Consequently, he made his way to one of the units in Building 1 across the way. A telescope was positioned by the window, equipped with a recording function. The layout of this room mirrored that of the one in Building 2 that Qin Tian had destroyed. Almost every building in this community housed similar setups, allowing him to capture images of Ni's room from various angles. Yet, after nearly an entire day of vigil at the telescope, he had yet to catch a glimpse of Ni. In his desolation, he could only resort to reviewing the footage from the past couple of days, hoping to uncover some clues. As he scrolled through the recordings, he suddenly froze. There, before him, was the familiar and handsome visage of Qin Tian, cradling none other than his beloved Ni in his arms. In an instant, his countenance darkened. His fingers clenched into fists. Anger surged within him, nearly causing him to choke on his own fury. Chapter 48, The Golden Retriever's Battle with the Mutant Bullfrog. Wang Xiaoyu's ambush. Wang Xiaoyu gazed at the scene unfolding before him. A candlelit dinner, an apocalyptic waltz, each romantic tableau igniting a fury that threatened to shatter his teeth. He slammed his tightly clenched fists onto the table. Bang! The dust rose into the air, illuminated by the sunlight, resembling a swarm of little demons lunging at him. How dare you two, he roared in rage. At that moment, Wang Xiaoyu felt as though a vast expanse of green pasture stretched above his head. The goddess he had pursued for so long, his white moonlight, had been whisked away by Qin Tian. He had believed that his prior tolerance of the proud Wang Xiaoyu stemmed from his deep affection, a fear of losing her. Qin Tian, I shall surely make you pay. He vowed silently. Throughout his life, he had always been the king among children, the one who bullied others, never the one to be bullied. Unable to endure this betrayal, he returned to the room in Building Number 2, which he had previously used to spy on Qin Tian's home. He had expected to see Qin Tian's residence, but now it stood empty and desolate. Rascal, you cannot escape, he bellowed in a fit of rage. Wang Xiaoyu, consumed by a wave of impotent fury, seized the last remaining chair in the room and shattered it to pieces. Meanwhile, Qin Tian sat comfortably on the sofa in the living room, engrossed in a game with his companions. He found himself untroubled by hunger or the allure of beautiful women. Yet the monotony of such a life began to wear on him. At that moment, a cacophony of bullfrog croaks echoed from outside the community. The sound was resounding, reverberating through the air. That accursed toad was croaking again. For ordinary individuals like Li Meiyun, such a sound would induce unease. However, to Qin Tian, it represented a splendid opportunity. He was eager to witness the prowess of this mutated bullfrog firsthand. Without hesitation, he briefed those inside, instructing them to remain indoors regardless of what transpired outside. He then ventured into the mist below, accompanied by Jin Bao. The imposing golden retriever by his side deterred other mutated creatures from approaching. The robust croaks grew louder and more distinct. At that moment, Qin Tian sensed the tension emanating from Jin Bao. Do you believe you can defeat that massive bullfrog? He inquired, communicating through the beast language of his animal control technique. Master, that creature is formidable, Jin Bao replied, wagging his tail and gently nuzzling Qin Tian's hand. To his surprise, Even the fierce Jin Bao seemed apprehensive upon spotting the large bullfrog crouched by the outdoor swimming pool. Qin Tian observed the situation with calmness, assuring, "You may charge forward without hesitation. I shall be here to support you." With that, she drew 2 golden desert eagles from her waist. "Understood, master." Jin Bao responded to the command with a fierce bark before dashing towards the shadow by the pool, resembling a small mountain. The mutated bullfrog, reigning as the most formidable creature within this community, had faced numerous challenges from various other beings, yet none could usurp its dominance. Jin Bao surged forward like a fiery blaze, aiming to sink its teeth into the bullfrog's neck, just as it seemed victory was within reach. The bullfrog leapt a meter high, pivoting to plunge into the pool. Suddenly, a jet of water erupted from the pool, striking the bewildered golden retriever on the shore. "Be careful, Jin Bao," Qin Tian, utilizing her keen perception, urgently cautioned. Heeding her warning, Jin Bao nimbly dodged. But a nearby jujube tree was severed in half by the force of the water. Seeing its powerful attack miss its target, the bullfrog puffed its cheeks and expelled a viscous substance. As Jin Bao regained its footing, the slimy secretion adhered to its fur, instantly corroding another patch. Feeling an acute, searing sensation, the retriever instinctively leaped into the water, seeking to cleanse itself of a noxious residue. Little did it realize that it had unwittingly walked into the bullfrog's territory. Although Jin Bao could paddle, its combat effectiveness was significantly diminished. The giant bullfrog opened its mouth wide and ensnared the legs of the golden retriever submerged in the water with its tongue. Immobilized, the golden retriever began to sink. Gurgle. Gurgle. "Master, help." The retriever, acutely aware of its perilous predicament, called out to Qin Tian for assistance. In response, Qin Tian unleashed a barrage of gunfire, the sound echoing throughout the neighborhood. Concealed in the mist, he aimed at the bullfrog's head and tongue. To his astonishment, the bullets merely left a few small wounds oozing green blood, failing to inflict significant damage upon the creature. The mutated bullfrog, in pain from the strikes, released the golden retriever, which promptly paddled to the shore and clambered onto dry land. The bullfrog, however, paid no further heed to the retriever and leapt from the water, vanishing into the mist. Seeing the bullfrog attempting to escape, Qin Tian consumed a teleportation fruit and found himself behind the beast. At that moment, he intended to employ his beast-controlling technique to subdue this formidable foe. However, he soon realized that, unlike with the golden retriever, he could not establish a connection with the bullfrog. After several attempts, he was met with a powerful energy that severed their link. It was unexpected that he could easily tame the mutated golden retriever but struggled with the bullfrog. Just as he pondered this dilemma, a cold wind swept through. In the next instant, a gunshot rang out nearby, sending a chill down Qin Tian's spine. At that very moment, a flash of yellow lightning knocked him to the ground. He detected the acrid scent of gunpowder mingled with the metallic tang of blood in the air. It dawned on him that someone had ambushed him from behind, and he was fortunate that Jin Bao had noticed in time to shield him from the shot. Chapter 49. Successfully Unraveling Spatial Invisibility. Jin Bao, are you alright? After a teleportation, Qin Tian swiftly brought the golden retriever behind a grand tree. He gently placed the wounded dog on the ground, caressing its head with concern. The golden retriever, panting heavily, lifted its left paw, revealing a gaping wound that was bleeding profusely. In mere moments, the fur on its paw became soaked in crimson. Witnessing its state, Qin Tian promptly retrieved several qi blood fruits from his space ring and offered them to the dog. Jin Bao, eat a few of these qi blood fruits first. After consuming the fruits, the golden retriever regained its composure and stood up resolutely. Qin Tian, you scoundrel, I will ensure your demise. At that moment, gunfire erupted from behind the tree. Bullets whizzed past, tearing into the bark and sending wooden splinters flying like blossoms in the wind. Upon hearing the furious shouts, Qin Tian immediately understood that Wang Xiaoyu had come to exact revenge. After all, he had stolen the other's prized canary and had even bestowed upon him an unwelcome hat. He had long been mentally prepared for Wang Xiaoyu's retaliation. However, in Qin Tian's eyes, Wang Xiaoyu was hardly a formidable opponent. Thus, he provocatively inquired, "Do I have any deep-seated grievances with you that warrant your desire to see me perish?" "Humph, you scoundrel. You've taken my woman, and now you pretend as though nothing has transpired?" Wang Xiaoyu seethed, gritting his teeth as he continued to roar. "Huh, what a farce. How could she possibly be your woman to begin with?" Qin Tian guffawed mockingly. Meanwhile, he utilized his spiritual sense to locate Wang Xiaoyu's position. However, it was peculiar that he failed to perceive anyone amidst the fog. Qin Tian quickly deduced that Wang Xiaoyu's extraordinary ability must be akin to invisibility. At that moment, he concealed himself in the crevice between a tree and a wall as bullets whizzed past, gradually stripping the bark from the trunk. He knew he would soon expose his position, so he discreetly communicated with the golden retriever, instructing it to circle around stealthily while he continued to engage Wang Xiaoyu in conversation to divert his attention. Hey, why the sudden silence? How does it feel to be a sycophant? In the end, you were left with nothing. Qin Tian mocked, his tone dripping with derision. You, be quiet. Wang Xiaoyu erupted in fury, his composure shattered by the taunt. Though armed solely with a sniper rifle, his reason had abandoned him, and he emerged from his hiding place in a fit of rage. He carefully treaded along the snow-free ground, confident that his spatial invisibility technique would keep him concealed. However, when he dashed towards the large tree and fired at the shadow, he discovered that no one was there. The object resembling a head was merely a decoy crafted from stone by Qin Tian. It was only upon realizing he had been deceived that he contemplated continuing his search for Qin Tian. Yet, to his astonishment, the golden retriever appeared behind him, its canine eyes fixed upon him, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Heh, silly dog, you can't see me, Wang Xiaoyu muttered. Yet in the next instant, he felt the sharp bite of the golden retriever clamping down on his leg. With a painful howl, blood suddenly gushed from the dog's mouth. Qin Tian, concealed behind a tree, immediately discerned the enemy's location. He realized that although he could not see his opponent, Jin Bao's keen sense of smell could easily track him down. If he could direct the dog to bite the enemy, he would have the opportunity to launch a decisive strike. Having consumed a substantial amount of vitality fruits while perched in the tree, his internal energy surged. Seizing the moment before Wang Xiaoyu could react, Qin Tian appeared directly above him. With tremendous force, he unleashed a powerful punch, feeling the tangible impact. A spray of blood erupted, accompanied by the loss of 2 teeth. A direct hit to the face. He followed up with a swift kick, causing his adversary to collapse instantly. There was no way Wang Xiaoyu could withstand Qin Tian's relentless assault. His spatial invisibility was effortlessly dismantled, revealing his true form within moments. When he regained consciousness, he was overcome with a deep ache throughout his body. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed a dog's head staring intently at him. The dog's mouth was wide open, drool dripping from its corners, landing squarely on his face. The sticky liquid was nearly suffocating, provoking a wave of nausea. As he attempted to rise, he discovered his leg was broken, even if he employed his spatial invisibility. Escape was futile. Overwhelmed by his current predicament, he felt a surge of regret. Why had he ever provoked the formidable Qin Tian? Upon noticing that he had regained consciousness, the golden retriever seized his injured leg and dragged him from the first floor all the way to the corner of the stairs on the 29th and 30th floors. During this harrowing ordeal, Wang Xiaoyu lost consciousness once more due to the repeated impacts to his head. In truth, it was Qin Tian who had instructed the golden retriever to wait in place, intending to torment him by dragging him upstairs after he awoke, inflicting a suffering akin to that of a living death. After all, he had provoked someone he ought not to have crossed. Qin Tian had never been one to show mercy to his adversaries. Having dealt with Wang Xiaoyu, Qin Tian, as was his custom, retrieved several steaks from his spatial storage to reward Jin Bao. As Jin Bao devoured the steak, he wagged his tail in gratitude. It was at this moment that Qin Tian observed blood oozing from Jin Bao's already injured leg. If the bullet lodged within were not removed, the leg would likely become irreparably damaged. Upon returning home, he contemplated the nearest veterinary clinic, pondering whether he could find a skilled physician and the necessary instruments to operate on Jin Bao. While he was mentally scanning for hospitals, he heard Yangmi cough violently beside him. Had she caught a cold? Qin Tian inquired calmly as he turned to her. Yangmi, her face slightly flushed, lowered her head and replied, "Yes, it seems I caught a chill last night." Upon hearing her cough, Qin Tian instinctively felt compelled to take her to the hospital. However, given the late hour, even the pharmacies would be closed by now. Thus, it became imperative to stock up on medications at home. After a moment of thought, he advised Yangmi, "Make sure to drink plenty of hot water, and I will return shortly." Having spoken, he vanished from the room. Chapter 50. The Extraordinary Abilities Team. Utilizing the power of the instantaneous fruit, Qin Tian successfully arrived at the nearest hospital to their residential complex. This was a top-tier comprehensive hospital, already bustling with patients seeking medical attention. However, upon his arrival, Qin Tian was met with a harrowing sight. the premises were strewn with lifeless bodies, and the first-floor hall was devoid of any living soul. He thus ventured into the Western Pharmacy below in search of medication for his cold. Before him lay rows of cabinets housing an array of pharmaceuticals, beside which stood a mechanical arm, typically employed for dispensing medication, now shrouded in dust. Qin Tian meticulously wiped away the dust from the medication boxes, and at last, he discovered cold medicine and anti-inflammatory drugs nestled in one section. With a flick of his hand, he effortlessly stored both types of medication within his spatial realm. After a moment's contemplation, he proceeded to clear out cabinets containing medications for gynecological issues, gastric ailments, asthma, and more. His spatial capacity was ample enough that even if he were to hoard every available medicine, it would occupy little space. With the medication secured, he ascended to the upper floor. The corridor was littered with decaying corpses and malfunctioning trolleys and medical equipment, rendering the passage impassable for Qin Tian. Suddenly, a cacophony of animalistic growls erupted, and upon closer inspection, he discerned two mutated wild dogs fiercely battling over a corpse. The stench of rotting flesh assaulted his senses once more, prompting him to teleport into the surgical zone. Here, he selected several pristine surgical knives, resolved to devise a means to extract the bullet lodged in Jin Bao's leg upon his return. As he was intently selecting a surgical knife, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Qin Tian's keen perception detected several figures clad in military uniforms appearing in the corridor. Curiosity and surprise welled up within him. Why would anyone come to the hospital at this hour? Could they possibly share a similar purpose as his own? Hastily, he stowed the instruments into his spatial realm and utilized teleportation to arrive in a rear chamber behind them. At that moment, Wang Yilan was accompanying two colleagues on a mission. They were extraordinary individuals from the military, tasked with gathering supplies and medicines. After the onset of the apocalypse, the military had recognized the existence of these exceptional powers and had united them to form a specialized team responsible for executing particular assignments. Wang Yilan possessed the ability of telekinesis, wielding her formidable mental prowess to influence the thoughts and consciousness of others. As the captain of the first squad, she had come to the hospital to procure medicines for the ailing elite. Internally, she harbored disdain for those who thrived on preferential treatment, yet at that moment, it was not wise for her to distance herself. Upon ascending to the hospital's upper floors, she had sensed a potent energy field within, reminiscent of the feeling she experienced during her last encounter at the supermarket. Hence, while on patrol, she cautioned her companions to remain vigilant. "Captain, have no worries. With our abilities, what is there to fear?" Lu Feng replied calmly, his power enabling him to unleash flames from his body, a source of his habitual bravado. Throughout the journey, whenever he encountered any mutated creatures, he would unhesitatingly unleash his fire control abilities. It could be said that the path was ablaze with flames, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of charred flora and fauna. "Lu Feng, you should heed Captain Wang's advice. Refrain from setting fires. There is ample combustible material here, and if you were to incinerate the hospital, we would be unable to procure the necessary medications," remarked another team member, Chen Tao. Indeed, during their search for medicine in the Western Pharmacy, they had discovered that nearly all the medications had vanished from the cabinets. Only the spots where the medicines once resided were pristine, while the surrounding areas were coated in dust, indicating that the drugs had only recently been taken. Thus, Wang Yilan remained vigilant, constantly on guard for any signs of intrusion. How peculiar! That sensation was so pronounced just moments ago, yet it has suddenly dissipated, Wang Yilan mused, her brow furrowing in confusion. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted from behind, and a tall figure stumbled through the doorway. "Who are you?" Wang Yilan promptly questioned. "Oh, my apologies, I lost my footing," Qin Tian replied calmly with a smile. Observing Wang Yilan's striking figure clad in her uniform, Qin Tian couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. However, Lu Feng could no longer contain himself and boldly stepped forward, demanding, "You there? What are you sneaking around for?" In response to Lu Feng's brazen demeanor, Qin Tian remained composed and retorted, "This is a hospital. If you can be here, so can I. What I choose to do is none of your concern." The audacity of Qin Tian's rebuttal ignited Lu Feng's fury, causing him to erupt in rage. "What is your attitude? We are military personnel, and yet you dare to speak to us in such a manner? I now suspect you to be a saboteur. Come with me to the military control center." Lu Feng advanced with the intent to apprehend Qin Tian, but as he reached out to seize him, Qin Tian effortlessly evaded his grasp. Infuriated, Lu Feng employed both hands in his attempt to capture him, yet once again, Qin Tian eluded him with ease. You dare to dodge? Lu Feng was taken aback. Feeling humiliated in front of his comrades, he erupted in rage, raising his right hand to unleash flames upon Qin Tian. Lu Feng, enough. Do not go too far. Wang Yilan immediately interjected, seeking to restrain him. She turned to Qin Tian and inquired, We are from the nearby military unit, and we are on a mission. Are you here in search of medicine as well? Her voice was gentle as she addressed him. Upon noticing the tall and handsome figure before her, an inexplicable sense of familiarity arose within her. Ah, this young lady's demeanor is quite agreeable. Qin Tian responded with a slight smile. He then calmly stated, I am indeed here for medicine, and I must take my leave now. Wang Yilan promptly asked, May I inquire who has taken the medicine from the pharmacy below? I have, Qin Tian replied. What? You took all this medicine? Wang Yilan was taken aback by his candid response. I have my methods, Qin Tian said with a mischievous grin as he waved goodbye to the uniformed beauty. I wish you good luck. As he contemplated a swift escape, a burst of flames erupted from the side. It was not so simple to flee. First, surrender the pharmaceuticals in your possession. Lu Feng threatened Qin Tian while wielding his fire magic. Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, Lu Feng could no longer contain his frustration. He raised his right hand, channeling energy, and a torrent of flames shot forth towards Qin Tian. Just as the flames seemed poised to engulf him, he vanished from sight in an instant. Even Wang Yilan, a telepath, was taken aback. How had he accomplished that? Chen Tao, standing nearby, was equally astonished. Be careful. He is behind you. Wang Yilan immediately activated her psychic powers, sensing Qin Tian's presence and alerting her teammates. Having served as a special forces soldier, Lu Feng was quick to react. He swiftly swung his left hand, unleashing another blast of fire. Yet, Qin Tian's reflexes appeared even swifter, dodging each assault with ease. In a fit of rage, Lu Feng resorted to his full power, wielding 2 spheres of fire in both hands. Instantly, the corpses on the ground were charred by his flames, emitting a sizzling sound accompanied by the mouth-watering aroma of roasted meat. Observing the 2 spheres of fire before him, Qin Tian felt an intriguing curiosity towards Lu Feng's abilities and deliberately decided to engage him. With a flick of his wrist, a remarkable spectacle unfolded. The previously radiant flames vanished abruptly, as if consumed by an unseen force, disappearing entirely. Lu Feng and Wang Yilan were both rendered speechless, uncertain of what was transpiring. Lu Feng, still unwilling to concede, intensified his efforts to summon flames from his right hand. Each time he unleashed fire, Qin Tian effortlessly absorbed it with a wave of his hand. Initially, Qin Tian approached the situation with a sense of experimentation, wondering if his spatial abilities could also contain the flames. To his astonishment, he found that he could indeed draw the fire into his space. Subsequently, he attempted to release the flames he had just absorbed. Lu Feng, preoccupied with increasing the intensity of his fire breath, was taken aback when Qin Tian not only absorbed his flames, but also retaliated by expelling fire in return. A scorching wave of heat surged forth, catching Lu Feng off guard. In an instant, flames licked at his face, singeing his eyebrows and hair. He cried out in pain, retreating several steps in haste. At that moment, a small flicker of flame remained in his hair, prompting him to frantically extinguish the tiny blaze. How about that? When it comes to playing with fire, I am not one to be outdone, Qin Tian proclaimed. As he spoke, he unleashed a torrent of flames from his spatial domain, leaving the 3 observers in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Qin Tian possessed the ability to conjure fire. Seeing Lu Feng struggling to cope, the typically composed Chen Tao could no longer restrain himself. He stepped forward, raising his palm, and a small water sphere materialized in the center of his hand. This was his unique ability, the water manipulation technique. The water sphere gradually expanded, transforming into a column of water that shot directly towards the flames in Qin Tian's grasp. Sizzle! With a resounding crash, the flames in Qin Tian's hand were finally extinguished. However, he effortlessly absorbed the water column into his spatial realm. No matter how Chen Tao unleashed the water stream, Qin Tian continued to absorb it without fail. Chen Tao was drenched in sweat. Qin Tian's maneuvers resembled Murong Fu's celestial dance, leaving him feeling utterly overwhelmed. As Chen Tao began to falter, Lu Feng resumed his assault, launching a fiery onslaught alongside him from both sides. Meanwhile, Wang Yilan had been observing Qin Tian for quite some time, noting his ease in countering the duo's relentless attacks. She found herself admiring this tall and handsome young man before her. Seizing the opportunity amidst their chaotic skirmish, she attempted to harness her mental prowess to manipulate the surrounding objects. Qin Tian instantly sensed the intrusion of her mental energy and was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this seemingly delicate beauty, Wang Yilin, possessed such formidable strength. Soon, the corpses and equipment in the vicinity began to levitate, hurtling toward him at an alarming speed. Should they strike him, he would surely face severe injury, if not death. It's an honor for our captain to engage. Lu Feng remarked smugly upon witnessing Qin Tian's astonishment. He believed that with Wang Yilin's involvement, victory was assured. Just as the objects seemed poised to collide with Qin Tian, they abruptly halted in midair, returning to their previous position. At that moment, it was Wang Yilin's turn to be astonished. She had not expected her mental force to encounter such formidable resistance. Everything under her control was being pulled back in the opposite direction, and she realized that her mental power was being tugged by another formidable force. You are also a mentalist? She asked, gazing at Qin Tian in astonishment. Let us see whose mental power is superior, Qin Tian replied calmly. It is worth noting that Qin Tian's mental prowess had reached a remarkable 5-star level. Wang Yilin had never encountered an opponent as powerful as him, and under the mounting pressure, she unleashed an even greater surge of energy. Standing still with her eyes slightly closed, a flush appeared on her face as her aura intensified. Immediately, Qin Tian sensed a significantly stronger wave of mental force approaching, indicating that his opponent was indeed going all out. Coupled with the attacks from her two subordinates, this was the first time he felt a hint of pressure. Seizing the opportunity, he withdrew his mental energy and unleashed a concentrated punch towards Lu Feng and Chen Tao, simultaneously teleporting to Wang Yilin's front. As Wang Yilin beheld Qin Tian's handsome visage suddenly closing in, her beautiful brows furrowed slightly. At that moment, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Once more, she surged with power, using her mental force to create an invisible wall to block Qin Tian. An ethereal aura enveloped Wang Yilin, forming a mental barrier. And even her hair began to stand on end. She had believed that her full-force strike would surely repel Qin Tian, perhaps even dominate his mental power. However, she found him drawing ever closer. Then, she witnessed his finger gently breach her mental barrier. His fingers gently brushed against her delicate visage. The intensity was overwhelming. Upon sensing Qin Tian's formidable aura, a sense of trepidation surged within her. Qin Tian's fingers ensnared her alluring chin, and with a devilish grin, he remarked, "My dear beauty, I shan't indulge in your games any longer, until we meet again." With those words, he vanished before her eyes. Once he had disappeared, she finally released her psychic barrier. She had to concede that in this contest, she had been utterly defeated. Had that dashing man desired their demise, it would have been but a fleeting moment. Ever since awakening her supernatural abilities, she had been a favored leader. Proud of her powers, she had never encountered such a setback. "Are you all right, Yilin? If he hadn't fled, we three would have made short work of him." Lu Feng consoled her with a dismissive tone. Hearing this, Wang Yilin shot him a glare, asserting, "I've told you not to call me by my name. Refer to me as Team Leader Wang." "Understood, Team Leader Wang." Lu Feng promptly stood at attention and saluted. "Let us return," Wang Yilin said wearily. Lu Feng, taken aback, asked, "Aren't we going to search a bit more?" "No need to search any further. Since that man claimed he took everything, it surely means there is nothing left for us," she sighed, gazing out at the falling snow. Chapter 52, The Gentle Doctor. When Wanner, Qin Tian merely considered the encounter with that pair of supernatural beings as a minor interlude in this expedition. At this moment, he returned home through spatial teleportation, laden with an array of medications. Yang Mi's cough had intensified, and upon his arrival, he was greeted by the sound of her persistent coughing. Qin Tian promptly produced a box of amoxicillin and a pack of cold medicine he had procured from the central hospital, offering them to Yang Mi. With teary eyes, she accepted the unopened medication and said, "Thank you, Brother Tian, for venturing out for my sake. Quickly take the medicine. I shall go take a shower first," Qin Tian remarked, noticing the unpleasant odor of barbecue lingering on him. He then proceeded to the bathroom, closing his eyes in the warm mist, savoring the bliss of the shower. In his mind's eye, he envisioned the statuesque figure of Wang Yilin, adorned with a ponytail, a flower of the military. Meanwhile, Wang Yilin, accompanied by two teammates, made their way to a nearby pharmacy. After gathering the necessary medications, they returned to their base, where she promptly reported her findings regarding Qin Tian to her superior. Upon hearing her report, the leader was taken aback, commending their valiant efforts while expressing curiosity about such a talent as Qin Tian. Once they departed, the leader placed a call to the commander of the Viper Special Forces. With the news of Qin Tian's substantial haul of medications, the women felt an overwhelming sense of security within their home. Yet, within Qin Tian's heart lingered an unfinished concern. During dinner, he summoned Jin Bao to his side, pouring a large bag of premium dog food before it. Upon catching a whiff of the delectable dog food, Jin Bao wagged his tail in gratitude towards Qin Tian. Once he had finished his meal, Qin Tian knelt to examine the wounds on Jin Bao's hind leg. A pang of sympathy struck him as he noticed the wounds had begun to fester. With care, Qin Tian sprinkled a box of anti-inflammatory powder over the injuries and then meticulously wrapped them in bandages. After completing the dressing, he suddenly recalled Wang Xiaoyu and made his way to the staircase. Upon spotting Wang Xiaoyu, who was crouched on the floor, licking the dirty water that dripped from the windowsill, Qin Tian approached and delivered a couple of swift kicks. "Ouch, that hurts terribly," he exclaimed, clutching his abdomen and writhing in agony on the ground. "I beg you, grant me a swift death." Wang Xiaoyu pleaded desperately for mercy from Qin Tian. Yet, Qin Tian chose to ignore him. He was not inclined to allow this scoundrel an easy demise. At this moment, Wang Xiaoyu, disheveled and barely clothed, felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Meanwhile, in the villa within the military compound, his wife, Yi Ting, had prepared dinner and awaited his return. As time passed and he failed to arrive, an ominous premonition began to stir within her. In truth, she was already aware of the affair within I. Her decision to remain silent was motivated by the interests of both families. However, Wang Xiaoyu had always returned home for dinner after a day away. This time was different. As the dishes grew cold, he still had not appeared. Anxious and troubled, she ascended to an upstairs room where a red telephone rested. After a moment of hesitation, she picked up the receiver and dialed a series of numbers. Shortly, the call was answered. "Hello, whom are you looking for?" A respectful male voice emanated from the other end of the line. After taking a deep breath, Yi Ting stated, "I need to speak with your leader." "Certainly. Please hold for a moment." Shortly thereafter, a robust voice resonated from the other side. "Hello, is this Xiao Ting? Dad, Wang Xiaoyu is missing." Yi Ting could no longer contain her tears as she spoke. "What? Xiao Ting, please clarify." Wang's father's voice was laced with agitation. Consequently, Yi Ting recounted the events of the past few days to him. When Wang's father learned that his son had gone missing for the sake of a woman, he was filled with rage. What a time for such recklessness. I insisted he join the ability enhancement team, but he refused. Who would have thought he would be fooling around with a woman out there? "Dad, the priority right now is to find Wang Xiaoyu," Yi Ting urged him passionately. After a moment of silence, Wang's father sighed. "All right, do not concern yourself with this matter. I will dispatch the Viper Special Forces to locate him." Meanwhile, at the Lijiang International Community, gunfire erupted from Building 2. This building had only just regained its tranquility after enduring a fierce three-way battle. However, disturbances soon returned. It turned out that the security gang and the Grey Wolf gang had clashed. Hu Li, the leader of the security gang, drew his handgun and fired 3 shots at Li Tian, the leader of the Grey Wolf gang, 1 to the head and 2 to the chest. Hu Li's marksmanship was impeccable. Li Tian had no time to react before meeting his demise. This violent confrontation was sparked by a dispute over a woman. The woman in question is none other than the renowned surgeon Wen Wanner from the capital. Initially, she was a resident of the 27th floor, and according to the consensus between the two factions, Lin Wanner was considered a member of the Grey Wolf gang. However, in a bid to have her treat his ailing mother, Hu Li sought to claim her for his own faction. This maneuver incited the ire of Li Tian from the Grey Wolf gang, who had long coveted the poised and elegant Wen Wanner, fully aware of the ulterior motives at play. Moreover, in this apocalyptic world, a doctor is an invaluable asset, and no one would willingly relinquish such a crucial resource. Hu Li, harboring his own grievances against Li Tian, seized this opportunity to eliminate him. "You scoundrel, you have gone too far," exclaimed a loyal follower of Li Tian, stepping forward to chastise Hu Li. Instantly, others from the Grey Wolf gang echoed the sentiment, declaring, "Let us confront the security gang. After all, we are all destined to perish." Bang! Bang! With the sound of Hu Li's gunfire, the two dissenters met their demise. "Does anyone else have objections?" Hu Li shouted arrogantly, brandishing his pistol. The members of the Grey Wolf gang fell into silence. Even those who were closest to Li Tian dared not utter a word. After surveying the room, Hu Li expressed his satisfaction, stating, "From now on, There shall be no Grey Wolf gang. You are all members of my security gang. As for the resources of these two, let my brothers distribute them amongst themselves." Meanwhile, when Wanner, standing quietly to the side, exhibited an unsettling calmness at the sight of Hu Li's lethal actions, she calmly stated, "I have no interest in joining any gang. If you wish for me to treat your mother, you must heed my words. Of course, I shall listen to Dr. Wen. I apologize for causing you any fright." Hu Li immediately responded respectfully, scratching his head. He then commanded his subordinates, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and escort Miss Wen home." Gazing at Wen Wanner's graceful figure and exquisite beauty, Hu Li could not help but swallow greedily. She exuded an aura of an ice-cold beauty that seemed to disdain the world. Even a mere glance from men would make them feel fortunate. Chapter 53, Opening the Spiritual Link. Wen Wanner's situation. Almost everyone in building number 1 heard the gunfire coming from across the way. The resurgence of gunshots in the neighborhood naturally drew Qin Tian's attention. He promptly activated his spiritual awareness to ascertain what was transpiring. However, upon seeing Dr. Wen Wanner, he found it impossible to tear his gaze away. Her beauty was undeniably on par with any celebrity. Qin Tian's spiritual awareness followed her back to the 27th floor. Yet he realized that his visual range was still somewhat limited, preventing him from clearly seeing the situation in her room. Thus, he began to retrieve a large plate of spiritual fruit from his spatial pocket to snack on. Suddenly, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Your spiritual awareness level has risen to 6 stars, unlocking the ability to initiate a spiritual link. You may link with anyone's awareness at will. Would you like to activate the spiritual link function?" Qin Tian immediately responded in his mind. "Activate." Instantly, a myriad of skills and knowledge regarding mental connection surged into his consciousness. He discovered a red thread, akin to a silk strand, within his mind. By linking this red thread to another's consciousness, he could communicate telepathically. Upon fully comprehending the operational intricacies of this skill, Qin Tian felt a surge of exhilaration within him. To verify its efficacy, he offered the remaining mental fruit from his plate to Ni, who was present in the room. "Brother Tian, is this another type of ability fruit?" Ni inquired, her excitement palpable. Even a woman as typically aloof as Ni couldn't suppress her enthusiasm upon encountering the extraordinary fruit, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Qin Tian replied calmly, "This is a mental fruit. It will enable you to sense dangers in your surroundings." "Yes, I understand." Ni nodded eagerly after hearing its purpose. Before long, she had consumed all the remaining fruits. Ding! Ni has consumed 10 mental fruits, yielding a return of 6,000. Gasped. At that moment, Qin Tian realized that Ni's return multiplier had escalated to an astonishing 600 times. Shortly after consuming the mental fruits, Ni felt her mind becoming exceptionally vibrant, her eyes sparkling with newfound brilliance. This transformation rendered her even more radiant than before. "Brother Tian, what's wrong?" Ni noticed Qin Tian gazing at her intently and felt a bit shy. "I can see your mental essence now. Those golden threads are exquisite." Qin Tian could hardly believe his eyes. After activating his spiritual connection, he was astonished to perceive the other party's consciousness clearly. This was the first time he had witnessed the manifestation of spiritual awareness. At that moment, Ni was enveloped in countless strands of golden consciousness, resembling threads extending outward. Although Ni grasped Qin Tian's words only partially, remarkable events soon unfolded for her as well. Not only could she sense her own consciousness, but she also became aware of Qin Tian's spiritual essence. Concurrently, Qin Tian connected a red thread from his consciousness to Ni's. "Can you hear me?" Upon hearing Qin Tian's voice resonate in her mind, Ni was once again taken aback. "If you can hear me, please respond." Ni widened her eyes. Gazing at Qin Tian, who had not spoken aloud, her expression filled with astonishment. Mimicking his method, she replied through her consciousness, "I can hear you." This was utterly marvelous. Akin to a phone call. To verify that their communication through the spiritual link was audible solely to them, Qin Tian instructed Ni to step into the restroom. Indeed, even at a considerable distance, the spiritual connection remained intact. Wow, this means we can communicate across distances even without a phone, as long as the consciousness can connect. Qin Tian mused with delight. He then sought to test this with Reba and discovered that her consciousness thread was pink, revealing that each individual's spiritual essence bore a distinct hue. Qin Tian's consciousness had finally ascended to 6 stars, enabling him to extend his awareness comprehensively throughout every corner of building number 2. As Wen Wanner arrived at Hu Li's residence, accompanied by two of his subordinates who escorted her with care, Hu Li immediately approached her with a playful grin, exclaiming, "Ah, Dr. Wen, you've come." He reached out to place his hand on her shoulder, only to have it promptly swatted away by Wen Wanner. "I dislike it when others get too close, as I have a cleanliness obsession," she replied coldly. Hu Li, unperturbed, maintained his cheerful demeanor and responded, all right. I was just excited to see you. Now, let's get to treating my mother." Having caught a whiff of her jasmine-like fragrance earlier, he now suppressed his inner turmoil and spoke respectfully. Although Wen Wanner felt a measure of fear towards these ruffians, she had experienced enough of the world to feign composure. In fact, she always carried a pair of scissors in her pocket when she ventured out, just in case she needed a means of escape. Hu Li was somewhat intimidated by her arrogance, and given that his mother's health relied on her, he stood obediently beside her. Approaching Hu Li's mother's bedside, Wen Wanner took out her stethoscope to examine her, followed by an inspection of her tongue and sclera. "Dr. Wen, how is my mother's condition?" Hu Li implored, leading her to the balcony for a private conversation. "It appears that the pneumonia has worsened. All I can do now is manage the speed of her infection." Wen Wanner replied, "No, how can this be? Dr. Wen, you must save my mother. I cannot bear to lose her." Suddenly, Hu Li, in a fit of agitation, seized her shoulders and bellowed, "If you dare to fail in curing her, you are well aware of my methods. Release me." Wen Wanner attempted to shake off his grip once more, but this time, she could not. Hu Li appeared to have lost all sense of reason. He commanded loudly, "You must ensure my mother survives. Do you understand? You have harmed me." Wen Wanner's arm throbbed painfully under his grip, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. As a retired mercenary, he possessed a volatile temperament, yet he was also a devoted son, with his mother being his sole vulnerability. Witnessing his distress, Wen Wanner felt a surge of fear. She was compelled to lower her stance, stating, "I am a physician. It is my duty to heal. If there is a chance to save her, I will certainly do so. Allow me to administer an injection and provide some anti-inflammatory medication." At that moment, Hu Li finally released his hold on her arm, granting Wen Wanner a moment to breathe as she hurried to open her medical kit to inject the elderly woman. After completing the treatment, she intended to return home, but Hu Li obstructed her path, his eyes dark and menacing. "You cannot leave. You must stay here to care for my mother." Faced with Hu Li's unreasonable demands, Wen Wanner trembled with indignation. She recalled how, in her own large clinic, she had always been revered by her subordinates and patients alike, and she had never endured such indignities. Finally, she pondered for a moment before declaring, "Since you refuse to let me return home, I cannot reside with this throng of men. I insist on having a separate room arranged for me next door." Upon witnessing his elderly mother, resting upon the bed, regaining a semblance of color in her countenance after her treatment, Hu Li gradually calmed himself. He realized there was no necessity for animosity with the doctor, as he would ultimately rely on Wen Wanner to save her. Thus, he instructed his subordinates to prepare a room for her next door. Once Wen Wanner returned to the adjacent room, she finally exhaled a sigh of relief. However, her anxiety regarding her current predicament grew increasingly palpable. The dwindling supply of medication loomed over her. For Hu Li's mother would inevitably suffer from a lung infection due to the cessation of treatment. At that juncture, even the most skilled healer could not save her. In the presence of predatory figures like Hu Li, she felt as fragile as a mere lamb. As she lay on the sofa, lost in contemplation, she suddenly heard a series of familiar barks. Turning her head out of curiosity, Wen Wanner was startled into a shriek. Chapter 54, The Collaboration of Former and Current Masters. Wen Wanner faintly discerned the barks reminiscent of a golden retriever she had once cared for. She recalled that, following the onset of the apocalypse, that beloved Golden had vanished. Engrossed in her thoughts, she initially believed she was experiencing an illusion. Yet, compelled by curiosity, she turned to behold an enormous golden retriever, its coat gleaming. Gazing at her intently, terrified, she nearly toppled off the sofa. Just as she was about to fall, a furry canine had gently nudged her, preventing her descent. It was then that she realized, despite the dog's size being several times greater than her previous golden retriever, its gaze emanated warmth and kindness. "Is that you, Qibao?" Wen Wanner called out, recognizing that the creature harbored no ill intentions. The magnificent golden retriever placed its head gently beside Wen Wanner's hand, nuzzling against her palm. Overwhelmed with emotion, she embraced its head and smiled, exclaiming, "Qibao, it truly is you." This gesture was all too familiar. A cherished interaction they had often shared in times gone by. The sight of her long-lost pet deeply moved Wen Wanner, especially now when she felt so weak and vulnerable. Qibao's return provided her with a semblance of solace. However, the golden retriever suddenly darted towards the outer door. "Qibao, where are you going?" she called, hastily pursuing it. Upon reaching the living room, she was startled to find a stranger standing there. Instantly, Wanwaner drew the scissors from her pocket, pointing the sharp end menacingly at Qin Tian. "Don't come any closer, or I shall stab you." Her demeanor shifted to that of an icy beauty, resolute and unyielding. Qin Tian, feeling somewhat awkward, sought assistance from the golden retriever, silently commanding it with his gaze. The dog, wagging its tail, stood on its hind legs with a goofy grin, gently placing its paws atop Wanwaner's weapon. This action resembled that of a playful child attempting to mediate a dispute. A woman as astute as Wanwaner quickly comprehended the golden retriever's intentions. Thus, she lowered the scissors but remained guarded, fixing her watchful gaze on Qin Tian's handsome visage. "Regardless of who you are, please leave," she asserted. In this apocalyptic world, she had witnessed the darker facets of human nature and held skepticism towards all. "Qibao has returned, yet it seems your former owner is not particularly welcoming towards us." Qin Tian smiled gently and waved at the golden retriever. "What golden treasure?" "It is called Qibao." Wanwaner furrowed her brow and replied. She then beckoned again to the golden retriever, saying, "Qibao, come here." The golden retriever, bewildered by the presence of its former and current owners, eventually returned obediently to Qin Tian's side. Witnessing this scene, a twinge of jealousy stirred within Wanwaner. At that moment, a young man stationed outside knocked on her door. "Dr. Wen, is everything all right?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Wanwaner feigned composure and replied, "It's nothing." She shot a wide-eyed glance at Qin Tian before exclaiming, "A large cockroach just scuttled out, and it startled me." Qin Tian, understanding her veiled remark, maintained a slight smile and said, "Thank you for the compliment." Once Wanwaner regained her composure, she inquired with a mix of arrogance and curiosity, "How did you get in?" "That is something you need not concern yourself with." "I have come seeking your assistance," Qin Tian replied calmly. He added with a smile, "However, since Qibao was once your pet, it is all the more fortuitous." At this moment, Wanwaner turned her attention to the golden retriever, now sprawled on the floor like a small mountain. The creature had grown so large that had she not previously cared for it, she might have hesitated to approach. In truth, the golden retriever had departed from its owner out of necessity. Due to certain circumstances, its appetite had surged, and during its initial transformation, it became somewhat bloodthirsty. To avoid causing harm to its owner, it chose to leave. At that time, it had no choice but to venture outside in search of sustenance. With a stroke of luck, it might find some leftover scraps in a dumpster, or otherwise, it would have to contend with stray dogs for food at the supermarket. Now, upon seeing its owner once more, it was naturally filled with joy. Yet, it understood that Qin Tian, the new master, was now its primary source of reliance. After all, it had been tamed and trained under Qin Tian's beast-controlling techniques. When Wanwaner knelt to stroke its fur, a familiar, delicate fragrance wafted into the golden retriever's nostrils. "Are you here for the injury on its leg?" At that moment, Wanwaner noticed the wounds on the golden retriever. "Indeed, I have administered some basic treatment, but there remains a bullet lodged within its body." Upon hearing Qin Tian's explanation, Wanwaner was taken aback. A flicker of anger crossed her face as she inquired, "Who could be so cruel as to shoot it?" "Rest assured, I have punished him. He is now in a state worse than death," Qin Tian replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing his calm assertion, Wanwaner felt an unsettling premonition that he was not to be trifled with. She nodded and said, "Please fetch the medicine box from the coffee table." Qin Tian complied, turning to hand her the box. Wanwaner opened it and retrieved a box of ointment and a syringe. Furrowing her brow, she lamented, "Unfortunately, my scalpel is still at the clinic. It will be difficult to extract the bullet." She glanced at the golden retriever's large, pleading eyes fixed upon her and felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. At this moment, Qin Tian suddenly proclaimed, "I am well prepared for this." Soon, several brand new, meticulously wrapped surgical instruments such as scalpels and forceps appeared in his hands. Professional tools typically found in an operating room. Wanwaner could not help but be astonished once again by his actions. With an incredulous expression, she inquired, "Where did you acquire these items? If they are still insufficient, I have more." Qin Tian, however, chose not to respond to her question. Instead, he retrieved yet another instrument from his personal space, one he had previously taken from the central hospital. Wanwaner could scarcely believe her eyes. The array of surgical knives in various sizes and models far surpassed what was available in her own clinic. The table even bore unconventional tools such as small saws and hammers. It's a bit complicated to explain at the moment, so just assume it borrowed these from the hospital, Qin Tian remarked nonchalantly. After a brief moment of hesitation, when Wanner instructed him, "All right then, come over and help me hold down the great golden retriever." After all, discovering the origins of these tools was of little consequence now. The urgent task at hand was to swiftly remove the bullet lodged in the dog's leg. Otherwise, the infection would worsen, and she was unwilling to witness its suffering lead to death. She first administered a dose of anesthesia to the great golden retriever and then began the process of extracting the bullet. Observing the stunningly beautiful Ice Queen before him diligently at work, Qin Tian found himself captivated by her exceptional beauty. At that moment, he felt a stirring within him, as a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind once more. Name: Wen Wanner. Age: 30. Beauty score: 96. Chastity: 100. Overall score: 98. Task: cohabit with Wen Wanner to receive corresponding system rewards. Upon hearing the system's task prompt, Qin Tian gladly accepted this formidable challenge. Soon, with Qin Tian's assistance, Wen Wanner successfully extracted the bullet lodged in the leg of their beloved golden retriever. This marked their first collaboration in the healing of their shared pet, fostering an inexplicable sense of closeness within Wen Wanner towards Qin Tian. This was a collaboration between the former and current owners of the golden retriever. Chapter 55. Researching the Qi blood fruit with Wen Wanner, blocked by Hu Li. With unwavering focus, Wen Wanner utilized an expansion clamp to widen the wound on the golden retriever's leg, subsequently employing medical tweezers to extract the bullet embedded deep within the muscle. With a decisive sound, the blood-stained bullet was discarded into a vessel on the table. After wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead, Wen Wanner took out disinfectant to cleanse the wound of the golden retriever. Observing that he could offer no assistance, Qin Tian comfortably reclined back on the sofa. With nothing to occupy his time, he attempted to activate the recently mastered mind link. In no time, he established a connection to a consciousness and building one across the way. It was akin to transmitting sound over 1,000 miles, facilitating future communication with his family even when he was out. At that moment, Ba was in the living room, snacking while awaiting dinner. Suddenly, Qin Tian's voice resonated in her mind. "Senior, is that you?" She responded mentally. "Yes, I have something to attend to. Please inform them that I will return for dinner later." Qin Tian replied to her in a calm voice. Reba nodded her head vigorously, resembling a clapper, and said, "All right. Senior, I will go tell my sisters right away." With that, she dashed towards the kitchen. At that moment, Yang Mi was learning how to make braised pork with Wang Xiao. Before long, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Yang Mi, unable to contain her excitement, eagerly picked up a piece of her creation to taste. "Yuck, it's too salty," she exclaimed, promptly spitting out the meat. With a crestfallen expression, Yang Mi lamented, "Oh no. This pot of meat is ruined. I had planned to showcase my skills to Tian Gu, so he could enjoy his favorite braised pork when he returns." Upon hearing Yang Mi's grievances, Reba smiled and reassured her, "It's all right. Senior just told me he will be back a bit later. Sister Mi, you can certainly make another pot." Encouraged by Reba's words, Yang Mi's spirit revived. It was a minor embarrassment to falter in front of Li Meiyun and the others, but the last thing she wanted was for Tian Gu to look down upon her. "Well then, I shall make another pot, and this one can be for Jinbao." Yang Mi finally found her resolve, retrieving a fine piece of pork belly from the refrigerator. It is worth noting how many people in this apocalypse struggle to find clean water, yet here they were, wasting food to learn a single dish. "Hey, why are you silent? Jinbao has already woken up. Aren't you going to check on him?" When Wanner had somehow arrived at his side. Has Jinbao awakened?" Upon hearing the news of the golden retriever's awakening, Qin Tian's emotions mirrored those of a family member anxiously awaiting updates in a hospital corridor. He approached the surgical room and found the golden retriever resting on a cozy blanket, its long tongue lolling out and tears glistening in its eyes. Qin Tian recognized this as a normal post-anesthesia reaction for cats and dogs. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a vitality fruit from his space and fed it to Jinbao. Before long, Jinbao rolled off the bed and sprang to its feet. Once on the floor, the golden retriever eagerly bounded into Qin Tian's embrace. "How ungrateful," he thought, "considering I was the one who retrieved the bullet for you." When Wanner, witnessing the golden retriever's enthusiastic greeting towards Qin Tian, felt a tinge of embarrassment. Suddenly, while still nestled in Qin Tian's arms, Jinbao perked up its ears and dashed out to leap towards its former owner. "Ah!" With a startled scream from Wanner, the hefty golden retriever pinned her to the sofa. After sharing a moment of affectionate interaction with Wenwaner, it abruptly executed a classic Teddy maneuver. Ugh. Wenwaner felt a sudden constriction in her chest, yet she found herself unable to push the golden retriever away. Fortunately, Qin Tian acted swiftly, lifting the massive dog by the scruff of its neck. Wenwaner was left in astonishment, watching Qin Tian effortlessly hoist the several hundred-pound dog into the air. "Thank you," she murmured gratefully, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she recalled her earlier predicament in front of Qin Tian. Her thoughts drifted back to the vitality fruit he had given to Jibao. The conversation shifted as she inquired, "What did you just give Jibao? How did it become so exuberant all of a sudden?" Being a doctor, she found it easier to broach the subject. Qin Tian smiled slightly, revealing a purple chi blood fruit in his palm. Upon seeing the fruit, Wenwaner's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Is this the extraordinary fruit that has been circulating online? I've seen it in videos, though that one was black." Her discerning eye had indeed recognized it instantly. Qin Tian nodded, explaining, "Yes, this is the chi blood fruit. Consuming one can dramatically boost a person's vitality and invigorate their spirit." Wenwaner, upon hearing his description, couldn't help but be astonished. If a swimmer were to consume one of these, wouldn't they transform into a veritable fish in the pool? As a physician, she was naturally intrigued by the principles behind such extraordinary fruits. After a moment's contemplation, she asked Qin Tian, "Could you let me see that fruit?" "Of course. Come closer, and I shall show you," Qin Tian replied readily. She approached him and beheld the fruit in his hand. "May I hold it?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Qin Tian promptly placed the extraordinary fruit into her hands. Wenwaner widened her eyes, examining the peculiar object with great care. She then brought it closer to her nose, inhaling its fragrant aroma. "Does this truly possess such formidable power?" she mused, still somewhat incredulous. Qin Tian immediately smirked, "If you don't believe me, you can conduct a personal experiment." Wenwaner awkwardly shook her head, replying, "I think I will pass." Through their recent collaboration in surgery and subsequent discussions regarding the sanguine fruit, an unspoken closeness had developed between them. As Wenwaner continued to ponder the mysteries of the extraordinary ability fruit, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the door. Bang, bang, bang. The incessant knocking was rather irksome, almost as if someone was hurrying to report to the king of hell. Qin Tian couldn't help but curse under his breath. He then used his spiritual sense to check who was outside, only to find that it was none other than Hu Li, the leader of the security gang. Hu Li, visibly agitated, shouted while knocking, "Dr. Wen, it's time to administer the injection for my mother." Chapter 56. Wenwaner, all I want to do now is fight. Upon hearing Hu Li outside, Wenwaner anxiously urged Qin Tian, "Quickly hide in my wardrobe. They are ruthless killers." However, Qin Tian remained unfazed and boldly replied, "I am curious to see what manner of person is so discourteous." Just then, the door was forcibly opened with a key from the outside. As the door swung open, a burly and fierce-looking Hu Li appeared at the threshold, flanked by two towering subordinates. Upon entering the room, he turned and struck each of his companions with a slap, exclaiming, "Did I not instruct you two to guard the door and not leave her side for a moment?" He vehemently berated, "Is this how you present people to me?" His two subordinates, their faces flushed with embarrassment, protested, "Boss, we never left." "Nonsense. How did such a living person get in here?" he scolded in exasperation. Turning to Qin Tian and Wenwaner, a mocking expression graced his features as he inquired, "You two aren't old flames, are you? Have you come here to indulge in an affair?" Wenwaner trembled with indignation, retorting fiercely, "I am innocent with him. Watch your language." "Well, since he is here, he might as well stay." He chuckled, "You go and give my mother a shot." With a flick of his head, he signaled his two subordinates to seize Qin Tian. Suddenly, a burst of yellow lightning erupted, knocking down the two who had moved to strike, and began to maul them. The two on the ground found themselves akin to mice confronted by a cat, receiving a thorough thrashing from the mutated golden retriever. Hu Li, startled by the size of the dog, immediately leaped onto the table. However, being a mercenary prior to running a security company, he had encountered large animals like lions and rhinos during his missions in Africa. Thus, he remained composed, drawing his pistol and aiming it at the thrashing golden retriever. Yet, just as he was about to pull the trigger, Qin Tian suddenly delivered a punch that sent him flying. With a loud thud, he rolled out into the corridor. Instantly, his subordinates emerged, dozens of them brandishing weapons, surrounding him. As one burly man approached to help him up, Hu Li halted him. Hu Li lay on the ground, blood spilling from his lips as he weakly uttered, "Do not move me. My waist is broken." With the might of a five-star warrior like Qin Tian, That punch must have weighed several hundred pounds. Hu Li understood that he had sustained grave injuries this time. All of you, attack together. Quickly, eliminate this wretch. He commanded his followers from his prone position. Soon, a group led by several small captains surrounded Qin Tian and his companions once more. When Wanner, witnessing this scenario, felt both shock and fear. She was astonished by Qin Tian's formidable prowess, yet terrified, knowing that no matter how powerful he was, he could not possibly contend against a multitude. After a moment of contemplation, she resolutely stated, "You need not worry about me. Just follow behind Qi Bao and charge out. They will surely be intimidated upon seeing Qi Bao." Qin Tian, taken aback and touched by her words, replied, "And what about you? You need not concern yourself with me. As a fragile woman, I would only hinder your escape, and for the time being, I hold value to them. They will not harm me," she calmly analyzed. Her assessment was indeed the most pragmatic solution, for ordinary individuals would have acted accordingly. Yet Qin Tian was no ordinary individual. Today, he intended to demonstrate to Wanner what true strength entailed. With a faint smile, Qin Tian responded, "I appreciate your concern, but do not rush." He then used his mental force to firmly shut the door before pulling her into the room. From his spatial pocket, he retrieved a white fruit of spiritual consciousness, followed by a red fruit of power. Upon witnessing the two distinctly colored fruits before her, Wanner was once again taken aback. Qin Tian, however, remained remarkably composed and inquired, "Do you wish for revenge?" Wanner momentarily froze, but quickly regained her senses and nodded affirmatively, saying yes. During this period, she had been incessantly subjected to Hu Li's domineering commands and the sinister gazes of his lackeys, living in constant trepidation for her personal safety. It could be said that she had endured oppression for far too long. Qin Tian calmly elucidated, "The white ones are spirit fruits, which, upon consumption, will awaken your spirit and enhance your physical agility. The red ones are strength fruits, capable of augmenting your constitution and increasing your power." After hearing Qin Tian's explanation, Wanner did not hesitate to consume all the fruits. Instantly, she felt an overwhelming surge of energy emanating from her dantian, flowing throughout her limbs and bones. Concurrently, her spirit was awakened, rendering her acutely aware of her surroundings, heightening her sensitivity to the world around her. "There's more," Qin Tian proclaimed as he produced 2 more piles of fruits. This time, he generously scattered the 2 kinds of fruits across the bed and together with Wanner. They indulged in these extraordinary fruits for dinner. Even the golden retriever lying on the ground playfully extended its paw to swipe a handful of fruits for a clandestine feast. Meanwhile, on the other side of the door, the security personnel remained gathered, hesitating to be the first to breach the threshold. As for Qin Tian, his power and spiritual awareness had once again ascended to new heights. Ding! Congratulations to the host for elevating their spiritual consciousness level to 8 stars, expanding the range of perception to 1 kilometer, and enhancing physical agility to 100 times that of an ordinary person. With a resounding chime, the host's strength level has ascended to 7 stars, granting the ability to wield 1,000 kilograms of energy. The magnitude of this energy enhancement is truly formidable. Simultaneously, Wanner is also experiencing rapid growth in her capabilities. Utilizing the system, Qin Tian summoned Wanner's strength panel. Name: Wanner, strength level, 3 stars, value, 50. Ordinary person, 10, spiritual consciousness level, 2 stars, range of perception, 10 meters. Loyalty, 8. Upon reviewing her strength panel, Qin Tian retrieved a metallic baseball bat from his spatial supermarket and handed it to her. "Take this, and let us venture forth for vengeance," Qin Tian declared with grandiosity. Inspired by his words, Wanner promptly accepted the bat. She then turned to Qin Tian with concern, inquiring, "What about you?" Qin Tian smiled subtly and replied, "I'm fine." As he spoke, a mischievous grin spread across his face as he produced a frying pan. He recalled a comic from his childhood where the protagonist would always extract a frying pan when heading into a brawl. In truth, he did not require any effort to deal with the security gang, but today, he simply wished to accompany Wanner in seeking some excitement, not for any other reason, but to savor the experience of wielding a frying pan against foes. Upon witnessing Qin Tian brandishing the frying pan, Wanner nearly spat out the supernatural fruit she had in her mouth. Just before stepping outside, Qin Tian could not resist asking her, "Are you afraid?" Wanner turned her head, holding her breath, and resolutely declared, "I am not afraid. All I desire now is to fight." The sight of her, brandishing a baseball bat and eagerly looking for a confrontation, was truly striking. Qin Tian smiled faintly and produced a few vitality fruits, placing them into her hands, saying, "Excellent. Let me enhance your vitality further. This will make you even more formidable." Chapter 57, The Massacre of the Security Gang, when Wanna transforms into a rampaging warrior. Qin Tian wielded a frying pan, while when Wanna brandished her baseball bat, accompanied by a large golden retriever. The members of the security gang were utterly astounded. What an unusual ensemble. At that moment, the second in command of the gang, Chun Bin, led the mockery, exclaiming, "I thought they would be formidable. Yet they believe a frying pan can kill? Ha ha. And look, there's a woman and a dog." His laughter was infectious, prompting others to join in. Qin Tian, standing firm, coldly retorted, "Who says a frying pan cannot deliver a fatal blow? If you doubt it, feel free to come and find out." Meanwhile, when Wanna swung her baseball bat with fervor, her eyes blazing as she shouted, "I have long grown weary of you fools. Come and take a swing from me if you dare." Her passionate roar was a stark contrast to the icy aloofness she usually exuded, revealing her as a fierce warrior. Beneath her elegant and composed exterior lay a tempestuous spirit, fully awakened by Qin Tian's extraordinary fruit. At this moment, the blood coursing through her veins was ablaze, and her once snow-white face, akin to frost, flushed crimson with excitement. "Ha! Just you, a wretched woman, speaking so brazenly." At that instant, Huang Wei, also a mercenary, sprang forth, brandishing a hefty cleaver menacingly towards Wen Wanner. He had anticipated that his imposing presence would utterly intimidate her. However, she did not even deign to cast a glance in his direction. Infuriated, he charged at her, but as he swung his blade, Wen Wanner unleashed an overwhelming force that sent the weapon flying from his grasp. To her, his movements appeared painfully sluggish. With her heightened perception, it was as though she were endowed with extraordinary prowess. Her swift and fierce actions rendered her opponent's brains a mere splatter. Meanwhile, Qin Tian plunged into the throng wielding a frying pan. With each swing of his arm, those struck by his pan were sent sprawling, weapons and all. Who dares to claim a frying pan cannot be lethal? Qin Tian chuckled, standing amidst the crowd like a deity of war. Not a single foe could lay a finger on him, as their movements seemed to unfold in slow motion before his eyes. He finally savored the exhilaration of using a frying pan as a weapon, pure bliss. The remaining adversaries, witnessing his formidable valor, dared not approach him again and retreated in haste. On the other side, when Wanner had succumbed to a frenzy, her astonishing strength and agile reflexes toppling several more foes, including one of the bodyguards who had persistently harassed her, Hu Li. The individual was robustly built, with a pair of sly, glimmering eyes that perpetually roamed over her figure. At times, when no one was around, he would audaciously utter lewd remarks, each one provoking a tremor of fury within Wen Wanner. Yet she endured, and now, in this renewed confrontation, she was ablaze with wrath. Initially, upon seeing her, the adversary continued his verbal taunts. "My little beauty, fighting is not your forte. Why not come home with me? I assure you, none shall dare to harass you again. What do you say? Care to consider?" His playful smirk only filled Wen Wanner with revulsion. In that moment, she felt her blood boil, her energy surging through her. Die. In an instant, a flash of white light erupted, and the bodyguard before her experienced a 360-degree spin from the impact of her baseball bat. He never fathomed that his life would end so abruptly, his face frozen in an expression of arrogant defiance even in death. Qin Tian turned to see Wen Wanner still poised, wielding her bat with authority, exuding an aura of dominance. Standing at a height of 1.7 meters, she appeared remarkably gallant. Soon after, she wiped the blood splatters from her face, her previously exhilarated expression returning to one of icy indifference. "Come on. Let us have some fun." Seizing the moment, she unleashed all the suppressed emotions she had bottled up over the past days. Suddenly, her senses detected danger approaching from her right rear. Someone was attempting to launch a sneak attack. A trace of disdainful smile graced her lips, followed by a dazzling turn. As she struck the man with her bat, his body soared through the air like a cannonball, crashing into the crowd and toppling many. She then brandished the baseball bat and plunged into the throng, wielding her formidable vigor and strength to slice through the minions with ease. Aside from Qin Tian and Wen Wanner, the golden-haired dog also lunged at anyone in sight, carving a bloody path through the chaos. The corridor erupted with a cacophony of anguished cries, reminiscent of scenes from the film Kill Bill, where severed limbs writhed on the ground in agony. Before long, Qin Tian and Wen Wanner had reunited, standing back to back as the closest of allies. Qin Tian turned to Wen Wanner, calmly inquiring in her ear, "How does it feel?" Her body and face were smeared with blood, yet her resolute gaze flicked towards him as she replied, "Exhilarating." I haven't had enough yet. Unbeknownst to her, the effects of the chi blood fruits had only begun to manifest. With that, she re-entered the fray, this time confronting the mid-level enforcers of the security gang who had emerged from behind. Their combat prowess was far from trivial, with many being former Special Forces soldiers. As anticipated, Wenwaner faced fierce resistance, as they grouped in threes, armed with iron rods and steel knives, prepared to engage her in a relentless onslaught. Meanwhile, Qin Tian, observing from the sidelines, remained unfazed, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. As the few individuals surrounding Wenwaner were momentarily distracted, the machete in their hands inexplicably slipped from their grasp. With a resounding clang, the weapon was hurled out of the window. Before the three could comprehend the situation, Wenwaner's baseball bat swung toward them. Witnessing their comrades being struck down once more, the remaining individuals charged forward with trepidation. Their knives were again wrenched away by an unseen force. Even Wenwaner found herself momentarily bewildered by this bizarre spectacle, yet her grip remained steadfast. Those who dared to advance were swiftly subdued beneath her bat. This, of course, was the result of Qin Tian unleashing his psychic prowess. Following that, he unleashed a powerful punch, utilizing his 7-star strength to send the encroaching assailants flying. How dull. It's time to wrap this up, he murmured, patting his slightly hungry stomach. In the midst of combat, Wenwaner suddenly caught sight of a towering figure flashing before her. With a thunderous crash, an overwhelming force radiated outward, causing those in front to be sent soaring into the air. Their bodies were flung against the ceiling of the corridor, only to descend like wounded birds. When Wenwaner finally recognized that the imposing figure was indeed Qin Tian, she was left in stunned astonishment at his terrifying power. It's over, Qin Tian remarked, surveying the scattered bodies strewn across the ground. Come on, it's time for us to return for dinner, otherwise they will be anxiously waiting. With that, he grasped her hand. And Wenwaner made no objections. As she was about to depart, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. Wait a moment, I have one more matter to attend to. She approached the bedside of Huli's mother. In the next instant, she removed the elderly woman's oxygen tube. Chapter 58. Post-meal delicacies in the ascendancy of extraordinary powers. The women eagerly elevate their abilities. When Qin Tian witnessed Wenwaner disconnecting the oxygen tube from Huli's mother, he smiled and applauded. That is quite ruthless. Wenwaner replied coldly, No one shall force me into actions I despise. Upon hearing her words, Qin Tian couldn't help but commend her decisiveness. Observing her remarkable combat prowess moments ago, a bold idea took root in his mind. Upon returning, he would distribute the spatial extraordinary fruits to enhance their combat abilities. Then let us return together, he said, naturally wrapping his arm around her waist. In that moment, their bodies were in close proximity, and he could detect the faint, delicate fragrance emanating from Wenwaner. She shivered slightly, then turned to him with a gentle smile, saying, All right, wherever you wish to go, I shall follow. Subsequently, she knelt down to pat the golden retriever's head, exclaiming, Jin Bao, we shall never be separated again. Soon, Qin Tian brought them all back to Li Mei Yun's residence. Upon Wenwaner's arrival, the other women were captivated by her striking presence. Particularly, the bloodstains adorning her form, combined with her exquisite beauty, conveyed an allure of destruction. Allow me to introduce Wenwaner, one of the finest surgeons in the entire capital, Qin Tian proclaimed, taking it upon himself to introduce her to the group. Wenwaner gracefully introduced herself, saying, You may call me Waner. I look forward to your kind support in the future. So you are a distinguished physician. Welcome to our family. Upon hearing her introduction, several women, including Yangmi, eagerly approached her. Hello, I am Tang Yin. You can call me Tang Tang. I am Yangmi. Just call me Mimi. And I, too, am here. Call me Riba. Sister, you are truly beautiful. Greetings, I am Li Mei Yun, the president of Xinguang Entertainment. It is a pleasure to have you join us. In a moment, everyone surrounded her, engaging in animated conversation. Wenwaner was astonished to find herself amidst such celebrities and beauties. She quickly realized how fortunate Qin Tian was. In fact, she was a fan of both Yangmi and Tang Yin, but had never had the opportunity to meet them until now, naturally. She had a plethora of topics to discuss with her idols. However, glancing at her own attire, she felt somewhat embarrassed and said, I think I will go take a shower first. Upon her words, some went to the bathroom to prepare water, while others sought out clothing for her. Wenwaner felt deeply touched by the warmth of her newfound sisters, with both electricity and hot water available. She was immensely grateful to have encountered Qin Tian and felt fortunate for her decision. Standing beneath the shower, she relished the long-awaited warm bath, cleansing not only the dirt from her body, but also rejuvenating her weary spirit. Once she finished her shower and emerged, she was ushered into the living room. "Come and dine," she heard as she noticed Qin Tian already seated at the head of the table, with everyone eagerly awaiting her arrival. The air conditioning kept the room cool, and she wore a cartoon-patterned Armani t-shirt paired with shorts. When Wanner's long, fair legs were exposed, exuding an alluring charm. Upon sitting down, she was taken aback by the array of hot dishes laid out before her. In the center of the table was a large platter of braised pork, accompanied by sauerkraut fish and chicken soup, alongside several stir-fried dishes, all visually appealing and aromatic. During these apocalyptic times, her meals had consisted solely of rations. Often scarce and inconsistent, she had never experienced such a lavish feast. Momentarily, she was at a loss as to where to begin with her chopsticks. "Dig in. Try the braised pork I made," Yang Mi encouraged, noticing her astonishment. With a proud glance at Qin Tian, she continued, "Brother Tian, this braised pork took me over an hour to prepare, just for you." In this frigid post-apocalyptic world, the warmth of their gathering was a rare comfort. Meanwhile, across in Building 2, a fully armed 5-member team appeared. Clad in matching camouflage uniforms, they bore the emblem of the renowned Viper Special Forces on their sleeves. This elite unit from Xia country was celebrated worldwide, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Eagle Sauce Cobra Special Forces in the Russian Alpha Group. Their mission was to search for the whereabouts of Wang Xiaoyu, as per orders from above. Report to team leader Qin. These individuals succumbed to blunt force trauma. Moreover, it was almost always a fatal blow. Team member Wang Jun exclaimed in astonishment. As the captain, Qin Hai lowered his head to meticulously examine the wounds of the nearby corpse, nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, nearly all the injuries are internal. And this individual must possess tremendous strength. Suddenly, the 2 other team members behind him spoke in unison. It must be an ability user. Someone this powerful, could it be the ability user discovered by Wang Yilin and her team? Upon hearing their conjecture, a shadow fell across Qin Hai's countenance. He had also heard of this extraordinary ability user, who could single-handedly confront a trio of ability user team members. As Qin Hai continued to examine several deceased individuals, his expression grew increasingly grave. In any case, let us all exercise caution. Our mission is to locate someone, and it would be best to avoid encountering this individual. Otherwise, he touched the sidearm on his person and cautiously remarked, "Let us hope for a stroke of good fortune this time." As the ace of the Viper Special Forces, he was naturally unafraid of any situation that might arise. Although the leadership reiterated Wang Yilin's words, he would not believe in the existence of such a formidable person until he encountered them personally. Meanwhile, Qin Tian and his companions had finished their meal. Faced with a table laden with delectable dishes, when Wanner, who had not savored such high-quality cuisine in quite some time, inevitably overindulged. After finishing their meal, Qin Tian gathered all the women in the living room. "I shall provide everyone with some post-meal treats," Qin Tian announced. After the women responded to his call, curiosity enveloped them as they wondered what secrets he held. With a mere wave of his hand, 3 storage boxes materialized in the clearing, each containing 3 varieties of extraordinary fruits. Observing the glimmer of excitement in their eyes, Qin Tian calmly proclaimed, "Within these boxes lie the fruits of strength, fruits of divine awareness, and fruits of vitality." Although they were already aware that these were extraordinary fruits, the announcement still left them in awe. "These fruits are now yours. Consume as many as you desire," he declared. This idea had struck him after dismantling the security gang, arming these women with his abundant extraordinary fruits. This way, they would transform into formidable female warriors like Wanner, capable of protecting themselves even in his absence. Should they face extraordinary beings, he was confident that their unity would render them invincible. As the women eagerly began to partake in the fruits, Qin Tian activated their attribute panels beside them. With each fruit consumed, their strength and levels of divine awareness steadily ascended. Apart from Yang Mi and Wanner, whose strength and divine awareness reached 5 stars, the other women attained a 3-star level. As the boxes containing the fruits of strength and divine awareness neared emptiness, the box filled with fruits of vitality remained plentiful. After all, they were cautious not to overindulge in the fruits of vitality, lest they lose control of their own bodies. Chapter 59, The Mightiest Female Legion. Annihilating the Viper Special Forces. Qin Tian extracted approximately half of the supernatural fruits from the space, granting them the opportunity to indulge freely. As he had hoped, they experienced a remarkable leap in both power and consciousness. The women before him achieved enhancements ranging from 3 to 5 stars, with Wanner standing out the most. Ever since she had witnessed the formidable power of the supernatural fruits in real combat, she had developed an almost superstitious belief in them. Her ability level ascended rapidly, and she even consumed the blood fruits that others hesitated to touch, causing her vitality to surge. Gradually, she felt a tumult of energy coursing through her body. At that moment, Li Meiyan noticed something amiss and curiously inquired, "Wanner, what is happening to you?" After expelling a blood fruit. When Wanner looked up with a dazed expression and exclaimed, "Sister Meiyan, why do I feel so hot?" Although Li Meiyan had not consumed many blood fruits, she too felt a surge of vitality within her. Upon seeing Wanner's state, she quickly understood the situation. Qin Tian had been observing Wanner for some time. Within her resided a wild spirit, frantically devouring various supernatural fruits. He rose from the sofa and approached her, gently embracing the swaying figure. "Wanner, what troubles you?" He feigned concern, whispering in her ear. Hearing his words, Yang Mi stifled a laugh and remarked, "Brother Tian, she seems tired. Perhaps I should take her back to her room to rest." Qin Tian recognized her intention to test him and replied, "I fear you may not be able to resolve her predicament." Yang Mi was taken aback by Qin Tian's candid words. Her cheeks flushed as she hastily averted her gaze. "Allow me to escort her back to her room," he proposed. With great care, Qin Tian assisted Wanner back to her quarters. Time slipped by, and the women outside gradually dispersed. At last, Qin Tian had successfully alleviated Wanner's circulatory issues. In that moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. A sound he had not heard in quite some time. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, time-space portal, 500 thought fruits." The unexpected reward left Qin Tian momentarily astonished. The emergence of such an extraordinary reward as a time-space portal was exhilarating. And the 500 thought fruits were promptly stored in his personal space. These fruits of extraordinary abilities were unlike any he had encountered before. They were hexagonal in shape and possessed a translucent hue. Eagerly, he grasped a handful to savor their flavor, which was sweet and delectable. Having just concluded his previous endeavors, he felt an intense thirst, and these fruits served as a perfect refreshment. To his surprise, he discovered that even when consumed in excess, they did not induce a feeling of fullness or a need to relieve himself due to their high water content. Before long, he sensed a notable increase in his mental prowess, and shortly thereafter, he experienced a distinct elevation in his abilities. Curious, he accessed his attribute panel to examine the level of his mental power. Indeed, it had ascended to 7 stars. With this advancement, he would theoretically possess the capability to easily influence the will of others. Once he grasped the extent of his mental power, he summoned the newly acquired time-space portal, a doorway visible solely to him. Above, there was a panel marked with a map of the capital city, indicating various locations that could be visited. Furthermore, the time-space portal allowed for 3 transports each day. Qin Tian couldn't help but exclaim at the marvel of it all, no matter the distance. He could now accurately reach any destination using the portal. Thus, he planned to use the teleportation fruit for short distances and the time-space portal for longer journeys. Since returning home, the golden retriever, Jin Bao, had taken to the stairwell. Qin Tian had crafted a cozy doghouse for him there. Jin Bao's responsibilities included guarding the house and overseeing the captive Wang Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoyu was reduced to subsisting on dirty water and the decaying food discarded from the garbage bin, a fitting punishment for crossing Qin Tian. As Jin Bao lay in his doghouse, suddenly his ears perked up, detecting faint footsteps ascending the stairs. Instantly alert, he emerged from his nest and concealed himself behind the exit door. Moments later, several uniformed individuals cautiously ascended, weapons in hand. At that moment, Wang Xiaoyu crawled out and grasped one man's pant leg. Upon seeing him, the man lost his composure. "Cousin, is that really you?" he exclaimed excitedly, crouching down to whisper in his ear. This man was none other than Wang Xiaoyu's cousin, Wang Sheng, now a member of the Viper Special Forces. Captain Qin Hai had specifically brought him along, considering his connection to Wang Xiaoyu. After hearing Wang Sheng's report over the intercom, Qin Hai promptly dispatched 2 more team members to assist them. 2 others established a vigilant watch at the foot of the stairs. The golden retriever, concealed behind the safety door, observed the armed individuals and refrained from rushing down, having previously suffered the sting of bullets. Cleverly, he made his way to Qin Tian's doorstep, scratching at the door. Before long, someone opened it, and he dashed into Qin Tian's room in search of him. Upon seeing the retriever's agitated demeanor, Qin Tian immediately employed his beast control technique to communicate with the dog. Meanwhile, Yang Mi and her companions had already utilized their spiritual senses to survey the unfolding situation outside. Upon witnessing the five-person team, Wang Xiaoyu felt a surge of anxiety. After exchanging glances, the five of them entered the storage room, each retrieving their preferred weapons to conceal on their persons. At that moment, Qin Tian emerged from his room, fully dressed. He believed that, given his current strength, dealing with these individuals would be more than manageable. However, the women outside were eager for action, all imploring him to let them engage. Outside, Qin Hai cautiously led his team downwards. Wang Sheng, carrying Wang Xiaoyu, followed closely behind them. "Captain, why can't we eliminate that Qin Tian?" Chen Jing asked, somewhat disheartened. "Our mission this time is to rescue young Master Wang. We must ensure his safe return." Qin Hai replied calmly. "Yet, that man has caused young Master Wang such distress. If we do not seek retribution, who will?" Shenlong retorted coldly. Although they felt deeply dissatisfied, the group remained disciplined. They soon descended to the ground floor, where their armored vehicle awaited them in front of building number 1. Several individuals stepped out of the doorway, and Qin Hai quietly cautioned everyone to remain vigilant of their surroundings, urging them to stay close to the group. As they ventured into the mist, they noticed several shadowy figures also entering the fog. "What are those things?" Team member Chen Jing exclaimed, raising his weapon in alert. Suddenly, the shadows darted swiftly around them. Bang! Bang! The tranquility of the neighborhood was abruptly shattered by gunfire. "Who fired?" Qin Hai questioned in a hushed tone. Just then, a sharp sound, reminiscent of a frying pan, echoed from behind, and one person collapsed to the ground. The others, witnessing the fall, were nearly driven to madness. Two individuals brandished their guns, ready to unleash a barrage. However, their firearms were wrenched from their grasp by an overwhelming force. The two unarmed individuals were swiftly struck down with a baseball bat and a rolling pin. Now, only Qin Hai and Wang Sheng, who was carrying Wang Xiaoyu, remained. Qin Hai urgently pulled him behind him, exclaiming, "Quick, take cover." He then activated his special ability, a wood-based defense. Almost instantly, various vines and plants began to rise around them and from beneath, encircling the two in layers. Upon witnessing this, Qin Tian, who had been teleporting moments before, came to a halt, and his female legion also ceased their elusive movements, returning to his side. The sphere formed of intertwined vines and branches was remarkably resilient. Even their knives and guns could not penetrate it, rendering it impenetrable. Even if they managed to teleport inside, the confined space would make it difficult to maneuver, and they would be easily caught in gunfire. "Brother Tian possesses magical abilities. What shall we do?" Yang Mi anxiously inquired of Qin Tian. However, Qin Tian remained unperturbed. Exuding a calm demeanor devoid of urgency, he fixated intently on the spherical object in front of him, silent and contemplative. Suddenly, a series of gunshots erupted from within, accompanied by anguished cries as the tendrils of vegetation retreated into the mist and earth. At that moment, 3 lifeless bodies lay cold upon the ground. It became apparent that Qin Tian had been concentrating on the vine-covered sphere, employing his mental prowess to infiltrate the minds of those inside. The young Wang Sheng, whose willpower was relatively feeble, fell easily under Qin Tian's control, resulting in him shooting 2 of his comrades before being compelled to take his own life. Thus, a 5-man special forces unit was annihilated. The women, upon witnessing this outcome, were left in shock, their admiration for Qin Tian's abilities as a mentalist profound. Chapter 60. Exploring the enigma of Yang Xiu and Tong Lia. The slaying of the mutant bullfrog. A fierce battle concluded with Qin Tian and his 5 companions emerging victorious. As they gazed upon the corpses strewn across the ground, a sense of numbness enveloped them. Soon, these bodies would serve as a feast for the mutated creatures lurking nearby. From the depths of the thick fog, the calls of mutated animals resonated, particularly the amplified croaks of the mutant bullfrog. Jean Bao, upon hearing this sound, grew increasingly exhilarated. It dashed back and forth across the blood-stained snow, eagerly barking towards the source of the bullfrog's croaking. Ribbit! Ribbit! The sounds of the bullfrog drew nearer. Qin Tian swiftly utilized his mental acuity to discern the presence of the bullfrog, which had reappeared by the open pond. "I'll make you croak." A sly smile crept upon Qin Tian's lips. The formidable bullfrog had reappeared, and he was resolute in his intent to deal with it. Otherwise, it posed a threat not only to their safety but also to their peace at night, as its croaking would surely become exasperating. "You have all performed admirably today. You may return for now. I have a few matters to attend to," Qin Tian said, waving his hand in farewell to the women. Upon receiving his praise, the women felt a surge of joy within their hearts. No, Brother Tian, we wish to accompany you. Yang Mi immediately interjected, her voice sweet and coaxing. Tang Yan, with an adorably dazed expression, clung to his other arm and chimed in. Yes, let us join you. It's merely a large bullfrog. Li Meiyun, unwilling to be left out, added, let us all go together, sisters united in helping Brother Tian vanquish that bullfrog, and we shall feast on it for supper tonight. Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback by her suggestion. That is quite a good idea. He responded. Does that mean you agree for us to come along? Reba asked eagerly. However, as she took a few excited steps forward, she felt her foot press down on something soft and squishy. You. A nauseating squeak echoed in the air. When she looked down, she was horrified to discover a rat, roughly the size of a typical cat, gnawing on the corpse of a Special Forces soldier. At that moment, she had inadvertently stepped on the rat's tail, and it glared at her with its eerie green eyes. Ah, a rat! She shrieked in terror, swiftly kicking the large rodent away. She leaped and rushed back to Qin Tian's side. It was then that they noticed the corpses nearby were infested with more than one mutated rat. A wave of terror surged among the women, who screamed in fright, their voices drowning out even the croaking of the giant bullfrog. This was merely an appetizer. Ahead lay the possibility of encountering mutated creatures such as earthworms, slugs, and snakes. A wicked smile crept across Qin Tian's face as he spoke. Upon hearing his words, the women felt a shiver run down their spines and reconsidered their resolve. Once the women retreated, Qin Tian, accompanied by Jin Bao, approached the open pond. There, they beheld the mutated giant bullfrog, half submerged in the water, its mouth puffing up with bubbles as it croaked incessantly. Jin Bao charged forward, barking fiercely at it. The mutated bullfrog, upon hearing the golden retriever's barks, turned around, regarding it with disdain. Suddenly, it opened its mouth wide, launching a long tongue that shot forth like a dart aimed at Jin Bao. It was a classic case of enemies meeting with palpable animosity. Jin Bao swiftly rolled aside, evading the tongue's assault, and then struck at the appendage with its paw. Seizing the opportunity as Jin Bao entangled itself with the bullfrog, Qin Tian unleashed his mental prowess. He quickly spotted a heap of rusty iron pipes stacked against a nearby wall. In an instant, the pipes soared into the air, hurtling towards the giant bullfrog. The sound of the pipes slicing through the air echoed as they rained down upon the creature. Engaged with Jin Bao, the bullfrog had no time to react. The sheer weight of the pipes, totaling 1,000 pounds, inflicted significant damage even upon its rock-hard skin, leaving it with painful gashes. It croaked in agony. However, this maneuver could only inflict limited damage upon it. Once the iron pipe was exhausted, the colossal bullfrog leaped from the water's surface, charging directly at Qin Tian. It appeared that this bullfrog possessed a semblance of intelligence, as it seemed to recognize Qin Tian as the mastermind behind the scenes. Previously, when Qin Tian attempted to penetrate its cerebral consciousness with his beast-controlling technique, he had failed. Yet, he was determined to try once more. But the creature suddenly spewed forth a stream of black venom from its maw. Fortunately, Qin Tian reacted swiftly, evading the assault with a deft sidestep. Observing his sudden shift to the left, the bullfrog attempted to crush him with its massive form, leaping in that direction. However, Qin Tian had acquired another iron pipe. This time, he wielded his 7-star strength to thrust it upward with great force. The bullfrog's abdomen, softer than its back, succumbed to the blow, and the pipe penetrated deeply into its belly. Although the bullfrog unleashed another torrent of venom, Qin Tian remained unperturbed. Before him, a portal of time and space materialized, effortlessly transporting the entirety of the venom to an arbitrary location. The bullfrog, having been struck by Qin Tian's iron rod, found its intestines spilling forth. Realizing that its attacks were futile against Qin Tian, it experienced, for the first time, a sense of trepidation towards this human. Just as the bullfrog contemplated retreat, it leaped into the mist with the iron rod embedded within its body. This creature could leap nearly 3 meters high. In a swift motion, Qin Tian summoned yet another streetlight, which plunged into the bullfrog's abdomen. At last, the bullfrog collapsed to the ground, rolling over in defeat. Upon witnessing the grave injury of the colossal bullfrog, Jin Bao immediately sprang into action, lunging forward to sink his teeth into its neck. Before long, the great bullfrog succumbed to its fate, and Qin Tian considered this a significant eradication of a menace within the community. Observing the freshly deceased creature, He recalled Li Meiyun's earlier remark about preparing a bullfrog dish for a midnight snack, which piqued his interest. Consequently, Qin Tian retrieved a small electric saw from his personal space and endeavored to sever the bullfrog's 4 legs to take home. However, upon making the cut, he was met with a torrent of brownish blood and an overpowering stench, prompting him to abandon the task. Nonetheless, to satiate his newly awakened appetite, he rummaged through his space and procured a substantial bag of pre-prepared bullfrog legs. During his search, he also discovered a generous package of frozen lobster tails. That evening, a gathering ensued, where companions indulged in red wine paired with bullfrog stew and succulent lobster. Fully satiated, Qin Tian felt invigorated, devoid of any drowsiness. He then produced his temporal portal for further experimentation. With curiosity piqued, he began to examine the currently unlocked maps displayed before him. Suddenly, a particular location captured his attention, the CCTV building, where he had resided prior to the apocalypse. The rendered image of the iconic sheep market structure stirred his inquisitiveness, compelling him to investigate the circumstances within that edifice. Subsequently, he initiated his first teleportation to the sheep market building. Qin Tian felt a blinding white light envelop him, and in an instant he was drawn into the portal. Before long, he appeared within the grand edifice of the CCTV building. At that moment, the interior was enveloped in a profound tranquility, although the corridors still glimmered with light. Suddenly, a door to a nearby room swung open, revealing a stunningly beautiful woman with delicate features and fair skin. Qin Tian focused intently and recognized her as Tong Lia, the charming host from their rehearsal that day. Chapter 61, The Ailing Tang Si. As a prestigious television network, Yangshi represented a significant facade for the Guo family. It could be said that this locale was the pinnacle of artistic achievement in all of Xia country. Each day, a myriad of individuals engaged in multimedia and artistic endeavors bustled within its walls. Just an hour before the impending apocalypse, the final rehearsal for the Golden Shadow Awards was taking place here. As the female host of the awards ceremony, Tong Lia had settled into the building a month in advance, assigned to the 55th floor, designated as a temporary living quarters. However, shortly after concluding that evening's rehearsal, a thick fog descended upon them. Upon waking the next morning, the words she heard most frequently from everyone were apocalypse, fog, and monsters. Amidst the mist, the air was filled with the cries of various animals and the screams of people. She even witnessed mutated birds soaring past the floor-to-ceiling windows. Tong Lia felt utterly bewildered, as if she were watching a film unfold before her eyes. Fortunately, within Yangshi, there were amenities such as a cafeteria, restaurants, snack bars, and supermarkets. Additionally, the number of individuals residing there that night was relatively small. Thus, under an orderly organization, they managed to maintain a semblance of basic living conditions in the initial days. However, everything was subject to rationing, meals, water, even bathing and sleeping were all regulated by quotas. Tong Lia gradually comprehended the underlying rules of this place, which involved categorizing individuals into various ranks. At the pinnacle were the leaders, who enjoyed the finest provisions. The next tier, while slightly less privileged, still dined on A-class meals. Following them were those with connections, able to partake in B-class fare. Then came the diligent workers from the station, who were relegated to C-class sustenance. At the very bottom, the junior dancers could merely subsist on a bun to quell their hunger. Tong Lia had long caught the attention of a director at the station, who persistently hinted at his interest, yet she consistently maintained her distance. Although she had been invited by the station, she could only be allotted a meager bun. She endured this inequitable treatment until one day, her young apprentice, Tang Siyu, fell ill. In this dystopian world, illness posed a significant threat, especially in the absence of hospitals and pharmacies. Eventually, she learned that the station could liaise with a base to send the sick for treatment. But the allocation of such assistance was strictly regulated. This authority rested in the hands of Huang Wei, the director of the logistics department. In desperation for her apprentice's sake, she sought Huang Wei's help. However, he merely brushed her off, insinuating that he could assist her further if she would accompany him. Disgusted, she stormed out. At that moment, Qin Tian fortuitously arrived through a time-space portal and encountered her. She was adorned in a chic ensemble, her short hair lending her an air of competence. As she passed by, a fragrant breeze enveloped the air. In their fleeting encounter, Qin Tian noticed the redness in her eyes, and her naturally exquisite face bore signs of fatigue. Qin Tian promptly utilized his spiritual awareness to investigate the room from which she had just emerged. Inside, he observed a short-statured, rotund Mediterranean gentleman seated comfortably. Qin Tian could not help but furrow his brow. Such a figure typically embodies the archetype of a villain in cinematic narratives. This individual was none other than their supervisor, Huang Wei. However, these were all the details Qin Tian could discern. Before his transmigration, he had harbored a fondness for Tong Lia, as she consistently aligned with his aesthetic preferences. Consequently, he resolved to discreetly follow her. Before long, he trailed Tong Lia to the rehearsal break area on the 30th floor. He had previously visited this locale and was aware that it served as a space for numerous dancers to rehearse and reside. Often, they would lay down makeshift bedding to practice, occasionally rehearsing through the night, and when fatigue set in, they would steal a brief respite on the side. Despite the harsh conditions, these grassroots dancers typically refrained from voicing their grievances, viewing this place as the pinnacle of honor, with each performance being a badge of pride. As Qin Tian entered the rehearsal space alongside her, he noted that the atmosphere appeared somewhat chaotic, with many young women displaying pallid complexions. Some were lying on makeshift bedding, coughing persistently. Tong Lia approached a particularly delicate-looking girl. "See, how are you feeling now?" she inquired, taking the girl's hand in a gesture of concern. The girl, her complexion wan, replied, "Senior sister, I feel utterly drained and only wish to sleep. Please, do not concern yourself with me. I fear I may not survive. But I cannot let this affliction spread to you." Gently, she pushed Tong Lia's hand away, only to be seized by another fit of violent coughing. "Foolish girl. It's merely a cold. You will recover." Tong Lia, with her eyes tinged red, comforted her. She grasped her hand and reassured her, saying, "I just spoke with Director Huang, and he mentioned he would consider sending you to the base for treatment." Qin Tian finally comprehended from their conversation that Tong Lia had sought Director Huang's assistance in securing a medical slot for her junior. Just as he pondered whether to assist them, a familiar electronic voice echoed in his ears. "Ding. Host has triggered system task. Name, Tong Lia, age, 25, beauty, 97, purity, 100, overall score, 98. Meets system requirements. Name, Tang Xiyu, age, 18, beauty, 95, purity, 100, overall score, 97, beauty, 97, purity, 100, overall score, 98, ding. Requirements met. Complete the system task to receive rewards." He approached the bed, crouching down to check the girl's forehead with his hand, confirming she indeed had a high fever. Tong Lia immediately became alert at his action, exclaiming furiously, "You must be in cahoots with that rogue Su Tian. I'm not afraid of you." Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback, unsure of her meaning. He calmly replied, "I do not know any Su Tian. I am here to help you." Chapter 62. Qin Tian's Terms of Exchange. Angering the leader of the song and dance troupe. The rehearsal room was dimly lit, illuminated only by 2 small lamps. Despite the availability of dedicated power lines and backup generators in this apocalyptic world, electricity usage remains restricted during the night, further deteriorating the already subpar living conditions. Qin Tian crouched down to touch Tang Xiyu's forehead, discovering it was indeed quite warm. He then instructed her, "Please extend your tongue for me to examine." Observing with concern, Tong Lia, who was also anxious about Qin Tian's actions, exclaimed with wide, almond-shaped eyes, "What exactly do you intend to do? Is it appropriate for a girl to simply stick out her tongue for your inspection?" Qin Tian, taken aback by her words, remained silent, choosing not to respond. Over the past few days, he had conversed with Wenwaner about various medical knowledge, and she had imparted a few techniques to him. He understood that examining a patient's tongue could reveal the severity of their illness. After observing Tang Xiyu's tongue, he calmly inquired, "You must have a physique that is prone to catching colds, am I correct?" Upon hearing Qin Tian's question, Tang Xiyu felt an inexplicable sense of trust towards him and nodded. "Yes, I have had a weak constitution since childhood." Tong Lia glanced at Tang Xiyu, appreciating her straightforwardness, and retorted to Qin Tian, "Your inquiry was pointless. I can already tell she has a cold. What I mean is that a simple fever-reducing remedy will suffice. Could you fetch a cup of warm water first?" Qin Tian maintained his composure and replied, "Of course." Only after realizing his genuine medical knowledge did Tong Lia finally go to fetch water for her junior sister. Qin Tian gazed at the somewhat dazed Tang Xiyu, who was nearly overwhelmed by the heat. He noticed her delicate features, with skin that radiated a rosy glow. At this moment, Tang Xiyu was merely 18 years old, not yet evolved into the esteemed chief deity of celestial dance. She appeared somewhat naive, and it was clear that not even the pillars of their group, let alone the second or third seats, could be hers at this time. When Tong Lia hastily brought her a cup of boiled water, Qin Tian instructed her to let Tang Xiu take a sip to check the temperature. He then retrieved a box of Sanji to cold medicine granules and a box of ibuprofen from his personal space. Tong Lia was astonished upon seeing the medicines in Qin Tian's hands. She momentarily thought she was imagining things. "My goodness, how do you possess these medications? Where did you acquire them?" she exclaimed in disbelief. "Of course, I sourced these supplies myself. If you doubt my words, I shall take them away." Qin Tian smiled slightly, pretending to withdraw the medicines. "Wait, I believe you. Can't you just help me out?" Tong Lia quickly caught his arm, her urgency palpable. She then eagerly added, "So, this is ibuprofen and cold granules?" "Yes, we should reduce her fever first, and then combine it with the cold medicine." Qin Tian replied with a gentle smile, "Indeed. Yes. Yes, I trust you. Please administer the medication to my junior sister," Tong Lia said joyfully. However, Qin Tian did not act immediately. Instead, he smiled faintly and stated, "The use of these medications is contingent upon a trade." Upon hearing this, Tong Lia's heart sank a little. "So, you are one of those people too." She furrowed her brow, her cheeks flushing. A flurry of thoughts raced through her mind at that moment. It is undeniable that the repugnant visage of Director Huang pales in comparison to the tall and handsome Qin Tian before her. The disparity is akin to that of heaven and earth. Over the past few days, she has pondered deeply, and under the relentless pressure from Director Huang, her inner fortitude has been on the brink of collapse. Given that the present Qin Tian possesses the means to procure medicine, he is undoubtedly a capable individual, and his striking appearance only adds to his allure. "As long as you can save my junior sister, I am willing to comply with your requests," she declared with resolute determination. "Very well, and what about you?" Qin Tian then turned his gaze towards Tang Xiu, who lay quietly on the bed, and inquired nonchalantly. Tang Xiu had overheard their conversation and, upon witnessing Qin Tian's calm demeanor, couldn't help but lower her eyes. "I am just like my senior sister," she shyly affirmed with a nod. "Excellent. From this moment forth, you shall be under my protection," Qin Tian responded, nodding in agreement. With that, he first produced some ibuprofen for Tong Lia to administer. He then tore open the packaging and poured the powder into a cup. Soon, a potent medicinal aroma wafted through the air, igniting a flicker of hope in Tong Lia. In this apocalyptic world, such medicine is an invaluable treasure. She carefully took the cup and fed the concoction to Tang Xiu. Only after witnessing her drink the entire contents did her heart finally find solace. Once Tang Xiu had consumed all the medicine, she quickly fell into a deep slumber. At that moment, a woman in her 40s entered the room, and the atmosphere grew tense. A girl with 2 pigtails immediately scampered over. "Captain, what brings you here?" She spoke with utmost respect, her face adorned with an ingratiating expression. However, the newcomer paid her no heed and walked directly up to Tong Lia. With her short hair and a simple, clean appearance, she exuded an air of shrewd competence. "Hello, Commander Zhou." Tong Lia greeted her former commander warmly. "Ah, Lia, it has been ages," she replied with a beaming smile. "How is Siyi's health?" "Oh, she is well. She just took her medicine and fell asleep," Tong Lia blurted out, immediately regretting her words. "Is that so?" Commander Zhou inquired, her expression shifting to one of curiosity, soon followed by a knowing look. With a smile befitting a mentor, she continued, "Look how well Director Huang treats you. He even procured that difficult-to-obtain medicine for you. A woman's most crucial asset is having a support system. In these times, it is wise to set aside your pride. What value does it hold? Surviving is paramount. Although Director Huang is somewhat older, he is a leader with capability and affection for you. If you were to be with him, your quality of life would improve dramatically." Commander Zhou spoke earnestly while grasping Tong Lia's hand, attempting to persuade her with heartfelt counsel. Tong Lia felt a mix of embarrassment and discomfort upon hearing her words. She had not anticipated her former leader advocating for that loathsome Director Huang. A wave of nausea washed over her as she struggled to find the right words. Commander Zhou, noticing her silence, added, "Lia, I am truly looking out for your best interests." Just then, a cold chuckle resonated from behind her. "Old fool. I see you and that Mediterranean old man are quite suited for each other. If you wish to sell your wares, do it yourself and do not involve others." Tong Lia turned around to see Qin Tian standing up to speak for her, and she felt a surge of emotion. Commander Zhou, unable to withstand the insults, turned pale with rage. "Who are you? How did you manage to infiltrate our regiment?" she shouted in a fit of fury. "Security! Where are the guards? Quickly, throw him out." Slap! A crisp sound echoed, drawing everyone's attention. Slap. Another followed. There, I summoned security for you. Qin Tian struck her twice, leaving her dazed and on the verge of collapsing. You, how dare you hit me? She stammered, covering her face in disbelief. What is wrong with hitting you? I might as well kick you. With that, he delivered a swift kick to her abdomen. Bang! In the next moment, she soared into the air like a kite with a severed string, crashing down violently to the ground. Tong Lia was once again stunned by the scene, and internally she exclaimed how exhilarating it was. Chapter 63, Playing with Fire and Getting Burned. Witnessing Qin Tian stand up for her deeply moved Tong Lia. However, she was at a loss for how to resolve the situation. At that moment, Commander Zhou lay on the ground, wailing loudly, "Help! Someone's been murdered." Her front teeth had been knocked out, and her face was a gruesome sight. Yet, Qin Tian remained remarkably composed, as if nothing had transpired. Just then, a sarcastic male voice echoed from outside the door. "How dare you strike someone on my territory?" A young man, refined in appearance and adorned with golden spectacles, strode into the room. Following closely behind him were two burly men, their faces obscured by dark sunglasses, exuding an air of intimidation. Upon seeing his entrance, Tong Lia promptly approached him and introduced, "This is the Su Tian I mentioned to you." Unfazed by the ostentatious demeanor and swagger of Su Tian, Qin Tian did not spare him a glance. Su Tian boldly advanced to the bedside of Tang Xiu and, upon noticing the packaging of cold medicine on the floor, exclaimed, "Hey, are you peddling drugs here and encroaching on my business?" It turned out that he leveraged his father's position as a deputy director to occasionally sell medicine within the station, demanding no monetary compensation, but rather the company of women. Many ailing women had submitted to him in exchange for medication. His intention for this visit was to assert his dominance over Tang Xiu and Tong Lia. However, he was taken aback to witness Qin Tian mercilessly beating Colonel Zhou. As Qin Tian disregarded him completely, Su Tian's temper flared. "How dare you act recklessly in my domain? You seek death." With a furious shout, his two bodyguards lunged forward. In an instant, they brandished their batons, preparing to encircle Qin Tian for a brutal assault. Yet, as they swung their weapons, they found Qin Tian had vanished from their sight, only to reappear behind them. With swift precision, Qin Tian delivered a kick to each of their posteriors. The two men, much like Colonel Zhou before them, were sent hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground precisely where Zhou had fallen moments earlier. They lay on the ground, blood streaming from their mouths. Everyone present was taken aback, especially Tong Lia and the now-awakened Tang Xiu, who applauded in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Qin Tian would not only viciously assault Captain Zhou, but also incapacitate Su Tian's two lackeys. Su Tian's expression faltered as he angrily kicked the two fallen subordinates and spat, "You worthless scoundrels, get up." However, after Qin Tian's earlier powerful strike, it was evident that they would not rise again. "Damn it, you bastard." Su Tian glared viciously at the still composed Qin Tian. Yet, he soon adopted a nonchalant demeanor, clapping his hands and saying to Qin Tian, "Not bad. I must admit your skills are commendable. If you can withstand my two strikes, I shall permit you to sell your goods here, and from henceforth, I shall turn a blind eye." Such words sounded reminiscent of lines from a martial arts film. "Is that so?" Qin Tian replied with a disdainful smile. He was unaware of Su Tian's ulterior motives. However, he was indifferent to any tricks he might employ. For as long as one possesses strength, others remain mere jesters. At that moment, Tong Lia, observing Su Tian's treacherous demeanor, felt a gnawing anxiety for Qin Tian's well-being. She approached him, grasped his arm, and whispered, "Brother Tian, be cautious of Su Tian. Do not trust his words." Qin Tian could sense her concern through her words and nodded, responding, "It's all right. To me, he is merely a barking dog." Tong Lia discerned genuine disdain in Qin Tian's gaze. This was the man she would share her life with, and she felt an immense admiration within her heart. At that moment, Su Tian approached Qin Tian with a smug expression, exuding the demeanor of a petty triumph. "Watch closely," he declared, striking a pose before executing a move reminiscent of a white crane spreading its wings, followed by a black tiger pouncing at its prey. Observing this fool before him, who resembled a simpleton performing for amusement, Qin Tian was disinclined to waste time and prepared to crush his opponent with sheer force. Suddenly, his senses detected an impending danger. Upon probing further, he discovered that Su Tian was also an ability user. Though the green energy within his dantian was merely the size of a soybean, Su Tian bellowed. Die! Flames erupted from his palms. It became evident that his abilities were akin to those of the previous group member, pyrokinesis. Cunningly, Su Tian feigned ignorance, intending to deceive his adversary before launching a surprise attack. Tian Gu, be careful, Tong Lia shouted anxiously, her heart racing with concern. Yet, Qin Tian merely turned and winked at her. With a swift motion of his hand, he traced an arc in the air. Then, with his other hand, he unleashed a fiery blaze that surged forth like a serpent, illuminating Su Tian's face, which was now awash with terror and disbelief. He had anticipated that this unexpected maneuver would deliver a crushing blow to his opponent. Instead, he was astonished to find that his cunning ploy had been effortlessly countered. Boom! The fiery serpent scorched his face, singeing both his eyebrows and hair. A scent reminiscent of roasted meat wafted through the air. I warned you. Children should not play with fire. Beware of self-immolation, Qin Tian remarked, observing Su Tian writhing on the ground in agony, his heart-wrenching cries echoing around him. Suddenly, Su Tian, clutching his face and wailing, leapt up and unleashed another torrent of flames towards Qin Tian. Just as he believed his devious plan was about to succeed, he erupted into a sinister cackle. However, his hopes were swiftly dashed as a door materialized before Qin Tian, swallowing the flames he had conjured into another realm. Peering curiously into the doorway, Su Tian was met with a blaze surging towards him, plunging him once more into a sea of fire. When it came to playing with flames, Qin Tian was his superior. He could only succumb to his own self-immolation. Chapter 64, Dual Abilities. Su Tian, who possessed the power of pyrokinesis, could never have fathomed that he would perish under the weight of his own extraordinary gift. When he first discovered his abilities, he reveled in them, basking in the glow of his newfound power. As the son of the vice director, who stood one rank below the top, he had always regarded this place as his own domain. However, under the indulgence of his parents and the flattery of the staff, this solitary seedling had gradually become warped. His inherently ruthless and capricious nature had only intensified with age, turning his surroundings into a veritable harem. Now, witnessing his son lying lifeless on the ground, reduced to a charred husk, Vice Director Su Kuan clutched his heart in anguish. Who, pray tell, could be so cruel as to bring such devastation upon my child? Upon receiving the news, Su Kuan swiftly arrived from his office with a contingent of personnel. Qin Tian noticed, to his dismay, that among them was the portly, balding Director Huang, who was currently glaring at Qin Tian and his companions with palpable indignation. You lawless individuals! Who among you is responsible? Speak up at once. Director Huang bellowed, his voice filled with righteous fury. Observing the silence that enveloped the scene, Su Kuan raised his voice further, declaring, If none of you are willing to speak, I shall consider all of you as accomplices to the crime and detain every last one of you. His gaze was imbued with a menacing intensity, a reminder of the considerable power he wielded. Little did he expect that the sorrow of losing a loved one would push him to the brink of madness. Amidst the escalating turmoil, Tong Lia, standing beside Qin Tian, was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by the day's tumultuous events that had left her in a state of constant trepidation. As the situation spiraled further out of control, her concern for Qin Tian intensified, especially since this entire ordeal had been set in motion because of her. Yet, when she glanced at Qin Tian, he remained remarkably composed, even finding the time to sit beside his junior apprentice, Tang Xiu, to assess her condition. At that moment, after consuming the medication Qin Tian had provided, Tang Xiu was drenched in sweat but felt revitalized. Thank you, Brother Tian, you are truly my savior, she exclaimed, her eyes brimming with innocence as she gazed at him. Qin Tian nodded in acknowledgement, offering her a warm smile before rising to confront the irate deputy station master who was currently unleashing his wrath upon everyone present. As Su Kuan beheld the icy gaze of Qin Tian, he felt as though he had plunged into an abyss of unending frost. The formidable aura emanating from Qin Tian was overwhelmingly potent. He was compelled to avert his gaze temporarily, seeking to restore the rhythm of his heartbeat to a semblance of normalcy. It was then that the bald and baleful Director Huang stepped forward, striding defiantly toward Qin Tian, ready to unleash a tirade of insults. Just as he reached out to grasp Qin Tian by the collar, he found himself suspended in midair, held aloft by Qin Tian's telekinetic force. What is happening? Why am I floating? He gasped in terror, flailing his arms helplessly. The onlookers were astounded by this surreal spectacle, their fear causing them to retreat in haste from Qin Tian's overwhelming presence. Suddenly, Director Huang was forcefully slammed to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. After a convulsive spasm, he lay still. Su Kuan, witnessing Qin Tian's formidable prowess, was rendered speechless. Simultaneously, the energy within him stirred restlessly, the vengeance for his slain offspring still consuming his thoughts. Qin Tian observed as the green energy within Su Kuan swelled, radiating an ever-brighter luminescence. In an explosive surge, Su Kuan transformed into a colossal figure, his head nearly touching the ceiling above. Qin Tian was taken aback by this unexpected display of power akin to a magnification technique. "Huh, I shall crush you beneath my foot," Su Kuan bellowed, lifting his enormous right foot to stomp down upon Qin Tian's head. The floor above them caved in with a thunderous crash, a substantial void forming as concrete crumbled beneath the weight. The sudden chaos sent the occupants of the room scrambling for the exit, their panic palpable. Su Kuan's raucous laughter echoed throughout the chamber, reverberating ominously. As he lifted his foot and glanced down, he was dismayed to find that the corpse of Qin Tian, which he had imagined, was nowhere to be seen. Enraged, he let out a furious roar. "You scoundrel, come out at once." At that moment, Qin Tian had already teleported behind him. Upon turning around, he executed a swift spinning kick, striking the posterior of Su Kuan, who had transformed into a giant. He delivered the kick with all his might, causing Su Kuan to stumble precariously, nearly falling to the ground. Despite his newfound towering height, he had become considerably more cumbersome. Qin Tian's agile movements left him feeling quite disoriented. Every time he attempted to seize him, Qin Tian effortlessly evaded capture. As he watched Qin Tian skillfully outmaneuver him, his fury intensified. Meanwhile, Tong Lia and Tang Xiu, peering cautiously from outside, felt a slight relief upon seeing Qin Tian unharmed. Having toyed with Su Kuan enough, Qin Tian contemplated delivering a decisive blow to his face mid-air to bring him down completely. However, just as he was in pursuit, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The colossal figure of Deputy Director Su had vanished. It seemed this individual possessed dual abilities, in addition to his amplification power. He also had the capacity for invisibility. Qin Tian quickly descended to the ground, scanning his surroundings for any trace of Su Kuan, but found none. Fortunately, he had heightened his awareness and was attuned to the fluctuations of spatial powers nearby. Suddenly, a wave of psychic warning rippled through him from behind, prompting him to initiate a parallel teleportation. He felt a rush of wind sweep past him, narrowly escaping a concealed attack. Before he could firmly establish his footing, yet another wave of assault surged forth. Sensing imminent danger, Qin Tian swiftly teleported to the corridor outside. Meanwhile, the very spot where he had just stood was suddenly besieged as a wall crumbled to the ground. As Qin Tian entered the corridor, Su Kuan, disregarding the possibility of passing through the door, dashed in pursuit, unwittingly falling into Qin Tian's trap. In a sudden display of force, Su Kuan launched a fist towards the center of the door. A resounding boom echoed as the door was violently propelled away. The collision of Su Kuan's momentum and Qin Tian's striking power reverberated, producing 3 thunderous thuds, akin to a colossal entity collapsing out of thin air. Su Kuan's restricted movement, due to his own bulk, failed to afford him the speed he needed, thus granting Qin Tian an opportunity. Su Kuan found himself struck down once more by a heavy kick from Qin Tian, believing he could execute a surprise attack from behind, only to be countered decisively. With a raised fist, Qin Tian delivered a powerful blow to his fallen adversary, shattering the floor beneath him. Su Kuan plummeted, impaling himself on a steel rebar jutting from a concrete slab. He lay there, gasping for breath, the remnants of his former self. At that moment, Qin Tian's consciousness detected the rapid ascent of a battalion of uniformed soldiers armed with submachine guns, who were making their way up via the elevator. Chapter 65, Farewell. Wang Yilan. A throng of fully armed soldiers burst forth from the elevator, each wielding submachine guns and shields as they surged into the corridor. "Everyone, stand aside," bellowed the squad leader at the forefront. In an instant, the crowd on either side scurried away in a frenzy. Tong Lia and Tang Xiu gasped in astonishment at the sight. The military had intervened in this incident. What a predicament this was. They were all armed. How would Tian deal with them? She grasped her junior sister Tang Xiu's hand, anxiously watching as the group surged forward down the corridor. "Team 2, Maintain vigilance outside. Team 1, follow me as we charge in to apprehend them. Move swiftly. If anyone inside resists, unleash a barrage of gunfire. The scene resembled a grand international spectacle. However, as they burst inside, a tremendous roar erupted. The first wave of assailants was sent flying like mere scraps of paper, propelled outward by a formidable shockwave, collapsing in disarray upon the ground. Faced with such overwhelming force and presence, even the commanding officer was rendered momentarily speechless. Though he was a seasoned veteran, he had never encountered a powerhouse like Qin Tian before. He swiftly commanded the soldiers outside to fire into the room from the doorway. The team began to shoot in turns, and after 3 rounds of gunfire, the commander finally ordered a ceasefire. Upon entering, they discovered only a charred corpse and a disfigured female body on the floor. Just as they began to search for Qin Tian's body, a chilling voice echoed from above, "Are you looking for me?" The sight of Qin Tian, so elusive, sent them into a frenzy. With another deafening crash, they were all hurled out the door. It seemed as if Qin Tian had unleashed a frenzy. Combining his strength with his mental prowess, he delivered a single punch that sent them all sprawling. In mere minutes, Qin Tian had resolved the situation. When he appeared before them unscathed, Tong Lia and Tang Xiu could hardly contain their excitement, rushing forward to embrace him. "Tiangu, are you all right? It's truly wonderful that you are safe." At that moment, their emotions surged like a roller coaster. "Let us depart." Qin Tian replied with a gentle smile. "Ah, are we heading to your home, Tiangu?" Tong Lia immediately grasped the implication. "Indeed," Qin Tian responded calmly. Just as he was about to produce the time-space portal, a familiar voice suddenly emerged from behind him. "What are you doing here again?" Accompanying the voice was a powerful surge of mental energy. Qin Tian turned to behold a strikingly beautiful face. It was Wang Yilan. She too was taken aback by the unexpected encounter with Qin Tian during this mission. Ever since he had disrupted her mental energy during their last encounter, she had vowed to enhance her own abilities. In pursuit of this goal, she had taken Zhang Lao, the chief instructor of the military, as her mentor. Zhang Lao had been keen to accept Wang Yilan as a disciple, and her visit to seek his guidance delighted him immensely. He dedicated considerable effort to her training, and although only a month had passed, he had imparted to her the essence of his skills. Wang Yilan, being naturally gifted, immersed herself in the study of qi and its integration with her mental energy, leading to remarkable progress. Thus, upon encountering Qin Tian once more, she was determined not to let him escape. "You cannot leave." She noticed that Qin Tian was about to slip away like last time, and hurriedly called out to him. Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback, then retorted, "If you're not leaving, do you intend to invite me to your home for dinner?" Wang Yilan's cheeks flushed crimson, momentarily at a loss for words. Nevertheless, she steadfastly blocked his path, her expression resolute. At that moment, Qin Tian suddenly realized that the green energy entity surrounding her had significantly expanded. It was evident that her strength had considerably increased. Observing her unwavering demeanor, Qin Tian understood that she had been dissatisfied after their last encounter and sought to spar with him. Soon, he sensed a formidable aura beginning to envelop him. Qin Tian noted that this energy was much stronger than during their previous confrontation. At this point, he had no inclination to flee. He immediately unleashed his mental power, probing her absolute domain with intent. Wang Yilan had long been on high alert, countering Qin Tian's intrusion with all her mental fortitude. A tug-of-war ensued between them, with neither able to gain the upper hand. This time, Wang Yilan was determined to reclaim her confidence. She swiftly infused a portion of the qi she had just begun to master into her confrontation with Qin Tian. Gradually, with the enhancement of her qi, she began to gain the advantage. "Humph, let us see if you dare to act so cocky in front of me again. This time, I shall make you truly suffer." At last, Wang Yilan felt a surge of triumph within her. Just as she was on the verge of breaching Qin Tian's defenses, she hastened to amplify the qi further. Yet, the smile at the corner of her lips gradually faded. Qin Tian's mental prowess had quietly ascended to the 6th level, while Wang Yilan's mental strength barely reached the 5th. Though the difference appeared to be a mere level, it held profound significance. Despite Wang Yilan's enhancement through qi, it was still insufficient. As Qin Tian's mental force began to overwhelm her once more, the confidence Wang Yilan had painstakingly built crumbled before him. How could this be possible? She shook her head with a bitter smile, realizing she could only struggle to maintain a facade of strength, devoid of her previous advantages. The efforts she had invested over the past days seemed on the verge of being rendered futile. A tear slipped down her cheek, a testament to her unwillingness to concede. Qin Tian smiled subtly, continuing his relentless pressure, swiftly breaching her defenses once again. As he drew closer to her, a delightful, sweet fragrance enveloped him, one unique to Wang Yilan. Gazing into her sparkling eyes and cherubic visage, Qin Tian felt his heart flutter. His fingers grazed her chest, an act that signified he could extinguish her life with ease. He pondered, if he were to strike a fatal blow, it would render the encounter rather unexciting. Defeating me is no simple feat. We shall meet again. With this parting remark, he finally activated the time-space portal. Accompanied by the stunned Tong Lia and Tang Si, he stepped through the portal. Wang Yilan watched their vanishing figures. Overwhelmed by a wave of helplessness, unable to hold herself any longer, her legs buckled, nearly causing her to kneel. Chapter 66. Cultivating the Qi body source flow. As Tong Lia and Tang Si followed Qin Tian into the time-space portal, they were momentarily dazzled by the brilliant light before them. Within mere seconds of entering, they sensed that the surroundings were in a constant state of transformation. In just a few minutes, they found themselves in an expansive chamber. When Qin Tian switched on the lights, they could finally discern the details of their environment. The decor was not only opulent, but a warm stove also crackled invitingly against the wall. Instantly, they felt enveloped in a comforting warmth. Wow, Brother Tian, is this your home? Tang Siyu exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Tian nodded, responding, yes, please find a place to sit. It's quite warm. Before long, Tong Lia felt the heat radiating from the stove and decided to remove her outer coat, revealing a snug white sweater beneath. The garment clung perfectly to her figure, accentuating her silhouette exquisitely, which caught the attention of Qin Tian, who had just emerged from the restroom. Her dancer's physique was indeed impressive. Transitioning from the chaotic and untidy rehearsal room to this immaculate abode with heating felt akin to stepping into paradise for Tang Siyu. Wow, I absolutely adore this place, she exclaimed, unable to resist stretching out on the sofa. Qin Tian nodded in agreement, suggesting, it's quite late. You both should rest on the sofas in the living room for tonight. We can have someone help you tidy up the rooms tomorrow. All right, thank you, Brother Tian. They chorused in unison. After enduring a series of battles that day, Qin Tian was also fatigued. After a refreshing shower, he casually entered a room to sleep. Once nestled under the covers, he discerned the sweet fragrance of osmanthus, leading him to realize that he had entered Tang Yan's room. Brother Tian, where have you been so late? Tang Yan inquired, grasping his arm after sensing his presence. Qin Tian did not respond verbally, choosing instead to answer through his actions. In the living room, Tong Lia and Tang Siyu, having endured a restless night at the radio station, finally found solace and comfort in sleep, nestling into the sofa. Soon, both succumbed to slumber. About an hour later, Qin Tian seated himself at the head of the bed. At that moment, he retrieved a book from his spatial storage, turning on the bedside lamp to scrutinize its contents. The cover bore the title Qi Body Source Flow. This was the very tome he had casually acquired from Wang Yilan earlier. Is it true that such a technique exists in this world? Qin Tian initially presumed it was merely a pastime for Wang Yilan. However, after delving into the text for a while, he discovered it to be an exceptionally enlightening work, presenting profound concepts with remarkable clarity. The explanations regarding Qi were particularly enlightening, akin to a sudden awakening. Consequently, Qin Tian began to cultivate according to the meridian diagrams and annotations within the book. Gradually, he sensed numerous streams of genuine energy surging from his dantian, rushing towards various acupoints across his body. It appeared that during his initial practice, the energy remained scattered and had yet to coalesce into a singular force of qi. The qi body source flow was indeed a peculiar skill, heavily reliant on individual talent. Yet, no challenge could deter him. Rather, it ignited his curiosity further. Thus, he descended from the bed, retrieved Tang Yan's yoga mat, and seated himself cross-legged upon it. He opened the book, embarking on a quest to discover any shortcuts that might exist. To his surprise, he stumbled upon a breathing technique recorded in the latter part of the text. This particular method, however, was meant for those who had reached a more advanced level. Yet, an individual like Qin Tian, known for his tenacity, preferred to forge his own path. After a brief perusal of the technique's essentials, he commenced his practice. With his eyes closed, he began to breathe in accordance with the prescribed mantra. Despite nearly half an hour of earnest effort, he still could not grasp the intricacies of the method. He was unable to perceive the energetic fluctuations described within the text, let alone harness the ambient spiritual energy to stimulate the qi within his body. Time seemed to stretch on, and eventually, the sky began to brighten with the first light of dawn. An idea struck Qin Tian as he reflected on his mental prowess. What if he combined his mental energy with the breathing technique? Immediately, he activated his mental energy field, continuing to practice the breathing method. After a period of exploration, he indeed discovered a connection between the two. As the first rays of morning sunlight bathed him, Qin Tian finally managed to cultivate a faint essence of qi within his dantian with each breath. Simultaneously, he sensed an unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy in the surrounding atmosphere. More astonishing than the discovery of the qi source was his newfound ability to perceive these energetic waves. After a night of diligent endeavor, Qin Tian finally comprehended how to utilize his abilities for cultivation. However, he understood that mastery required patience, and he was in no rush. After all, in a world on the brink of apocalypse, time was abundant. Thus, he returned to his room and indulged in a brief rest before rising once more. In the morning, Yang Mi awakened to find Tong Lia and Tang Xiyu in the living room. Initially, she did not recognize them and assumed they were intruders, prompting her to scream. "Who are you?" Fortunately, Qin Tian was roused by her shrieks and emerged to identify the two. Upon realizing it was Tong Lia, Yang Mi felt a wave of embarrassment for her earlier outburst. "I'm sorry. You must be Tong Lia, right? I'm Yang Mi," she greeted with a smile. Although they had never collaborated, being in the same entertainment industry meant they were familiar with each other. As for Tang Xiyu, Yang Mi was genuinely unaware of her identity. However, upon witnessing her breathtaking beauty, a pang of jealousy stirred within her. "It's all right. We'll get to know each other from now on," Qin Tian remarked nonchalantly. Yang Mi felt she had no right to question Qin Tian's decision. At that moment, she noted that he appeared even more spirited and handsome than before. Chapter 67. The Vice Principal's Side-Eye. Due to his cultivation of qi the previous night, Qin Tian exuded an exuberant vitality. Tang Yan, observing him from behind, couldn't he help but murmur softly while leaning against the wall, "What a workhorse." Yang Mi turned, and, noticing her best friend's state, chuckled softly, "Huh? Aren't you benefiting from it?" "Mimi, you're mocking me again." Tang Yan's words seemed to chide Yang Mi, yet her face bore a smile. Meanwhile, Tong Lia watched the camaraderie between the two with a hint of envy. She was well aware that her own life at the radio station was fraught with intrigue and rivalry, unlike the harmonious bond shared by these sisters. Thus, she felt a sense of gratitude within herself for being able to be here. The breakfast spread was sumptuous, featuring poached eggs, spaghetti, mixed noodles, and steak. When Tang Xiyu beheld the array of delectable dishes laid out before her, she was utterly astonished. Each day at the radio station, her meals consisted of the monotonous white steamed buns, often cold and hard. She had no choice but to consume such unappetizing food, lest she face hunger and exacerbate her illness. Compared to the culinary delights of the Qin family, that fare was akin to swill, utterly incomparable. Particularly, the exquisite steak emanated a mouth-watering aroma that made her involuntarily swallow. Li Meiyun, observing the youthful spirit reminiscent of her own younger days in this girl, felt an immediate fondness. With a smile, she pushed the plate of steak toward her and said, "Little girl, feel free to indulge. There's no need to be modest." Tang Xiyu, feeling a tad shy, swallowed hard and asked, "Is it truly all right for me to eat this?" "Hee. Silly child, we have plenty of such steak here. If you wish for more in the future, simply seek out Brother Tian. Just keep him pleased," Li Meiyun replied with a smile. "Really? I can't be dreaming, can I?" Tang Xiyu exclaimed, her small hands rubbing together in excitement. However, upon hearing Li Meiyun's final remark, she immediately realized the implication. Her face flushed crimson as she hastily lowered her head. Meanwhile, Tong Lia chose a plate of mixed noodles accompanied by a poached egg. Although lacking meat, the peanut butter and egg were, to her, a culinary delight. After finishing breakfast, Yang Mi led Tong Lia and Tang Xiyu next door. The neighboring house has become vacant. Qin Tian has opened it up, revealing several unoccupied rooms within. Yang Mi, upon receiving Qin Tian's instructions, assisted in allocating the rooms and tidying them up a bit. "You can stay here for now. We are all family from now on, so feel free to communicate any concerns with us," Yang Mi said with a warm smile. "Yes, indeed. These rooms are splendid. The ones we previously inhabited were terrible. Without water or electricity, they pale in comparison to this place," Tong Lia remarked candidly. "Absolutely. My previous accommodation was even worse, resembling a communal dormitory, akin to a dog kennel. Tang Xiu recalled her past experiences, her lips pouting in dismay, tears welling in her eyes. Witnessing Tang Xiu's distress moved Yang Mi deeply. Once they finished arranging the room, the two lay on the bed, indulging in the sheer comfort it offered. With no pressing matters in the morning, Yang Mi took the opportunity to accompany them to the small gym for some exercise. After lunch, Qin Tian set out again. This time, he intended to visit several documented large shopping malls and pharmacies nearby to procure supplies without charge. His first destination was Wanda Plaza. Upon arriving at Wanda Plaza in Dongxing through the portal, Qin Tian discovered it was not as desolate as other locales. To his surprise, it served as a refuge for displaced individuals. Inside, he encountered a familiar face, Yan Ming, his former high school principal. With his distinctive fish-like eyes and a sideways glance, he had earned the nickname Squinting Yan. During Qin Tian's high school years, he had endured considerable hardship under Yan Ming's strict supervision, despite being the school heartthrob and the leader of the four kings in his class. Thus, this fellow relentlessly pursued him. Whenever they sought refuge in the restroom to indulge in a smoke, he would appear behind them like a specter. Utilizing his position as the disciplinary director, he brazenly confiscated their cigarettes and would drag them to the office to pen self-criticisms. His treatment of Qin Tian was almost unbearably harsh. He forcibly took him to a barber shop outside the school to have his long hair shorn into a buzz cut. The smug expression of the barber with the yellow hair remains etched in Qin Tian's memory. Furthermore, this disciplinary director would frequently summon him for reprimands, blaming Qin Tian for any acts of vandalism that transpired within the school. Each time, it was his uncle who had to pay the fines at the school. Aware that Qin Tian was a rural student come to the city for education, this director looked down upon him even more. Until one day, when his car was scratched, he demanded Qin Tian pay 3,000 yuan for repairs without any investigation. Finally, unable to contain his rage, Qin Tian charged at him and unleashed a flurry of blows. Given his towering stature, the short and stout director was no match for him, and he was swiftly knocked to the ground. When they were separated, blood streamed from the director's head, which had been struck. Qin Tian's uncle had no choice but to visit the hospital to apologize and compensate for the damages. Later, Qin Tian promptly denied any involvement, and upon reviewing the surveillance footage, the school confirmed his innocence. However, from that moment on, his academic performance plummeted, and he could only rely on his looks to pursue a career in the arts. It is fair to say that this director's influence on him was profound. From that day forth, he vowed to seek vengeance should their paths cross outside of school again. Only later, after he graduated and became a cog in the corporate machine, did he forget about this incident. Now, upon encountering him again, he still casts sidelong glances at others. Although his hair has thinned, his appearance remains unchanged. When he sees Qin Tian, he is momentarily taken aback, before forcing a rather unpleasant smile and saying, "You are Qin Tian, the troublemaker from our school back then. Oh, look at my memory, it's not too shabby." He begins to ingratiate himself with Qin Tian, noticing the sausage and bread in his hands, his own prepared snacks. At this moment, his sidelong gaze is filled with avarice. "Qin classmate, could you spare a bite of that bread for me?" He continues to adopt a condescending tone reminiscent of a school administrator. "Want some?" Qin Tian coolly shakes the bread and sausage in his hand. "Oh yes, I'd love to. The teachers used to take such good care of you back in school. Given our past, wouldn't it be reasonable for you to share half with me? I am absolutely famished." Sidelong glance, Ming hastily plays the emotional card. "Huh, indeed. They took care of me. So much so that I nearly dropped out, fundamentally altering my life." Qin Tian scoffs coldly. Yet, sidelong glance Ming feels no embarrassment, shamelessly retorting, "But you're a big star now, aren't you? You should be grateful to the teachers." Seeing his unashamed demeanor, Qin Tian is almost amused with anger. "Isn't this a shelter?" Qin Tian questions, puzzled. "It is a shelter, but they only give us a bowl of thin porridge each day. Everything in the market has been carted away by armored trucks. Those scoundrels," he exclaims, gritting his teeth. Qin Tian pondered for a moment, then waved the bread and sausage in his hand, saying, "Do you wish to partake? If so, offer me a bow, depending on my mood. I might just grant you a taste." Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, Xie Yanming's face immediately shifted through shades of green and white. After all, he held a position of authority within the school. What would others think if they witnessed this humiliation? "What is this? Unwilling to bow and acknowledge your error?" Qin Tian remarked with a teasing glint in his eye. This opportunity is singular. Xie Yinming glanced around, seemingly reassured that no one was observing them. After much hesitation, he ultimately resolved to bow and apologize to Qin Tian. Just as he was about to kneel, Qin Tian abruptly tossed the bread and sausage out the window. "You! My bread, my sausage!" he exclaimed, rushing to the window. As he watched the items vanish into the mist below, he shouted in despair. Chapter 68. The Terrifying Black Fish Monster. The anguished cries of Xie Yinming echoed throughout the entire building. Turning around, he caught sight of Qin Tian's mocking expression, which incited a tempest of fury within him. His eyes turned a furious red as he glared at Qin Tian. "Qin Tian, you did this on purpose, didn't you?" he stammered, his lips trembling. A sly smile crept across Qin Tian's face as he replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, I did it on purpose." Upon hearing Qin Tian's admission, Xie Yinming's body shook with rage. "Qin Tian, you're nothing but a bumpkin from the countryside. My treatment of you back then stemmed from my disdain. I targeted you deliberately," he spat out angrily. "Qin Tian, may you meet a wretched fate." After uttering those words, he turned to flee, fully aware that he could never hope to defeat Qin Tian. However, he had scarcely run a few steps when Qin Tian appeared before him in an instant, blocking his path. "Thinking of escaping? Where do you intend to go?" Qin Tian inquired coldly. I urgently need to use the restroom," he stammered, his facade crumbling in the face of Qin Tian's ghostly agility, forcing an awkward smile. With a sharp crack, a crisp sound echoed as he was struck, causing his teeth to scatter and stars to dance before his eyes. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he found two of his front teeth resting in his palm. "Qin Tian, how can you strike a teacher? I have been your teacher throughout your 3 years in high school. This is exceedingly rude." He gazed at Qin Tian in terror, his eyes bloodshot, yet his words persisted. In that moment, he sought to invoke a moral obligation based on his role as the head of the department. "As long as I lack morality, I cannot be morally bound," Qin Tian retorted coldly, fixing him with an unwavering gaze. "What right do you, a scoundrel of society, have to be a teacher?" With another resounding slap, he was sent spinning, his gold-rimmed glasses shattered, leaving only a fragment dangling from his ear. Both sides of his face had swelled grotesquely, his mouth smeared with blood, presenting a pitiful sight. "Xiao Tian, please stop. I concede." The man, overwhelmed by Qin Tian's onslaught, found himself kneeling once more, clutching at Qin Tian's pant leg in desperation. As Qin Tian observed him weeping and wiping away tears, a cold smile crept across his face. "Where has that relentless force of destruction you once possessed vanished to? If you were to pledge unwavering defiance, I might indeed consider sparing you. However, witnessing your current pitiful state only intensifies my resolve to ensure your downfall." Qin Tian spoke coldly, and with that, he delivered a swift kick. Bang! The unfortunate Ming, akin to a cannonball, hurtled towards the staircase railing, violently distorting it upon impact. "Alas, I fear for my life." He clutched his chest, gasping for breath, lamenting his fate. It felt as though every bone in his body was on the verge of shattering, and he could almost hear the ominous cracking of his own bones. At that moment, regret consumed him. Why had he chosen to antagonize Qin Tian, the harbinger of death? He recalled his initial motives, one of which stemmed from jealousy over Qin Tian's striking good looks and the throngs of admirers he attracted. In hindsight, that reason now seemed utterly foolish. Just as despair enveloped him, he felt his body lifted off the ground. Upon opening his swollen eyes, he found Qin Tian effortlessly grasping his collar, raising him high into the air. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed in terror, meeting Qin Tian's indifferent gaze. "Please, spare me. Ancestor, I acknowledge my wrongs. I should never have targeted you so. You are my forebear. I am no longer human, but a beast." He frantically searched for words of supplication. Yet, Qin Tian remained unmoved, continuing to hoist him as he instantly transported them to the rooftop. There, amidst the howling wind and snow, stood a solitary basketball hoop, resolutely positioned against the elements. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Tian devised a plan and promptly inserted himself into the basketball hoop. "Oh dear, this is excruciating. I implore you, have mercy and release me," he pleaded, feeling as though his waist might shatter under the strain. Xie Yinming, filled with dread, sensed that the cold air exacerbated his wounds, and he feared that he would either succumb to starvation or freeze to death. Nevertheless, Qin Tian paid him no heed. Once he had completed his task, he dusted off his hands and vanished into thin air. Having dealt with the troublesome Xie Yanming, Qin Tian returned to the shopping mall. After a thorough inspection, he discovered that the supplies had indeed been completely plundered. Not even clothing or jewelry had been spared. It resembled a thorough sweep. It appeared that Xie Yanming's claims were indeed true. The military had stripped this place bare. This was the largest Wanda Plaza in the city, teeming with resources that could easily sustain a village of 100 for an extended period. Could it be that the military's logistics were insufficient? However, upon reflection, that seemed implausible. The only logical explanation was that these resources had been appropriated to support the affluent elite. A thought suddenly flashed through Qin Tian's mind. Those elites likely resided within the military base. Just then, he was startled by the sound of gunfire echoing from outside, accompanied by the cacophony of hurried footsteps and cries for help. Initially, Qin Tian assumed that someone was indiscriminately shooting into a crowd. However, he soon realized that it was not the case. Instead, a creature, entirely covered in moss, had burst into the shopping mall. The soldiers who once stood guard at the entrance were no longer present. They had fallen prey to the beast. Reinforcements, arriving in haste, unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the creature, yet it remained undeterred in its advance. Only when the monstrosity drew near did he finally discern its true form. Its body was enshrouded in massive, glistening scales, its head reminiscent of a black fish. Indeed, it was the very source of his favorite dish, the pickled fish. Protruding sharp fangs adorned its gaping maw, while a long tail trailed behind it. Although its legs appeared short and stout, they propelled the creature with remarkable speed, akin to a gust of wind. The sight of such a beast sent shivers down the spines of those who beheld it, and the slower among them were swiftly devoured. Yet, Qin Tian remained unperturbed. His focus lay in the keen observation of the creature through his psychic perception. Within the beast's body resided a luminous energy core, astonishingly blue in hue. With a swift swipe of its claw, the creature sent a soldier who had dared to shoot at it, flying through the air before leaping upward to ascend the building. As it charged towards Qin Tian, he maintained his composure, delivering a single punch that sent the beast tumbling down the staircase. In an instant, he teleported before the creature, planting his foot firmly upon its head. At that moment, Qin Tian's strength had reached an impressive 8 stars, imbued with immense power, his vitality surging explosively. His foot bore down upon the creature like the crushing palm of a deity, rendering it unable to lift its head. The sickening crunch of shattered bones echoed through the air as he mercilessly crushed the beast beneath him. Witnessing this spectacle, the surviving onlookers were left in awe. "He is a superhuman," someone cried out in disbelief. In an act of profound gratitude, the crowd knelt before Qin Tian, bowing their heads in reverence for his life-saving intervention. Chapter 69. Exquisite Japanese cuisine and elegant traditional attire. With his feet firmly planted upon the vanquished monster, Qin Tian surveyed the throngs below who knelt before him, revering him as if he were the sovereign of this realm. The crowd regarded him with almost divine adoration. As the creature beneath him took its final breath, a luminous blue orb emerged from its maw. This was the moment Qin Tian had awaited. With a swift motion of his hand, he summoned the orb into his spatial pouch. In an instant, he vanished from the sight of the onlookers. Qin Tian then ventured to several nearby apothecaries, only to find the situation similarly bleak. Most items of value had been stripped bare. He could only procure a few meager supplies from smaller pharmacies. His explorations in nearby shopping centers yielded the same disappointing results, with only unwanted trinkets remaining on the shelves. A sense of disappointment washed over him. Thus, he resolved to alter his original plan and explore new avenues. Qin Tian retrieved the portal to time and space, accessing the map and entering the characters for delicacies in the search bar. In swift order, a list of establishments appeared, prominently featuring Japanese restaurants and Michelin-starred venues, with Chinese cuisine relegated to a more distant position. Feeling somewhat weary of Chinese fare, he welcomed the opportunity to indulge in a different culinary experience and proceeded to the nearest Japanese eatery. Upon entering, he was greeted by a dimly lit ambience. Making his way to the kitchen, he discovered a large freezer brimming with an array of frozen ingredients. In the midst of this frigid season, even without power, the ice remained solid, preserving the freshness of the ingredients within. Qin Tian discovered that this was a premier Japanese restaurant, stocked with exquisite and costly ingredients. Among them were the renowned Hokkaido bluefin tuna, exquisite caviar from the sturgeons of Honshu, and the exceedingly rare wild matsutake mushrooms. The sight of such luxurious ingredients sparked delight in Qin Tian's eyes, prompting him to unhesitatingly store them in his personal space. He then ventured into a Michelin five-star restaurant, where he beheld Australian lobsters raised in bathtubs and deep-sea squid in the kitchen. In the cold storage warehouse, he stumbled upon an abundance of rare Antarctic krill and wild giant squid from tropical rainforests. Enthralled by this eclectic array of ingredients, Qin Tian collected them all without reservation. Moreover, he discovered an assortment of French pastries, which he also gathered. After completing his culinary quest, he wandered onto a street renowned for luxury brands. Here, he encountered a boutique specializing in traditional silk garments. Upon entering the shop, he was greeted by a dazzling array of attire that overwhelmed his senses. The vibrant colors and exquisite craftsmanship of the various ethnic traditional costumes particularly captivated him. Rather than scrutinizing each piece individually, he casually gathered all the garments into his personal space. Content with the wealth of resources he had amassed, Qin Tian felt a profound sense of satisfaction, having returned home laden with treasures. By the time he arrived home, night had fully descended. The women had prepared dinner, eagerly awaiting his return. As soon as they saw Qin Tian walk through the door, they gathered around him. "Brother Tian, you're finally back," Yang Mi exclaimed, pulling him towards the esteemed seat at the table. As long as Qin Tian had not arrived, everyone would patiently wait for him to return before commencing their meal. Upon their arrival, Tong Lia and Tang Xiu were taken aback by the scene before them. They were filled with curiosity regarding the profound reverence these women exhibited towards Qin Tian. As Qin Tian surveyed the modest spread of 6 dishes and a soup laid out on the table, a frown creased his brow. After all, the culinary skills of Yang Mi and her companions were rather limited, and he had grown weary of their offerings. He then proclaimed, "Today, I shall order some additional dishes." With a flourish akin to that of a magician, he unveiled an array of exquisite Japanese ingredients, placing them delicately upon the table. The sight of these premium ingredients left the women utterly astounded. "Wow, there's caviar and bluefin tuna. These are indeed the finest ingredients in Japanese cuisine." And I, the little foodie, immediately grasped the significance of the selection. In recognition of her discerning eye, Qin Tian nodded appreciatively and remarked, "You have a good palate." And I smiled gently and replied, "Brother Tian, not only do I enjoy eating, but I can also cook." "Ah, can this little girl really prepare Japanese cuisine?" Li Meiyan inquired with surprise. And I nodded affirmatively, saying, "Yes, my father was among the first to open a Japanese restaurant in our locality. I learned from him during my holidays." "That is wonderful. I have all the necessary condiments as well." Qin Tian expressed his satisfaction with her response. Together, they ventured into the kitchen, where Qin Tian retrieved a plethora of ingredients for Japanese dishes from his personal space. And I was left in awe, quickly selecting several essential components for her culinary endeavor. Before long, she had skillfully prepared tuna sashimi, caviar paired with matsutake mushrooms, and an array of tempura dishes, each boasting vibrant colors and tantalizing aromas. As everyone beheld the exquisite and visually appealing Japanese cuisine, they could not help but express their admiration for her culinary skills. After sampling the dishes, their praises only intensified. "This sashimi is simply ethereal, utterly delectable," commented Li Meiyan. Upon tasting the caviar, Hiba, overwhelmed by the explosion of flavors, exclaimed, "Wow, this caviar paired with matsutake is undoubtedly the finest Japanese delicacy I have ever encountered. I am particularly fond of these fried anchovies and this tempura shrimp," Tang Si remarked as she savored her meal. "This is called tempura. It is not merely ordinary fried fish and shrimp," Tong Lia promptly reminded her, anxious that the others might ridicule her junior sister as unsophisticated. Meanwhile, Qin Tian quietly enjoyed her meal, harboring a deep appreciation for Enai Ni's culinary prowess. Thus, they cleared the table of all its offerings. After dinner, Qin Tian presented the traditional ethnic garments she had discovered that day. Women, typically defenseless against beautiful attire, were immediately captivated when she displayed the vibrant, intricately crafted silk ethnic costumes on a large rack. They marveled at each garment, unable to resist their allure. "These are stunning. I genuinely wish to wear a different piece every day without repetition." Tang Yin excitedly sifted through the clothing. For her, as a living mannequin, it felt as though these garments were tailor-made for her. Of course, there were also the sisters Tong Lia and Tang Si, both of whom hailed from a background in traditional dance, and they only encountered such beautiful dance costumes during their practice sessions. However, when they reached out to touch the garments, they discovered that the quality and texture of these clothes far surpassed the usual dance attire they were accustomed to in the troupe. Since both of them were new arrivals, they felt somewhat hesitant to step forward and select pieces right away. It was only after the other sisters had made their choices that the two of them finally picked out two ethnic costumes that suited their personal style. Once they adorned themselves in these outfits, Qin Tian, with a glass of wine in one hand, requested that they twirl around in the living room. After they completed their spins, he then specifically commanded Tong Lia and Tang Si, "Aren't you both proficient in ethnic dance? Come to my room and perform for me." Chapter 70. Qin Tian listens to melodies, double the joy. Qin Tian returned to his master bedroom with a bottle of top-tier Lafite wine and several plates of tempura made by NINI. He had transformed the spacious master suite, primarily by replacing the original bed with a lavish king-sized bed priced in the hundred thousands. This expansive bed was crafted from fragrant Nanmu wood, and the mattress was fashioned from cutting-edge nanomaterials. The entire design of the bed was conceived by a world-renowned designer. Seated on the bed with a small table before him, Qin Tian continued to sip his wine while awaiting the entrance of Tong Lia and Tang Si for their dance. Upon their arrival, he noticed their slight shyness. Qin Tian calmly reassured them, "Just dance as you normally would. Treat it as if you were performing on stage in a competition, with me as the audience." After savoring a piece of tempura, he wiped his fingers with a napkin and looked at them with anticipation. Upon hearing his words, the two individuals visibly relaxed. Tong Lia donned a long dress predominantly red with blue trimmings, perfectly accentuating her elongated figure. In contrast, Tang Si, slightly shorter than her, wore a mid-length gown primarily white with golden threads, adorned with floral embroidery on the chest. Their styles were a harmonious blend of elegance and vivacity, each possessing its own unique charm. "Tian-gu, we will dance as you requested, but there is a lack of music." Tong Lia suddenly expressed her discontent. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Tian smiled gently and replied, "This is easily remedied." He then retrieved the latest fruit-themed device from the cabinet and waved it before them. After a brief moment of fiddling, he selected a piece from his downloaded music library that embodied the essence of folk dance. Soon, melodious tunes resonated throughout the room. Tong Lia, accompanied by her younger disciple, began to dance gracefully in time with the music. Their training together bore fruit, as their movements were perfectly synchronized, reminiscent of their performances during competition years ago. They alternated between solo performances and partner dances, their skirts swirling elegantly with each twirl. Like two larks, they flitted about, flipping their hands, shaking their shoulders, and casting playful glances. Qin Tian savored his fine wine while admiring their exquisite artistry and graceful forms. "Splendid," he exclaimed, applauding at the most captivating moments. However, due to their previous lack of nourishment and rest, both dancers soon found themselves slightly fatigued. By the end of the performance, they were already glistening with perspiration. As they gracefully twirled past Qin Tian, a fragrant breeze enveloped him. Once the dance concluded, Qin Tian smiled and beckoned the two of them, saying, "You both danced splendidly. Come over and join me for a bite to replenish your energy." It was evident that Qin Tian had noticed their slight fatigue. Feeling the warmth of his appreciative gaze, Tong Lia was suddenly filled with a surge of confidence. She elegantly took the hand of her junior sister, Tang Siyu, and led her to sit beside Qin Tian in a cross-legged position. Tong Lia helped herself to a piece of fried squid and, noticing Tang Siyu's shyness, kindly offered her a fried shrimp. "Tian-gu, let me pour you some wine," Tong Lia exclaimed, observing that Qin Tian's glass was empty. She promptly refilled it for him. Subsequently, Qin Tian encouraged them to serve themselves if they wished to drink. At the dinner table, the two were initially hesitant to speak up, so they refrained from drinking. Tong Lia understood that their purpose in coming here was to attend to Qin Tian. Feeling slightly anxious, she decided to relax a bit and returned from the kitchen with 2 glasses. She stood up to pour herself and Tang Siyu generous servings of wine. "Let us sisters toast to Tian-gu with a few glasses," she declared as the senior sister. Although Tang Siyu had never drunk before, she always followed her senior's lead. Thus, the two accompanied Qin Tian in drinking for a while. Gradually, under the influence of the alcohol, the two girls' faces blossomed with a rosy hue, becoming even more enchanting. After several rounds of drinks, Tong Lia urged Tang Siyu to propose a performance of a horse-riding dance for Qin Tian. At this moment, The lingering effects of the red wine began to manifest, and the slightly unsteady steps of the two dancers perfectly embodied the essence of the dance. Qin Tian, while admiring the beauty of the dancers, rhythmically tapped along with the music. It was in this moment that he truly experienced the joys reminiscent of ancient emperors. What a delightful indulgence, akin to listening to melodious tunes in a vibrant tavern. Double the pleasure indeed. As the two continued their dance, they approached him, warmly inviting Qin Tian to join them. "Brother Tian, come dance with us," one of them exclaimed. "I know you graduated from the film academy. You must be quite the dancer." To Qin Tian's surprise, the usually reserved Tang Xiyu, who often spoke little, became animated and carefree after a few sips of wine. "Yes, Brother Tian. Those who study performing arts must dance. It's a compulsory subject at school," chimed in Tong Lia, encouraging the merriment. Qin Tian found himself drawn into the dance floor, with him leading and the two enchanting women following, engaging playfully with him. Their coordination grew increasingly harmonious. However, this was merely an appetizer for the evening. Since arriving here with Qin Tian, the two women had come to understand what they needed to offer. They were acutely aware that in this post-apocalyptic world, their only asset was their beauty. On their first day here, they felt that becoming Qin Tian's women was a worthy endeavor for their lives. Over the days, their admiration for him had only intensified, and they had long considered themselves his. Thus, whether they arrived early or late mattered little. As long as they could share life together, their happiness was paramount. Qin Tian was quite elated. After completing a lively dance, he embraced the waists of the two women and continued to discuss their future aspirations. In the morning, the familiar electronic voice of the system echoed in his ears. "Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Rewards include 10 M416 rifles, 10 AK-47s, 10 submachine guns, 50 rocket launchers, 10 boxes of grenades, 50 anti-tank mines, and 10 boxes of flashbangs." These rewards were soon placed into his personal space. Hearing such an abundance of rewards filled Qin Tian with quiet satisfaction. Wasn't this akin to possessing a miniature arsenal? Since sleep eluded him, he decided to commence his cultivation of the Qi body source flow. Seated cross-legged on his bed, he attuned himself to the spiritual energy surrounding him. He easily sensed the several currents of energy circulating within his body. The initial stage posed little challenge for him. However, merging these disparate energies into a singular force, the Qi he sought to cultivate, would signify true success. It was evident he was drawing ever closer to achieving this first stage. Chapter 71, Building 5, Long Sea. In the morning, when Tong Lia and Tang Xiyu awoke, they discovered that Qin Tian was already missing from the bed. Consequently, they too rose from their slumber. As Tang Xiyu descended, she felt a sudden soreness in her legs, nearly losing her balance. But fortunately, Tong Lia was there to steady her. "Xiyu, what's wrong?" Tong Lia inquired. "I don't know. My legs feel so sore, as if I had danced all night," Tang Xiyu replied. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she cast her gaze downward. "Sister, are your legs all right?" she curiously asked. Tong Lia smiled faintly, gritting her teeth as she shook her head. "I'm fine." However, as soon as she finished speaking, she felt a dull ache in her legs. Thus, she had no choice but to support each other with Tang Xiyu as they exited the room. The breakfast was still quite sumptuous, and both of them had rather large appetites, indulging until they were thoroughly satisfied. The physical exertion from the previous night's dancing had taken its toll. At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice resonated in Qin Tian's mind. "Ding." Tong Lia consumed a piece of top-grade Australian beef steak, refunded 900 coins. "Ding." Tang Xiyu ate a piece of premium black pepper steak, refunded 1,000 coins. "Ding." Tong Lia devoured 2 New Orleans sausages, refunded 1,800 coins. "Ding." Tang Xiyu consumed a Fuji red apple, refunded 1,000 coins. Soon, his space was filled with an abundance of provisions. For the several women, today was yet another day brimming with vitality, ready to attend to Qin Tian's needs. They were all clad in the traditional attire that Qin Tian had brought back the previous day, surrounding him as they took turns giving him massages for his back and legs. Tong Lia and Tang Xiyu quickly immersed themselves in this atmosphere, revolving around Qin Tian as their focal point. Meanwhile, Qin Tian pondered over his experiences from the past few days. He had not anticipated that the military would intervene so swiftly in the chaos of this apocalyptic world. He now understood that there were also endowed individuals within the army. much like the wood element ability user from the Viper Special Forces they had defeated previously, as well as the fire element male and female psychic he had encountered in the hospital. Particularly, the strikingly beautiful female psychic had left a lasting impression on him, although they all fell by their own hands. It was ultimately due to the system that they achieved such effortless victories. Meanwhile, upon gazing at these extraordinary beauties before him, he felt it necessary to further enhance their extraordinary abilities. Thus, he retrieved some extraordinary fruit from his personal space to distribute among them, ensuring they could elevate their powers. This way, even in the face of future challenges, the women would not hinder his progress. Tong Lia and Tang Xiu were witnessing these extraordinary fruits for the first time. Mistaking them for peculiar fruits, Tong Lia inquired of the delightful Yang Mi, "Mimi, what exactly are these fruits? They look so strangely shaped. Can they truly be delicious?" Hearing this, Yang Mi stifled a laugh and replied, "These are not mere fruits. They are extraordinary fruits. Consuming them grants one extraordinary abilities." Tong Lia's heart raced at this revelation, for she had witnessed the formidable powers wielded by Qin Tian. "Brother Tian is so kind to us," she exclaimed, touched by the gesture. She then picked up a strength fruit and placed it in her mouth. This tastes delightful." She was pleasantly surprised by the exquisite flavor, which was both fragrant and sweet. Tang Xiu, observing her senior sister's enjoyment, also took a fruit for herself. After devouring the first consciousness fruit, she found herself unable to stop. She stuffed 2 consciousness fruits into her mouth simultaneously, causing her cherubic face to bulge with 2 small pouches. So delicious. Her beautiful eyes widened in amazement as she reached for another variety of strength extraordinary fruit. Soon, both women became acutely aware of the transformations occurring within their bodies. Particularly for Tang Xi, who had consistently engaged in strength training, the contours of her long, elegant legs became visibly more defined and exquisite. Overjoyed by her newfound power, she eagerly grasped a handful of strength fruits and began to consume them. At this moment, within building number 5, a ruthless figure named Long Si was meting out punishment to his subordinates. "Brother Si, I truly understand my mistake. Please spare me." A young man was seen kneeling on the ground, fervently bowing his head. If I let you go today, how could I continue to be the boss?" Long Si, adorned with sunglasses and sporting a small braid, puffed on a cigar. "No, Brother Long. If you release me, I would be willing to do anything you ask." The young man trembled in fear upon hearing Long Si's words. "Go die?" Long Si's hand suddenly conjured a mist of water, which slowly coalesced into ice. With a swift motion, he launched an ice spike that pierced the chest of the kneeling man before him. Blood gushed forth as the man collapsed to the ground. Subsequently, Long Si turned his gaze toward a woman bound nearby, one of his 10 wives and the most beautiful among them. She had been caught in an illicit affair with the young man. Long Si, known for his flirtatious nature, never anticipated being betrayed during the apocalypse, which incensed him to the point of fury. He stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to the already terrified woman. Brother Si, please don't kill me. It was all Zhang Bingji's doing that he seduced me. I am absolutely loyal to you." The woman cried out in fear, observing her tear-streaked visage. Most men would find it difficult to withstand such a display. However, Long Si was notorious for his ruthless nature. He seized her chin and, with a sinister chuckle, assured her, "Rest assured, I have long forgiven you. Now, I shall grant you the opportunity to perish alongside him." As he spoke, his fingers glided gently across her face, leaving behind a distinct trail of blood that oozed from her delicate skin. Subsequently, as he caressed her visage once more, 5 additional gashes appeared, and the corridor resonated with her heart-wrenching screams. Long Si possessed not only hydrokinetic abilities, but also had the capacity to manifest razor-sharp blades from his joints during combat, mercilessly mutilating her face. After methodically executing her, he commanded his subordinates to dispose of both corpses, offering them as a meal to his genetically altered wolf dog, known as Black General. He then ascended to the rooftop of building number 5 with 2 bodyguards. Here, an entirely different scene unfolded, as a group of individuals labored to cultivate the land. This was Long Si's ingenious initiative for self-sufficiency, aimed at enhancing the survival odds of the residents within his jurisdiction. Having once navigated both the underworld and the legitimate realm as a prominent figure in the Bright District of the capital, he commanded a loyal following. Even in this apocalyptic era, he remained a leader within his building, drawing upon his extensive management experience, which earned him the respect of those around him. As others observed him arriving with his hands clasped behind his back, they greeted him with utmost respect. "Fourth brother, you've come to inspect us. Rest assured, fourth brother, we will complete the task. Would you care for a cigarette?" In an instant, everyone began to flatter him profusely. Chapter 72. The Assault on the Building Long C. Dressed in a casual jacket and sporting sunglasses, exuded an air of authority. Upon receiving a cigarette from someone, he accepted it graciously, patting the individual's hand as he said, "You've worked hard." The person quickly shook his head, indicating that their efforts for the collective were not burdensome at all. Despite his rugged and imposing appearance, he possessed a surprisingly meticulous nature. On one hand, he organized his people to cultivate vegetables through self-sufficiency. On the other hand, he coordinated the abilities of his subordinates and the mercenaries to venture out in search of supplies. Long C was clear in his system of rewards and punishments. If anyone encountered misfortune during a supply search, he personally comforted their families and provided them with compensation. Thus, he managed to maintain order within his unit, and his followers were inclined to heed his directives. He allocated the acquired supplies judiciously. However, they gradually realized that the casualty rate among the dispatched individuals was on the rise, while the useful supplies they could procure dwindled. After all, they were not the only ones from their building employing this strategy to search for resources. Others from different buildings were also venturing out. Consequently, encounters sometimes led to conflicts, with individuals attacking one another to seize supplies and eliminate witnesses. In this chaotic apocalypse, murder had ceased to be a matter of significance. Long C was acutely aware that the situation was becoming increasingly dire. As the leader of this building, he felt the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders, which prompted him to undertake the initiative of cultivating vegetables. Following the success of the rooftop experiment, he planned to extend this endeavor to the balconies of each building, for he possessed an abundance of seeds. Initially, he had commanded his subordinates to raid a nearby seed station, returning with a substantial collection, including high-yield crops such as corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. After inspecting the operations on the upper floors, he leisurely descended, still maintaining his authoritative demeanor. Upon reaching the ground floor, one of his trusted subordinates, Li Weili, approached him and said, "Fourth brother, my brother has informed me that he has already negotiated with the leader of the 6th building to collaborate in robbing the supplies of other buildings' owners." Upon hearing this, Long C furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "Do you understand what you are suggesting? We cannot engage in such illegal activities." Li Weili was momentarily taken aback by his leader's words, struggling to find an appropriate response. However, he quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and earnestly assured, "Rest assured, boss, this was entirely my idea. If we are ever held accountable, I will bear the responsibility alone." Long C removed his sunglasses and, with narrowed eyes, lit a cigar, remarking, "This is what you claim. I am unaware of anything." Indeed, he was a cunning fox, attempting to exonerate himself even in such dire circumstances. However, he had formidable subordinates to bear the brunt of responsibility for him. Among them, the 5 tigers each possessed unique abilities and were in full support of launching attacks on other floors to seize resources. Once the two settled down, they began deliberating the specifics of their offensive strategy. "I believe we should prioritize attacking Building 1 and Building 2. As their faction in Building 6 will likely target Building 7 first. By the way, I previously received information that a certain Qin Tian from Building 1 has a wealth of supplies, not to mention the goddess Yangmi." His words immediately piqued Long C's intense interest. He had long heard that many celebrities resided in this community, and he was pleasantly surprised to find that his favorite goddess, Yangmi, was among them. "All right, we shall advance on Building 1. Long C decisively declared. Rather than being motivated solely by the abundant resources, his true aim was to capture Yangmi for himself. Thus, the genuine uprising within the Lijiang international community commenced. Just as Qin Tian and his companions were savoring a sumptuous lunch, Long C's subordinate, Li Weili, and others had already initiated their assault plan. Li Weili and 4 other empowered individuals stealthily infiltrated Building 1, accompanied by 10 robust men. They descended upon each floor like a swarm of locusts, effortlessly demolishing doors with their abilities. The occupants of the breached apartments offered little resistance, as ordinary individuals dared not confront those with extraordinary powers. Some were also empowered beings who attempted to resist, but, unfortunately, they were outnumbered and overwhelmed by reinforcements, ultimately succumbing to defeat. In an instant, chaos reigned throughout Building 1, leaving it in disarray. Qin Tian and his companions heard the cacophony of shouts and chaos emanating from below, sensing that the atmosphere in the building had become tumultuous in an instant. Unperturbed, Qin Tian activated his spiritual awareness, swiftly perceiving that the corridors were in disarray. Several groups were employing their extraordinary abilities in combat. Those who had managed to survive in this apocalyptic world were far from ordinary. Most possessed unique talents. Qin Tian had little interest in the skirmishes unfolding around him, indifferent even to the struggles of his neighbors. However, he noticed Li Weili leading a group of 10, preparing to ascend to their floor. Li Weili exuded vitality and strength, unmistakably a power-type ability user. Yet, Qin Tian did not regard him as a significant threat. As they approached the staircase, a sudden clattering sound caught their attention, and a small, round object tumbled down. With remarkable agility, Li Weili discerned the gray sphere and, in an instant, sprang into action, leaping over 3 or 4 steps. Almost simultaneously, an explosion reverberated behind him. Turning back to the staircase, he beheld a scene of devastation below, with numerous individuals sprawled on the ground, many suffering from severed limbs amidst the cacophony of wails. Even having served in the military, the sight sent chills down his spine. It was evident that a rudimentary triggering device had been strategically placed. Despite the surge of anxiety, years of enduring violence had taught him to remain composed. "Damn it, those of you who are still alive, follow me and press on," he shouted decisively. Soon, those who had only sustained minor injuries managed to rise again. He counted the numbers and found there were 6 others, including himself, making a total of 7. They had already lost 4 members upon climbing here, a loss far more severe than all the battles combined earlier. Their next target for assault was none other than Li Meiyun's residence. Just as they were adjusting their formation, preparing for a vigorous advance, a blinding white light suddenly flashed before them. Damn, it was a flashbang. "Everyone get down." Li Weili reacted instantly, commanding his comrades to drop to the ground. Another deafening explosion followed as yet another flashbang was hurled into their midst. Li Weili could barely suppress his frustration. What kind of devilry had they encountered? Yet, the worst was yet to come. The rapid gunfire of an M416 erupted, and one by one, his teammates fell into pools of blood around him. Harnessing his formidable physical strength, he leapt up, ready to engage the unseen enemy in the air. However, before he could even catch a glimpse of this so-called foe, he was struck down with a single bullet to the head. He hadn't even had the chance to unleash his true potential before succumbing to defeat. Meanwhile, his comrades downstairs, upon hearing the gunfire, were filled with fear and shock. Chapter 73. The new ability Space, Tears Open, Long Seas Roar. When the gunfire erupted from above, the groups below, scrambling for supplies, were momentarily stunned. While they had encountered armed individuals before, the sounds they heard were unmistakably those of automatic rifles and grenades. Wang Ming, the second in command of this group, was keenly observing with his shifty eyes. At this moment, he seemed to lack a better strategy to counter the overwhelming firepower. However, with his extraordinary abilities, he had no fear of bullets. Thus, he assumed a dismissive demeanor and addressed those behind him. "Those with courage, charge forward with me. I refuse to believe there is an entire army above us." At that moment, some valiant souls in the ranks expressed their willingness to follow him, while others wavered, contemplating retreat. Yet, Wang Ming found their cowardly disposition before battle intolerable. He extended his hand and pointed at those attempting to flee, and a long vine shot out through the window. Subsequently, a multitude of vines surged from all directions, ensnaring the legs of the fleeing individuals, causing them to tumble to the ground. With a snap of his fingers, the vines swiftly dragged them out of the window, their screams echoing as they plummeted into the vast mist below. "Who else wishes to retreat?" he inquired, casting a fierce gaze upon his terrified subordinates. An oppressive silence enveloped the group. Even those who had initially contemplated escape hurriedly returned to his side, trembling in fear. "Not speaking, are we? Then I shall assume you all wish to remain here," Wang Ming declared with authority. After a brief pause, he raised his arm high and rallied. "Let us advance together. With me here, what do you have to fear?" His words were immediately met with enthusiasm, as someone boldly shouted, "Follow Brother Ming to seize resources and women. As long as we unite as one, we shall brave even the most perilous of situations." Well said. We must heed Brother Ming, for only by following him can we secure our sustenance. Indeed, let us charge forward. Following Brother Ming is never a mistake. There are even starlets above. The crowd rallied. Their spirits ignited as they surged upwards. However, the higher they ascended, the more their hearts sank in trepidation upon witnessing the grisly scene below, mangled limbs and blood-soaked remnants strewn about. The fervor that had once inspired them began to wane, and many felt a retreating impulse rising within. Some slowed their pace, yet they were still swept along by the momentum of the group. Upon reaching the stairwell, they were confronted by a heap of corpses, each riddled with bullet holes, as if they had been mercilessly sprayed with an unrelenting barrage of gunfire. Even the extraordinary Li Weili found himself taken aback by the sheer horror of it all. Witnessing such carnage, even Wang Ming could not suppress a shudder of dread. It was only when they heard the sound of a throng ascending that their collective resolve was slightly restored. Soon, the stairwell was packed with 20 or 30 individuals, and Wang Ming felt bolstered by the presence of his comrades. "Damn it! Which scoundrel is responsible for the death of my brothers? Show yourself!" he bellowed. And in that moment, several green tendrils sprang forth from behind him, as if multiple appendages had emerged from his being, each poised to strike in every direction. The slightest disturbance in the air would cause it to swiftly dart in that direction. Observing such formidable prowess, his companions began to emerge, vociferously boasting of their own strength. Wang Ming promptly arrived at the threshold of Qin Tian's residence, extending his vines beneath the door to gain entry. However, once the vines penetrated, they unexpectedly became immobile, only to be yanked forcefully from within. Wang Ming's initial expression of pride quickly transformed into one of alarm. Consequently, he endeavored to exert greater strength to withdraw the vines under his command, yet his solitary efforts proved futile. Thus, his comrades rallied to assist him, pulling in unison as if engaged in a tug-of-war with whatever lay inside. After a prolonged stalemate, the force from within suddenly relented. The external party, having maintained intense concentration while pulling, stumbled backward as the vines loosened. A series of metallic clinks echoed, suggesting the door had been unlatched, and several gray grenades were hurled outward, with more affixed to the vines. Astonished, Wang Ming found himself at a loss. No amount of foresight had prepared him for such a tactic. With a thunderous explosion, a blinding light erupted before him. In that moment, a voice from behind shouted urgently, "Grenades! Take cover!" A small figure clad in a one-piece tracksuit stood in the center, unable to evade the impending chaos. As he faced the imminent fate of being reduced to a mangled mass like the others, he elegantly waved his finger through the air, creating a fissure. Swiftly, he slipped into this rift, which then vanished without a trace. This was his extraordinary ability, the space-rending technique, allowing him to tear open a breach in space and transport himself to another location, an ability beyond the reach of others, who, without such means, perished in the explosion. Those who had yet to join the fray were paralyzed with terror at the sight and hastily retreated towards the stairwell. Meanwhile, Wang Ming had suffered a shattered leg, writhing on the ground in agony. Qin Tian, observing the chaos from within, could see clearly as this disorganized mob fled, some even trampling one another in their frantic escape. His consciousness kept track of their movements, keenly noting their destination. Upon the return of the first wave of retreating individuals to building number 5, Long Si awaited their arrival with hopeful anticipation. His surprise was palpable as he beheld the ashen faces of his subordinates. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "What of Li Weili?" "He was killed." One subordinate replied, fear etched across his face. "What? How did he meet his end?" Long Si asked, astonished. "He was shot." The subordinate stammered, bowing repeatedly. "How could that be? Does he not possess extraordinary abilities? Surely, a gun could not so easily claim his life?" Long Si questioned. "No. There is a ghost in building number 1. He was slain by a spectral entity." The man exclaimed, trembling uncontrollably. "What nonsense is this? Ghosts do not exist." Upon hearing his nonsensical words, Long Si angrily reprimanded him. At that moment, Captain Shirley of the 3rd team emerged from the rift in space and declared, "This time, we have encountered a formidable adversary. We nearly faced total annihilation." Long Si was taken aback by his words, fully aware of Shirley's capabilities. It was uncommon for him to exhibit such fear towards anyone. The tremor in his voice was unmistakable. Who could this individual be? Long Si roared in frustration. "We have not even laid eyes on this person, yet I sense an overwhelming pressure emanating from him, rendering me breathless." Shirley asserted with conviction. "You fools. You haven't even seen the person, and yet you are already terrified." Long Si's anger intensified. He prided himself on his arrogance and possessed 3 extraordinary abilities. Thus, he bellowed, I care not who he is. Even if he possesses 3 heads and 6 arms, I shall confront him. No sooner had he spoken than a calm voice resonated from behind. There is no need to seek me out. I have arrived. Chapter 74. Confrontation with the 3 abilities of Long Si. Do not search for me. I am already here. Qin Tian's voice echoed throughout the hall. His words sent a chill down Long Si's spine. He had not anticipated that Qin Tian would come seeking him, which indeed spared him the effort of searching. However, upon sensing Qin Tian's immense aura, Long Si felt utterly dazed. He had never before encountered such an oppressive presence. Nevertheless, being the leader, he knew he must maintain his composure. He donned his sunglasses once more, lit a cigar, and calmly turned to face Qin Tian. One should not be overly impetuous in youth, he remarked, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned elder. Qin Tian, his expression devoid of emotion, coolly responded, if not impetuous, how then can one be deemed young? Dragon 4 found himself momentarily at a loss for words, clearing his throat before continuing. So it seems you are the one who has slain my subordinate? Qin Tian remained silent, his gaze icy as it bore into Dragon 4. Initially, he had no desire to meddle in affairs that did not concern him, but the audacity of this group to encroach upon him ignited his ire. His purpose for appearing in person was to deal with them decisively. Without further ado, he unleashed his psychic energy, causing all objects in the vicinity to levitate. Chairs and tables hurtled toward Dragon 4 with a resounding crash. Yet, Dragon 4 stood steadfast, though his sunglasses were sent flying. At that moment, his physique appeared to swell, his shirt tearing apart to reveal bulging muscles. A dark luminescence emanated from his form, akin to reinforced steel. This was but one manifestation of his body-enhancing abilities. His flesh was as resilient as iron, impervious to bullets. Wow. It's the first time I've seen the boss's body transform into something as tough as iron. The boss is magnificent. This young man truly overestimates himself. Go, boss. In an instant, his underlings erupted in cheers and encouragement. Qin Tian, too, was witnessing such abilities for the first time, and he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He stepped forward, extending his fist in a probing motion, ready to strike the opponent's face. However, the opponent's reaction was swift. He immediately raised his arm to block Qin Tian's fist. At the same time, Qin Tian felt a slight sting in his hand, and upon raising it, he discovered a small red dot. To his astonishment, he noticed a tiny steel blade protruding from Long Si's elbow joint. Upon seeing Qin Tian pierced by his blade, Long Si's face broke into a malevolent grin as he said, "Haha, you have been poisoned by my blade. My poison is the most extraordinary in the world. Once you are afflicted, there is no hope for salvation." Long Si looked at him with a triumphant expression. Meanwhile, his lackeys chimed in, "You're doomed. Our boss is the most formidable supernatural being in existence." These individuals had merely been residents of the neighborhood before, but after recognizing Long Si as their leader, they became enamored with his remarkable leadership skills and multiple supernatural abilities. Their admiration for him grew to the point of idolization. Qin Tian was utterly repulsed by this sycophantic crowd. He had no fear of this poison. After all, he possessed the sacred body of immunity, rendering him impervious to any toxin known to man. Soon, the red dot on his hand vanished, along with the initial itching sensation. Observing that Qin Tian had succumbed to his poison, Long Si's confidence surged. Seizing the moment, he unleashed his secret weapon. He opened his palm, and a mist of water began to coalesce, swiftly forming into the shape of an ice spike. As the ice spike materialized, he exerted a hidden force, launching it towards Qin Tian's chest, convinced that his attack was cleverly concealed. He believed victory was within his grasp and could not help but burst into laughter. However, his mirth was short-lived. With a mere wave of his hand, Qin Tian made the ice spear vanish without a trace. In the next instant, he gestured again, and the ice spear shot toward Long Si like an arrow. Yet, being made of steel and bone, Long Si withstood the impact, causing the spear to shatter upon collision. As Long Si saw the ice spear approaching, he initially thought his life hung by a thread. Fortunately, he remembered his ironclad body had deflected the blow. "What's going on? Didn't you fall victim to my poison? How can you still move?" Long Si exclaimed in astonishment. "Your poison has no effect on me," Qin Tian replied coldly. At that moment, he too felt a tinge of surprise at the man before him, who possessed 3 distinct powers. Confident in his formidable physique, impervious to blades and bullets, Long Si began to gloat in front of Qin Tian. "You cannot defeat me, kid," he bellowed with laughter, then lunged forward, throwing a punch at Qin Tian. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Qin Tian had vanished from sight, leaving Long Si bewildered. When Qin Tian reappeared behind him, he drew his Desert Eagle and fired, only to find that the bullet could not penetrate Long Si's skin. Ha, futile. You cannot kill me. Long Si continued to laugh heartily. In a covert maneuver, Long Si launched another ice spear towards Qin Tian's direction, yet his actions were utterly exposed before Qin Tian's formidable awareness. Qin Tian moved with an ethereal grace, eluding all traces of pursuit. Now it is my turn to attack, Qin Tian declared coldly. Subsequently, Qin Tian unleashed his formidable power, his mental energy surging dramatically, imposing a tremendous pressure upon Long Si. In an instant, Qin Tian had closed the distance between them. Long Si hastily raised his arm in an attempt to block Qin Tian's strike. His subordinates, witnessing the overwhelming energy emanating from Qin Tian, were taken aback. Yet they continued to cheer for their leader, Long Si. When Qin Tian's fist collided with Long Si's body, he was instantly sent flying several meters away. However, even with such immense strength, Qin Tian could not penetrate Long Si's formidable physique. Ha. You can never break my iron will. Long Si continued to emit his eerie laughter. Recalling an encounter with a similarly powered individual, Wu Jie, Qin Tian decided to target Long Si's eyes directly. Startled, Long Si leapt back, swiftly turning to shield himself with his back against Qin Tian's punch. Don't waste your efforts, Long Si retorted, spitting out blood while feigning composure. Yet, beneath this facade, he was increasingly aware of the mounting pressure. The shockwaves from Qin Tian's assault left him trembling. Thus, he resorted to launching ice spikes at Qin Tian once more. This time, he quickened his pace, dividing the condensed vapor in his hands into several small ice spikes that assailed from all directions. The sight of the multitude of ice spikes prompted an exclamation of admiration from Qin Tian. Long Si immediately raised his fists, revealing hidden steel blades within his joints, striving to eliminate Qin Tian as swiftly as possible. As the ice spikes approached, poised just inches from Qin Tian, they suddenly halted in midair. Chapter 75. The Unilateral Slaughter of the Ability User. Everyone present witnessed a miraculous scene as a multitude of ice spikes came to a halt before Qin Tian. In an instant, these icy projectiles pivoted and shot forth in all directions, piercing through the crowd. A chorus of anguished cries erupted, filling the air with terror. The ice spikes struck down Long Si's subordinates, and upon witnessing this, Long Si could not help but curse under his breath, realizing that the very weapons he had unleashed were now turning against his own men. Enraged, he bellowed fiercely and charged at Qin Tian, his fists raised in defiance. Yet, as he approached, he was met with a chilling gaze from Qin Tian, whose eyes resembled a dark, fathomless pool. The more he gazed into those eyes, the deeper he felt himself drawn towards the abyss. Unbeknownst to him, his consciousness had already succumbed to Qin Tian's control. Soon, he found himself involuntarily conjuring several ice spikes, which he then hurled at his remaining subordinates. With each agonizing scream, one after another, they fell before him. Boss, you? One of them, a skilled individual with extraordinary abilities, could scarcely believe that his leader would turn against him. As Long Si continued to unleash his ice spikes, a significant portion of his crew lay lifeless on the ground. Qin Tian observed the outcome with satisfaction, albeit aware that his mental prowess could only manipulate wills for a limited time. It was not until Long Si had nearly obliterated his own men that he regained his senses. What have I just done? Why have they all perished by my ice spikes? He cried out in a frenzy, clutching his hair in despair. However, Qin Tian paid no heed to his reaction. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a powerful energy surging within his dantian, yearning to burst forth. He extended a finger towards Long Si, and as the energy within him was unleashed, a small hole manifested on Long Si's body, from which crimson blood began to flow profusely. Long Si felt a sharp pain coursing through him, and upon inspecting his hand, he found it drenched in blood. A chill enveloped his body, and panic surged within him. How could this be possible? How could my steel-like physique be breached? He exclaimed in astonishment. Then, with a couple of muffled sounds, 2 more large holes appeared on his body. It hurt so much. Long Si felt dizzy, as if he were succumbing to the sight of his own blood. Moments later, several more small holes emerged on his form. Just bear with it a little longer. I intend to create the scar pattern reminiscent of the Big Dipper from the North Dipper Divine Fist. Qin Tian chuckled, revealing his intent. To Long Si, This remark reeked of mockery. Indeed, as Qin Tian continued his assault, the wounds on Long Si's body arranged themselves in a striking manner. That's enough. Long Si, feeling utterly humiliated by such derision, instantly lost his composure. Qin Tian, too, had not anticipated that the energy he had cultivated for so many days would be so effortlessly breached. In defeating his opponent, he also gifted himself with an unexpected surprise. After being vanquished by Qin Tian, Long Si's entire body collapsed onto the ground. Just then, reinforcements from Building 6 rushed to their aid. The second-in-command, Lei Yuyang, had hurriedly brought 20 men at the behest of their leader. Initially, he believed that a rival from another faction had come seeking vengeance, and he charged in while shouting, "Who dares to challenge our fourth brother?" His words were intended to elevate Long Si's stature, yet upon witnessing the horrific scene within the room, he nearly lost his breakfast. Scattered across the floor were the lifeless bodies of several individuals, each marked by grotesque wounds resembling ice picks, while the ground was awash in a river of blood. Moreover, the person he had intended to assist lay crumpled on the ground, akin to a puddle of mush. As Lei Yuyang cast a glance at the lone, tall, and striking man standing, an inexplicable chill raced down his spine. It was well known that aside from his own leader, the one he admired most was this Long Si. This time, his leader had dispatched reinforcements at his own request. He could not fathom how Qin Tian had managed to eliminate all these men. Doubts clouded his mind, preventing him from accepting the reality of the situation. At that moment, he gazed at Long Si, who still clung to life, and felt utterly conflicted. Summoning his courage, he uttered a couple of fierce threats. "Kid, do not overstep your bounds. I advise you to release fourth brother at once." Qin Tian regarded him with a cold smirk, replying, "Do you possess the capability to take him away?" The mockery directed at him ignited a fury within Lei Yuyang. "Do not be so arrogant. I could very well take him from you. After all, he was an Earth-type supernatural user, and no one within their building typically spoke to him in such a manner." With that, he gestured with his hand, conjuring a clump of soil that materialized within his palm. Soon, the earth surged directly into the air, transforming into a colossal sphere that hurtled towards Qin Tian. Qin Tian perceived a dark shadow racing towards him with unwavering focus. He converted the surging energy within him into a beam of white light, shattering the sphere before him. In an instant, the air was suffused with a cloud of yellow dust, blinding the onlookers. Suddenly, Qin Tian vanished from sight once more. A wave of unease washed over Lei Yuyang. Fearing a surprise attack from Qin Tian, gradually, walls of earth emerged around him, encircling him completely. Bang! Bang! With a series of explosive sounds, the earthen walls beside him detonated one after another, filling the air with anguished cries that sent a chill down Lei Yuyang's spine. Consequently, he was compelled to continually reinforce the walls of yellow earth surrounding him. However, this endeavor proved futile, and soon, Qin Tian breached his defenses. Lei Yuyang spotted a hand grenade being tossed into his enclosure. Boom! With a deafening roar, the earth walls erupted from the center. Lei Yuyang was left battered and bruised. Upon realizing it was a grenade, he feared he was about to be blown to smithereens. "Haha, I'm not dead." He touched his face and glanced at his body, now tattered and torn. Although he was in a disheveled state, he felt a sense of relief that he had survived the explosion, thanks to the protective earth. He had only sustained superficial injuries. Looking around, he saw that his subordinates were either dead or grievously wounded, and the spirit he had earlier displayed in his banter with Qin Tian had completely dissipated. He knelt on the ground, pleading with Qin Tian, "Hero, please spare me. Get lost." Qin Tian's icy voice retorted, "All right, I shall leave at once. Please do not kill me." In a desperate attempt, Lei Yuyang began to crawl out the door. However, as he emerged, he was met with a grenade lying nearby. It was over. With a terrified scream, he was propelled into the air by the explosion. Thus, the chaos in the community transformed into a one-sided massacre of the ability users at the hands of Qin Tian. Chapter 76. Moving out of the community, Qin Tian annihilated the entire gang on the 5th floor, led by Long Si, and simultaneously dispatched the second-in-command from the 6th floor who had come to offer assistance. Initially, he had no intention of intervening in the affairs of the community, but circumstances compelled him to retaliate against those who dared to encroach upon his territory. Once he had resolved all matters, he returned to Li Meiyun's residence. Upon his arrival, he found that dinner was just being served. At that moment, Yang Mi and the others had gathered around, anxiously inspecting Qin Tian for any signs of injury. "Stop staring and eat," Qin Tian remarked with a slight smile. No one capable of harming me has yet to be born. He felt a sense of satisfaction each time they would only begin to eat once he returned. To reward their loyalty, he presented them with a platter of ability fruits as a delightful treat. The women, upon seeing the ability fruits, were filled with joy, and the eldest, Li Meiyun, took charge of distributing them, ensuring that each person received 5 or 6 fruits. As they comfortably gathered to enjoy their meal, outside the building, a series of robberies and slaughters were unfolding. This place has long ceased to be a location of anticipation, and now, with the eruption of severe turmoil, Qin Tian has begun to contemplate relocating from this community. During dinner, he conveyed this notion to everyone present. As you all know, this neighborhood has descended into chaos, rendering it unsuitable for habitation in these apocalyptic times. Even though, in my eyes, they are less than mere ants, I believe we should seek a more suitable place to reside. After Qin Tian articulated this sentiment, all the women in attendance gazed at him in astonishment. Brother Tian, are we truly leaving this place? Li Meiyun was the first to voice her surprise. After all, this is her home, and a deep-seated attachment to one's dwelling is inherent in human nature. The prospect of departure left her momentarily disconcerted. Yes, Brother Tian, why the rush to leave? With you here, we fear nothing. Yang Mi was the second to speak. Indeed, women tend to be nostalgic. They felt a twinge of reluctance for this community to which they had grown accustomed. I will follow Brother Tian's lead. If he says we must move, it is surely to a better place. And I declared, her expression still infused with pride. I concur. I wonder what better place Brother Tian has discovered? Wanwaner nodded in agreement. Hiba, while eating, chimed in, I trust Brother Tian. In an instant, the room was abuzz with discussions. At this moment, Qin Tian offered a mysterious smile and turned to Tong Lia, saying, why don't you explain to everyone what is going on? Tong Lia paused for a moment, clearly taken aback that Qin Tian would choose her to speak. Nodding slightly, she remarked, indeed, during my time at Yangshe, I learned that within the radio station building, there exists an entire floor designated for the respite of high-ranking officials. While referred to as a place of rest, it is, in fact, a venue for their leisure and entertainment, boasting standards akin to a 7-star hotel, complete with presidential suites and a comprehensive array of recreational facilities, including an indoor golf course and swimming pool. Furthermore, it is equipped with a state-of-the-art doomsday bunker system, which, upon the onset of an apocalypse, would activate, operating independently with water and electricity capable of sustaining itself for several years. As Tong Lia concluded her account, everyone was left in stunned silence. The women, who had previously harbored reservations about leaving, now sparkled with excitement, eager to experience such a celestial realm. The lavishness and avarice of those leaders incited their indignation. How audacious it was for them to construct a doomsday bunker, utilizing such vast resources. If they could reside there, then so could we, Yang Mi declared with yearning. Indeed, we must relocate to that place. Tang Yin chimed in joyously. Observing their complete transformation in attitude, she found it amusing yet maintained a serious demeanor, stating, relocation is certainly on the horizon, but I must first investigate the veracity of this matter tonight. Tang Xiyu clapped her hands, exclaiming, yes. Tian Gu, please be cautious and return swiftly. Brother Tian, would you like me to accompany you? It would be nice to have an assistant, Yang Mi volunteered eagerly. You should reconsider. Your presence would only hinder Brother Tian. Li Meiyun chuckled, covering her mouth with amusement. Sisterly, you tease me once more. I am far from being incapable. My strength and consciousness have significantly improved, and I feel quite formidable now. Yang Mi replied, her voice sweetly coaxing. Then, she playfully tugged at Qin Tian's arm, pouting, Brother Tian, please let me join you. Qin Tian, somewhat swayed by her charm, nodded in agreement. Immediately, Yang Mi shot a teasing glance at Li Meiyun before turning her gaze affectionately towards Qin Tian. Suddenly, she stood on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on his cheek. Brother Tian, you are truly wonderful. She cooed. Very well, since you wish to accompany me, let us first take a rest. We shall gather our energy and set out later, he said, wrapping his arm around Yang Mi's waist as they made their way into the bedroom. Brother Tian, let us rest early to replenish our energy. Yang Mi nestled her head against Qin Tian's chest, playfully. Do you really think I would allow you to rest? Qin Tian retorted with a mischievous grin. Brother Tian, you are quite naughty. Yang Mi pouted, feigning anger. I shall ignore you. She pretended to turn away, yet her body remained still. Hee, it seems your body is rather honest. Nearly an hour later, Qin Tian, satisfied, retrieved a cigar from the bedside and lit it. At this moment, Yang Mi's face resembled a peach blossom, feigning slumber while discreetly stealing glances at the man seated on the bed, admiring his profile. She felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, believing him to be strikingly handsome from every angle. Unconsciously, she dozed off, resting her head on Qin Tian's arm. When she awoke again, it was to the sound of Qin Tian gently rousing her from her dreams. Mimi, it's time to set off. His calm voice resonated in her ears, instilling a profound sense of security within her. After a brief preparation, Qin Tian activated the time-space portal, and an immense force swiftly enveloped them, drawing them into the gateway. It was the stroke of midnight, and the world outside lay in utter silence. Together, the two vanished into the night along with the portal. Chapter 77. Return to Yangshi, the lofty building. The building in Yangshi was now enveloped in silence. Following the recent events, designated personnel patrolled the corridors with flashlights. At this hour, everyone had succumbed to slumber. After completing his rounds, the patroller returned to his duty room to rest. In his mind, he saw no reason for thieves to intrude in this post-apocalyptic world, allowing himself to fall into a deep sleep. Just then, a blue door appeared at the very spot where he had stood moments ago. And out stepped Qin Tian and Yang Mi Tiange. It's so dark here, Yang Mi exclaimed as she emerged, her eyes struggling to adjust to the obscurity. Now, activate your spiritual awareness, Qin Tian advised her softly. All right, Tiange. Yang Mi nodded with a smile. With that, she focused on activating her spiritual awareness, determined to keep pace with Qin Tian and not lag behind. Due to their previous reliance on portals, they could only ascertain the general location without pinpointing the specific floor. Therefore, the two needed to first determine which floor they were on. As they reached the end of the corridor, they finally saw that they were on the 22nd floor. Earlier, Tong Lia had informed him that the leadership's living quarters were located on the 36th floor. Consequently, they entered the elevator together, only to discover that this elevator stopped at the 36th floor without any interruptions. What is happening? Yang Mi exclaimed in surprise. This elevator must be internal. Surely, one needs the leader's card to access the 36th floor. Qin Tian pondered for a moment before responding. If that is indeed the case, it suggests that there is something amiss on this floor. Let us investigate. With that, he calmly led Yang Mi as they instantly teleported to the 36th floor. Upon their arrival, even individuals as worldly as Qin Tian and Yang Mi felt a sense of unease. The lavish decor, even in the corridors, was nothing short of opulent. Wow, this decoration is simply exquisite, Yang Mi could not help but exclaim. Qin Tian also remarked, indeed, the interior is remarkably well furnished. With plenty of time at their disposal, they decided to explore the corridor together. What began as a casual stroll soon transformed into a startling revelation. They felt as though they had uncovered a new world. The height of this floor was an astonishing 2 to 3 stories tall. It was a loft-like structure, a detail that was entirely imperceptible from the outside. The distance of these 3 stories created a vast spatial expanse. The environment was increasingly accommodating, and soon they beheld the legendary swimming pool and a miniature golf practice area. The pool, adorned with a plethora of accompanying amenities, exuded an aura of grandeur, distinctly different from the ordinary pools found outside. The water in the pool appeared to be meticulously maintained and refreshingly clean, complemented by a vending machine brimming with an assortment of beverages and supplies nearby. Yan Mi felt an irresistible urge to dive in and swim, openly expressing her fondness for the place. They then ascended to the 2nd floor, where a variety of leisure and entertainment venues awaited them, including cafes, gyms, and yoga studios. It seemed the leaders had indeed exerted considerable effort to enhance their quality of life. After perusing the facilities, they returned to the sleeping quarters of the leaders. Qin Tian recalled that Tong Lia had mentioned to him that not all the rooms were occupied, as many leaders had families and only occasionally stayed here. However, Qin Tian perceived it as inconsequential. All that was required was to clear out the occupants. At that moment, he was using his mental perception to assess the condition of each room, discovering a total of 10 rooms, 4 of which were occupied, with 3 housing both men and women. It seemed these women were likely the leader's secretaries. A faint smile graced Qin Tian's face as he contemplated how to deal with them. In truth, he harbored a deep-seated disdain for such individuals, having been bullied by village leaders and the village chief back in his impoverished hometown. In his youth, he witnessed the village chief assaulting his father over a land dispute. Moreover, the local police chief had arrived, Yet despite the obvious injustice, he consistently favored the chief's family. The two factions were essentially allies, which infuriated Qin Tian, who erupted in expletives. Had it not been for his father's intervention, he would have been kicked by that very chief. From that moment on, he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards those in power, leading to a lasting disdain for authority figures. Regrettably, even after gaining supernatural abilities, he found himself unable to return to the village to exact vengeance on the chief and his family. Nor could he eliminate the police chief. Now, encountering the self-indulgent leaders of the broadcasting station filled him with revulsion. Mimi, what do you think I should do about these scoundrels who maintain mistresses? Qin Tian suddenly inquired of Yangmi, who was beside him. After contemplating his question, Yangmi replied, I despise such individuals as well. They're utterly repugnant. I believe they should be made to suffer. Observing Yangmi's expression of righteous indignation resonated with Qin Tian's sentiments. Thus, after a moment of thought, he declared, Very well, I believe I have a plan. With that, he vanished from the corridor in an instant. At that moment, the station chief was blissfully asleep with his mistress, having been preoccupied with the chaos caused by Qin Tian's recent ambush. Finally, he could enjoy a peaceful night's rest, lost in pleasant dreams, when suddenly, he was jolted awake by a bucket of cold water. What is this? So cold, he exclaimed, unable to contain himself as he emerged from slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to see a shadow standing by the bedside, prompting him to swiftly retrieve a gun from beneath his pillow. He aimed it at the shadow and shouted, Who are you? How did you get in here? He never anticipated that, despite the stringent security measures in place, someone could intrude upon him, dousing him with a cold wave of dread. A chilling voice emerged from the darkness, declaring, I am your judge. Upon hearing this, he scoffed derisively, Huh? What a joke. No one can judge me. I shall send you to meet the king of hell. With that, he pulled the trigger. The gun fired twice, accompanied by the piercing scream of a woman. He immediately switched on the bedside lamp to assess the situation, only to find the room devoid of anyone or the corpse he believed he had shot. Terror gripped him as he exclaimed, Where did they go? There was clearly someone here. The woman beside him, equally terrified, stammered, Old Shin, I'm scared. Is there a ghost? Trembling in fear, she feared the supernatural. Especially given the multitude of wicked deeds he had committed, she wondered whose vengeful spirit had come to seek him. Chun, the director, quickly reassured her, Do not be afraid. Even if it is a ghost, I have this weapon. What can it do to me? However, just as he finished speaking, an overwhelming force suddenly yanked the gun from his hand. My gun, he shouted, attempting to leap from the bed to pursue it, only to stumble and fall awkwardly. Moments later, a rope was tossed in front of him, and Qin Tian's figure gradually materialized before him. You've bound yourself, Qin Tian coldly remarked. I am the station director here. I do not recognize you. Why do you wish to harm me? Chun, the director, rose from the ground, bewildered, and inquired of Qin Tian. He had anticipated that revealing his identity as the director would be advantageous, yet instead, he received a brutal blow from Qin Tian's gun, causing blood to pour forth. Subsequently, he pointed to the woman on the bed and said, He talks too much. Bind him. The woman, momentarily taken aback, quickly climbed off the bed to restrain the man who had just been sleeping there. Very well, put on your clothes. It may be quite cold where we are headed. Qin Tian addressed the woman, who possessed an alluring figure and striking beauty. Once she had donned her outerwear, a large blue door appeared before them, shimmering with a mysterious light and tumultuous undercurrents. Both of you, step inside, Qin Tian commanded, aiming his gun at them. Qin and his assistant were taken aback, exchanging a glance before both knelt before Qin Tian. In Chapter 78, titled The South Korean Girl Group, Girls' Generation, Chun trembled at the sight of the peculiar door. His hands were already bound, and his assistant had long since betrayed him. Brother, it is he who deserves death. He forced me to become his lover, or I would lose my position as host. The assistant began to expose Chin's misdeeds. He is the villain. I am not the only one who has faced his threats and oppression. I know of several female hosts who have already fallen victim to his schemes. So if you must kill someone, let it be him. He is the true villain. The mistress began to point at him, revealing all the beastly deeds he had committed in the past. Upon hearing his once affectionate partner turn against him, Director Chen was filled with fury and berated him vehemently. Lu Jing, you are no saint yourself. Wasn't it you who seduced me in the first place? You sought to vie for the position of the leading lady against Wu Lily and actively lured me in. How shameless of you. How could I possibly have pursued you? The sight of a loudmouthed, foul-breathed old man like you repulses me. There was no inclination whatsoever to entice you. Lu Jing retorted with equal vehemence. As the two began to tear into each other with harsh words, Qin Tian stood by, arms crossed, coldly observing the spectacle. At that moment, he found no desire to intervene. Watching them engage in their petty squabble was sufficient amusement. When they had exhausted their insults and were rendered speechless, Qin Tian coldly commanded, "Get lost. I shall escort you to where you belong." With that, he brandished his pistol, compelling them to step into the temporal portal. Upon entering, the two were immediately met with the chilling sound of rushing winds, causing them to shut their eyes in fright and avoid glancing at one another. Moments later, they found themselves in a frigid, snow-laden landscape. It turned out that Qin Tian had designated a desolate mountain range on the outskirts of the capital as their destination. Once they tumbled into this icy expanse, they became disoriented amidst the thick fog, while piercing winds relentlessly seeped through their clothing. Having emerged from the warmth of their cozy beds, they were now plunged into a frigid environment reminiscent of an ice cellar, a stark and shocking contrast. "Hey, I am freezing to death. Where on earth is this place?" Despite being clad in a heavy coat, Lu Jing found the cold unbearable. As he gazed at the man before him, his anger intensified. "Li Zhongping, you old scoundrel, it is entirely your fault that I have been cast into this wretched place." Furious, Lu Jing moved forward to tug at his own hair in frustration. Director Chen, already clad in a mere shirt, was now shivering uncontrollably. "You madman. I do not even recognize that young man," and I remained utterly bewildered by the situation. His indignation was palpable, mingled with a sense of injustice. Yet, he soon regained his composure and said, "Do not create a scene here. What matters most is that we find shelter quickly." True to his leadership qualities, he immediately grasped the crux of the matter. After a period of patient persuasion, Lu Jing finally calmed down. However, when she helped Director Chen untie his bindings, they sought refuge in a nearby house, only to discover they were atop a mountain, surrounded by lush vegetation and wild animals, making every step a treacherous endeavor. "This is utterly ruthless. It feels as though we have been condemned to die here." Even Director Chen's composure shattered under the current conditions. Descending the mountain to find shelter seemed more daunting than scaling the heavens. Gradually, the two found themselves succumbing to hypothermia, and just before the brink of death, they beheld a massive wild boar approaching, regarding them as mere prey. Qin Tian employed a similar strategy against the leaders in the other rooms. Some were cast into the desolate wilderness, while others found themselves in a zoo. As two individuals remained in slumber, they gradually sensed a chilling atmosphere around them, and the hardness beneath them revealed itself as stone. This time, it was another deputy director from the station, primarily responsible for casting. He was nestled beside a female contestant who had previously triumphed in a singing competition. After their passionate encounter, they succumbed to deep sleep, only to be roused by a cacophony of unfamiliar animal calls. "Where am I? Am I dreaming?" At that moment, he noticed a thick mist enveloping him, and a robust figure drawing near. The sound resembled a cat's labored breathing. To his astonishment, as the shadow approached, he discerned that it was an exceptionally powerful tiger, evidently of a mutated breed. Saliva dripped from its jaws. Good heavens! Terrified, he hastily covered his head with the blanket, praying he would go unnoticed. The woman beside him, having spotted the tiger, trembled uncontrollably. However, the tiger's keen sense of smell had already detected their presence from several meters away. Under the overwhelming pressure of the tiger, the two could only huddle together beneath the blanket, shivering in fear. Ultimately, they became mere prey for the tiger's family. Once all was settled, Qin Tian replaced the bedding with fresh linens. From his personal space, he retrieved several sets of bedding, instructing Yang Mi to change them on the spot. As Yang Mi gazed at the decorations and arrangements of the rooms, her heart brimmed with joy. She felt fortunate regardless of which room she was offered. "Tian Ge, are we truly moving here?" she inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, we are," Qin Tian replied with a slight smile. After attending to these matters, he transported Yang Mi to another floor. They discovered that this level also appeared to be a residential area. It seemed that all the signage was in English, and the decor exuded a distinctly European style. Within, there were amenities that seemed to cater to foreign tastes, including Starbucks, KFC, and McDonald's. Subsequently, the two found themselves in a corridor lined with rows of rooms. It was then that the observant Yang Mi noticed a sign in Korean affixed to one of the doors. "Look, there's Korean," she whispered, tugging at Qin Tian's hand. Surprised, Qin Tian leaned closer to confirm her observation, and indeed, he spotted the words "Girls' Generation" beneath. "Isn't that a South Korean group?" he questioned. At that moment, Yang Mi appeared to have an epiphany and said to Qin Tian, "I understand now. This is indeed Girls' Generation." the popular South Korean girl group invited by Yang Shi to perform at the awards ceremony. Before the apocalypse, Chin Tian had not heard of this event. It seemed that the station had kept this information under wraps, likely as a strategic move to boost viewership ratings, leaving only a select few privy to the arrival of these enigmatic guests. In other words, the South Korean girl group must have arrived a couple of days early. This area serves as the VIP lounge for distinguished guests. The mere mention of this name instantly evokes memories of Girls' Generation for Chin Tian. Chapter 79, The Pure White Moonlight. Taylor Swift. Chin Tian finds himself surrounded by numerous women. He reminisces about Girls' Generation, particularly fond of Lin Yunhye and Kim Taeyeon. These two enchanting and sweet ladies leave the most profound impression on him. Brother Tian, this can't possibly be where Girls' Generation is staying, right? Youngmi expresses her astonishment. She has listened to many of their songs and holds a fondness for several. If they truly are inside, she would be eager to greet them. In fact, Chin Tian had already activated his divine sense to survey the room. As the lights were off, he could only discern their vague silhouettes on the bed. It should be Girls' Generation, but I only see 3 individuals in the room. Chin Tian nods in acknowledgement. Soon, they noticed that the doorplate of the opposite room bore a line of English text. Look, there seems to be an English name on the doorplate. Youngmi promptly informs Chin Tian. As they approached, they discovered that the name inscribed was none other than Taylor Swift. Wow, it seems that this event has truly splurged, even inviting such a popular figure as Swift to perform as a guest. Chin Tian exclaims in astonishment. Although at this time, Swift primarily focused on country music, she was already gaining popularity among the youth. In her early days, she epitomized the image of a pure girl from the West. Previously, the most enchanting figure in his heart was the American pop icon Britney Spears, but now it is Taylor Swift who embodies the essence of sweetness for him. In an instant, Chin Tian transported himself into the room of the other party, where he beheld a stunning blonde, blue-eyed beauty reclining on the bed, under the moonlight. Her profile appeared exquisitely alluring. At that moment, she was sleeping soundly, seemingly content in her surroundings, not wishing to disturb her peaceful slumber. Chin Tian observed her tranquility with a sense of tenderness. Meanwhile, a familiar mechanical voice resonated within his mind. Ding. System task triggered. Name, Taylor. Age, 21. Beauty score, 97. Virtue, 100. Overall score, 98. Meets system requirements. Successful cohabitation with Taylor will yield corresponding rewards. Goodness. A system task has indeed been activated. Chin Tian couldn't help but marvel at the significant turn of events this evening. To think that a mere reconnaissance would lead him to encounter a beloved international star. Upon exiting, he remarked to Youngmi, "It's about time, let us return. And we shall move together tomorrow." Young, linking her arm with his, nodded eagerly. Yes, I will follow you, Brother Tian." Curiously, she inquired, "Brother Tian, did you see her? Is that truly Taylor? Isn't she breathtaking?" Youngmi had never had the chance to observe a Western celebrity up close. She had merely heard whispers during rehearsals about the inclusion of a prominent Western star in the lineup. At that moment, she remained skeptical, thinking to herself that if it were true, the renowned Western brands were indeed acting quite pretentiously, showing no regard even for Yang Shi's reputation. Yes, it was indeed her. Chin Tian nodded in affirmation. With Chin Tian's confirmation, Youngmi finally realized that the rumors were, in fact, true. The two then returned to Li Meiyan's residence through the time-space portal. Once home, they made their way to the bathroom to cleanse themselves of the dust accumulated from their journey. After their refreshing baths, they naturally proceeded to the bedroom to rest, sharing a tranquil night devoid of conversation. The following day, everyone gathered around Youngmi, eager to hear about her experiences with Chin Tian at the Yang Shi building the previous night. When Youngmi recounted how Chin Tian had used the time-space portal to send those leaders off to desolate mountains, the audience expressed their exhilaration. It seemed that their disdain for those leaders had reached a peak. After finishing breakfast, they began to pack their belongings. Noticing everyone tidying up, Chin Tian reminded them, "Please try to minimize your luggage. There is nothing lacking over there, and the conditions are even better than here." Heeding Chin Tian's advice, they relinquished some unnecessary trinkets. An hour later, they had gathered their essentials in the living room. Once Chin Tian saw that everyone was ready, he took out the time-space portal. "Now that we are all prepared, please follow me inside," he reiterated. As everyone stepped into the time-space portal, they bid a final farewell to the neighborhood they had inhabited for several years. Chin Tian led the group directly to the 36th floor of the Yang Shi building. At this moment, all the individuals within this layer have been cleared out, leaving only a few of them. When everyone beheld the astonishingly vast space and the myriad of exquisite facilities, their delight was palpable. The presence of over a dozen luxurious suites left them nearly breathless with joy. The female celebrities, in particular, were overjoyed, dancing with glee. After all, they were accustomed to frequenting hotels across various locales and were well acquainted with establishments of different star ratings. Upon witnessing the decor and arrangement of each room, which undoubtedly surpassed a 5-star standard, one exclaimed, "Wow, this place resonates perfectly with my tastes." Comparing it to the rooms in our neighborhood is akin to contrasting heaven and earth. After receiving her designated room, Tang Yin, with the exuberance of a child, joyfully rolled around on the bed. The suite allocated to her was already opulent, but Qin Tian's master suite was extravagance personified. It was adorned to the standards of a presidential suite, exhibiting a lavish Middle Eastern style, harmoniously blended with Western elements. Within the room were Chinese Wangwali tables and a tea table hewn from jade, and even the toilet was fashioned from gold. Each time Qin Tian entered to relieve himself, the brilliance of the gold nearly blinded him. As Qin Tian was in the process of organizing his presidential suite, Tang Xiu suddenly dashed in. This spirited girl playfully tackled him onto the bed, and, wrapping her arms around his neck, coyly asked, "Brother Tian, may I sleep with you tonight?" Not for any other reason, but simply to experience the joy of this presidential suite. Upon witnessing her radiant smile, Qin Tian leaned closer and whispered softly in her ear, "It all hinges on your performance." Just then, Reba, leaning against the doorframe, playfully made faces at them and exclaimed, "How embarrassing. Everyone else is busy tidying their rooms, while you two are here whispering secrets." With that, she darted to the foot of the bed and joined their circle, playfully tugging at Qin Tian. "Brother Tian, I want to stay here too." Qin Tian calmly responded to both of them, "That would depend on your older sister's consent." At this moment, Yang Mi and the others had also noticed the commotion in Qin Tian's room. Consequently, several women rushed into his presidential suite. On the very first day of moving, Qin Tian found himself surrounded by a multitude of women, each expressing their desire to stay the night. Chapter 80. Qin Tian teaches swimming. On the first day at the Yangsher building, the excitement among Qin Tian's companions was palpable. The living conditions here far surpassed those of their previous neighborhood. Upon seeing the presidential suite that Qin Tian occupied, their composure faltered, and they eagerly declared their intention to spend the night with him. While Qin Tian possessed an extraordinary constitution, he recognized the impossibility of accommodating each request. Thus, he smiled gently and suggested, "This can be easily resolved. You can draw lots to decide who gets to stay here for one night each." Upon hearing his proposal, the women became animated, engaging in a game of rock, paper, scissors to determine who would stay with Qin Tian that evening. Ultimately, the victor was Ni, who had not intended to compete, but unexpectedly emerged as the last one standing. When everyone witnessed her ultimate victory, feelings of envy and admiration swept through the group. After resolving this matter, they were guided by Yang Mi to explore the leisure area. "Wow, this place is truly delightful. We should have come here much sooner," exclaimed one. "Indeed, I never anticipated such comprehensive facilities. It has truly opened my eyes." Another responded, her enthusiasm palpable. "I absolutely adore this swimming pool. How I wish I had a swimsuit right now." In that moment, a lively discussion ensued among them, particularly among the already fit Ni, Tang Yin, and Tong Liya, who were eager to take the plunge. Sunlight streamed through the transparent tempered glass, casting shimmering reflections on the surface of the pool. Just as they were contemplating diving in, Qin Tian approached their side. Upon hearing their desires, a subtle smile graced his lips as he inquired, "Do you all wish to swim?" Yes. We've been cooped up in that community for far too long. Seeing this crystal-clear pool makes us yearn to swim." Yang Mi chimed in with a playful tone. "Ah, it's been ages since I last swam," Tang Xi added, her eagerness evident. Previously, she had frequently paid visits to the swimming pool to enhance her lower body strength, and the sight of such a vast pool ignited her passion for swimming. Upon hearing their enthusiastic responses, Qin Tian retrieved a pink bikini from his personal space. The sight of the swimsuit hanging from his hand left everyone momentarily speechless. "Wow, Tian-gu, it seems you were already well prepared." Upon seeing the size of the swimsuit, Tang Yin immediately snatched it up. Yang Mi, witnessing this, reluctantly remarked, "Can you even fit into such a scant piece of fabric?" Subsequently, upon noticing that Qin Tian held another blue swimsuit, she too seized it, exclaiming, "I rather prefer the blue one." With that, she retreated to her room to change. As the day progressed, She began to extract various swimsuits of differing styles and colors from her personal space. Calmly, she declared, "These swimsuits are for you to choose from. There should be a style that suits each of you." Consequently, the remaining individuals eagerly selected their preferred designs from the assortment. At this moment, Yang Mi and Tang Yin had already donned the swimsuits they had just taken. Tang Yin stood before Qin Tian, exuding grace with her fair, smooth skin. Particularly striking were her long legs, which drew attention. Noticing Qin Tian's gaze upon her, she approached him and twirled around. After completing her spin, she asked, "Brother Tian, do I look good?" Qin Tian, wrapping an arm around her waist, whispered in her ear, "Let me see how well you swim." With that, he led her to the edge of the pool. Suddenly, he swept her off her feet in a princess carry. Tang Yin immediately wrapped her slender arms around his neck, her enchanting eyes gazing into his with affection as she said, "Why don't you teach me how to swim, Brother Tian? I only know a little dog paddle." Her seemingly shy demeanor was irresistible to any man who beheld her. Qin Tian nodded, saying, "I would be glad to teach you how to swim. However, shortly, your other sisters may not agree, right?" Upon hearing his words, Tang Yin feigned an expression of discontent and declared, "I don't care. I just want you to teach me." With that, she planted a kiss on Qin Tian's cheek. Consequently, Qin Tian embraced her and gradually stepped into the swimming pool. At that moment, the water was not as frigid as one might envision, but rather maintained a temperate warmth. As the two entered the water, they made a splash, sending droplets cascading onto Tang Yin's pristine, fair face. Once released by Qin Tian, she submerged completely, performing various movements beneath the surface. She resembled a water lily blooming in the depths, her pink swimsuit vibrant like its petals. However, after a brief period of flailing her limbs, she called out for help. "Tian, go, pull me up." It turned out she had been feigning calmness in front of Qin Tian. He steadied her by grasping her waist and calmly reassured her. "You performed admirably. Just maintain your balance with deep breaths." "Ah, all right." She nodded in the water, but just as she was about to speak, she swallowed a small mouthful of water. With a swift motion, Qin Tian lifted her entirely above the surface, and Tang Yin began to paddle and kick with renewed vigor. Gradually, her movements became more relaxed, no longer as tense as before. At that moment, Yang Mi made a splash as she entered the water. Joining Qin Tian's side and murmuring softly, "Tian, go, take a look at how I swim." With a swift motion, she plunged into the water, deliberately diving near Qin Tian, and stealthily tugged at Tang Yin's foot. This sudden action caused Tang Yin to lose her balance, nearly submerging into the depths. Meanwhile, Yang Mi feigned being kicked and swam into Qin Tian's embrace, asking, "After you finish teaching Tang, could you perhaps teach me as well?" As she spoke, she wrapped her arms around him like an octopus. At that moment, Li Meiyun, Ni, Ri Ba, Tong Lia, and others arrived at the poolside, clad in swimsuits of various hues. The scene resembled a fashion contest set in a post-apocalyptic world, showcasing the swimwear segment. Each of these stunning women possessed their own unique charm. As they entered the water one by one, laughter echoed like the sound of silver bells. Upon noticing Tang Yin and Yang Mi learning to swim, they swam over to Qin Tian, requesting his guidance. Thus, Qin Tian became a verdant oasis amidst a sea of blossoms. Under his instruction, the women quickly flourished in the water, showing remarkable progress. In truth, Qin Tian had previously obtained a swimming instructor certification during his spare time, and he never anticipated that this skill would prove invaluable in such dire circumstances. Chapter 81. Underwater Photoshoots, featuring foreign starlets. As Qin Tian taught them to swim, they frolicked together in the pool. "Brother Tian, I want to learn backstroke. I believe it suits me better." "Brother Tian, am I positioning my arms correctly?" "Brother Tian, support my waist. I am about to glide through the water." "Brother Tian, when will it be my turn?" Witnessing these women vying for attention before him, Qin Tian felt a surge of delight within. Subsequently, he retrieved a camera from his personal space and said, "Allow me to capture a few photographs, so we may preserve this splendid moment." Upon seeing the camera, everyone eagerly struck poses in the water. "Perfect, just like that," Qin Tian exclaimed as he pressed the shutter. With the click of the camera, their most beautiful moments were immortalized in that instant. He then directed them to adopt various poses in the pool, particularly raising his expectations for the graceful Tang Xiu. He instructed her to don an embroidered hanfu over her swimsuit. As she stood in the water clad in the hanfu, she performed a series of dance movements inspired by the ode to the goddess of Luo. Qin Tian submerged himself to capture her entire sequence as photographic material, marveling at her elegant and ethereal motions in the water. After completing the photo shoot, he ascended the shore and joined the others at a nearby chair to review the freshly taken photographs. Upon viewing the images Qin Tian had captured, they were left in awe. Wow, I never anticipated that Brother Tian could take such stunning photographs. Is this really my picture? It can easily rival those I had taken at a professional magazine, they exclaimed. Indeed, Brother Tian's mastery of light and composition is absolutely top-notch. In no time, everyone was lauding his photographic skills, particularly enchanted by the ethereal beauty of Tang Siyu's underwater series inspired by the goddess of Luo. Whether it be aperture, lens, or angle, the art of capturing images is akin to that of a seasoned professional. In fact, during his university years, Qin Tian had already garnered a modest reputation in the realm of photography, having served as the vice president of the photography club and participated in numerous competitions, securing several accolades. However, due to academic commitments, he could not continue pursuing his passion for photography, particularly after entering the workforce. He found himself with even less time to indulge in this beloved hobby. Yet now, he reminisced about his erstwhile passion and revealed his photographic talent with remarkable flair. While many celebrities had previously taken artistic photographs, few could capture their beauty as exquisitely as Qin Tian. Consequently, admiration for him grew among his peers. After the photo session, Qin Tian presented red wine and fruits as a delightful repast before lunch. The women suggested placing the fruits and beverages on a tray to enjoy by the poolside, indulging in both play and refreshment. This scene evoked memories of the opulent feasts depicted in the classic Investiture of the Gods, where King Zhou reveled in a veritable pool of wine and meat. Observing the women as they playfully peeled grapes and offered him wine glasses, he felt that such indulgence could hardly surpass this moment. Eventually, after their playful interlude in the pool, they proceeded to a grand dining hall, meticulously designed to resemble a five-star hotel. The space was adorned with handcrafted Middle Eastern carpets, and the tables were fashioned from exquisite mahogany. Crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, while esteemed modern masterpieces graced the walls. The entire dining hall was outfitted with the finest amenities, exuding an air of grandeur and elegance. This truly is a dining hall reserved for leaders. Though termed a cafeteria, it surpasses over 90% of the grand hotels across the nation. Yang Mi, accompanied by Tang Yin and Nini, ventured into the kitchen, where they discovered an abundance of electrical appliances. Upon illuminating the space, they found an array of pots, pans, and various utensils at their disposal. Along the walls stood large freezers and ovens, far more complete than the amenities found in their own residence within the community. Yang Mi promptly rummaged through the kitchen refrigerator, uncovering a plethora of fresh seasonal vegetables, poultry, and fish, an astonishing bounty indeed. She marveled at the extraordinary privileges that the affluent still enjoyed in the apocalypse, a stark contrast to the ordinary populace. Particularly, the rare ingredients within the freezer left her utterly astounded. Before long, having familiarized herself with the kitchen stove, Yang Mi successfully prepared a lavish feast. Just as they were relishing the meal together, Qin Tian abruptly stood, furrowing his brow with evident displeasure, and said, "Please continue without me. It appears I have some matters to attend to." Li Meiyun, noticing his furrowed brow, sensed that trouble was afoot. She cautiously inquired, "Brother Tian, is something wrong? Should we assist you?" Observing her genuine concern, Qin Tian shook his head and replied, "It's nothing. You all enjoy your meal. I can handle this on my own." With his assurance, Li Meiyun refrained from further protest and nodded, resuming her seat. As the eldest among them, she encouraged everyone to continue dining. Soon, Qin Tian vanished from their sight. After merely a few moments, they witnessed Qin Tian returning with 3 South Korean beauties, members of the renowned girl group Girls' Generation, Lin Yuner, Jin Taiyan, and Zheng Xiuyan. Though they appeared somewhat weary, their star quality remained undeniable. Particularly striking were the commanding presences of the leader, Jin Taiyan, and the formidable CEO, Zheng Xiuyan, who had grown up in the United States. Lin Yuner, on the other hand, consistently embodied the pure and charming image of a heroine who seemed to have stepped out from the pages of a manga. Despite having recently experienced a considerable fright, she maintained a serene smile, a testament to her status as the group's face. After arranging for their seating, Qin Tian returned to the VIP area, escorting a stunning blonde with striking blue eyes. Upon seeing her, Yang Mi and the others couldn't help but rise from their seats in excitement. "It's really her. Brother Tian. Where on earth did you go? How is she here too?" The presence of both Girls' Generation and Taylor Swift indicated that this event was indeed extravagant. Although only 3 members of Girls' Generation attended, these particular stars held the highest popularity in Xia country, suggesting that the organizers had conducted thorough research. As the 4 foreign guests arrived, the other women greeted them courteously in English. As a carefree Western woman, Taylor Swift found herself intrigued by the relationship between herself and Qin Tian. The 3 members of Girls' Generation, however, appeared visibly startled, exhibiting a demeanor of humility and caution. When Yang Mi engaged them in conversation in English, the trio endeavored to respond to nearly all her inquiries in kind. It turned out that just moments prior, Qin Tian had utilized his formidable spiritual awareness to notice a group of individuals in the VIP area, accompanied by a dozen subordinates, attempting to abduct them. Upon witnessing the Girls' Generation trio rising in defiance, Taylor Swift immediately rushed out to assist them, only to have the leader of the assailants become even more exhilarated at the sight of the blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauty. Just as they were about to forcibly take the 4 of them away, Qin Tian appeared like a divine protector, standing resolutely in their path. Chapter 82. Security Chief Yimu Bai, the Eye of Illusion. As the head of security for the entire building, Yimu Bai had previously been subservient and obsequious in the presence of his superiors. However, after discovering his own extraordinary abilities, he underwent a dramatic transformation, becoming arrogant and overbearing. He even executed security personnel who dared to voice dissent. When he realized that the station's director and deputy directors had vanished, he initially felt a twinge of panic, but soon concluded that their disappearance was fortuitous. Now, as the security chief, he could assert himself with impunity, relishing the feeling of being the undisputed ruler in the absence of authority. Consequently, he quickly descended into lawlessness, engaging in a multitude of reckless behaviors. He demanded the finest A-class meals for himself and his brothers, and after indulging in sumptuous feasts and luxurious attire, his thoughts turned to women. Consequently, the women within his realm found themselves in dire straits. Those who complied with his whims were allowed to linger on, while those who resisted were cast into the mists outside, destined to feed the mutated monstrosities. One fateful day, having grown weary of the local women, he set his sights upon the foreign starlets in the VIP section. Previously, the station chief and his associates had indulged in their carnal desires, yet they dared not lay their sights upon the foreign dignitaries. In their minds, these were foreign citizens, and moreover, they were influential celebrities across the globe. They understood that such actions could provoke a diplomatic incident, tarnishing international relations, an affront they would never dare to commit. However, Yimu Bai harbored no such reservations. To him, only his desires and power mattered, while everything else was mere trifles. Thus, he ventured into the VIP area accompanied by his most trusted confidants. Before departing, he assured his subordinates, "Once I am done, they shall all belong to you. Hooray! Our leader is brilliant. Long live the boss." His followers cheered in excitement upon hearing his words. A wicked smile crept across his face as he envisioned the scene of the Girls' Generation and their blonde, blue-eyed beauty beneath him, relishing the thought. Upon reaching their door, they found Lin Yun'er, Jin Taiyan, and Zheng Xiuyan of Girls' Generation just awakening, mistakenly believing someone had come to deliver their meal. Instead, they were met by a horde of lecherous fiends. "What do you want? Where are you taking us?" Zheng Xiuyan stepped forward to block their path, speaking firmly. However, Yimu Bai could not comprehend her words. The star from the south was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. It was said that they underwent cosmetic surgery from a young age, truly a marvel of creation. Upon noticing the expression of greedy desire in Yimu Bai's eyes, even the most innocent girl would grasp his implication. "Get out," Zheng Xiuyan commanded loudly in impeccable English. "Huh, I can understand that." Yimu Bai laughed heartily at the 3 stunning women before him. Hearing the commotion from across the way, their sole neighbor, Taylor, rushed in. "Who are you? And why are you intruding into a girl's room? This is an invasion of privacy, do you understand?" She shouted at them in English. Initially, it was expected that the presence of a foreign lady would temper their audacity, yet Yimu Bai mockingly clapped his hands and said, "Perfect timing. This saves us the trouble of seeking you out." As he spoke to the blonde beauty at such close quarters, Yimu Bai's expression turned utterly smitten. Although he had previously worked in security, he was not permitted to approach VIPs without authorization. He then commanded his subordinates, "Take her to the room across the hall and keep a close watch on her. I will handle things here." Following his orders, his lackeys promptly escorted Taylor to the opposite room without further ado. Yimu Bai gazed at the trio of southern beauties before him, each possessing a unique charm, and instinctively licked his parched lips. "Heh, lovely ladies, will you join me together, or do you prefer to take turns with me?" At that moment, he activated his illusory vision. Instantly, Zheng Xiuyan, standing at the forefront, felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, accompanied by a growing warmth enveloping her body. A series of commands urging her to disrobe flooded her mind. The other two members of the group were taken aback, their eyes widening in shock as they witnessed her transformation. Lin Yunair, reacting swiftly, rushed to grab Zheng Xiuyan's hands as she began to pull down the zipper of her jacket. Xiuyan, what's wrong? She was startled to see her companion's gaze fixed intently on the lecherous man before them, prompting her to shake her teammate vigorously. Taiyan, come help. Realizing she could not restrain her, she called out to their companion, Jin Taiyan. Consequently, Jin Taiyan hurried over to seize Zheng Xiuyan's hand, yet felt an overwhelming strength emanating from her grip that rendered him unable to hold her back. Haha, you two should also shed your garments like her, Yi Mubai declared with an air of arrogant satisfaction. When Lin Yunair met his gaze, she suddenly felt ensnared by an inexplicable enchantment. Yunair, what's happening? Has he cast some spell on you? Jin Taiyan was utterly bewildered. With the power of his awakened illusory vision, Yi Mubai had ensnared numerous young women, proving to be an unfailing tactic. Upon reflecting on the eager surrender of the young women ensnared by his illusion, a wave of dark satisfaction coursed through him. He had even employed this tactic to incite his adversarial teammates into a fratricidal conflict. Hey, see my eyes, he exclaimed, uttering the scant few English words he knew. Jin Taiyan instinctively gazed into his eyes, only to find her mind ensnared by Yi Mubai's control. Ha, little beauty, you shall obediently submit to me, he declared, exhilaration bubbling within him as he beheld the three girls under his dominion. With uncontainable eagerness, he began to unfasten his trousers. However, just as his impatience reached its zenith, a scornful voice pierced through the air behind him. Hey, what are you doing? Are you in such a rush? Do you dare covet my woman? Startled, Yi Mubai swiftly pulled his trousers back up. As he turned to confront the imposing and handsome figure before him, he nearly lost his composure. Was this not the formidable individual who had dispatched several ability wielders and a small team of special forces in the dance rehearsal room? Chapter 83, 9-Star Mental Power. What's wrong? Do you remember me? Qin Tian remarked, observing the fleeting change of expression on Yi Mubai's face. Upon hearing Qin Tian's voice, Yi Mubai felt the fervor within him extinguish as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. With Qin Tian's formidable mental prowess unleashed, Yi Mubai was once again engulfed by an overwhelming sense of pressure, rendering him breathless. What do you intend to do? He feigned calmness, despite the turmoil within. At this moment, his illusion had dissipated, and the three sisters of girls' generation had returned to their normal states. Upon realizing that their outer garments had been removed, a cold sweat broke out over them. Fortunately, they were still clad in their sleepwear, which made them feel quite embarrassed in the presence of the two men. Suddenly, a blanket flew towards them, wrapping them securely. This was an act of Qin Tian, who utilized his mental prowess to send the blanket to them. What do you think I should do? Qin Tian calmly retorted. Although Yi Mubai had witnessed Qin Tian's formidable strength before, he had not yet awakened his own abilities at that time. Faced with Qin Tian's overwhelming aura, he felt a sense of trepidation. Yet he secretly attempted to unleash his own illusionary powers against Qin Tian. However, his efforts proved futile, as his so-called Eye of Illusion had no effect on Qin Tian whatsoever. How is this possible? He marveled inwardly. Subsequently, his gaze seemed to be ensnared by Qin Tian's powerful presence, rendering him unable to look away. Suddenly, a pool of emerald water appeared before him, revealing an unfathomable abyss. Gradually, he discerned a massive shadow gliding beneath the depths. He was nearly overwhelmed by terror, almost letting out a scream. But the creature below abruptly opened its eyes and gazed at him. It had a blood-red eye that sent chills down his spine, leaving him drenched in sweat. In the next instant, he found himself involuntarily plummeting into the abyssal waters. Almost immediately, an icy chill enveloped him, making it difficult to breathe. Suddenly, the enormous creature swam towards him, and in a panic, he struggled desperately for his life. He yearned to break free from this sensation, yet it felt as though he were ensnared by an enigmatic force, utterly unable to escape. This was Yi Mubai's inner turmoil, while in reality, he found himself dancing wildly in the air before an individual. This was the manifestation of Qin Tian's abilities after reaching a 9-star level in mental prowess. He could not only manipulate another's mental energy, but also induce vivid illusions. The terrifying nature of 9-star mental power was evident. After confining Mei Mei within a room, Yi Mubai's subordinates stealthily returned to eavesdrop outside the door. The prospect of a lone man confronting 3 captivating and spirited South Korean goddesses thrilled them. Quick! Listen to how our leader revels in his freedom, they exclaimed. This is incredible! I never imagined I would have a chance to engage in profound conversation with Lin Yuner of Girls' Generation. However, one member began to sense something amiss. He noted that their leader's voice seemed to convey an excessive struggle. It resembled the sound of someone desperately fighting for breath. At that moment, the others too recognized the dissonance. Consequently, they burst through the door, rushing inside. The sight that greeted them was startling. "Boss, what has happened?" They gasped in astonishment. There stood Yimu Bai in an exceedingly peculiar posture, mouth agape, arms flailing in the air, resembling a fish on the brink of drowning. Among all of them, only Yimu Bai possessed extraordinary abilities, which left everyone else bewildered. When they laid eyes on Qin Tian, they were already under his formidable mental dominion. Witnessing this, they hoisted the lifeless body of Yimu Bai, who had succumbed, and proceeded to the window, casting their leader out into the void beyond. Subsequently, one by one, they leapt from the precipice, seemingly devoid of their own volition. Astonishingly, some wore serene smiles as they descended, departing this world with an air of tranquility. This entire spectacle was the result of Qin Tian wielding his 9-star mental power, which effortlessly subdued the minds of so many. His power eclipsed Yimu Bai's mere 3-star mental power, leaving the latter oblivious to the manner of his demise. Once the detestable individuals were dealt with, Qin Tian turned his gaze towards the 3 members of the girl group who were now clad in coats, their expressions fraught with panic. Upon witnessing the entire sequence of events involving Qin Tian's confrontation with those ruffians, they felt an immense gratitude towards him. Nevertheless, the peculiar manner of their tormentor's death left them harboring doubts about Qin Tian's true nature. Taylor, however, found nothing extraordinary about the incident. Having felt a shiver at Yimu Bai's earlier actions, she recognized that, at the very least, Qin Tian stood on their side, which instilled a sense of fondness within her. Coupled with his strikingly handsome Eastern features, her affection for him deepened. Thus, she took the initiative to approach him, expressing her gratitude with a cheerful, "Thank you," as she extended her delicate, fair hand towards him, her smile radiant. This was the first time that Qin Tian had such close contact with a Western female celebrity. He meticulously scrutinized the stunning girl before him, who resembled a beautiful Barbie doll. He had often heard online claims that Westerners had large pores and rough skin. However, upon shaking her hand, Qin Tian was pleasantly surprised by the delicate softness he felt. He then addressed her in fluent English, stating, "No need to thank me. My assistance comes with conditions." Initially captivated by Qin Tian's striking looks and physique, she was momentarily taken aback by his forthrightness. Furrowing her brow slightly, she inquired in English as to why he would say such a thing. In response, Qin Tian candidly explained the conditions set forth by his system task. Taylor Swift widened her eyes in astonishment. She had not anticipated such directness from him. A smile soon graced her lips as she nodded and replied, "All right, I agree." At this moment, she was still the sweet girl who had risen to fame through folk music, having never experienced romance. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt an undeniable connection to Qin Tian. After a brief hesitation, she clasped his hand, consenting to the proposed exchange. In her eyes, she perceived herself as older, while he was a handsome gentleman embodying Eastern aesthetics. Meanwhile, 3 members of Girls' Generation approached, awkwardly expressing their gratitude to Qin Tian in broken Chinese. "Thank you, Samaida." Qin Tian nodded, reciprocating their handshakes, feeling their delicate, soft hands. Zhang Xiwan even embraced him, and he was instantly enveloped by the sweet, youthful fragrance emanating from her. Upon hearing Qin Tian recount the current state of the world outside, the girls were utterly astonished. Their disbelief intensified, particularly upon learning of the existence of various superhumans. At that moment, a sudden growl emanated from Lin Yuner's stomach, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment as she inquired, "I wonder when we will be served our meals?" She recalled that it had already been 2 days since anyone had brought them food, as if they had been entirely forgotten. Over these 2 days, they had survived on the meager snacks they had managed to bring with them. Moreover, the unfamiliarity of their surroundings made them hesitant to venture out, especially after being informed that the outside world had succumbed to a fog of apocalypse. Each attempt to reach out to their agency had been thwarted by communication issues, leaving them in a state of frustration. Qin Tian gazed at Lin Yuner and asked, "Are you hungry?" With a calm demeanor, he addressed the 3 girls from Girls' Generation, who had gone 2 days without a proper meal. Previously, someone would deliver their favorite seaweed rice rolls and kimchi. Lin Yuner, rubbing her now growling stomach, longed for the taste of kimchi. "Can you take us somewhere delicious to eat?" she asked excitedly in her halting Chinese. Noticing her earnest expression and wide eyes, Qin Tian nodded slightly, replying, "Yes, I can take you to my realm. It just so happens that it's mealtime." Understanding that kind words must be spoken sparingly, he took the small hand of Taylor Swift in his own. As Taylor gazed at the tall and handsome Qin Tian beside her, her eyes sparkled with the excitement of a starry-eyed fan. Renowned for her romantic inclinations, she found herself inexplicably drawn to him after witnessing his effortless defeat of the nefarious individuals attempting to harm her. Just as Qin Tian prepared to escort Taylor back for a meal, Zhang Xiuyin could no longer contain herself. Grabbing the hands of Lin Yuner and Jin Taiyin, she eagerly exclaimed in a mix of snacks and learned Chinese, "What are you waiting for? Quickly follow this brother, otherwise you'll miss out on this opportunity." Under her persuasion, the two finally nodded in agreement. Without delay, she rushed to Qin Tian and called out, "Appa, take us along. We wish to join too." Thus, within a mere 10 minutes, Qin Tian garnered the trust of 4 foreign girls. Upon their return to the cafeteria, they found that Yang Mi and her companions had just finished preparing dinner. The sight of the girls' generation members and Taylor sparked a warm reception among everyone present. Before long, they mingled harmoniously, gathering around a large round table that accommodated over 10 people. When Lin Yuner and the others beheld the array of delectable dishes, their composure vanished. Ironically, just before arriving, she had been longing for her beloved kimchi. Yet, every single dish before her was infinitely more appetizing. Before visiting the Great Xia Kingdom, she had believed that the kimchi from her hometown was the finest delicacy in the world. Oh, how delicious this stir-fried cabbage and pork is. Jin Taiyin was so moved by the meal that tears nearly welled in her eyes. Zhang Xiuyin proclaimed that she had dined on Chinese cuisine in Chinatown. Yet upon truly savoring authentic Chinese dishes, she was moved to tears. Lin Yuner delicately picked up a piece of crispy salted fish and relished its aromatic essence, which she found to be a divine delight. Taylor Swift's favorite indulgences were fried chicken legs and steak. She could be seen enjoying her meal while continuously praising its exquisite flavors. This fried chicken surpasses even that of McDonald's back home. Upon hearing her enthusiastic commendation, Yang Mi's spirits soared, prompting her to place another chicken leg into Taylor's bowl. "Taylor, if you enjoy it, do indulge yourself." Yang Mi smiled warmly. "Me Jia, I also want a chicken leg," Tang Xiu expressed, feeling a twinge of envy as she watched her foreign friend receive such generosity. Yang Mi playfully pinched her cherubic face and said, "Giggle, you're still growing, so it would be best to drink some chicken soup." Tang Xiu immediately pouted in discontent, retorting, "I don't want just chicken soup, I want chicken legs." Observing this exchange, Tong Lia smiled and promptly placed an egg into Tang Xiu's bowl, saying, "Little junior sister, have an egg to supplement your protein. It will help you grow taller." Witnessing this scene, everyone couldn't help but laugh. As new members, Lin Yuner and her companions felt a renewed determination to remain in this warm and joyful environment amidst the apocalypse. After the meal, it was time to consume the ability fruits. When Qin Tian presented a platter of these fruits for distribution, only those women who had already pledged their allegiance were entitled to their portion. Lin Yuner and Taylor could only watch enviously as others indulged in their delicious meal, their mouths watering in silence. 30 kilometers away from the Yangsher building lies a mysterious military base, where vigilant guards maintain their post even after the onset of the mist. When faced with approaching mutated creatures, soldiers swiftly deploy landmines, flamethrowers, and rocket launchers to reduce them to mere barbecued remnants. Consequently, the vicinity within several kilometers has become devoid of any mutated animals. Not far from the base, a convoy of heavy armored vehicles slowly approached. Upon the convoy's arrival at the base entrance, a squad of soldiers emerged to form a welcoming line. Shortly thereafter, a group disembarked from the lead vehicle, comprising both uniformed military personnel and civilians clad in thick down jackets. A colonel greeted a silver-haired elder with a warm smile, exclaiming, "Professor Zheng, your journey must have been arduous. We shall ensure your welcome is befitting." Professor Zheng adjusted his glasses and responded with a hint of skepticism. "You did not summon me merely for a meal, did you?" His words rendered Colonel Wu Ming somewhat awkward. It was evident that the professor possessed a rather peculiar disposition. Nevertheless, maintaining his smile, Colonel Wu explained, "Of course not. We can discuss the serious matters after our meal." Professor Zheng regarded him for a moment before nodding. "I tend to be rather impatient. Please inform me of the purpose of my summons." In a valley situated 30 kilometers from the base, we stumbled upon an area illuminated by a mysterious green light, where peculiar egg-shaped objects stood erect. Upon hearing this, Professor Zheng, who had initially appeared somewhat fatigued, instantly brightened. his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Have you ventured into that green light?" he inquired eagerly. "Not yet," Colonel Wu Ming promptly replied. "We intended to send a drone for reconnaissance, but it was interfered with by the magnetic field and subsequently crashed." He added, "We suspect that this green light might be significantly related to the recent dense fog." Seeing the professor finally intrigued, Wu's heart felt a considerable sense of relief. Professor Zeng is one of the most renowned scholars in the nation specializing in extraterrestrial civilizations, and they had invited him to collaborate on the investigation of the enigmatic green light region on the outskirts of the city. Although the area outside the base was shrouded in a desolate fog, entering the base revealed a stark contrast of brightness. They traversed a long corridor, approximately 100 meters in length, leading to a large security door. After swiping their cards, an elevator descended directly to the underground facility. The first level of the base served as a living area, replete with a myriad of amenities. It housed supermarkets, restaurants, pharmacies, and hospitals, essentially all the establishments one might find outside. However, at intervals along the pathways stood sentry booths, where armed soldiers maintained their vigilant watch. The Major and his companions entered a restaurant named Red Hot Fire, a Sichuan eatery. Recognizing the professor's Sichuan roots, Wu Ming had deliberately chosen this esteemed establishment for their meal. As they entered, a charming young lady dressed in a qipao greeted them warmly. The group made their way through the hall to the private room number 1, which had long been reserved. It was only upon entering this Sichuan restaurant that a smile graced Professor Zheng's face. Having resided in the capital for many years, he found the sweet service of the waitresses and the restaurant's decor to be quite to his liking. In Chapter 85, a visit to the green light area. Under the enthusiastic hospitality of Colonel Wu Ming, Professor Zeng indulged in an unprecedented amount of alcohol. Among the attendees was the proprietress of the establishment, a woman named Bai Mingjie, who personally poured drinks. In her 30s, Bai Mingjie was strikingly beautiful, her voice possessing an alluring quality that could make any man feel weak at the knees. "Professor Zeng, you hail from the mountain city, just as I do. We are fellow townsfolk," she said, pouring wine for him while skillfully engaging in conversation. "Ah, little Bai, your family is from the neighboring Bai family village, isn't it?" Professor Zeng inquired with newfound interest. "Indeed. I've heard since childhood that a renowned figure emerged from our neighboring Zeng family village. A Tsinghua professor," Bai Mingjie exclaimed as she raised her glass to toast him. "I admired you greatly back then, though I was rather foolish and failed to gain admission to university. I came to the capital with dreams of my own. Who would have thought I would encounter my idol in this apocalyptic world?" She feigned excitement as she spoke. Under Bai Mingjie's company, Professor Zeng had already consumed 2 glasses of wine, becoming slightly intoxicated under her sweet words. "Ha ha ha, how could I be your idol? I feel quite embarrassed," he chuckled. Wu Ming chimed in from the side, raising his glass as well. What a wonderful twist of fate. He admired Bai Mingjie's social skills, noting that even the notoriously eccentric Professor Zeng was charmed by her words. As far as he knew, Bai Mingjie was not originally from the mountainous city but from Meishan, yet she managed to forge a connection with him, which was quite impressive. At that moment, a waiter brought a platter of sauerkraut fish and placed it in the center of the table, releasing an enticing aroma. Bai Mingjie immediately stood up, filled a small bowl with the fragrant fish soup, and placed it before Professor Zeng, saying, "Professor Zeng, this is my family's specialty sauerkraut fish. The broth is a treasured family recipe, enriched with herbal ingredients that are said to promote longevity." After tasting the soup, Professor Zeng's face lit up with delight. "Delicious. This broth is truly a culinary masterpiece. I have been away from my hometown for so many years and have never encountered such authentic sauerkraut fish soup. I'm glad you enjoy it, Professor. You are welcome to come and savor it any time. Of course, with your busy schedule. I can arrange for my staff to deliver it to you next time." Bai Mingjie offered generously. "Oh, that would be wonderful. Thank you so much," Professor Zeng replied, pleased. Thus, after the welcome banquet, Professor Zeng reluctantly departed from Bai Mingjie's sauerkraut fish restaurant. The group then took the elevator to the B-18 level, the core area of the entire military base, which was also the deepest section. This area was divided into numerous sections, with the Operations Command Center being the heart of the B-18. Upon their arrival, Professor Zeng was personally greeted by Chun Yuejin, the commanding officer of the military base. "Professor Zeng, it is an honor to finally meet you." He began with courteous pleasantries. After exchanging a few words, Professor Zeng, with directness, expressed, "I wish to see that mysterious green area." "Certainly, that is a must-see. However, there is something else I would like you to observe," Chun Yuejin replied with a serious demeanor. They were then escorted, under the protection of soldiers, to the scientific research laboratory located on the 15th floor. Upon entering a particular lab, they discovered a mysterious object emitting a green glow, contained within a fully enclosed glass vessel. Professor Zeng, renowned as the nation's foremost biologist and a devoted seeker of extraterrestrial civilizations for decades, was captivated by the radiant energy. "This is simply exquisite, truly astonishing," he exclaimed. "We have yet to ascertain whether this is the cause of the rampant growth of flora and fauna," Chen Yuejin stated emphatically. As Professor Zeng listened to his explanation, he picked up a magnifying glass to inspect the green luminescence. After a considerable period of study, he appeared unable to draw any conclusions. Standing nearby, Colonel Wu Ming promptly suggested, "Professor Zeng, perhaps we should first explore the area of the green light." Nodding in agreement, Professor Zeng replied, "That sounds good. I am quite curious to see what kind of organisms reside within those eggs." With that, they ascended together in the elevator to a vast fortress above. This is also an armored vehicle garage, housing a diverse array of military armored vehicles. The two of them selected a vehicle with a maximum load capacity of 35 tons, which, in both appearance and weight, could rival a tank. Soon, their convoy arrived at the verdant, luminous area on the outskirts. Upon disembarking, Professor Zeng was utterly astonished by the sight before him. Amidst a veil of white mist, a vast expanse of green light emerged, and he exclaimed with excitement, "I wish to explore this immediately." Colonel Wu Ming, somewhat taken aback, responded, "I cannot make that decision. I must consult with our superiors." "No need for that. I will explain it to your leaders." Professor Zeng insisted eagerly. Subsequently, under his insistence, the two donned protective suits and ventured into the verdant area together. Once they were fully equipped and stepped into the green light, they finally discerned the interior's true nature. There stood countless colossal, egg-shaped objects, but upon closer inspection, they noticed that each was ensnared by strands of a white, viscous substance. As Professor Zeng reached out to touch one of these objects, Wu Ming felt a surge of anxiety. He hurriedly gestured for Professor Zeng to refrain from acting recklessly, but it was too late. Professor Zeng's hand had already made contact with the giant egg. No longer content with merely touching it with his gloved hand, he began to remove the glove and gently caress the sticky white strands with his fingers. His mouth agape, he sensed an energy emanating from the egg, a life force. Gradually, it seemed as though his fingers were establishing a connection with the life form within. Professor Zeng was both exhilarated and alarmed. By the time he attempted to retract his hand, it was too late. Cracks began to form on the surface of the egg, accompanied by a series of clucking sounds emanating from within. This scene left Colonel Wu Ming, who was watching from the sidelines, utterly astonished. He hurriedly pulled at Professor Zeng, exclaiming, "Professor, it's dangerous." However, Professor Zeng's body seemed to have a will of its own, his legs firmly planted as if nailed to the ground. Suddenly, a mysterious black creature crawled onto his hand and, in an instant, darted into his mouth. Startled, Colonel Wu Ming swiftly drew his sidearm and began firing, the bullets wildly shattering the nearby giant egg. Another enigmatic creature emerged from the shell and leapt onto him. In the Yangsher building on the 36th floor, Qin Tian sensed that more soldiers were ascending. Leading the group was an elderly man with a striking presence. His white hair flowing gracefully, he exuded an aura of authority. This man was none other than Zhang Chafeng, the chief martial arts instructor of the base and a master of Longhu Mountain. At that moment, Qin Tian could feel the formidable energy radiating from him. What an overwhelming presence. Even Qin Tian found himself murmuring in awe. Chapter 86, Master of Refining. Qin Tian's perception detected the approach of a formidable expert, whose strength appeared unfathomable. Noticing Qin Tian's furrowed brow, Yang Mi immediately sensed something was amiss and inquired, "Tian Gu, is something wrong?" Qin Tian nodded slightly, regaining his composure, and remarked, "It's nothing. It's just the army personnel who have come to confront the masters of Qi refinement." Upon hearing this, Yang Mi refrained from displaying any overt concern, responding, "They must be here for us, right?" After a moment of reflection, she extended her consciousness and indeed perceived a pair of individuals ascending the stairs. Before them stood an elderly man with a face as red as his hair, both completely white. His piercing eyes locked onto Qin Tian, inquiring, "Are you the one endowed with psychic abilities?" His tone brooked no argument, reminiscent of an elder posing a question. Qin Tian, however, was not one to indulge such arrogance. He retorted coldly, "Old man, what business is it of yours?" Upon hearing Qin Tian's defiant response, The old man's already flushed face deepened to an even more vivid hue. Simultaneously, Qin Tian noticed a bulge forming at his temples, a sight typically associated with martial arts masters. At this moment, neither of the skilled fighters exchanged further words. Yet an undercurrent of tension had already begun to brew between them. In an instant, Qin Tian unleashed his formidable psychic power. However, he soon realized that the elderly man was enveloped by an overwhelming aura of dominance. This shocking revelation rendered Qin Tian's mental intrusion ineffective, leaving him powerless to exert control. The old man, in turn, was taken aback by the remarkable strength of Qin Tian's psychic abilities at such a young age, his initial disdain evaporating entirely. Young man, your prowess is commendable, and I hold you in high regard. However, your disrespect towards your elder is rather excessive, he remarked, directing his finger at Qin Tian. Suddenly, a formidable surge of energy erupted from his fingertip, akin to a meteor streaking toward Qin Tian's direction. Yet, at that moment, Qin Tian's figure vanished, only to reappear behind the elder. Old man, were you searching for me? He uttered coldly. The elder was taken aback, but the sound of slicing air reached his ears from behind. Despite his advanced age, his reflexes were sharp. He swiftly performed a forward roll and felt a powerful force was past his head. A wave of astonishment washed over him. This young man could also wield the essence of qi. He could scarcely believe it. That familiar sensation was indeed an energy exclusive to those adept in qi. Clearly, he had underestimated his opponent, presuming that Qin Tian's youth rendered him inconsequential. He recalled the words of his disciple, Wang Yilin, which he had initially dismissed as exaggeration. Yet now, it seemed her assertions were far from embellished. At this moment, he truly regarded the adversary before him with newfound seriousness, for he had not encountered a genuinely threatening martial artist since his third year of junior high. Curiosity piqued. He inquired, "Pray tell, how is it that you practice qi?" "What I cultivate is of no concern to you," Qin Tian retorted calmly. "You are exceedingly arrogant." The elder's countenance darkened. "Old fool, your tactics do not intimidate me." Upon witnessing the elder's anger, Qin Tian remained unfazed, responding with an air of composure. "Initially, I perceived you as a person of great potential, yet your arrogance compels me to impart a lesson upon you." Having uttered this, he unleashed a formidable attack, conjuring a colossal sphere of concentrated energy from his hand. This surge of power resembled a tempest, uprooting every chair and bench in its vicinity. Confronted with such overwhelming force, Qin Tian dared not hesitate and swiftly executed a teleportation to evade the onslaught. Goodness, is this an act of demolition? Fortunately, it was merely the furniture that was sent flying, sparing the kitchen from destruction. Nonetheless, he had come to recognize that the elder possessed formidable strength. Prior to the adversary's strike, he had keenly observed the gestures and the flow of energy, enabling him to replicate the opponent's technique with his own spiritual awareness. Consequently, he instantaneously teleported to the edge of the swimming pool. The elder, witnessing his appearance by the poolside, mistakenly assumed he intended to flee. "You shall not escape. Today we shall determine our superiority," he bellowed with robust conviction. Zhang Chuanfeng's agility was equally impressive, for as soon as Qin Tian stabilized his stance, he found himself confronted by the elder. Noticing that he had taken the bait, Qin Tian couldn't suppress a sly smile. This way, he could resolve the matter without causing damage to the cafeteria's property. Meanwhile, 6 or 7 armed military police encircled them. In this moment, they dared not fire without Zhang Chuanfeng's command, for he held the rank of colonel in their martial arts hierarchy. In their military base, apart from Zhang Chefeng, the only other colonel was Colonel Wu Ming. "Do I really need to flee from an old man like you?" Qin Tian scoffed. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Chefeng felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Soon, a purple aura enveloped him, causing the water in the nearby swimming pool to churn as if it were on the brink of boiling. The elder was truly prepared to engage in earnest, risking his very life. The nearby team members, witnessing this transformation, were taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of alarm. They had never witnessed the elder in such a state of fury. One of the team members whispered to his companion, "This fellow is exceedingly arrogant. He will soon pay the price for his hubris." Just moments ago, the elder refrained from retaliating out of respect for his status, but now, having thoroughly offended him, there will be no favorable outcome for him. Just wait. Even if he regrets it later, it will be too late. Another chimed in, "Indeed, this young man is courting disaster. Instructor Zhang's strength is beyond challenge." As the discourse intensified, The consensus among them leaned heavily towards the elder's potential to deliver a fatal blow to Qin Tian. Meanwhile, the women who had just emerged also began to express concern for him. Tiangu, you must be cautious. He is Zhang Laodao from Longhu Mountain. Do not underestimate him. Yang Mi immediately warned. She had some familiarity with Zhang Chufeng during her filming days. She had encountered a martial arts instructor who was one of his disciples and had only received a brief period of his guidance. That individual had spoken highly of Zhang Chunfeng's martial prowess on set, to the point that it could be considered flattery. At that moment, Yang Mi found the extraordinary tales he recounted reminiscent of mythical narratives. However, upon witnessing the spectacle firsthand, she could scarcely believe the veracity of his claims. Oh, this old man is truly remarkable. At this juncture, Tang Si suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. Yang Mi was swiftly pulled back to reality by her piercing cry. Before her eyes, a colossal crystal orb had materialized above Qin Tian's head, spinning at an astonishing velocity, enveloped by a swirling mass of azure energy. It was evident that with a mere gesture, Zhang Chunfeng could unleash it upon Qin Tian. Chapter 87. Unconventional Tactics. Qin Tian easily defeats the energy manipulation master. Upon beholding the immense luminous sphere hovering above Qin Tian, nearly all present were rendered speechless in astonishment. They had never encountered such formidable energy. Even Yang Mi and her companions had never witnessed Qin Tian vanquishing an adversary of this magnitude. At that very moment, a cacophony of barking echoed from afar, heralding the awakening of a golden retriever after its afternoon slumber. Upon spotting its owner surrounded, the dog arched its back, its fur bristling in agitation. It lunged forward, baring its teeth and barking furiously at the soldiers. Several soldiers, taken aback by the massive canine, instinctively aimed their firearms at the golden retriever. Get lost, you mutt, one soldier shouted, leveling his weapon at the dog. Yet, no sooner had he uttered those words than he felt his body betray him. His comrades noticed his gun, now pointed at himself. Liu Erden, what are you doing? Lower that weapon, he shouted in a frenzy. I can't move. It feels as though I am being controlled, he exclaimed in sheer panic. Subsequently, others began to notice the same situation. Heh, old fellow. Are you not going to rescue your people? Qin Tian remarked with a playful tone. You, even Zhang Chunfeng, who usually reveled in maintaining an air of composure, found himself at a loss. He had not anticipated such a maneuver from Qin Tian. At that moment, he was faced with a decision: to save his subordinates, who were under Qin Tian's mental control, or to disregard them entirely and deliver a fatal blow to the man before him. After a few moments of hesitation, he sighed, and soon the water orb flew back into the pool. He began to use his qi to disarm his subordinates, while simultaneously awakening them with a voice that resonated like a great bell. Ah, what just happened? Were you possessed? Did you aim a gun at me? How terrifying. It was clearly you who pointed the gun at me. In an instant, accusations flew among them. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chunfeng felt a deep frustration and bellowed, Do not disgrace me, you fools. After scolding them, he turned back to engage Qin Tian in battle. Both were masters of qi, yet Qin Tian's vitality appeared to surpass that of the seasoned Zhang Chunfeng. Even though qi masters typically required a moment of respite after unleashing their energy, the qi emanating from Qin Tian seemed to flow ceaselessly. Despite Zhang Chunfeng's unparalleled mastery of qi manipulation, he could not match the speed of Qin Tian's strikes. Two individuals soared from one side of the swimming pool to the other, their energy orbs causing the water to splash profusely in every direction. The droplets even reached several young ladies nearby. As their hair became damp, these already stunning beauties appeared even more enchanting. Zhang Chunfeng's subordinates, upon witnessing this scene, could not help but steal glances at the young women. Yan Mi, noticing their gaze, could not restrain herself and exclaimed, You filthy lowlifes, what are you staring at? The soldiers, somewhat disgruntled by her retort, wondered if they could not even look at them just because they were outmatched. One of the soldiers, with a cheeky grin, responded, Our eyes are our own. We can look wherever we please. Right, brothers? Upon hearing his words, the others eagerly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Our captain is right. Is it a crime to glance? Yan Mi, taken aback by their shamelessness, shot back, Of course it is. Even a mere glance is an offense. Subsequently, the other women joined in, chastising the soldiers. One man, with a mischievous grin, remarked, Well then, if merely looking is a crime, let us engage in some other illicit activities. As he spoke, he attempted to reach out and touch Yan Mi's face. However, before his hand could make contact, Yan Mi delivered a swift kick to his groin. Ah! He cried out in pain, clutching his groin and rolling on the ground. He was astonished by Yin Mi's remarkable speed and strength. Originally, he was a practitioner of martial arts, confident that an ordinary woman could not possibly harm him, which allowed him to flirt with her fearlessly. However, his calculations were flawed, as he underestimated her capabilities. His companions remained oblivious to the formidable prowess of the women before them, each eager to engage in playful banter with these ethereal beauties. Yet, before they could enact their intentions, they found themselves outmatched by the women, who displayed astonishing strength and agility. Even as skilled warriors, they could not gain the upper hand in combat, and within mere exchanges, they were utterly defeated, left in a state of disarray. Zhang Chunfeng, who was still locked in confrontation with Qin Tian, was taken aback to see his subordinates so thoroughly bested by mere women, his aged visage flushed with embarrassment. Amidst his sighs, he had to brace himself for another onslaught from Qin Tian, who unleashed the same Qi body source flow technique that Zhang Chunfeng had previously employed. A colossal water sphere emerged, enveloped in a layer of blue Qi, strikingly similar to his own signature move. At this moment, Zhang Chunfeng could no longer afford to concern himself with his subordinates. His composure was wavering. He could hardly believe that Qin Tian had mastered this technique so swiftly. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Tian's comprehension had already surpassed that of advanced martial artists, allowing him to learn this move as if he possessed a skill of replication. While Zhang Chunfeng was astonished, he did not falter, quickly executing the same technique in response. The two individuals truly resorted to employing the same technique against Bo. Observing the water spheres they conjured, one noted their identical size and comparable rotational speed. Upon their collision, a tremendous sound of impact resonated through the air. As the vast cloud of water vapor dissipated, Qin Tian remained firmly in place, while Zhang Chunfeng had been forcefully propelled over 2 meters away. Such prowess from the youth. Could it be that today would mark my defeat? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he felt a surge of indignation. With his profound mastery of skills, it seemed inconceivable that anyone employing the same technique could surpass him. Yet, Qin Tian was different. He appeared almost monstrous, an inexhaustible wellspring of energy surging from within, rendering Zhang Chunfeng's efforts nearly futile. Nevertheless, Zhang Chunfeng was not one to concede defeat. Despite his grievous injuries, he would rather perish on the battlefield. Thus, he steadied his mind and endeavored to utilize the remnants of his qi for a close-quarters combat with the 8 trigrams palm against Qin Tian. However, Qin Tian did not adhere to the expected course of action. Just as Chunfeng summoned all his strength to advance, Qin Tian unexpectedly produced a submachine gun, unleashing a barrage of bullets that abruptly interrupted his incantation. The remaining subordinates were swiftly dispatched by Qin Tian, who subsequently utilized telekinesis to remove their lifeless bodies from the building. In no time, the blood by the poolside had yet to congeal before everything reverted to its former state. Chapter 88. Qin Tian's solo infiltration of the mysterious base. Qin Tian effortlessly dispatched Zhang Chunfeng, the master of Qi and the commanding officer of the military base. With the battle concluded, he dusted off the remnants of the skirmish from his attire, speaking with a relaxed and composed demeanor. After the battlefield was cleaned and the bodies of the fallen dealt with, tranquility once again enveloped the scene. "Brother Tian, you are truly remarkable," Yang Mi exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace him. In that moment, she felt like the happiest woman in this apocalyptic world. Tang Yin approached him with concern, asking, "Brother Tian, are you all right?" Qin Tian replied calmly, "What could possibly be wrong with me?" "Indeed, that old man was no match for our brother Tian," Tang Xiyu remarked disdainfully. Ever since witnessing Qin Tian's earlier display of skill, her admiration for him had only intensified. As they returned to the cafeteria, the sight of the disarray within caused the women to frown. How could they have turned our dining area into such a mess? One lamented. Such a shame to see those beautiful mahogany tables ruined. Where will we eat from now on? In an instant, chatter filled the air as everyone voiced their grievances. However, Qin Tian merely smiled and said, "What is there to worry about?" With a sweeping gesture of his hand, the broken tables and chairs flew out of the cafeteria. Before long, the floor was immaculate once again. Another wave of his hand summoned a magnificent marble dining table, accompanied by a dozen exquisite leather chairs. The design was unmistakably from IKEA, a treasure he had procured during his previous foraging for supplies. After the decorations were fully supplemented, the cafeteria regained its original vitality. However, the recent assault by the base's forces had thoroughly provoked Qin Tian. He felt compelled to take the initiative. believing it essential to investigate the base regardless of the risks involved. During dinner, he shared his intentions with everyone. The women were somewhat astonished upon hearing his plan to scout the base. It was well known that the base was teeming with soldiers, and the thought of Qin Tian embarking on such a perilous venture left them reluctant. Brother Tian, perhaps it's best to reconsider. That place is a den of danger. Who knows how many supernatural beings lurk within? When Wanner thoughtfully assessed, her sole focus was on her brother Tian, indifferent to the fates of others. Despite recognizing Qin Tian's formidable abilities, she couldn't shake the fear of potential calamity befalling him, leaving them to mourn his absence. And I also grasped this sentiment and quickly added, "Indeed, Brother Tian, if they attack again, we have sufficient numbers to confront them together. We just subdued several soldiers." Yes, I support Sister Tang Tang and Sister Ni's sentiments. We truly cannot bear to be separated from you, Senior. Reba chimed in, grasping his arm fervently. Upon witnessing their reactions, Qin Tian felt a surge of emotion but soon responded with a reassuring smile. "Rest assured, I will venture forth to scout the path ahead. I shall be fine." Faced with Qin Tian's calm demeanor, the women realized they could not sway this resolute man before them. Thus, they could only watch as Qin Tian produced the time-space portal and vanished before their eyes. In truth, the map of the portal did not indicate the location of any base. However, he had a general idea of where it was situated. Therefore, he marked the destination in the northwestern outskirts of the capital, near Jingyang Mountain. Soon, he arrived at this desolate expanse, shrouded in thick mist. Accompanied by a cacophony of sounds, including the howling wind and the calls of unknown creatures. Yet, these did not intimidate Qin Tian in the slightest. Upon expanding his spiritual awareness, he discerned shadows flickering within the fog. He was not only monitoring their movements but also searching for the base's location. Suddenly, he spotted a convoy of 5 armored vehicles armed with heavy weaponry not far away. It seemed that fortune favored him, as he quickly concealed himself. He began to trail the convoy and effortlessly located the base. Before him stood a large edifice, with soldiers clad in armor standing guard, weapons at the ready. Once the armored vehicles came to a halt, a group of individuals disembarked, including a flamboyantly adorned colonel and a gray-haired old professor. Qin Tian suddenly noticed that within the dantian of both the professor and the colonel, green energy entities were writhing. This time, the energy entities were not stationary but exhibited a remarkable instability. A wave of astonishment washed over Qin Tian. He sensed that something was amiss. Thus, he executed a swift teleportation to evade the gaze of the sentries outside. Upon entering the interior of the base, he was taken aback by its layout, astonished to discover an entirely different world within. The living quarters above were bustling with a diverse array of individuals, all leading their daily lives, predominantly composed of soldiers and the families of the elite. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Tian began to wander through the area like an ordinary person. Given that the attire of those around him bore a striking resemblance to his own, no one would suspect that he did not belong there. Within the premises, a myriad of shops could be found, particularly an abundance of eateries and restaurants. Pharmacies were also plentiful, though not as ubiquitous as the storefronts outside. They were nonetheless visible at a glance. It soon became clear to him where the numerous missing supplies from the capital had disappeared to, igniting a fresh wave of thoughts in his mind. However, he realized that more pressing matters awaited his attention. Thus, he made his way to the elevator, intending to descend to the military sector below. To his dismay, he discovered that access to the elevators required a card swipe. Just as he contemplated using his abilities to teleport, a uniformed officer emerged from a restaurant named Lotus Pond Pier, a place known for its pickled fish. The officer, with a contented expression as he patted his full stomach, sauntered over with a lopsided gait. Upon spotting Qin Tian, he scrutinized him and inquired, "Which district's family are you from?" Noticing the identification badge hanging around the officer's neck, which indicated he was a staff member of the B-18 level, Qin Tian offered a slight smile and swiftly struck the officer's neck with a precise motion. In the next moment, he waved his hand, effortlessly storing the officer's lifeless body into his personal space. He then picked up his identification badge and swiped it on the machine beside the elevator. With a beep, the elevator door finally opened. At this moment, Qin Tian had donned the uniform of the staff member he had just impersonated. Chapter 89. The Most Powerful Exoskeletal Defense. Qin Tian successfully infiltrated the interior of the base, standing inside the elevator, adjusting his collar with the aid of its reflective surface. Soon, the elevator came to a halt at level B-18. As the door slowly opened, a long corridor lay before him, illuminated by a series of fluorescent lights spaced a meter apart. Qin Tian glanced at the camera overhead, lowered the brim of his cap, and proceeded with quickened steps. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, he encountered another glass door. After swiping his card to open it, a stern voice suddenly commanded from beside him, "Halt. You are not Xiaochen." Qin Tian turned to see the cold gaze of the speaker fixed upon him. He offered a benign smile, and in the next instant, silenced the man forever. The private, to his dying breath, would never have anticipated that he would fall without ever having a chance to defend himself. In an instant, Qin Tian transported himself into a laboratory. Inside, he beheld a massive glass chamber containing numerous petri dishes, each covered by a layer of glass. To his astonishment, within lay a swirling mass of green energy, emanating a faint, eerie glow. He recognized that this type of green energy must have originated from the mutated creatures that had been slain. However, compared to the two orbs in his personal space, this energy appeared both diminutive and dim. At that moment, he found himself alone, the entire laboratory, or rather the entire corridor, enveloped in profound silence. Through his spiritual awareness, he discerned no other presence nearby. It was likely that everyone had retreated to an upper level for a meeting, leaving behind those two individuals who remained on duty. Contemplating this, Qin Tian waved his hand with a flourish, drawing the group's green energy entity into his personal space. Just as he was about to exit the laboratory, his senses detected a significant number of armed soldiers advancing towards his floor. The sight of such a formidable force surged forth left him unperturbed. Upon realizing that an incursion had occurred within the military base, the command structure reacted with urgency, issuing immediate orders for a comprehensive sweep. Zhang Long, the captain of the base's security team, felt the weight of responsibility and promptly led his squad upwards. Consistently, he was the first to charge into action. Setting an example for his team, this occasion was no exception. Since his tenure in security, an incident of this magnitude had yet to unfold. Aware that the intruders had silently infiltrated such a critical area as the laboratory was indeed a significant breach. As he contemplated the potential accolades for his valor, he was suddenly caught by a slender fishing line at his feet. Alarmed, he instinctively leaped into the air. Almost immediately, he witnessed the shockwave from the explosion wreak havoc throughout the corridor. He observed that some of his comrades, lacking his swift reflexes, had already succumbed to injuries, lying incapacitated on the ground. How infuriating! They dared to ambush me on my own territory. Upon leaping back to the ground, he exclaimed in anger. Subsequently, he unleashed his most formidable defensive ability, manifesting a colossal shield crafted from bone before him. Suddenly, a brilliant flash erupted, nearly blinding him. However, with his defense activated, a massive bone shield materialized in front of him. Qin Tian abruptly drew an M4 and commenced a relentless barrage. The bullets darted through the corridor, producing a cacophony of clinks as they struck the shield. Just as Zhang Long reveled in the resilience of his shield, renowned as the hardest material in existence, a rocket-propelled grenade unexpectedly soared toward him. Was this fellow pilfering from an arms depot? With a thunderous explosion, both he and his comrades were thrust into the air. Before he could regain his footing, another grenade detonated amidst them, causing chaos. Enraged, he activated his berserk mode, covered in a layer of dark ash. His weapon had fallen from his grasp. Suddenly, a spear-like bone materialized in his hand, sharp and elongated, and he hurled it forward. Despite the lingering smoke, the bone pierced through with remarkable precision, aimed directly at the entrance. Though swift and accurate, evading this strike was child's play for Qin Tian. In an instant, he teleported before them, initially believing his adversary had relinquished their weapon. To his astonishment, a short sword materialized in the opponent's grasp. This peculiar blade appeared to be crafted from bone, its tip exceptionally sharp. Such an extraordinary ability was a first for Qin Tian, capturing his undivided attention. Who are you to dare intrude upon our military base? What is your purpose? Zhang Long demanded, gripping the short sword in his hand. Qin Tian offered no reply, merely casting a cold gaze in his direction. Fine. If you have the guts, let us settle this one-on-one, he shouted in frustration. Zhang Long's comrades, initially intent on seizing their weapons to ambush Qin Tian, were taken aback as their guns inexplicably flew from their grasp, shattering upon impact with the ground. Others experienced the same disheartening fate when they attempted to retrieve their firearms. As they turned to observe Qin Tian, they found him unfazed amidst the confrontation with Zhang Long. Exuding an air of calmness devoid of any trace of panic, Zhang Long, in his berserk state, showcased formidable defense, even with Qin Tian's extraordinary strength. He could not breach the resilient exoskeleton that enveloped Zhang Long. In his frenzied transformation, Zhang Long's appearance was grotesque, his face a disturbing juxtaposition of sanity and madness. "Heh, you cannot kill me. Now it's my turn to strike," he sneered ominously, a sinister grin spreading across his face. With that, he began to extract the mutated bones protruding from his body, preparing to assault Qin Tian. What kind of outrageous plot is this? Is he channeling Kimimaro? Qin Tian thought, narrowly evading the onslaught while suppressing an incredulous remark. He recalled a character from a certain animated series, reminiscent of this bizarre situation. As he deftly dodged his opponent's attacks, he calmly inquired, "Hey, do you possess the ability of Kimimaro's Shikatsumiyaku?" Meanwhile, Zhang Long, wielding his bone blades, found himself utterly incapable of inflicting any harm upon Qin Tian. He gradually began to harbor doubts about Qin Tian in his heart. This fellow was indeed terrifyingly powerful. Qin Tian revealed a wicked smile and suddenly unleashed 70% of his strength against his bone blade. With a resounding crack, the originally hard and sharp bone blade shattered instantly. In the midst of his opponent's shock, Qin Tian successfully landed a powerful punch on him. Zhang Long felt a tightness in his chest, accompanied by a sharp pain coursing through his body. As he witnessed the fracture of his strongest defense, he tasted the metallic tang of blood in his mouth. Before he could recover, Qin Tian's second punch arrived. Chapter 90. The half-beastman Zhang Long felt his blood rush backward and his heart pound violently. He barely withstood Qin Tian's first punch. However, he did not anticipate that the second punch would follow swiftly. This time, even with his formidable exoskeletal defense, he could not withstand the overwhelming force of Qin Tian's blow. Soon, the bones in his body shattered, revealing his true form. "Who on earth are you? Why is your strength so immense?" Zhang Long spat out a mouthful of blood, gazing incredulously at his opponent. Qin Tian had no intention of engaging in conversation. He stepped forward and delivered a decisive punch that ended the confrontation. Consequently, the remaining team members lost their protective barrier, and they were swiftly overwhelmed by Qin Tian's M4 and grenades. Dealing with this small squad was a mere child's play for Qin Tian, presenting no challenge whatsoever. If several more such teams were to arrive, it would simply be a matter of spending a little more time. Qin Tian smoothly withdrew from the 18th floor and proceeded to investigate the conditions of the floors beyond the 18th in the elevator. Soon, he discovered a man clad in the uniform of a colonel, sipping tea in an office. Outside, heavy firepower provided protection, and this colonel seemed far from ordinary. He was enveloped in a green energy aura. Qin Tian felt a sense of familiarity with this individual, whose appearance radiated vitality and authority. It was unclear what kind of extraordinary abilities he possessed. However, he did not hesitate for long and instantly teleported to the lowest floor. Upon returning from the area of green light, Wu Ming appeared transformed, as if he were an entirely different person. He immediately entered the office without re-emerging. Professor Zeng, who had returned with him, retreated to his prepared room to indulge in deep slumber. Although this behavior was somewhat peculiar, no one dared to disturb him. Meanwhile, Qin Tian had arrived outside Wu Ming's office. The colonel, who had been dozing in his chair, felt a sudden jolt of awareness, sensing the presence of someone nearby. He promptly rose to investigate, only to meet the murderous gaze of Qin Tian. "Who are you? And which unit do you belong to?" Colonel Wu Ming initially assumed that Qin Tian was from the military. However, soldiers soon burst in, rifles raised, exclaiming, "Sir, this individual has unlawfully entered our base. He just annihilated one of our squads on the 18th floor." Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Wu Ming was taken aback. "What? How could this be?" he exclaimed. He then retrieved a sidearm from his desk drawer, aiming it at Qin Tian. Just as he pulled the trigger, Qin Tian's shadow abruptly vanished before him. Wu Ming was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Qin Tian's agility could surpass even the speed of a bullet. After a moment of astonishment, a sinister smile crept across his face. At that instant, Qin Tian teleported in midair and hurled a Qi core egg towards them. Boom! In the wake of the tremendous explosion, half of the office was obliterated. Soldiers either perished or fled in terror. Yet, Wu Ming, having absorbed the impact of the Qi projectile, emerged relatively unscathed. In a flash, he teleported out of the office. At that moment, his visage transformed into a monstrous countenance, as if he had donned a ghastly mask or had been possessed by some bizarre entity. "Ha! I shall slay you." He suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter. Subsequently, a dark, liquid-like substance began to course over his body. Qin Tian stared in disbelief at this grotesque transformation. He had witnessed the mutation of animals before, but never had he seen a human undergo such an outrageous metamorphosis. What on earth is this? He gazed at the dark liquid spreading beneath him and instinctively leaped back several meters. Before long, the black substance coalesced, taking on a humanoid shape. The creature then opened its cavernous maw, revealing sharp, white fangs. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the monster lunged toward Qin Tian's neck. However, Qin Tian was not so easily intimidated. He unleashed a chi strike upon the beast. Yet, to his dismay, he realized that his attack was ineffectual. Determined, he conjured an even more formidable chi projectile. However, rather than suffering any setback, the adversary only grew increasingly formidable. Its menacing demeanor resembled that of a creature from a foreign science fiction film. Under Qin Tian's relentless assaults, it suddenly surged, pressing against the ceiling. Subsequently, it turned its head and began to expel a cloud of black mist towards Qin Tian. The soldiers caught in its spray fell one after another. Their faces contorted into eerie smiles even in death. Thanks to the protection of his 100-poisoned sacred body, Qin Tian remained unharmed by any toxic effects. Instead, he discerned that the alien-like entity was incapable of distancing itself from Major Wu Ming. It was a symbiotic creature entwined with the Major, who had transformed into a monster devoid of his own consciousness. Before him, an alien being crawled from Wu Ming's mouth, sporting an abominable visage. Suddenly, a long, slimy black tongue shot towards Qin Tian's head. In a swift motion, he turned and drew a sharp dagger, slicing through the tongue. With a sickening squelch, the appendage was severed, releasing a torrent of green pus. The severed tongue writhed grotesquely on the ground, a horrifying spectacle. Meanwhile, the tongue still protruding from Wu Ming's mouth extended further, thrashing wildly down the lengthy corridor. Every surface it touched began to corrode, showcasing a terrifying lethality that reduced nearby soldiers to mere puddles of water. What a dreadful capacity for toxicity! Qin Tian felt a chill run down his spine, grateful for his immunity to all poisons. At this moment, the figure before him had transformed into a grotesque creature, crawling on 4 legs with astonishing speed. Despite his attempts to eliminate it with firearms and explosives, he found himself utterly powerless. Qin Tian had initially resolved to eradicate future threats by capturing the leader of this monstrous faction. Thus, upon encountering a colonel, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away and continued to engage in battle. However, he soon realized that once his adversary had entered this monstrous state, his mental powers were rendered ineffective in attempting to control it. Meanwhile, enemy soldiers continued to surge forward relentlessly. Qin Tian resorted to retrieving grenades and flashbangs from his spatial pocket to fend them off. In that moment, a peculiar, piercing cry echoed through the air. The half-human, half-beast creature suddenly unleashed a tremor from its newly formed tail, causing the very atmosphere around them to quiver. Chapter 91. The Zombie Tide Emerges. Qin Tian watched in horror as a seemingly ordinary colonel morphed into a symbiotic beast human, its newly sprouted tail now standing erect. A series of ominous buzzing sounds began to resonate and spread outward. Soon, another voice responded from a distance. Meanwhile, a soldier stationed at Professor Zheng's door was startled by the rising cacophony emanating from within. Initially suspecting auditory hallucinations, he dismissed the thought, only to find the sound intensifying, prompting him to hurriedly knock on the door. "Professor Zheng, is something amiss?" he inquired as he knocked, but there was no answer from inside. Just as he was about to open the door, suddenly, a tremendous force slammed the door open, revealing a shadowy figure looming behind him. As he turned to face the grotesque creature, a fusion of man and beast, terror seized him, and he let out a scream. Yet, it was already too late. He felt a chilling sensation at his neck, followed by the warm cascade of blood trickling down. In the blink of an eye, he collapsed onto the ground, lifeless and rigid. Behind him, the half-beast savored the taste of blood, its gaping maw dripping with crimson. Indeed, Professor Zheng had transformed into a creature that fed on human blood. With a low growl, he scurried into the elevator on all fours. Before long, the corpse lying on the ground began to stir of its own accord. Cackling sounds filled the air as its body rose to its feet, moving in rhythm with the eerie noises. Its gaze became hollow, and its form contorted into an unusual posture. Qin Tian, who had been observing the half-beast signaling, was suddenly interrupted by the entrance of another creature. Upon noticing the glasses perched on its nose, he recalled having encountered this individual outside the base. However, he was perplexed as to how they had both metamorphosed into such abominations. In a swift motion, the two half-beasts leaned against each other back to back, emitting peculiar calls that suggested some form of communication. Soon, they separated, one taking the lead while the other followed, their roles distinctly defined. They launched a coordinated assault on Qin Tian, attacking in unison as if they were always meant to work together. Nevertheless, Qin Tian held his ground, battling valiantly against the two adversaries without yielding. He deftly evaded the attacks of two formidable half-orcs amidst the mountain treasures. Although these half-orcs possessed considerable strength to Qin Tian, they posed little threat. Drawing upon a powerful technique learned from Zhang Chefeng, he gradually summoned a vortex of energy around him. From this concentration of qi, a large sphere began to take form. As the sphere swelled and spun with increasing velocity, he propelled it forward with force. With a resounding boom, a tempest erupted at the scene, the winds reaching at least a magnitude of 10, sweeping everything in the vicinity into its chaotic embrace. This demonstration of power surpassed Zhang Chuanfeng's earlier water-based technique, as Qin Tian had evolved it further by manifesting the sphere in a tangible form. The immense potency of this attack stemmed from the utilization of pure qi, representing the pinnacle of the ultimate qi body source flow. Colonel and Professor Xing could scarcely fathom that despite their fusion with extraterrestrial entities, they still fell short against Qin Tian's qi body source flow. Zhang Chefeng would never have anticipated that an outsider would elevate his qi body source flow to such heights. Unfortunately, both Professor Zeng and Wu Ming succumbed to the devastating force of Qin Tian's ultimate technique. While the dark entity that had previously enveloped them melted away into a pool of liquid and escaped. As Qin Tian advanced, he had already turned the entire base upside down. Initially intent on confronting the highest-ranking official present, he soon realized that the moment unrest stirred. The leader had already relocated to a different base. After all, this was beneath the Emperor's domain, home to numerous military establishments. Upon reaching the ground, Qin Tian observed a mass exodus of people fleeing in panic. The entire surroundings appeared to be in utter disarray, akin to a chaotic pot of porridge. Armed soldiers were relentlessly firing at a towering building. With a resounding crash, the windows shattered, and individuals began to plummet from within. Yet, these were not ordinary people. They had transformed into grotesque zombies. They surged forth in clusters, advancing toward the base's streets. Upon spotting any normal individuals, they lunged forward to bite, thereby converting them into zombies as well. This harrowing scene left the soldiers gathered outside in a state of shock. The commander, hoarse from shouting, urged, "Open fire." However, the soldiers hesitated, for many of the zombies were their own kin. Amidst the chaos, some normal citizens were running about. Firing indiscriminately would mean annihilating their own relatives. Fire. If you don't act now, you will lose your chance. The commander's forehead glistened with cold sweat from anxiety. Finally, someone took the initiative to fire, prompting the others to follow suit and shoot at the zombies before them. Despite being shot and staggering about, the zombies continued to rise and press forward. The soldiers were forced to watch in anguish as familiar faces fell before them, only to rise again. It was not until their bodies were utterly obliterated that they began to accumulate in front of the soldiers. The zombie virus spread with alarming rapidity. Its momentum was unstoppable and left no room for prevention. Uncertain of its origin, this wave of the undead swept through the base, engulfing all in its path. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Tian was taken aback, realizing that the apocalypse's horde of zombies had indeed not been evaded. By the time he recognized the situation, numerous zombies had already escaped the confines of the base. Although the base was home to many soldiers, some, like Wang Yilin, were outside. Meanwhile, Qin Tian had already eliminated a portion of the undead within the base, with another group dispatched at the Yangsher building. Observing the overwhelming number of zombies, the commander understood that the situation could no longer be concealed or controlled. He turned to his aide and instructed, "You take command here. Ensure they do not breach our defenses. I shall seek further guidance from our superiors." Seizing this opportunity, he contemplated a hasty retreat. In his distracted state, he inadvertently collided with Qin Tian, who was positioned behind him. The commander immediately exclaimed, "Everyone is engaged in the fight against the zombies. Why aren't you stepping forward to assist?" Upon noticing the commander's flustered demeanor, Qin Tian swiftly grasped his intent to flee. With unwavering resolve, he unleashed a lethal strike from behind, bringing an end to the commander's life. He harbored a profound disdain for duplicitous individuals, recognizing that his presence was no longer required. Given that the area was soon to transform into a haven for the undead, he deemed his objective of dismantling the base accomplished, albeit regretting the abundance of supplies left behind. Subsequently, he stepped aside and activated his time-space portal, returning to the Yangsher building. Chapter 92. Qin Tian returns home. Encountering the disarray of Lin Yuner. Having fulfilled his predetermined mission, Qin Tian arrived home just in time for dinner. Coincidentally, Yang Mi was in the kitchen preparing a meal alongside Li Meiyun and others. The arrival of Qin Tian immediately captured the attention of the women chatting outside. It is often said that 3 women can create a drama, but here there were more than a dozen. Particularly, the presence of the South Korean girl group trio alongside the charming Taylor Swift from the West brought a plethora of fresh and intriguing experiences to the women. Among them, Lin Yuner and Zheng Xiuyan stood out, as they possessed some knowledge of the Chinese language. Their eagerness to learn often led to amusing misunderstandings during their conversations. For instance, while Tang Xiyu was discussing dance with Lin Yuner, a miscommunication arose. Tang Xiyu inquired, "Do you still stretch your legs every day?" "Duck legs? Oh, I understand now. Duck legs are delicious." Lin Yuner responded with a playful smile. "No, not the edible duck legs." Tang Xiyu earnestly clarified, demonstrating a leg stretch to illustrate her point. "Oh, I get it now." Lin Yuner nodded enthusiastically. She then promptly performed a split, showcasing her flexibility. Indeed, the training regimen for South Korean idols is remarkably rigorous, with aspiring artists often undergoing 6 to 7 years of preparation before debuting. This contrasts sharply with the current crop of young stars in the domestic scene, who seem eager to emerge and profit after only 2.5 years of training. "Wow, impressive," Huoba exclaimed, applauding from the side. With their similar ages, the women felt a natural affinity towards one another, allowing them to bond effortlessly. Tang Xi, feeling somewhat unconvinced after witnessing her own split, kicked her leg up and maneuvered it behind her with her hands. This feat was quite challenging, primarily testing her flexibility. Upon completing the action, she proudly remarked, "Can you stretch like I just did? By the way, you must all be modern dancers, so I suppose you don't specifically practice this, right? But you can certainly give it a try." Lin Yuno had only a rudimentary understanding of Chinese, as they had engaged a language instructor to assist them daily in their endeavors to penetrate the Daxia company. This instructor, a native of the southern region, spoke a version of Chinese laced with a hint of Korean influence. With a teacher of such limited proficiency, their grasp of the language was correspondingly tenuous. When Lin Yuner heard Tang Xi's words, she felt a wave of confusion wash over her. While she could comprehend simple phrases, her understanding faltered with longer sentences. In fact, she only caught the word stretch, and even that she misinterpreted. Furrowing her brow in bewilderment, she asked, "Defecate? Why would we try that?" Lin Yuner, with a serious expression, nodded affirmatively, "Yes, we can give it a try." This left Lin Yuner utterly perplexed. She then turned to her companion Tong Lia, inquiring, "Why would we try to defecate?" Tong Lia was barely containing her laughter, her body shaking with suppressed mirth. The other women, having grasped the meaning of Lin Yuner's words, could no longer hold back their laughter, erupting into fits of giggles. "Ha ha, defecate. Giggle giggle. She is simply adorable, mistaking stretch for defecate. Indeed, I was surprised to discover she was inquiring about the reasons for such a bodily function. Ha ha." In that moment, the several female stars from the entertainment industry were laughing uncontrollably. The amusing exchange between the two was so entertaining that they failed to notice Qin Tian had returned. Qin Tian, who had been nearby, overheard Lin Yuner's comment, which only deepened his fondness for this charming girl from the south. He pondered whether their interaction that evening would be even more delightful than the present moment. The thought filled him with anticipation for their upcoming rendezvous. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Brother Tian is back." Instantly, the crowd that had been surrounding the South girl shifted their attention to him. "Ah, wonderful, Brother Tian has truly returned." Everyone chimed in unison. They all turned to surround Qin Tian. He offered a gentle smile and remarked, "Please, continue. I found your earlier exchange with Girls' Generation quite entertaining." After hearing his encouraging words, Tang Xiyu covered her mouth and chuckled, "Perhaps it's best to stop. If I can confuse stretch with defecate, I fear that continuing our conversation may result in us forgetting to eat." Her playful banter triggered an uproar of laughter from the others. Meanwhile, Lin Yuner, the subject of the jest, was left puzzled, asking, "What is so amusing?" Even Taylor Swift, who had not grasped the context, joined in the laughter, her amusement ringing loud and clear. At that moment, upon hearing Qin Tian's voice from the kitchen, Yang Mi, together with Ni and the others, brought out the dishes they had prepared. "Brother Tian is back. Let's commence the meal," Yang Mi said sweetly. A succession of dishes, each a feast for the senses, were arranged on the table. "Let's dine, everyone." Qin Tian announced, gesturing as the dishes were completely arranged. Following Qin Tian's instruction, everyone took their places at the table. Qin Tian occupied the head seat, encircled by the women. Observing the growing number of women around him, including the foreign beauty, a sense of elation swelled within Qin Tian. Taylor Swift demonstrated remarkable adaptability, initially limiting herself to chicken legs and broth, but gradually venturing to sample a broader array of Chinese cuisine. The three Korean girls also possessed their unique charms, which Qin Tian found particularly endearing. Before his transmigration, Imuna had been among his most beloved Korean celebrities. Indeed, appetite and desire are intertwined, and Qin Tian's affection for her deepened with each glance. Recalling her earlier flustered response, he found it utterly charming. Thus, he placed a chicken leg in her bowl, saying, "Have a chicken leg." Qin Tian deliberately emphasized the final word. Imuna, in turn, inexplicably focused on the emphasized word. Observing her lowered gaze and slightly flushed complexion, Qin Tian realized she comprehended his implication. Since their arrival, he had not had a proper conversation with her. Therefore, he resolved to engage with Imuna this very evening, if only to observe whether she would exhibit the same delightful confusion in that context as well. Chapter 93, Thunderous Abilities, Heart of Thunder. As night deepens, a luminous moon hangs high in the sky. On the streets, several eerily behaving zombies suddenly appear, unperturbed by the strange sounds emanating from the misty surroundings. These figures resemble mere shells of humanity, shambling forth while emitting unsettling noises. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Yangshi building, the remaining survivors have succumbed to slumber. On the 35th floor, in the executive living quarters, a young girl emerges from the bathroom, droplets of water cascading down her lustrous black hair. Her cheeks flush with bashfulness, and her towel-clad form reveals no trace of excess weight. After drying her hair, she perches on the edge of the bed, akin to a high school student awaiting an exam. Qin Tian, having enjoyed a rather exhilarating day at the base, finds his spirits lifted and indulges in a few more drinks. Upon entering his room, he is momentarily taken aback by the sight of Lin Yuner, who appears like a blossoming flower. Tiangu, Lin Yuner softly calls out to him, her large eyes gazing up at him as he gently holds her chin to scrutinize her delicate features. "Do not call me Tiangu. You should address me as master." Qin Tian replies with an air of calmness. "Master?" Lin Yuner furrows her brow in inquiry. The playful tone in Qin Tian's voice sends her heart racing like a startled doe. She is well aware of the implications of that term. Having trained at an agency since the age of 13, she began her journey as a trainee, enduring a rigorous schedule of practices that often exceeded the demands of academic life, leaving little room for romantic pursuits. Thus, her understanding of matters between men and women remains somewhat superficial. Her ideal partner resembles a tall and handsome man like Rain. At that moment, Qin Tian, standing before her, seemed to embody her dream lover, even surpassing Rain in attractiveness. As she found herself embraced by her ideal partner, Lin Yuner couldn't help but call out the name she had longed to utter. With a smile, Qin Tian gently stroked her hair and suggested, "Let us play a game." "Is there a play?" Lin Yuner's cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze somewhat dazed, as she began to respond in a flurry of confusion. "What play?" Noticing her disorganized replies, Qin Tian couldn't help but chuckle. He reiterated, "I meant a game. A contrast game." At last, Lin Yuner grasped his intent. With a twinkle in her eye, she playfully pounded her small fist against Qin Tian's side, exclaiming, "Why must you be so mischievous, master?" Despite her playful reproach, her body betrayed her honesty. As a competent member of a South Korean girl group, she adeptly embraced the role of contrast. After more than an hour, she flawlessly completed her task as per Qin Tian's request. Observing the woman beside him, who lay sleeping like a gentle kitten, Qin Tian savored this exotic charm. Soon, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task. Reward, Thunder-type ability, Palm Thunder, and a forged Tang Dao of Meteorite. What a remarkable reward this is." Instantly, a wealth of knowledge and techniques regarding thunder emerged in his mind, and he swiftly mastered the essentials of the thunder arts. Qin Tian extended his palm skyward, and in an instant, the outside world was enveloped in a tempest of lightning and thunder. After a moment of astonishment, he noticed a cerulean orb of light materializing upon his palm. Indeed, he had successfully summoned the Thunder Palm. Following the manifestation of his extraordinary ability, a strikingly designed jet-black Tang Dao appeared in his grasp. This blade, forged from pure meteorite iron, could slice through steel as if it were mere clay. Qin Tian harbored a deep fondness for this Tang Dao, and he subsequently stored it within his personal space. The night passed in silence, and the following morning, Zhang Xiuyan awoke early. She and her sister had scarcely slept the previous night, unexpectedly disturbed by the noise from the adjacent presidential suite, where Lin Yuner and Qin Tian resided. As dawn broke, the two sisters found themselves unable to return to slumber, their rest interrupted by the cacophony next door. Zhang Xiuyan felt a lingering heaviness in her head, the echoes of the disturbances refusing to fade from her mind. She ventured into the bathroom to relieve herself, refreshing her face with water. Moments later, Lin Yuner emerged, her face radiant, though she appeared to struggle with her legs. Noticing Lin Yuner's unsteady gait, Zhang Xiuyan hurried to support her, inquiring, "Yuner, what seems to be the matter?" A blush crept across Lin Yuner's cheeks as she lowered her gaze, confessing, "My legs are sore this morning, and I can hardly walk. Could you assist me to the bathroom?" Upon hearing her words, Zhang Xiuyan, despite her initial confusion, comprehended the situation. Her own cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she promptly helped Lin Yuner to the bathroom. In the bathroom, Zhang Xiuyan, driven by curiosity, posed numerous questions to Lin Yuner in Korean. When Zhang Xiuyan next encountered Qin Tian, she found herself too shy to meet his gaze. In contrast, Qin Tian would often steal glances at her, sensing that this South Korean woman was more attentive in service than the women he was accustomed to at home. Compared to Lin Yuner, Zhang Xiuyan exuded a more open and alluring aura, having grown up in a society that embraced such openness. Qin Tian was increasingly eager to uncover the enticing secrets she held. However, after listening to her best friend recount the moonlit rendezvous from the previous night, he felt his cheeks burn with embarrassment. Today, Zhang Xiuyan donned a form-fitting black sweater that accentuated her alluring figure. During breakfast, Lin Yuner naturally settled beside Qin Tian. Unlike others who immediately dove into their meals, she gazed sweetly at Qin Tian, her heart fluttering. The more she observed him, the more she believed he was her destined Prince Charming. Noticing her infatuation, Zhang Xiuyan gently tugged at the hem of her shirt beneath the table. This prompted Lin Yuner to begin her breakfast, which consisted of a carton of milk, an egg, and a piece of steak. Ding! Lin Yuner consumed a carton of milk, returning 1,100 cartons of milk. Ding! Lin Yuner consumed an egg, returning 1,100 eggs. Ding! Lin Yuner consumed a piece of steak, returning 1,100 pieces of steak. As the sounds of other women returning supplies echoed in Qin Tian's ears, the voice of the newly joined Lin Yuner also resonated. While they were still enjoying breakfast, suddenly, both Qin Tian and Yang Mi sensed an anomaly occurring downstairs. The survivors in the building were already plentiful, and a large group had gathered in the hall on the 22nd floor, where the mist lingered. At that moment, their expressions reflected unease, as a corpulent man dressed in a Zhongshan suit was addressing them. However, Qin Tian and the others could not discern what he was saying. The scene was indeed quite significant, as the crowd suddenly became agitated after the man's remarks. To investigate further, Qin Tian teleported directly into the midst of the gathering. Chapter 94. Female host Li Sisi. Qin Tian found himself amidst the assembly. He heard the balding, rotund middle-aged man at the front exclaim, "I have received insider information. The military withdrew half an hour ago, and now we must rely on ourselves. As employees of this establishment, we must unite and support one another." His words were delivered with a rhythmic cadence, and he appeared invigorated, exuding the demeanor of a leader addressing his subordinates. "All right, we will heed Director Zhang's words." Someone in the crowd promptly cheered. Soon, others echoed in agreement, and a wave of applause erupted. In Qin Tian's eyes, this individual displayed a certain degree of leadership ability. His speech was coherent and clear, a testament to his background within the system. Among the crowd of 2 or 3 dozen individuals, predominantly men with a third being women, he noticed a man beside him who, upon observing his lack of applause, prompted him, "Why aren't you clapping?" However, he quickly discerned the underlying issue and, casting a puzzled gaze upon Qin Tian, inquired, "You're not from our group, are you? I don't recall seeing you before." When Qin Tian remained silent, the man exclaimed, "I see. You must be an undercover agent sent by the second team." His words instantly ignited a wave of commotion among those present. "Who are you really? You must be from the second team. Kid, what are you trying to accomplish by blending in with us? Seize him and don't let him escape." In the face of their furious shouts, Qin Tian maintained an air of calm. At that moment, Director Zhou approached, scrutinizing Qin Tian from head to toe. Noticing that he was still clad in the attire of a base researcher, and recognizing the uniform, Zhou was taken aback and asked, "Are you from the base?" It was then that Qin Tian recalled he was still wearing the base's clothing. Opting not to offer any explanation, he simply regarded Zhou. Having concluded that Qin Tian was indeed affiliated with the base, Zhou swiftly altered his demeanor, asking, Haven T, all the personnel from the base evacuated? Why didn't you follow them? Qin Tian did not respond, as he had just learned of the base's evacuation. Meanwhile, he continued to observe the individuals around him. Suddenly, a stir erupted in the hallway, and a group of people rushed in, led by a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Zhou Qiaonan, you rascal. Have you stolen the supplies from our team? The intensity of his gaze was unmistakable, clearly indicating that he had come prepared to confront the issue. As he spoke, a group of individuals surged forward behind him, brandishing various makeshift weapons. Li Jinlong, cease your baseless accusations. I have not taken your supplies. Zhou Qiaonan retorted defiantly. Do you dare to swear to the heavens? Li Jinlong immediately countered. With his ample belly protruding, Zhou Qiaonan declared with unwavering conviction, what is there to fear in swearing? I hereby vow that if I speak a falsehood, let the monsters outside claim my life in a most dreadful manner. Witnessing his solemn oath, his deputy Lin Nan felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She tugged at Zhou Qiaonan's sleeve, intending to dissuade him from making such a vow. But to her astonishment, he proceeded without hesitation. Li Jinlong was momentarily taken aback. For his informants had clearly stated that they had witnessed 3 individuals pilfering supplies marked with their team's insignia. After inquiring further, he scrutinized Zhou Qiaonan closely. Unable to detect any shift in his expression, aware that Zhou had been in the industry for a decade longer than he recognized him as a wily old fox. Thus, he promptly dragged the witness forward, demanding, tell me, who among them was responsible for the theft of the supplies? Before long, the individual identified the culprit among Zhou Qiaonan's group, pointing him out. It was he. He led the others to seize the 3 boxes of instant noodles that bore our team's markings. Upon the identification of the individual, Li Jinlong immediately regained his composure and exclaimed, Zhou Qiaonan, do you have anything to say? Zhou Qiaonan remained unperturbed and replied, whatever he claims is true. He then called out to a member of his team, Lu Liang, did you seize their supplies? The young man named Lu Liang, naturally, would not admit to any wrongdoing. With a disdainful expression, he retorted, they are talking nonsense. This is clearly an excuse to create trouble. Director, do not believe them. Very well, I trust your words. Zhou Qiaonan smiled. Li Jinlong, do you have any further comments? You are simply being unreasonable. The accuser trembled with anger. He turned to Li Jinlong and insisted, Director, what I say is absolutely true. Li Jinlong was well aware that the accusations held some truth. As their arrival was indeed intended to provoke discord, he had brought up the issue to provide a pretext for conflict. Thus, he calmly responded, I believe we must not unjustly accuse others. Seeing is believing, correct? Therefore, we should visit the location where you claim the supplies were stored. Qin Tian, with his arms crossed, observed the unfolding drama with keen interest. Naturally, Director Zhou did not genuinely agree to the visit, responding dismissively, there is no need for that. Is there? You have brought so many people. How could I dare to take you there? What if our supplies were to be seized? His tone shifted from cordiality to one of firmness. Realizing Jinlong's hardened stance, Li Jinlong chuckled, if that's the case, we won't stand on ceremony. I insist on seeing. With a grand gesture, he exhorted, brothers, let's fight them. They plunder our supplies. We shall seize theirs. Indeed, the base has forsaken us. We must rely on ourselves from now on. Charge, echoed the man who claimed to have witnessed the theft. These individuals, adept at their craft, possessed a remarkable ability to galvanize others, eliciting an immediate response. The 23 surged forward. Unwilling to be outdone, Zhou Qiaonan retorted, since the second station slanders us so. We of the first station are not pushovers. Brothers, stand your ground. His words ignited the fighting spirit of his comrades, and the men charged into the fray. Amidst the chaos, Qin Tian was mistaken for one of them. An assailant lunged at him, only to be repelled by an invisible force before making contact. Suddenly, Qin Tian spotted Li Sisi, a female presenter he had admired since childhood. Even offstage, her poise and allure set her apart. Abruptly, someone brandishing a golf club charged towards the women huddled nearby. Despite her fear, Li Sisi bravely stepped forward to shield them, crying out, stop. Why strike a woman? Yet, the man, clearly consumed by rage, was unperturbed by her pleas. Instead, he sneered, anyone associated with the first station must perish. Upon hearing his words, Li Sisi was filled with trepidation, retreating in alarm. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated from behind the man. Dare to strike my favorite female host? You seek your own demise. Chapter 95. Annihilated by the Palm Thunder. Qin Tian witnessed an individual from the second station approaching with a golf club. Intent on assaulting his beloved host, Li Sisi, he immediately stepped forward to intervene, declaring, "Dare to strike my favorite female host? You seek your own demise." The man turned to face Qin Tian upon hearing his voice. Seeing the strikingly handsome figure, he initially mistook him for a young actor, gripping the golf club tighter. He brazenly retorted, "What business is it of yours? You're not from the first station, are you?" Relieved to have momentarily escaped peril, Li Sisi cast a grateful glance toward Qin Tian. However, concern soon crept in as she realized this tall, handsome man was not from their station. "He's indeed not one of us," she remarked. Yet, the assailant had no intention of sparing Qin Tian, a malicious grin spreading across his face as he approached, saying, "I'll teach you not to meddle." In truth, their arrival had been premeditated, led by Li Jinlong, with the intent to raid the first station's resources. They had received news of the base's evacuation and were anxious about the impending scarcity of supplies. Moreover, having long established an animosity, he seized this opportunity to settle the score. Soon, he stood before Qin Tian, arrogantly declaring, "I shall escort you to meet the King of Hell." This marked the first time in the apocalypse that he harbored thoughts of murder, and a thrill coursed through him. However, he had misjudged his target. Suddenly, a bright light appeared before him, followed by a bolt of purple lightning that struck him, overwhelming him with a powerful surge of energy. It was also Qin Tian's inaugural use of the Palm Thunder, which swiftly incapacitated his adversary. The opponent was instantly obliterated by the Palm Thunder, collapsing to the ground. Charred and devoid of clothing, the women nearby gasped in horror. Meanwhile, the two factions across from them continued their chaotic battle. Li Sisi could hardly believe that the striking figure before her was responsible for such devastation. Yet, upon witnessing the calmness in Qin Tian's eyes and the palpable aura surrounding him, she was compelled to accept the reality of his extraordinary abilities. She was no stranger to such powers, having possessed her own since the third day of the apocalypse. At that time, while reporting the news, she suddenly experienced a moment of blurriness in her vision. Everyone believed that the fog outside would soon dissipate, trusting in the government's capability, and thus continued their normal broadcasts. She had needed to read from the teleprompter, but her vision had blurred, causing her heart to race and nearly resulting in a broadcasting mishap. However, her vision soon became remarkably clear, clearer than ever before. Previously, she had exhibited slight nearsightedness, but now her eyesight appeared perfectly normal. Yet, she quickly discovered an unsettling issue. She could see the positions of the camera and director behind her. Even the happenings in the corridor outside were vividly visible to her, leading her to suspect that she was experiencing hallucinations. After repeated verification, however, she realized this was indeed a reality. She could perceive the situation behind her, even seeing through the walls. Initially frightened, she later learned that many individuals had developed extraordinary abilities following the emergence of a mysterious fog, and it dawned on her that she too was one of these gifted individuals. Thus, when she witnessed Qin Tian unleash a Palm Thunder, it no longer struck her as particularly bizarre. While this ability bore a certain cruelty, it ultimately saved them. Therefore, as others remained in a state of terror and shock, she approached Tiandao and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for saving us." In response to the appreciation from his favorite host, Qin Tian maintained his composure and replied, "No need to thank me. It was he who deserved it." Observing Qin Tian's calm demeanor, Li Sisi couldn't help but feel in her heart that he was quite impressive. Soon, amidst the fierce clashes between the two factions, a victor began to emerge. The second team held the numerical advantage, and given that it was a military channel, many of their members possessed considerable combat skills, including veterans of the Marine Corps. Li Jinlong, a fervent military enthusiast himself, was not a retired Special Forces operative but still held a profound admiration for the military. However, at home, he often enjoys emulating those Special Forces soldiers, subjecting his physical abilities to rigorous training. Given his physique, defeating 3 opponents simultaneously is well within his capabilities. Most of his adversaries have already collapsed, and there he is, straddling the corpulent Zhou Xiaonan. Zhou Xiaonan's face has become unrecognizable from the brutal beating, yet he stubbornly retorts, "If you dare, go ahead and kill me. With so many witnesses here, you'll end up in prison for life." In response, Li Jinlong spat at him and cursed, "Zhou, don't be foolish. If I were to kill you, no one would care. We are already in the apocalypse. Do you truly believe the government has the capacity to rescue us?" He then threw his head back and laughed. Now that even the people from the base have fled, who knows when these creatures from the outside will breach this place? Zhou Xiaonan, initially intending to intimidate, found himself exposed, realizing that his demise was imminent. He quickly pleaded, "Brother Jinlong, spare me. Although we are not on the same side, we have worked together in this building for such a long time. Have mercy on me." Seeing Zhou Xiaonan lowering himself before him, Li Jinlong was taken aback for a moment. However, he soon responded with a cold laugh. "Is that so? Just a moment ago, when you were swinging that chair at my head, you certainly didn't think so." Zhou Xiaonan, witnessing the tide turning against him, began to panic. Thus, he resolved to employ underhanded tactics to strike at their leader, hoping to diminish their morale and reverse his own fortunes. However, he underestimated the opponent's remarkably swift reaction, causing his fatal blow to miss its mark. At that moment, he could only resign himself to the final judgment, aware that his demise was imminent. Zhou Xiaonan trembled in fear, nearly losing control of his bladder as Li Jinlong brought down the hammer he held. Zhou Xiaonan's head burst open, his brain matter splattering everywhere. Li Jinlong concluded his life in the very manner he had initially contemplated for himself. The remaining members of the first team, witnessing their leader's sudden demise, felt their spirits plummet. In contrast, the second team, already enjoying a numerical advantage, experienced a surge in morale. They swiftly dispatched the remaining opponents. When Li Jinlong rose to assess the aftermath, he noticed a tall man standing before the women of the first team, who were hidden in the corner. In an instant, he teleported to Qin Tian's side. It was then that he observed the lifeless body on the ground, though its features were unrecognizable. The sight of the large gold chain adorning the deceased's neck filled him with sorrow. "Who is it? Who killed my brother?" he cried out in anguish and fury. Chapter 96. The man transformed into a wild boar, inviting Li Sisi. "Who is it? Who killed my brother?" Upon seeing his beloved brother reduced to a charred corpse on the ground, Li Jinlong lost all control of his emotions. He covered his face with his hands, unable to bear the sight of the remains before him. His younger brother had originally been an unemployed wanderer, having not worked since graduating from high school in their hometown. However, once Li Jinlong secured his position as the director at the Yangshu Second Station, he managed to bring his beloved brother into the station as a humble script supervisor and lighting technician. Although the job was relatively easy and the position was modest, it provided a stable livelihood. Moreover, due to Li Jinlong's reputation, no one dared to make things difficult for him. Witnessing his brother successfully establish himself in the capital with his assistance brought joy to the family. Yet, unexpectedly, he met a tragic end here, causing a surge of rage and grief to swell within Li Jinlong, nearly causing him to collapse. Quickly, his gaze turned to Qin Tian, his eyes bloodshot with fury. "Was it you? Are you an ability user?" he exclaimed, a mixture of sorrow and shock in his voice. Qin Tian, who had been conversing with Li Sisi nearby, immediately darkened his expression upon hearing the commotion. "Yes, I killed him. So what?" he replied coldly. Li Jinlong's anger flared at his words, his hair bristling with indignation. Anyone who dared to harm his brother had effectively touched his most vulnerable spot. Regardless of Qin Tian wearing the base's uniform, he could not care less. "Fine. Your admission suffices." His eyes narrowed as he gazed at Qin Tian. "Prepare to pay with your life." With a thunderous roar, a swirling mass of black energy enveloped him. Qin Tian observed as the green energy within Li Jinlong expanded, revealing that he too was an ability user. As the dark aura intensified, it swiftly surrounded him entirely. Before long, a low growl emanated from within. To his astonishment, a massive black porcupine suddenly burst forth. Its imposing figure was entirely ebony, with quills resembling steel wires, and its prominent tusks jutted menacingly outward. A mere jab from those formidable tusks could spell disaster for anyone. This was Qin Tian's first encounter with an extraordinary individual who had transformed into such a wild beast. With a ferocious howl, the creature charged at him, shrouded in a swirling mass of dark energy. As it raced forward, it resembled a tempest of shadows, moving too swiftly for the eye to discern. Qin Tian, not daring to hesitate, executed a teleportation just in time to evade the onslaught. The wild boar, realizing it had missed its target, swiftly turned to charge again. Yet, each time, it narrowly missed. Infuriated, the dark energy surrounding it swelled, and the boar's size seemed to double. With another deafening roar, it barreled toward the direction where Qin Tian had appeared. Meanwhile, his colleagues were left in a state of shock at the sudden transformation into a colossal black porcupine. In truth, Li Jinlong had wished to conceal his ability to morph into a giant porcupine from his peers, revealing it only out of necessity. After Qin Tian teleported into the air, he unleashed a technique from his lightning magic, known as the Palm Thunder. A flash of violet lightning struck, directly impacting the mass of dark energy. For a fleeting moment, the energy halted, only to resume its chaotic charge, seemingly teleporting itself into the air. Observing this, Qin Tian remained composed, again casting a Palm Thunder to disperse half of the dark energy engulfing the creature. Meanwhile, he wielded a pitch-black Tang Dao, plunging it into the swirling mass of dark energy. Initially, Li Jinlong's armadillo form could withstand a strike from Qin Tian's Palm Thunder. However, after another hit, he became increasingly flustered. His supernatural abilities, formidable as they were, could not endure the relentless assault of Qin Tian's potent Palm Thunder. Akin to having a body of bronze and iron, even with the advantage of teleportation to mitigate damage, it proved insufficient. Ultimately, as Qin Tian brandished the razor-sharp Tang Dao, he effortlessly severed the tough quills adorning the back of the armadillo. As Qin Tian's strikes intensified, Li Jinlong found evasion increasingly arduous, let alone mounting a counterattack. He gradually sensed his strength waning, having to dodge both Qin Tian's Palm Thunder and the lethal blade in his grasp. Transformed into his beastly state, Li Jinlong perceived Qin Tian as a veritable demon, realizing he had gravely miscalculated. A wicked grin curled upon Qin Tian's lips as his speed escalated, while his opponent's movements slowed considerably, sustaining significant damage to his fur and skin. Before long, Li Jinlong collapsed to the ground, having lost an ear and even his tail. Lying there, he gasped for breath, blood streaming from his wounds. Upon returning to solid ground, Qin Tian regarded him coldly, waiting for him to gradually revert to human form. The onlookers were left in astonishment, unable to fathom how effortlessly Qin Tian had defeated such a formidable supernatural being. Beside them, Li Sisi wore a look of disbelief. When Li Jinlong had transformed into the massive armadillo, she had genuinely felt a pang of anxiety for Qin Tian. Li Jinlong no longer exhibited his previous arrogance. He felt the terrifying strength of Qin Tian. "Hero, please spare me," he pleaded, struggling to rise and bow before Qin Tian. His current demeanor, once haughty, now mirrored that of Zhou Xiaonan, whom he had previously slain. Even the few remaining brothers who had followed him could not bear to watch. They silently withdrew, nursing their battered bodies. Qin Tian stood there, strikingly handsome with his Tang Dao in hand, casting not a glance at the kneeling figure before him. He coldly remarked, "If you had not begged for mercy, perhaps I might have spared you." Li Jinlong felt a profound humiliation. These words echoed those he had once directed at Zhou Xiaonan. Resolving to make a final stand, he feigned submission and suddenly bolted for the exit. Yet, no matter how swift he was, he could not outpace Qin Tian's keen perception and rapid teleportation. As he reached the door, Qin Tian's Tang Dao severed him with a single strike. After the battle concluded, Qin Tian calmly sheathed his blade, captivating the women present with his cool demeanor. "Wow, he is truly handsome," they exclaimed. "Although he has taken a life, it was that of a villain. He is incredibly cool. He is the most dashing man I have ever seen." In that moment, the women could not help but cast flirtatious glances at Qin Tian. Among them, an infatuated girl boldly approached, saying, "Handsome, will you take me away? I would do anything just to be with you." Qin Tian scrutinized her for a moment. She was an average-looking woman, yet her figure was quite alluring. Name, Hu Yu. Age, 29. Attractiveness, 75. Purity, 10, having been involved with 5 men. Currently the mistress of Director Zhou Xiaonan. Overall score, 42. Does not meet system requirements. It turned out she was merely a mistress. Qin Tian chose to disregard her, turning his attention towards Li Sisi. Name, Li Sisi. Age, 24. Attractiveness, 95. Purity, 100. Overall score, 96. Meets system requirements. Completing the cohabitation task will yield corresponding rewards. Thus, Qin Tian flashed a charming smile at the somewhat bashful Li Sisi and inquired, "What about you? Would you care to return with me?" Chapter 97, The Sheep's Riot. An odd knocking at the door. Upon hearing Qin Tian's invitation, Li Sisi's cheeks, previously tinged with a delicate blush, deepened in color. The rosy hue even spread to her enchanting collarbone. Though she had been pursued by many men, she had never encountered someone as forthright as Qin Tian. Among her admirers were numerous handsome and wealthy suitors, yet she had not encountered one who stirred her heart at first sight. Just moments ago, when Qin Tian had exhibited his prowess before her, she suddenly experienced a sensation of love at first sight. "Will you come back with me?" Qin Tian's words echoed in her mind, leaving her momentarily dazed. It was not until she met his sincere gaze and captivating smile once more that she finally nodded in resolute agreement. The women surrounding her observed her with nods, and nearly everyone cast envious glances in her direction. Particularly, Huyu was so consumed by jealousy that her face seemed almost to contort. Ultimately, amidst the collective admiration, Qin Tian took her hand and vanished from sight. The women had long since become accustomed to Qin Tian returning with a poised and elegant beauty after his excursions. In this apocalyptic world, where entertainment was virtually non-existent, they were well aware of their desire for Qin Tian, much like the era of the 1960s and 70s. Devoid of recreational activities, people tended to stay at home and engage in procreation with their partners. Moreover, as women, they were just as lustful as men, albeit with a touch more restraint. The prospect of being confined with such an attractive and capable man as Qin Tian to create offspring was highly coveted. However, they found it curious that none seemed able to conceive, blissfully unaware that Qin Tian possessed the innate sacred body of infertility. Tian Gu, isn't she that famous host? Yangshi? Yang Mi remarked curiously upon seeing Li Sisi. Yes, indeed, isn't that Sisi? Tong Lia immediately stepped forward, taking her hand. They had previously partnered as hosts during the Golden Star Gala, naturally fostering familiarity. Li Sisi, equally astonished, exclaimed, Leah, I didn't realize you were here. I wondered why I hadn't seen you. When the two stood side by side, they resembled sisters, both standing out distinctly in a crowd. A striking presence amidst the masses. This tale is rather lengthy. In essence, during my most arduous and perilous moments, it was Brother Tian who rescued me. Tong Lia smiled as she recounted the story. Upon hearing her words, Li Sisi remarked on the serendipity of it all. For it was also thanks to Qin Tian's timely assistance that she had arrived here with him, as she beheld the gathering of such exquisite beauties. Her heart swelled with both astonishment and delight. The grace and allure of these enchanting women rivaled her own, and to her surprise, there were even foreign maidens among them. Witnessing their unwavering admiration for Qin Tian only deepened her curiosity about him. From now on, they shall be your sisters, Qin Tian calmly assured her. Subsequently, Yang Mi and Ni ventured into the kitchen to prepare lunch in honor of Li Sisi's arrival. To elevate the occasion, Qin Tian had procured top-notch ingredients such as Australian lobsters and bluefin tuna. When these delicacies graced the table, even Li Sisi, a discerning host, was left in awe. What astonished her further was the realization that this was the apocalypse. Even in normal times, she would have settled for a 20-yuan fast food meal. After the world had changed, her meals had dwindled to mere scraps of meat. The prospect of such a lavish feast was beyond her wildest dreams. Learning that they could indulge in such fine dining on a regular basis left her utterly speechless, and she felt grateful for her choice. As she interacted with everyone, her cultured and gracious demeanor allowed her to quickly integrate into this newfound family. Moreover, her fluent English facilitated a rapid strengthening of her bond with the trio from Girls' Generation and Taylor Swift. Li Sisi, a graduate of a prestigious university and a major in English, communicated effortlessly with her peers. Qin Tian found himself increasingly drawn to her intellectual and gentle demeanor, for she was his favorite among the hosts of Yangshi. Meanwhile, after Qin Tian had taken Li Sisi away, her fellow female hosts, who typically collaborated with her, gazed upon her with envy. Having witnessed Qin Tian's extraordinary abilities, they understood that in this apocalyptic world, securing a capable partner was of utmost importance for a woman. As they observed the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, it became evident that those from Channels 1 and 2 had suffered heavy casualties, leaving no victor in sight. This was the tradition of Yangshi, where each channel operated as its own small stronghold. Mutual respect was scarce, held in check only by the military and higher authorities. Yet now, with the upper echelons either killed or exiled by Qin Tian's hand, and the military's influence drastically diminished under his direct impact, the balance of power had shifted. Once resources were allocated, the various factions quickly rose in rebellion. Each floor represented a channel, and many employees had been working overtime on that fateful day shrouded in fog. They had formed a formidable force, and leaders of larger departments began to sense the upheaval. Amidst the chaos, they achieved significant victories, seizing not only the resources of the defeated, but also capturing female members from their ranks. However, as the fighting escalated, a horrifying incident was unfolding on the lowest level. The place had long been abandoned. Since the departure of the personnel, the gates had been promptly sealed. Enveloped in mist, no one dared to take guard within the building. Following the tumultuous upheaval, A few small groups of defeated and injured individuals had stealthily descended into the area. Despite the pervasive fog, it was still feasible to tidy up a few rooms for survival. The team of 5 from the agricultural channel of Channel 11, led by Jiang Qi, found themselves in such an awkward predicament. Their channel had always been among the least popular within the network, and being relatively young, they suffered greatly during the confrontations. Master, do we really have to stay in this wretched place? A novice who had only recently joined the network asked, furrowing his brow. Jiang Qi, having merely bandaged his injured arm, gazed at him with a complex expression and replied, Xiaochen, it is precisely because the conditions are poor that it may be safer. Better to endure a miserable existence than to risk death. We have only a handful of us left. Let us settle here for the time being. Upon hearing his words, Yan Xingchen could only nod in agreement, saying, Yes, master, I will follow your lead. Jiang Qi, now in his 40s, had been designated as Yan Xingchen's mentor, and their bond was profound. It was largely due to Jiang Qi's relentless efforts that they managed to escape, leaving Yan Xingchen deeply grateful. Once the group had arranged their living quarters, Yan Xingchen, unable to remain still, turned to Jiang Qi and said, Master, I shall take a stroll nearby to see if I can find any useful supplies. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Qi turned to a companion beside him and said, Lao Chen, accompany him. Having you with him brings me reassurance. The individual addressed as Lao Chen was indeed their station's seasoned editor, one of the deputy station master's most trusted confidants. Understood. He nodded and followed Yan Xingchen as they ventured outside together. Thus, the two embarked on their quest in tandem. Unbeknownst to them, they arrived on the first floor, where visibility was hindered by the surrounding fog, forcing them to rely solely on a flashlight to navigate their path. As they progressed, an unsettling sound emanated from the outside, a peculiar blend of whispers and roars. Bang! A series of knocks echoed from nearby, growing louder with each flicker of the flashlight. Chapter 98. The Zombie Onslaught. Bang! 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 The relentless knocking reverberated, striking their hearts with palpable dread. Gazing into the fog ahead, they noted the flashlight's battery waning, its beam barely penetrating a mere meter in front of them. Xiaochen, we should retreat. Lao Chen's voice quivered with fear. No, I must see clearly. Yan Xingchen shook his head resolutely. Lao Chen, will you join me? He tugged at Lao Chen, embodying the youthful vigor of determination. Reluctantly, Lao Chen followed, aware that should anything happen to Yan Xingchen, he would have to answer to Jiang Qi. Thus, the two pressed forward, guided by the faltering light of their flashlight. As the two individuals finally arrived at the front door from which the unsettling sounds emanated, they were taken aback by the sight that greeted them through the transparent glass. Several peculiar figures had gathered at the entrance, pressing their faces against the glass in an eerie manner. The unsettling thuds they had heard were indeed the result of these individuals striking their heads against the door. What could this be? Where did these people come from? Old Chun whispered in shock. However, upon closer inspection of these so-called people, he was horrified to find that their faces were devoid of flesh, their bodies riddled with decay. Particularly alarming were their wide, bulging eyes and the low, guttural growls emanating from their mouths. Goodness, are these not zombies? Yan Xingchen exclaimed in a panic. Xiaoqing, keep your voice down. Quickly turn off the flashlight. We must retreat. Old Chun, startled by Yan's outburst, felt his legs tremble and urgently tugged at him. Heeding the warning, Yan Xingchen hastily extinguished his flashlight, and the two cautiously began to retreat. Having watched countless zombie films, he felt a profound fear of these real-life manifestations, anxious not to attract their attention. As more and more zombies gathered outside, the cacophony of knocking grew increasingly louder. After what felt like an eternity, they finally managed to return to their temporary refuge on the 3rd floor. Upon seeing their companions return, Jiang Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaocheng, you finally returned, he exclaimed joyfully. Master, we didn't find much in terms of supplies, just these few bags of bread. Yan Xingchen, holding a bag of items, spoke shyly. As long as you all return safely, that is what matters. Jiang Qi smiled at him. However, noticing the lingering expressions of terror on their faces, he inquired, Did you encounter something while you were out? After calming themselves, they recounted the horrifying scene they witnessed at the entrance, where they had seen the zombies. Upon hearing their tale, Jiang Qi was equally stunned. How could this be? Wasn't it said that there were monsters outside? Could these zombies be the very monsters they spoke of? His curiosity was palpable as he asked. We only glimpsed those dreadful, zombie-like creatures. It was truly terrifying. Old Chen replied, his voice trembling. Jiang Qi had already come to trust their words, for in such a post-apocalyptic world, anything was possible. Let us secure the door. Should these zombies ever breach our defenses, we must remain silent, he cautioned, clinging to a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, the number of zombies outside continued to swell, and the impending threat was arriving more swiftly than they had anticipated. By nightfall, the entrance was completely overwhelmed by the horde. Knock, knock. The sound of incessant banging on the door grew louder. Although the door was constructed of tempered glass and weighed nearly 1,000 pounds, the absence of vigilant soldiers meant that a breach was merely a matter of time. Soon, after a while, they heard a tremendous crash emanating from below. Soon, a dozen zombies invaded the building, drawn by the scent of humans as they began their ascent up the stairs. Jiang Qi and his subordinates were now situated on the lowest floor, and they quickly heard the sound of disordered footsteps approaching from the stairwell. Master, that noise is exactly what we heard from below. They are coming, Yin Xingchen exclaimed with urgency. After pondering for a moment, he added, yes. Quickly move everything we can to the door and barricade it. Consequently, the group followed his instructions, gathering all movable items to fortify the door. Just as they secured the entrance, the footsteps outside grew increasingly nearer. This is bad. Why are they all heading this way? With keen ears, Yin Xingchen focused intently on the commotion outside. Now, two choices lay before them. They could either remove the barricade and flee to a higher floor together, or they could fortify their position here, knowing that ascending would likely not yield any sanctuary. Master, should we make a run for it now? There should still be a bit of time. He found himself unable to make a decisive choice and turned to Jiang Qi for guidance. Jiang Qi fell into a contemplative silence as his anxious companions looked at him expectantly. The fate of so many rested upon his shoulders, making his decision gravely significant. Just as he resolved to lead his group upward, a loud crash echoed from the door. How could they have arrived so quickly? Yin Xingchen exclaimed, bewildered. What should we do now? Old Chun was also in a state of panic, his legs trembling in fear. What more could be done? We must all stand firm and prevent them from breaking in. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Qi declared. Thus, the group unitedly braced themselves against the tables and chairs in front of them. Initially, upon realizing that their adversaries could not penetrate their defenses, a sense of relief washed over them. Gradually, the cacophony from outside began to subside, allowing everyone to finally exhale in relief. However, as the night deepened and fatigue set in, a sudden loud crash startled them. When they looked again, the door had been forcefully breached by a horde of zombies. Startled, several rushed to grab pieces of wood from the ground and charged forward. Meanwhile, in Qin Tian's room, Li Sisi lay nestled in his embrace, their heads close together as they whispered sweet nothings. Chapter 99, The Relentless Pursuit of Li Sisi. After being rescued by Qin Tian and brought back home, Li Sisi, who initially harbored reservations, found herself utterly captivated by her surroundings. In this cold and terrifying apocalypse, maintaining such a high quality of life was no small feat. The world had been shrouded in mist and harsh weather, placing immense pressure on humanity's survival. Yet, Qin Tian managed to uphold a quality of life that was exceptional, even accommodating a group of women alongside him. They enjoyed a warm and comfortable abode, ample food supplies, and robust security measures. She believed that the women had attained such conditions through their own efforts, or perhaps fortune. In this world, steeped in despair, they emerged as a radiant landscape, bestowing upon her a sense of hope and courage. Li Sisi felt an awakening within her, believing she too could emulate their strength. Previously, she had navigated her existence with utmost caution, as if treading on thin ice, burdened by indignities yet resolute in preserving her integrity amidst the machinations of corrupt leaders. After her conversation with Tong Lia, she learned that Tong had devoted herself to her own hero, Qin Tian, and this revelation ignited a determination within her. Why not seize the moment to present her most perfect self to Qin Tian? This would empower her to remain by his side with greater confidence, embracing her role as his woman. Thus, after dinner, she took the initiative to engage Qin Tian in conversation. Upon discovering that she was his favorite host of the Sheep Vision program, her heart raced with excitement. Is it true? Her cheeks flushed a delicate hue, her modest demeanor reminiscent of a refined young lady awaiting her suitor, evoking a tender affection in those who beheld her. Qin Tian felt a surge of emotion within, yet maintained an outwardly composed facade as he remarked, of course. Every year, I eagerly await your poetry and song gala, tuning in promptly to watch. For Li Sisi, a host imbued with passion and fervor for her work, nothing delighted her more than witnessing the audience's high praise and recognition of her hosting prowess. Each time she stood upon the stage, she felt the palpable anticipation and attention of the audience, which became a wellspring of motivation for her continuous self-improvement. As the conversation deepened, Just as she was about to delve into more profound topics, Tong Leah approached them. "Sis, let us go work out," she exclaimed, grasping Li Sisi's arm. Upon meeting Tong Leah's gaze, Li Sisi felt a wave of shyness wash over her. She then playfully winked at Qin Tian, saying, "Brother Tian, may I borrow your companion for a moment?" Qin Tian smiled gently and nodded in agreement. With his consent, she cheerfully led the still-standing Li Sisi away. "I've recently begun to explore the gym. It feels quite rewarding," Tong Leah remarked. "And he appreciates my physique post-workout." Li Sisi responded, "Really? That is wonderful. Exercising not only promotes physical health, but also enhances one's mental state. By the way, what sort of workouts do you engage in?" "I primarily focus on body sculpting and aerobic training," Tong Leah replied. "For instance, I practice spinning, lift dumbbells, and attempt some challenging yoga poses." "Those are excellent choices," Li Sisi concurred. "Aerobic exercises improve cardiovascular function, while body training aids in shaping and building endurance." "But what about those yoga poses?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Well, those are suggested by Brother Tian, so that I can better synchronize with him when we're together," she said, a hint of mystery in her tone. Upon hearing her best friend Tong Leah's words, Li Sisi instantly grasped the underlying meaning. As a close confidant, Tong Leah had discreetly shared some of Qin Tian's unique preferences during their workouts. For instance, he possesses an unwavering passion for his profession, particularly in embodying various roles. "Kiki, you are quite mischievous." Li Sisi could not help but cover her mouth, giggling at her. During their conversation, she pretended to be reserved while teasing her close friend Tong Leah, yet she absorbed every word spoken. When night fell and it was time for slumber, she stealthily made her way to Qin Tian's presidential suite. After a gentle knock on the door, she heard his voice from within. "Who is it?" she softly replied. "It's me." Moments later, the door swung open to reveal Qin Tian, freshly emerged from a shower, droplets of water glistening in his hair, exuding a refreshing aura. He casually wrapped a towel around himself, his physique defined, radiating a quintessential masculine strength. Qin Tian's appearance was strikingly handsome, with sharp facial contours and deep-set, three-dimensional features. His brows were thick and well-shaped. Beneath his prominent nose lay sensuous lips, the corners of which curled into a hint of confidence and nonchalance. She was momentarily taken aback, her gaze irresistibly drawn to him. Once again, she marveled at the perfection of this man, whose physique and visage were beyond reproach. "What's the matter? Aren't you coming in?" Just as she was lost in thought, a large hand suddenly pulled her inside. The door was gently closed behind them by Qin Tian. It was evident that she had meticulously adorned herself for this occasion. She wore her signature mid-length, form-fitting red lace floral dress, which resembled a blossoming flame, accentuating her graceful figure. On significant occasions, she always adorns herself in the long gown that most accentuates her beautiful demeanor, as if it were her talisman of fortune. Today, her deliberate choice of this dress for her meeting with Qin Tian speaks volumes. Prior to her arrival, she meticulously styled her hair and applied an exquisite makeup fit for a host. Her eyes sparkled with vitality, with subtly elevated eyeliner adding an air of mystery and allure. Her entire visage radiated both nobility and charm, rendering her utterly captivating. The moment Qin Tian welcomed her at the door, he was greeted by a delightful fragrance. He felt profoundly the unique aura she exuded. "Please, make yourself comfortable," he said with a warm smile. Noticing the slight redness in her eyes, a clear indication of her nervousness, he offered her a glass of lemonade and excused himself to change his outfit, allowing her a moment to collect her composure. Before long, Qin Tian emerged, donned in a complete set of the latest Armani shirt. It was undeniable that he resembled a living mannequin. After engaging in conversation for a while, they naturally found themselves embracing one another. As the night deepened, time became an indistinct blur. Suddenly, Qin Tian awoke, sitting up with a parched sensation. He rose to pour himself a cup of green tea from the independent kitchen and settled at the coffee table to savor it slowly. Abruptly, shadows appeared in his awareness, lingering at the entrance of the stairwell outside. Their movements were peculiar, unlike those of ordinary individuals. Curiosity piqued, he recalled having encountered these figures before at the base. A jolt of alarm coursed through him. These were undoubtedly zombies.